The God King of all eternity, who has ruled over 10,000 worlds, journeys through the universe with a fragment of his spiritual consciousness to find his wife in reincarnation, guided by his own spiritual will. Duongtam arrives in a place called Phap Lam Realm. He was amazed to find that this place was completely different, with no soul rings or spirit beasts, and humans were even less valued here. Coming to this world in the form of a child with no innate power, Duongtam had to start training from scratch, and although it was tough, the results were incredible. Your heavenly mystical technique has finally reached the 3rd level, and you didn't expect it to be so fast. But compared to your previous life, it's nothing. You sigh, truly missing your martial soul from the past. People in this world are too miserable. Except for sharp spiritual awareness, they have no abilities at all, and are completely oppressed by the 2 beast clans with innate fighting talents. 3 years ago, Tang-san came here with a group of children from the human race, and 1/3 of the children died due to various reasons. He clenched his fists with determination. In such a harsh environment, I must survive and find ways to grow stronger so I can find her. Suddenly, Duongtam's stomach growled repeatedly. Only with strength can I uphold my path. He decides to go look for food and also to scout this place. While munching on an apple, suddenly he hears a noise nearby, so he curiously hides behind a bush to observe. From afar, a masked figure is fleeing. Duongtam immediately recognizes it as a human, but his situation doesn't look good, as he is injured and the enemy is right behind him, attacking. The demon wolf growled, "Don't run anymore, I can smell your scent nearby." Duongtam froze in place at its massive figure. A 3rd-rank demon wolf, his mind full of questions. Does that stranger intend to face the beast directly? With a human body, he can't possibly fight against this 3rd-rank demon wolf. Contrary to Dongtam's expectations, he used his transformation ability and was stunned for a moment, realizing for the first time that humans could also possess powers. In the battle here, both of them rushed to attack each other. Although injured, he is not at a disadvantage against the werewolf. Even more terrifying, he exploited the opening and delivered a horizontal slash across its neck, ending its life instantly. Seeing his boss fall, the subordinate couldn't hold back his anger and charged forward. Exhausted and with wounds too severe, he could only watch helplessly as death approached. Suddenly, Tang-san charged out from the bushes, his eyes sharp with deadly intent. He leaps into the air, exploiting the wolf's weakness, and strikes with a mystical jade palm using 2 fingers, aiming straight at its vulnerable eyes. Duongtam directly killed the giant wolf. He gasped heavily on the ground, his face covered in sweat after the deadly battle. That's good. You hit the vital point. This body is too weak, only barely able to defeat the wolf earlier. Duongtam approached Zhu Jiahan and directly asked, "What wish can I help you fulfill? But you have to answer some questions for me." He nodded in agreement. "You little kid, ask away. Where did your shape-shifting ability come from, and how did you acquire it?" Zhu Jiahan looked stunned. "Don't tell me you don't know about the demon transformation. So how could you have killed that monster?" Duongtam looked confused. "What is that divine transformation?" He began to explain. "It is those born from the human race with demons or spirit monsters. Because of blood relations, they inherit the power from that very strength." Zhu Jiahan couldn't hide his helplessness. Only in this way could we gain a little strength. Few people side with humans. Most will become pawns of the demon and spirit clans. Because of this, their status is higher, at least compared to humans. Humans, on the other hand, all want the right to live and no longer be slaves. He recounted that this time the assassination of Lord Feng Lang failed, leading to this outcome. Tang-san wondered, is it only through inheriting bloodline that one can obtain the divine demon transformation ability? The answer is no. Besides inheriting bloodlines, you can also use your own divine beast transformation ability to acquire it, form a legacy, and pass that legacy on to your descendants. If that person is suitable, they can use it. If not, they will surely die. You have a bold idea. Could you possibly seize the divine love power of both monsters and spirits? The clans are a bit shocked and cough up a large amount of blood. This cannot be. Wouldn't the bloodline become chaotic then and not die? He tiredly leaned against the tree trunk. "I'm about to die. I see you're still young but so powerful. I can pass on the power of the demon god to you. If you agree to help humans, I hope you can join our organization. As long as you look, you'll find that the organization is Redemption, existing to save and redeem humanity." The Chujiaham takes out his divine power and leaves his final words. "There will come a day when we overthrow the monsters and spirits that enslave us. Don't bury my body, just leave. Grow up quickly and become stronger." The wise human. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine energy was directly transferred into Dongtam's body. and he expected it to cause unbearable pain. Who would have thought that this savage energy could be so easily absorbed by the heavenly mystical technique? The divine energy seems to nourish your body, and it appears that the heavenly mystical technique is also being enhanced from this. Still, Duong Tom's face showed some worry. That's amazing. I didn't expect my heavenly mysterious technique could absorb the demon god's power like that. It won't cause any serious harm to the body, right? Tong Tom was surprised to realize that he quickly approached the corpse of the demon wolf and used heavenly mysterious technique to absorb its demonic energy. As he predicted, it was indeed absorbed easily by the technique. Done. Tang Tom immediately erased all traces of himself and returned to the human residence in Fing Lang Town. Thanks to the power of the demon god energy, his body became noticeably stronger. He silently thought that he needed to quickly adapt to his new abilities and become stronger, then find and join the rescue organization to search for Zhao Yu, who had transmigrated. 7 days had passed, and everything was very normal. Maybe that night didn't cause any waves. As for Duong Tom, he has finally fully absorbed the 2 different demon god powers. Now with just a jump, I can rush out dozens of meters, and the skills I use don't clash at all. Duong Tom secretly rejoiced. That's great. I never expected the heavenly mystical technique to have such a great advantage in this world. His eyes shone brightly with determination. I will definitely become a powerful cultivator. But life dealt him a harsh blow. After 2 years, his heavenly mystical technique made no progress and remained at the 3rd stage, and his skills were no stronger. He silently considers that it might be the constraints of this world's rules and decides to try absorbing another bloodline power. While working, Dusan keeps calculating, secretly attacking a Fing Lang. As long as he knocks it out, he can test its bloodline power, and tonight, he will act. Suddenly, something else caught his attention. They were posting notices. From the demon-level token used by Duong Tom, these people were recruiting hybrids. This might be your chance to escape this slavery and explore the outside world. 3 days later, at the Bloodline selection, the demon wolf had gathered everyone in the courtyard. They loudly announced that the awakening test would begin now. Will this be your rise to the heavens or your display of transformation? With that, they all let out terrifying screams. Everyone who reacts is selected, and Duong Tom is no exception. The demon wolf growls threateningly. Boy, remember this well. If you pretend to be someone else, you'll end up as a pile of flesh on the altar. Later, about a dozen people who passed the first selection were gathered together, and that night, 3 of them couldn't withstand the awakening of their bloodline power and died. In a dark corner, the white-haired girl suddenly asked Duong Tom, "Do you really awaken? If not, you will die." He was a little surprised because this girl, whom he didn't know and had never met, actually cared about him, and he just smiled and thanked her. "Thanks. My name is Duong Tom. What's yours?" The girl introduced herself, saying, "My name is Lang Tam Tuye." She asked nervously again, "Can you really do it?" 2 days later, before dawn, the alpha wolf howled loudly to announce that you are still alive and to come to the town for the awakening ceremony. Now, in the square, all the awakened have gathered, and the beastman immediately ordered a man. Proceeding with the bloodline check of the slaves first, he immediately bowed to obey the order. "Yes, my lord high priest." The man is Vuong Dien Fong from Phong Lang village. Approaching the awakened crowd, Vuong Dien Fong loudly announced, "Listen carefully, I will test your bloodline soon and you must show any reaction you have, understood?" Then he raised his transformed beast arm, releasing a stream of blue energy that enveloped everyone. After a while, Vuong Dien Fong realized that the awakened individuals were reacting to the wind elemental energy. Yes, Lang Lam Tuyet was also the 3rd to show a reaction. At this moment, 4 types of reactions emerged in the wind elemental energy, brought to the side by Vuong Dien Fong during his teenage years. But now the beastly wolf lord also no longer had patience, with bloodshot eyes and a voice as cold as ice. "Don't try to hold on anymore. Don't waste time on the grand ceremony." Vuong Dien Fong, hearing this, panicked and said, "My lord chieftain, please give me 1 more minute. I think there's still some left." As soon as the words finished, Tang San also immediately awakened. The elemental aura gathers on his hand like a sharp blade, and Wang Yanfeng couldn't help but be amazed when he saw this scene. In a sudden burst of emotion, he immediately summoned his power to pull Duong Tom back, and finally the ceremony ended. 5 people passed the assessment, and the grand sacrificial ceremony began. High Priest Tang on the high platform roared, "Killing those tainted by our bloodline who cannot awaken our radiant light. Only fresh blood can wash away this shame." The 6 unawakened youths and 10 human women become sacrifices for the grand ceremony. At this moment, behind the towering figure of Wang Dianfeng, Duong Tam's body involuntarily trembled, his fists clenched tightly, and anger flashed in his eyes as he watched the howling demonic wolves during the ritual. Great ancestors, please bless your descendants to grow up strong. At this moment, Duong Tam also realized that beneath this altar, all the bones of humans are buried. His eyes became resolute, and he silently made a decision. I want to make humans strong and truly change everything. And that is also beside him. Wang Dianfeng's gloomy expression seemed to hide countless emotions. The ceremony is over, and the awakened are taken to rest. A girl steps out to greet them. Is this time 5 children? There are still 5 people who haven't passed. The girl, hearing this, couldn't hide her sadness and brought water out for everyone. Here, Wang Dianfeng introduced to the awakened ones, you who have been chosen by me have gained a new life. I am your teacher, Wang Dianfeng, and I will teach you how to become vassals. At this point, Dong Tam suddenly noticed the somber expression on Lang Lam Tuyet's face. Wang Dianfeng continued speaking, This is your master, Hu Tin. Let's go. I'll take you to rest now. After that, the children finished eating and went to their rooms. After washing up, Dong Tam stepped out and knocked on the door. When he opened it and saw Lang Lam Tuyet, he asked, What's wrong with you? You haven't eaten much yet. She fell silent for a moment before breaking into tears. Her voice choked with emotion, saying, My mother was taken onto the altar. Then she collapsed to the floor, crying. Duong Tam clenched his teeth in anger, when suddenly Wang Dianfeng and Ku Tin entered and said, This world is so tolerant. Every vassal still lives like us. Having gone through this, it is the rule of the monster clan. Female humans are born with different bloodlines and can only be sacrificed as offerings to the ancestors. When I met the 2 of them, I already felt they were different, both of them being perceptive. At this point, he then turned his gaze toward Duong Tam. Especially you are a mutated Fenglang. You must have awakened long ago. What I want to tell you is that only by continuing to live will you have a chance. According to the rules, if a vassal betrays, all other vassals will be executed. The safest option now is to hand you over. Do you understand? Hearing this, Tang San's face darkened as he turned his head and coldly said, So are you planning to hand us over? Facing that sharp gaze, Dianfeng calmly closed his eyes and explained, If I wanted to hand you over, I wouldn't have stood in front of you during the sacrifice. Ku Tin raised his head and offered, I also have a son who hasn't passed the test. I am willing to trade my life for his. Dianfeng coldly issued a command. Children don't need to do anything. Just keep living and stay strong. Hearing that, Ku Tin had no choice but to take Lam Tuyet and leave. He gently advised Dongsan to sleep a while first. Dongsan nodded and obeyed. Thank you, sir. The next morning, as the sun began to rise on the second day, everyone gathered fully on the courtyard. Wang Duyanfeng named the 3 unnamed children as Wang Xie, Wang Tioloi, and Wang Trung. Duyanfeng wrote the characters on the blackboard. For the next 3 years, we will attend classes every day. Mornings for cultural studies, afternoons for practicing Fenglang transformation. Apart from learning to read and write, they will also be taught how to recognize the magic of the demon continent. The demon race and the spirit race each have 7 major cities, plus the Holy Spirit city in the center of the continent, making a total of 15 cities. Dong Tam paid close attention to this information about the continent. After all, he still needed to find Zhao Wu in the future. Dianfeng carefully explained in detail, just like our Fenglang town, which is just a small town after all, the Fenglang clan isn't considered strong. Duong Tam asked curiously, So what about humans? Everywhere, really? He admitted it and added, Yes, our humanity is the greatest clan on the Demon Beast continent, but only in name. All right, let's review what we've learned today. This afternoon, we will practice the technique. With Wang Duyanfeng's guidance, everyone learned very easily. After teaching his classmates, he wondered, You already knew it yourself. Tang San personally executed the move without needing much instruction. You explained it very clearly. Even Dianfeng was quite surprised. I didn't even need to guide him, and his body hasn't changed at all. This child is truly very special. Before class ended, I wondered, Teacher, on this continent, what level are the 2 most powerful clans in terms of cultivation? He can only answer based on what he knows. It is said to be level 12, but I don't know if anyone is above 12. Next, Wang Zhong. Yes, based on the clues we have, you deduce it's level 12. Similar to the levels in the Duluo world, the races here can directly cultivate to the divine realm level. No wonder this world doesn't have a divine realm. The true power of this planet is at the divine realm level, so rising up is not an easy task. It can only be achieved step by step. That night, the quick little shadow sneaked out. That was Dusan. You are watching 2 drunken men laughing and talking from afar. At a certain point, they part ways, and an idea forms in your mind, 3 words. The wolf raised its head and howled loudly, and I reached out from behind to cast a spell, controlling the dragon. In an instant, like a gust of wind, the wolf lost its advantage. While it was dazed, I charged forward, and with just a few moves, everything fell silent. The wolf nearly fell over, dragged into the bushes. Tang-san placed his hand on it and cast a spell, the mystical heaven technique absorbing it. The small light moves quickly, surprising him. Oh, the bloodline power is indeed strong. Not only are there traces of Fong Nun within the body, but the knot of Huyen Thien Kong also shows signs of loosening. After finishing, he glanced at it one last time and then quickly walked away. As he ran, Duong Tam was planning a new strategy. First, I need to test whether I can use the blood-devouring method of the Wind Wolf to help break through the second level of the 3rd stage and see if the blood power consumed can recover. These 2 experiments are very important for my future cultivation path. 3 years later, it was time to leave this place and seek revenge. That night, at Du Yanfeng's house, Dong Tam returned with a worried look. The bloodline power of that 3rd-level Wind Wolf has been absorbed, but it still hasn't broken through. Indeed, the energy strength is still insufficient, and I might have to devour a 4th-level beast to succeed. Since that day, Duong Tam has observed the wind wolves he attacked for several days, confirming that the bloodline power he absorbed can recover through rest. After observing, Tang-san had some doubts. There was no problem on this side, but if he wanted to break through, he could only think of a way from the tertiary demon wolf's body, attacking the tertiary demon wolf, which carried significant risks. The crows flying up in the night signaled a bad omen. Tomorrow is the real combat training session. The teacher and student are sparring, and Yanfeng is urging them on. Hurry up, you're too slow, with too many unnecessary movements. After the battle, he praised Wang Zhong for not bad, knowing how to conserve strength, but he warned to pay attention to the opponent's intentions. You all need to pay attention to these issues. Next up, Lang Mok Tuyet. Before the match, Lam Tuyet made a small suggestion. Teacher, can I attack like this? Dianfeng didn't refuse. He just said casually, you still haven't hurt me. That's all it took, and Lam Tuyet's eyes lit up. She quickly swung her hand, but he had already successfully dodged. Why did Dianfeng still go straight ahead instead of giving advice? Suddenly something was coming, and Lam Tuyet dodged the spear. All the students thought it was impossible to avoid. The dagger shattered before it could strike, breaking the attack apart. Yanfeng quickly ran over, gently catching Lam Tuyet in his arms. Yanfeng gave her a very good compliment, finally using his brain. Lam Tuyet stared in surprise. Teacher. That was Dianfeng turning away to avoid his promise. That's one of the applications of throwing a spear. Once you reach the 3rd level, I will teach Dong Tam to you. Your eyes are already sharp even before anything has happened. He assessed that the light in this little guy's eyes had strengthened quite a bit. It seems he has changed a lot recently. Without hesitation, San Qiang launched his spear, catching Dianfeng off guard. Is it just a spear attack? Before he could block it, the green blade had disappeared. His mind still hadn't caught up with the question. It's gone. That's not right. A slight miscalculation almost caused the sword to touch him. Yanfeng is still in shock. How is this possible to do again? Hearing Dosan's command to throw the spear, Dianfeng became more alert, and his sword disappeared again, narrowly passing by and startling him. The students all admired him. Dianfeng couldn't help but secretly marvel how could he perform such a delicate throwing technique. That is truly a refined technique. Standing in that radiant sunlight, how could Wang Dianfeng recognize the young man before him? In the world of his previous life, he had an almost obsessive love for hidden weapons, especially the Bak Jiai, the most powerful one. He could only stand there in dazed silence until Dianfeng ended the day with a statement. All right. Today's practical lesson is over. Everyone go home except for one person. Dong Tam, come here with me. Hearing the call, he was startled and turned back, only to see the shadowy figures of the 2 master and disciple in the darkroom. Tang-san looked around and deduced that he had never entered this room before. It seemed to be a training room. Dianfeng went straight to the main point without any explanation. Tell me, how did you develop your spear-throwing control ability? You must explain clearly if this is related to your life or death. Your abilities and intelligence are not normal. I don't believe you can say no one taught you. I need to come up with a reasonable explanation. Memories flood back as Tang-san recounts that when he was 6 years old, one evening while searching for food in the forest, he suddenly met a person who not only gave him food, but also taught him knowledge every night. That person said that transforming into a love god is not the only way to become stronger. They taught me a type of cultivation method, and I could no longer transform my body. As soon as he heard that, Dianfeng exclaimed in surprise, the cultivation method is only for us humans to use. Duong Tam stroked his chin in thought, unsure anymore. I remember that in the end, that person said the goal was to save people, and ultimately, humans would escape from slavery. That statement made Dian Fong's eyes widen like a cartwheel. He covered his mouth and whispered strange things. Save the world, save the world. Fearing for your future, he advised you to remember that what we say today must not be told to anyone else, and that the skills you learn outside are to be learned from me. So, Master, do you want to learn the calm and patient technique with me? I don't think you can beat me. Dian Fong helplessly accepts. This kid, then we'll just test each other here. Duong Tom's face seemed to bloom with a smile as he silently considered a better plan. This is great. Everything is going smoothly. From the teacher who possesses the bloodline power of the 4th rank, the risk is minimal. Previously, Dian Fong placed the glowing jar on the table and explained, I used wind elemental to craft a protective barrier, so there's no need to worry about too much noise. Immediately after, he unleashed his Fenglan transformation, saying, if you win, I will learn from you. If you lose, I will teach you more ways to cultivate. With that, he quickly leapt up. Langbu here Duong Tom coldly fires 2 arrows, hitting Dian Fong in the knee with just those 2 shots. He gapes in disbelief at this scene. I've already transformed, but still can't stop them. Before I knew it, 2 other swords are rushing toward me. With no other choice, Dian Fong had to block with his hand. He secretly devised a plan, as his wind barrier was stronger than expected, and he needed to close the distance for close combat, so he jumped up and charged toward Tang San. You didn't resist much because everything was already within your sight. Duan Tom quickly used the illusionary shadow strike to dodge the attack. The very next second, you punch out a few times with your fingers, hitting Dian Fong's weak points, causing pain to shoot through his brain like an electric shock. He sat down suddenly, wondering what was happening. Suddenly, he couldn't use strength on his left side. What is really going on? Daosan frowned happily because the plan was successful. Got it. The bloodline power of the 4 tails, with just that, you quickly retreated. Master, I've used up a bit too much energy. Can I go back to rest now? Yan Feng looked a little confused. Did I lose? But you didn't try to hold on. Go now. Remember what I told you today. Don't tell anyone. On that night of the new moon, Tang San was absorbing spiritual energy from the bloodline he just stole. A bright light signaled good fortune, and his eyes became vacant. It's done, finally breaking through to the 4th stage. I now understand how to increase my cultivation, and next I need to accumulate strength. I must have the power to devour bloodline forces stronger than before. As the sun began to set, Dian Fong said, All right, class is over, Duong Tom. Come here for a moment. I have something to discuss. He obediently followed. Yes, teacher, please go ahead. Dian Fong's face darkened, and the tense atmosphere grew heavier. When I first taught you in class, I explained what joint sitting is. You probably still remember, right? After a while of talking, Dian Fong only summarized a few words, so absolutely do not mention the 2 words rescue outside. Do you understand what I mean? Dongtam Nehetho asked, still probing. Teacher, I understand. You want to learn how to control the wind ring technique with me? Dian Fong crossed his arms, dissatisfied with his attitude. Learning that I want to break through my bloodline is already very difficult. This little guy really wants to teach me, huh? Now I can enhance it a bit and do some practice. Hearing the old man agree, Dong Tam happily teaches Voan Fong Han that using it is actually not difficult. After mastering the defensive arrow technique and the recovery method, he can try learning them. To make Dian Fong happy, he will follow along. Great, with so many techniques involved. In the following days during lunch breaks, Wang Dian Fong will have private lessons with Dong Tam. Of course, for the kids, it's the teacher forcing Duong Tam to work, while Duong Tam spends the day attending classes, practicing in the elemental formation room, or going out alone to fight Uk Fong Lan. Using the special ability of Huyan Thian Kong to transform bloodline power, Duong Tam quickly enhances his strength. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaolei watched as Dung Tam cheered him on and went back to work. Keep going. He pretended to be nervous about working hard, but he couldn't rest properly, so let's go. Teacher, I'm here, and before I even arrived, a scroll was thrown to you. This is from Dian Fong, the thing you've always wanted. Duong Tam's eyes lit up brighter than car headlights when he heard the word map, and he hurriedly opened it to check. Xiao Wu, wait for me. Yan Feng looked at him, asking for his opinion. I have a mission to go into the city. I can bring someone along. Didn't you say you wanted to go see it? Without hesitation, Tang San immediately agreed. Into the city, I want to go. He knew your expression would turn out like this, so he advised you not to get too excited. Entering the city is very dangerous. I need to give you a few warnings, and tomorrow morning the 2 of us will set out. Dian Feng reminded them that submitting the tribute list was quite simple, but being careful was key. The 2 master and disciple continued across the vast grassland, approaching something, and he quickly ordered the high-level demon beast to bow and said, Do not look at it, or you'll be killed. The huge elephant moved slowly, carrying an overwhelming aura of death. Soon after, the 2 arrived at a city. Our destination, Jiali City. Dianfeng kept emphasizing caution, saying that after entering the city, don't talk much, don't wander around, and must remain humble. Dongtam listened and understood. Got it. The two of them entered an old, shabby inn, and as soon as they stepped in, he spoke. Hey, I'm here to work. The demoness happily calls out when she sees him. Dianfeng discusses the house. We want to stay for about 3 days, and I want to introduce you to my new disciple. Meanwhile, Dongtam looked around and realized this was a specialized inn. After settling in, the two of them headed straight to the residence of the Feng Lang clan. In front of the dazzling red city gate, a giant wolf stands guard. Dianfeng turns to instruct carefully, do not let him in, wait quietly on the other side, and don't cause trouble. Then he turned and walked away. Tangtam silently watched his figure disappear. He stood there alone, when suddenly a small shop caught his eye. Dongtam was very curious about the unusual name, thinking it was the tea master. Duong Tam stood there in a daze, wondering what is milk tea and if it tastes good, while the shop owner was a human and he kept staring at her without feeling embarrassed. He was thinking to himself that without any strange customers, he might as well try it himself. Suddenly, a small shadow appeared from behind, like a golden butterfly fluttering past, and at that moment, Duong Tam suddenly realized that the girl with brown hair was calmly walking over, and his heart skipped a beat. The old figure suddenly reappeared, and he softly called out, "Xiao Wu!" The beautiful girl stood in the refreshing breeze. Dongtam's eyes trembled as he asked, "Is it really her? Is it really her?" "Over there, she is saying something to the shopkeeper." Then she approached with a glass of water in her hand and asked, "Are you really her?" She handed the glass to him and said, "Hey, are you really her?" She gently reminded him, "Don't look anymore. Go quickly. Staying nearby won't be good for you." Duantam's eyes gradually filled with tears. He softly called out, "Xiao Wu." She turned away as if to correct herself. "I'm not Xiao Wu. Everyone calls me Mr. May." After saying that, the young master hurriedly ran away, and Duongtam's eyes gradually welled up, the image of her constantly appearing in his mind. It's her. The young master paused, and she looked back in surprise, her face filled with longing. "Makongtu, why are you crying?" She raised her hand to signal, "Drink this." Even though Duongtam is dazed, he still understands her meaning. He looked at the glass in his hand, gently lifted it, and took a sip. The taste of love made Duongtam feel at ease. The voice of hope echoes from the small tree. "I found it." At this moment, Yan Feng stepped forward. "Tangsan, what are you drinking?" "I just saw my uncle call to ask." "Master, have you ever seen this shop? The milk tea is really good." Dian Feng replied, a bit embarrassed. "The core area I rarely visit. Let's go quickly. The temperament of the noble beast clans here isn't good at all." Dong Tam agreed. "Okay, wait for me a moment. I run over to give a few coins, but she stops me. I'll buy you a milk tea. What do I owe you? And also, my name is Duong Tam," a gentle voice sounded. "Duong Tam, are you okay?" He immediately replied, "I'm fine, teacher, really fine." Vuong Dianfeng analyzed, "It seems that the bubble tea had quite an impact on you. In this world full of malice, we should still keep some kindness in our hearts." Tang San asked, "Do you want to go for a walk now that the main task is done?" "Ask your ghost aunt. Today there is a traditional sparring match held once a year in the lively place." Duong Tam looked at her in confusion. "Fighting competition? What is that?" The ghost lady explained it's a traditional competition where two sides stand a certain distance apart and clash. A festival for young monsters, usually participants from level 3 to 6 interested in watching. Duong Tam's eyes lit up. "Yes, master. Let's go watch the sparring match." Then Yuan Dianfeng turned away. "All right, let's go watch. Let's get ready." Tong Tam secretly calculated whether he could find an opportunity to absorb the bloodline power. The most important thing now was to grow stronger quickly so he could protect her. At an arena, loud shouts rang out and the sparring match was about to begin. A large bear announced that the old rules still apply. The closer to the collision point, the winner. No restrictions on tactics. The one who wins 10 consecutive matches wins. Those above the third realm can sign up. The surrounding whispers and discussions about signing up are all about experts, and just one victory earns the spiritual the token prize. "Master, I also want to sign up to win some money." Duong Tam Ha is determined. "I want to try. Maybe I'll get lucky." The old witch ponders with her chin resting on her hand. Too risky, winning or losing isn't a good thing, but he dismisses her outright. "All right then. Put on your hood and mask, disguise yourself to participate. After the match is over, I'll go back alone so it won't be exposed." A wolf man hands Duong Tam a participation card. "This is your entry card. Win one match and earn a spirit deer token if you still have your life." You calmly took the card as a shout echoed in the arena. The fight had begun, and the clash of weapons was deafening. Several more matches remained in the arena, including a fourth-rank lightning fox. The one-horned beasts roared, "Finally, it's my turn, go die." Suddenly, Dong Tom appeared in front of it. "Wait, it's not your turn yet." "What? What are you causing a fuss for? Get out of the way." He quickly dodged its sky-high attack and held up the card in his hand. Everyone cheered for the fight. A subordinate dared to join the match. Tiny in stature, so boring, completely killing the mood. "Hurry up and deal with him. This is not a place for you to be." "Deal with him." Thiembao sneered as the announcement was made. The competition began. The cheers roar as it howls, "Fight him, tear him apart." It rushes toward Dong Tam. The cheers ring out again, tearing him apart. It strikes towards you. Suddenly, Thunderbolt suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared. Tang San rushed from another side to attack him. You start your attack and your strike leaves Thiembao frozen in place. Tang Tam continues to use the absorption technique. The wind ring. Thiembao was quickly defeated and bleeding. The spectators below were confused. Why is it not moving anymore? The scream just now was so terrifying. Are those whispers just now when they saw Tang San crawl out of the Thunder Leopard's corpse? Did that dependent Feng Lang win? The victorious laughter spreads across the arena. It's so addictive. Defeat that stinky tiger. Well done. No wonder they are vassals of the clan. The remaining clouded leopards grit their teeth in hatred, unable to believe they were defeated by Feng Lang's vassals. A ferocious leopard rushes at Tang San, tearing through his body, but the giant bear swats it away with a single paw, sending it flying. It boldly declared that losing is losing. Rules are rules. If you want revenge, wait for the next match. Wang Yanfeng broke out in a sweat. Even the ghost lady is tense about this. "Ka, is this the monster you trained?" "Duong Tam Lan, Lung Hoi, is the competition still going on?" The giant bear roared. "Continue. The one-horned ones are approaching steadily. Finally, it's my turn. It seems I won't crush a tiny insect like you." You remain silent as it rushes wildly towards Duong Tam under the insect armor spell, and you respond with equal strength, two forces clashing. The one-horned group secretly judged, the small ring of light trying to make me stop? Attacking the eyes, so what if it does? Under my armor spell, I can even block with my eyelid. It froze in place, and the one-horned group looked around in confusion. Where is everyone? A small figure flies straight down from the sky. Tong San wielded his weapon and charged at it, delivering a fatal strike straight into the eye of the Tengu Yu. He unleashes his absorption power. Tengu Yu screams in pain. It roared wildly into the sky as the injured Tengu Yu, driven mad by the collision, charged into the crowd. Everyone was shouting in fear, "This guy is crazy, fall back." A huge hand restrains the Tengu Yu, while a giant Tengu Yu criticizes it as useless and unable to win even once. A loud voice calls out, "Next opponent, fight him." The crowd shouts to deal with him. Does Duong Tam see the opponent as the victorious demon of the Eagle clan, sent here to deal with me? A loud shout rang out, causing the holy beast to fly straight toward Dong Tam, sneering as it charged. A small vassal is tightly bound by me, and the only outcome is that you stare fixedly at the demon saint. You begin to unleash your power with a fierce beam of light shining directly at it. The demon lord felt dizzy but quickly regained his composure. He sneered, "Feng Ring, useless." Tang San strikes towards it. The demon saint, with his eyes closed, didn't notice. Screaming in pain from the fierce attack, at the same time, Duong Tam also soared up alongside it. He delivered a direct strike towards the demon saint. It endured his fierce attack. The demon saint fell straight to the ground in defeat, and he landed at the same time. Everyone was confused. What just happened? That vassal has won again. The giant rat is suspicious, not expecting this vassal to possess such combat ability. The bloodline of the wind wolf has someone so strong, the announcement sounds, "Next person. The spirit deer beast will handle him." Vuong Dianfeng was tense. How was he going to subdue this kid? A loud shout rang out. It was starting. Does Tang San secretly evaluate Ling Talok Yu? I heard this is the top lineage of demons with incredibly strong mental power. Lin Ti also squinted at him. What's going on here? No malice. This subordinate doesn't want to hurt me at all. You fly up and grab its horn, then Endao presses directly on its head. Trat Lin Ti's eyes widened in fear as it threw you straight down. Dangerous. Get down now. It looked around anxiously, wondering to itself. Who's there? Suddenly Lin Ti looked straight in one direction. It silently watched you from afar. Lin Ti calmly spoke up. I've won. Don Tam charged straight at it without saying a word. The giant bear can't believe it. What's going on? Since when has this spirit-tearing beast been so powerful? Could it be that this person has exhausted too much energy earlier and no longer has any strength left? Dang Tam quickly took his reward, 3 spiritual coins. then used the demon shadow illusion to vanish into the crowd. The Thunderbolt demon gritted his teeth and shouted, "Where is that dependent Feng Lang just now? Don't let him escape." Vuong Dian Feng turned back and told the demon auntie, "Dong Tam has escaped," she responded, "so let's withdraw." As night fell, Dong Tam quickly ran through the darkness. He remembered a gem that had been transformed into the bloodline mark of the Thunderbolt. They couldn't be chased due to their aura. The group of Thunderbeasts lost their trail and disappeared in confusion. The space fell silent again. "The three of us have returned safely to the resting room." Only then did Vuong Dianfeng calm down and say, "It's really scary. You really have guts. Even the ghost lady agrees to kill that demon rat." Duan-san panicked. "I didn't want to kill it either, I just raised my hand at the time. Who knew it would turn out like that?" "The master is not involved with other human dependencies, right?" Mr. Nian replied, "No, the core conflict is between the Demon Fox clan and the Feng Lang." The witch sighed and said, "Let's leave the city early tomorrow morning. I'll go out and check. You two rest up." "Why are you so agitated today? You usually don't have this kind of temper." "You tell me," I stammered in response. "Teacher, that milk tea is very sweet and delicious. I want to earn some money." He looked at him in surprise. Wang Yanfeng sighed helplessly and closed his eyes. He hugs Dong Tam tightly and says from now on he shouldn't do foolish things like that again when he wants to drink bubble tea, but just tell the teacher, "Teacher, take you to buy." The boy also hugs him, remembering his stern appearance. He bows his head sincerely and says, "Sorry, teacher, I made you worry. I won't be so impulsive anymore." "All right, be careful in the future so you can go further. I'll check on your ghost. Rest early. The nights are getting quieter." Back in the room, Tong Tam immediately activated the Huyan Tian Kong to check today's harvest. He looked at the orbs inside his body, feeling fascinated. The 3 types of bloodline seals he obtained today were all floating within him, and he sensed that these things could all become his abilities. Under Duong Tam's observation and experimentation, he gradually understood the relationship between heavenly technique and bloodline mark. A golden mark slowly sank down, then suddenly it was gradually pulled out. He was excited to see the lightning flash mark being taken out. The mark indeed separates from the Huyan Tian technique, but the skill level of lightning flash has dropped from 4 stages to 3. The fusion went smoothly again. It seems that 1 fusion is enough to make it easier. That's great. The Lacan can now fuse and separate freely, so there's no need to worry about accidentally absorbing the wrong skill and affecting the development. Next, let's test how many new skills can be integrated, starting with the heavy armor technique. A single mark begins to embed into Tang San's body. He can't believe it. Oh, the bloodline power has become stronger, and even the physical strength has increased significantly. The eagle eye mark of the white-headed Chuan Yu also enhances the corresponding physical qualities. In the end, the spirit deer heart eye of the spirit deer Lok Yu is quite similar to what I imagined and cannot be fused. The 4th stage can only integrate 4 types of skills based on experimental results. Duan Tam pondered as he looked at the scene before him, suddenly stunned. He silently assessed that this is the spiritual deer eye mark being pulled over by the eagle eye mark, actively devouring. Could it be that under the same origin, bloodline marks can devour each other? Interesting, the light in your room still flickers in the night. Duong Tam suddenly realizes that the fusion is complete, transforming into a new mark. The eagle eye not only enhances itself, but probably also has certain effects from the spiritual tiger heart eye. Tonight will definitely be a big harvest, not only mastering advanced mark techniques, but also discovering skills that can devour and evolve. The next morning, Duan Tam opened the window and looked out. A flash of light appeared in the distance, growing brighter and brighter, his eyes shining with realization. Could this be the effect of merging the eagle eye and the spiritual heart eye? The cultivation efficiency of the Death Extreme Demon clone was several times greater than before. Trying to activate the power of the spirit to mind eye after merging, Duong Tam began to unleash the strength from his eyes, and a brilliant light appeared. He silently marveled that these dazzling lights were elements, capable of sensing and perceiving elements within the body, and could even better manipulate the elements. This spirit-tearing eye is so powerful. I must work hard to improve this skill in the future. Its effects are definitely significant. Suddenly, there's a sound of a door opening in your room. Duong Tam, get ready. We're about to set out. Duong Tam and the group set out. He looked back behind him and silently promised himself, "Wait for me, young Master Mei." At a shop, young Master Mei still longs to look outside. She has always been waiting for someone. Cam Ni saw this and asked her, "What's wrong, little Mei?" She stammered in response, "No, it's nothing, Mom." Duong Tam, you were too impulsive yesterday. In this world, we are still too weak. Heaven gave us intelligence, but not innate talent. I don't think my strength alone can change all of humanity. We just haven't found a way to connect with this world yet. This isn't something one lifetime can achieve, But as long as we try, there will definitely be a way. Vuong Dianfeng looked at him in surprise and let out a relieved breath. He replied calmly, I was going to persuade you, but I think I'm about to be convinced by you anyway, but first you must try your best to stay humble. At Fenglang Town, the sky is turning evening, and Lang Lam Tuyet happily runs out. Dong Tam, you're back. Duong Tam sighs at his friend's efforts and says, They train so hard? She replies, Yeah, the master told us to focus more on actual combat. He watched everyone train carefully and straightforwardly said, Everyone's progress is too slow. Come here and compete with me. Vuong Tu Lua confidently looked at him and said, We haven't made slow progress. Let me show you my skills. Duong, Tamhan, Nhen Tran Ku, Dan Kwaku, Ivalin Hotfan Kong, Dan Trung Vuong Thiu Lue. You would be dead now if this were real combat. I wonder what's wrong with you today, Dong Tam. Vuong Dianfeng slowly appears. I'm back. Hey, are you guys okay? Teacher is back. How come Dong Tam can beat us? He's so powerful. Tang San explained that he only felt they would improve faster and was worried they might become dependent. The old master silently assessed him, thinking, This kid, I just told him to be a bit more humble earlier. Vuong Dianfeng sighed. Then, from tomorrow on, Dong Tam will also join the actual combat training. Everyone seemed to find it hard to believe. Master, can you help me find detailed information about Feng Langzhen? I want to help everyone analyze the opponent. Vuong Dianfeng looked at him intently. It was really just analyzing the opponent. Duong Tam nodded. Knowing your enemy and yourself ensures victory in every battle, so be fully prepared. For me right now, the most important thing is figuring out how to leave here quickly and get to young Master Mei. Not just myself, but everyone who depends on me here must go with me. The next day, Dong Tam joined the snow reality battle and taught the Dong Sect's ultimate skills to everyone. Since he couldn't pass on the mystical heaven technique, he simplified several sets of skills and chose the most suitable ones for each person to practice. Dong Tam watched everyone training intently. Under his guidance, the four of them made rapid progress in their strength. Nightfall covered the entire area as Tang San ran, gasping for breath. After night fell, he sprinted wildly through the forest, trying to reach Lethan as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Duong Tam stopped and began to investigate the surroundings. He thought to himself that the master's room had activated the Feng Yuan element barrier, and there were 3 people inside. He tiptoed closer, secretly peeking inside through the window. Suddenly, Duong Tam's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the scene before him, 5-tiered warriors belonging to humans. Vuong Dianfeng gritted his teeth and asked sharply, Who are you? The mysterious man replied, Born to save humanity, existing to revive mankind. He was startled and looked at him, saying rescue, and Duong Tam also broke out in sweat. Salvation is the one who comes to the door. The mysterious man straightforwardly replied, Yes, it was the demon who told us your location. She is a member of our group. Vuong Dianfeng asked, What do you want from me? The mysterious man hinted at him. Brother Vuong, what do you think about the current state of our people on the Demon Beast continent? Vuong Dianfeng, exhausted, replied, I don't have any thoughts. With such powerful monsters and cunning tribes, are we really capable of overthrowing them? The mysterious man casually dismisses his concern, saying we can't overthrow them, so should we just let them kill and destroy? Do you know how much sacrifice our own kind still have to make? Vuong Dianfeng closed his eyes wearily. You don't need to tell me these things. I've seen enough. What do you really want me to do? The mysterious man suggests joining us to save more people. Mr. Shu froze in place when he heard him speak, and he continued to persuade, saying no need to worry about safety. After so many years, have you ever heard of any member risking others to save themselves? Vuong Dianfeng hesitated and asked, So what do you need me to do? The mysterious man extended his hand and said, Just like before. As long as you manage the people who depend on us well, enlighten their minds, and spread our ideology, that's enough. There's one more thing related to your path of Tom. Vuong Dianfeng broke out in sweat. He's still young, and even his status as a dependent is not yet solidified. The mysterious man waved it off and said, There's no need to worry. All organizational issues will be resolved, but it still depends on whether his innate talent is sufficient. I need to personally test him. Suddenly, the window of the room swung open, and Tang San appeared to question him. How do you want to be tested? The mysterious man silently evaluated him. Able to hide so well, he made a proposal. Real combat. Endure for 1 minute under my hand, and you're considered to have passed. Duong Tam looked at the mysterious man seriously. But I have conditions. You honestly suggest that I hope the place where you train me can be arranged in Gali City, and also pay attention to the safety surface. The mysterious man looked at you challengingly. Wait until you pass the test before discussing conditions. Dong Tam whispered, All right, can I start now? The mysterious man stared intently at him. This kid, facing me without any fear at all. He spoke. Let's begin. The two of them started facing each other in combat. He saw the strength of your attack coming at him, and the mysterious man began to defend. Star-shaped wind ring. Suddenly, Duong Tom's weapon stopped in front of him, then suddenly sped up and struck towards him. Two powerful forces clashed, with Duong Tom's strength directly hitting his mask. The mask shattered, and the mysterious man couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen such a wind ring that could accelerate further in midair. Two fragments of the wind ring are still flying in the air. He secretly guesses that he missed the shot, so the mysterious man suddenly realizes he wants to be triggered from behind. He glances back, recalling that he threw a total of 2 wind rings spinning behind me, truly eye-opening. But to get closer, your tricks are useless. The mysterious man counterattacked, transforming into a tiger and blocking Duong Tom's strikes as he continued to unleash his power. The mysterious man was stunned. What? He tries to break through Duong Tom's attack. He suddenly realized the power of this wind ring. Your attack caused the mysterious figure pain. After 9 layers of wind rings hit their targets one after another, the last 3 layers did not descend at all, and smoke filled the entire room. Vuong Dianfeng was stunned by the scene before him. The mysterious man still stood there, and he angrily gritted his teeth as he turned back. Are you done? The mysterious man questions you, who taught you to control the wind ring. Duong Tom looks at Vuong Dianfeng. Are you confused me? I wonder silently, why don't I know? He calmly remarked that this child has excellent comprehension, lacking my groundbreaking creativity, but is already very talented in control. The mysterious man turned away, and the 2 conditions you mentioned earlier probably won't be an issue. I will report back and then make arrangements. With that, he left through the window. Duong Tom stared in surprise as he walked away. This person is even more unpredictable than expected. Vuong Dianfeng asked you, do you really want to join the redemption? And you glanced at him and said, Teacher, I want to see the outside world. Moreover, I agree with what he said. Vuong Dianfeng said quietly, I was actually advised by the ghosts long ago, but I didn't want to ruin the hard-won, peaceful environment. Duong Tom replied, Sorry, Master. I caused you more trouble. He waved it off, not blaming you. What is meant to come will come, and deep down, I do hope for humanity's revival. I hope that while I am still alive, I can see that light. Duong Tom looked ahead with determination and said, It will be fine. I can definitely do it. The mysterious man ran while coughing up blood, wiping the blood from his face. Luckily, he ran fast, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing to vomit blood there. This child is exceptionally talented. He must be quickly recruited into the organization. For the next half-month, besides training, Duong Tom will also be thinking about Miss May. Until the tiger-faced person appeared again, he informed you that your request had been approved and the preliminary plan was complete. And we are preparing to create chaos through conflict among the monster clans, so that the disappearance of a small slave won't attract attention. Vuong Dianfeng said frankly, but how exactly will we cause the chaos? Do you remember the Lightning Hawk from the competition? Feng Lang One Step and the Lightning Hawk clan are defensive, and after that, there were a few conflicts between the 2 sides in Gali City. We will find a way to lure the Thunderbird clan into attacking here, and take this opportunity to send Dongsan away. We will control the scale of the conflict, and this operation will be personally led by one of our elders. What do you think? Vuong Dianfeng pondered. Maybe. Duong Tam also agrees. I have no problem with that. The tiger-faced man replied, All right, then next we will arrange the detailed plan. The tiger-faced man, Duong Tom, and Vuong Dianfeng discussed the plan carefully, making sure they all remembered clearly. The tiger-faced man gave detailed instructions, emphasizing that you must leave after 3 incense burns from the start of the fight, and the plan will proceed 3 nights from now. 3. I will come again in 2 days. Vuong Dianfeng patted Duong Tom on the shoulder. Go ahead, you should go there. With your talent, you should do more for humanity. If you encounter difficulties, you can return at any time. Remember, this will always be your home. Duong Tom muttered. Maybe I should do something too. If this operation succeeds, I will officially join the rescue effort. The night falls in the quiet space, and before the day of action, the tiger-faced man comes again to confirm the details. Duong Tom thought 300 moments should be enough to do a lot. Beyond Fenglang Town, 10 kilometers away, the Lightning Reporters group was already ambushing. The leader spoke. Trin Mankai, is this the place over here? Trin Mankai holds the map and approaches. Yes, Lord Thiem Lin. The town ahead is Fenglang Town. Thien Lin is annoyed. Fong Lang deserves to die. Our position is here. Trin Mankai is calculating. We can enter the town in 10 minutes. Lord Thien Lin, should we proceed with the investigation now? Thien Lin is furious, probing. Will those cunning Feng Lang really tell the truth? To find the evidence, I will destroy their town. Everyone rest up and we will act after night falls. As night falls, they are also preparing to attack. It is now nighttime. The fireflies flutter in the darkness, and they see a symbol carved into a tree. Trinman Kai points to the village ahead and says, "That is Fonglang Village." Thunder Spirit Lin ignited with rage. "There is indeed the aura of our clan. Charge forward and sweep the entire town. Anyone who blocks our way must be killed." The quiet night enveloped the town. Suddenly the Wind Ridge King was startled, and he began to unleash his power. He fought fiercely with Thiem Bao. "Why did you invade my territory?" Thiem Lin angrily looked at him and struck directly at Fonglang Vuong, cutting to the chase. "Prepare to die." He raised his shining scepter and shouted, "Ancestors, grant your blessing." Thiem Lin also struck towards Fonglang Vuong, secretly thinking, "A traitor to the clan, I didn't expect there to be a chief priest in this small town." "Why did you attack my clan directly? Trespassing into another clan's territory is a violation of the ancestral rules. You dare to accuse me of kidnapping your little one? How shameless are you?" Grand Minister Feng Lang was surprised. "What do you mean you took your little clan's child?" Shinlin confirmed. "Yes, I have sensed my clan's bloodline." He muttered to himself, Fong Hung protests, Grand Elder, "I don't have it." Dai Teitu pondered silently, wondering if Fong Hung's constant suffering from not being able to break through was truly the case. Fong Hung also remained silent. He remembered that this was only 2 days ago, no one knew, and the mistake was made by Luo Pengcheng going out. He shouted and attacked Tin Lin. Grand Minister hurriedly stopped and said, "Tianling used the split spirit technique. It's indeed you." Grand Minister criticized, "Fong Hung, are you reckless?" He replied, "I have no choice now. I need resources to level up. Let's work together to kill it, and I will leave the town." Thiem Lin was furious. "Damn it, if you can't level up, you'll destroy my clan's daughter." "Master, you and the master teacher take care. I have to go now." "Didn't you say 3 hours?" "Don't worry, he agrees too. The storm has passed behind us, so I'm leaving early to act according to the situation. Be sure to be careful." After informing the demon about his safety, Dung Tam agreed with him. "Yeah, I got it." After speaking, he rushed forward. He glanced at the nearby battle, deep in thought. Leaving directly was the safest choice, but it was also a great opportunity to strengthen his bloodline power. Deng Tam walked along the edge of the conflict zone, searching for some smaller-scale battles. He looked ahead, pleased that the number was not too many, and all cultivators were at the 3rd or 4th stage, with their strength nearly exhausted. "Attack now. You launch Feng Ren towards Fong Lang and Thiem Bao, who are fighting." Fong Lang is pleased. "Fong Han belongs to us." The Thunder Beasts are annoyed. "Annoying. Is there also a Bay of Quan Sao?" The screams and warnings echo loudly. "No, that's not right. Be careful with these wind rings. You've destroyed quite a few of them." Tang San secretly calculated, 80% done, finally fully absorbed. Though the improvement is significant, I still don't feel it's enough for a breakthrough. You hide behind a house, watching them fight, while secretly activating the spirit Isai. On the other side, Fong Hung and Thiem Lin are still battling, their powers clashing and illuminating the entire area. Fong Hung shouted, "We can't go on like this. We will be killed." The Great Templar secretly thought, their opponent's cultivation advantage is too great. We can't hold out any longer. The staff in his hand shone brightly as Thiem Lin stared in surprise at its light. The Grand Minister created a large formation to confront him, gathering overwhelming power, ready to strike at Thiem Lin. Grand Priest Fong Lang shouted, "Stop your clan members, or I will unleash the violent heart of Feng Lang, and both your Thunder Beasts and our Feng Lang will not survive." "Stop, all the clan members stop fighting." Du Tang begins counting 145, 146, 147, 148. He is curious about the power emitted from the Grand Minister's scepter, wondering what that luminous sphere is that can threaten the Thunder Herald leader. The two forces finally confront each other. "It seems the rescue organization understands both sides' situation very well," the boy exclaimed. Duong Tam is deep in thought. "The fight between the two clans has ended, and I must leave quickly. As soon as I finish speaking, I fly away." The Grand Minister declared to the Thunder Beasts, "You have killed so many of my clan members. I can hand over your surviving young as long as you retreat." Thunder Spirit angrily retorted, "Shut up and step back. Do you even know what you're doing?" The Grand Minister agreed immediately. "All right, I will give you an explanation. Feng Hung, go now. You have lost your position as leader because of your anger." Grand Minister is shouting, "Do you really want to destroy everything in Fonglang Town because of your foolish actions? So get out now." Feng Hung grits his teeth in anger and rushes off furious. Thien Lin begins negotiations respecting Fonglang. "I will give it 100 moments. After 100 moments, if you still interfere, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone retreat." Night still envelops the forest, and Feng Hong continues to rush through the darkness. He is burning with rage. How did it come to this? I have to run now and figure it out. Even if my strength is low, if I can use the wind elemental boost to speed up, I might have a chance to reach Fengling Mineral Mountain. Suddenly he stopped and looked up above. Feng Heng wondered silently. A member of the Fengnan clan? These are 18 wind rings. Dao Tang stepped out from behind the tree and muttered, 50 chi should be enough. Feng Heng quietly judged him to be a human brat. Duong Tam charged straight at him to attack. Bao Mieng, Feng Heng pondered. Bao Thiam, why is that? How does this guy have both at the same time? You throw a punch straight at him and he also raises his hand to block your strike. Feng Heng also counterattacked Duong Tam, who also unleashed the power of the ultimate death demon. Feng Heng was startled as he looked at him, but he easily blocked his attack. You stare intently at him, continuing with the Feng Rengui move and launching another absorption attack. The 100 Birds Forest is in chaos. Feng Heng was quickly defeated. Dong Tam gasped for breath, never intending to do this but unexpectedly ran back toward me. Luckily, it seemed to be exhausted and was overconfident, so I had to leave quickly. Suddenly, a strange light envelops him and he suddenly freezes. He quietly realizes, breakthrough achieved, 5th stage. The mark inside his body appeared. Tang San was startled, and Fong Lang's mark also changed color. It seems its bloodline is different from normal Fong Lang. Suddenly, Duong Tam saw a strange object on the ground, a small bag lying loosely on the dirt. You calmly pick it up, then turn and rush away, a mournful sigh echoing through the sky and earth. No! The Grand Minister screams in agony. Who killed him? Who? Thiam Lin was also surprised, truly unexpected. In less than 100 moments, this Feng Lang lord had already died, and he hurriedly denied it. It's not me, nor is it my people. The Grand Minister bitterly looked at him and said it was your fault. Do you know if it has the bloodline of the King of Wind on its body? Thiam Lin also retorted. I told you, it wasn't me, and I don't know who did it. The bloodline of the Windwolf King shouldn't be involved with a lord in such a small place. The cry of Feng Lang echoes through the sky. Thiam Lin quietly thinks that this Feng Lang stronghold might be more complicated than it seems, so she decides to report back to her clan first. The sound of steel howling still echoed in the midnight, and Wang Dianfeng was startled as he watched the situation outside. He wondered why the altar center had already started. The Grand Minister began setting up the ritual, using the blood of descendants to pray for justice from the Lord, for us and our children. The bright moon shone in the night sky as Tang San kept rushing forward. Suddenly he stopped and saw a figure ahead. A tiger-faced man appeared. You're here, let's go. Duan San agreed immediately. The two of you keep moving forward. A blazing red beam shoots straight into the sky, causing the tiger-faced man and Duong Tam to stop in their tracks. The tiger-faced man glances back, the beam brighter than ever. He silently assessed, this resentment is too strong. This is what he said to Duong Tam. Maybe something has happened in Fong Lang Town. Let's go, we'll figure it out later. That morning, she still burned brightly in the darkness. In the quiet late night at the Li Cheng residence, a mysterious person sat silently at Feng Lang Ancestral Residence. He stood up in anger. What? Who dares to kill my children and grandchildren? His power suddenly exploded. He rushed out, leaving Miss Mai puzzled. She looked around nervously at the Fong Lang outside. What's wrong? Did something happen? The bright sunrise shines on the horizon, the tiger-faced man says to Duong Tam. Duong Tam, take this. From now on, you are a dependent of Fong Lang Tuok. This token's identity is real, and you must not panic when you encounter patrols. The boy nervously asks him, Senior, does that mean I am now part of the rescue organization? Hulk-faced man glances at Duong Tam and says, Senior, calling me that is fine. My name is Truong Thien Tu, but I'm not officially part of the organization yet. They still need to check and train you for a while. Let's go. We're entering the city. Young Master Mai, I have arrived. Senior, where are we going? I feel like we're leaving the town a bit. Truong Thien Tu told you, this is our Redemption Academy. Duan Tam was confused, wondering if the Redemption Academy also had its own institution right under the eyes of the monster tribe. Zhang Tiantian introduced to Tang San. This is Jia Lai Academy. You marvel and admire how amazing it is. Is this our Redemption Academy? He then asked you, what good thing are you thinking about? This is the top-tier Jia Lai Academy where only the most talented or noble can study, and the place we need to go is over here. The clear blue sky covers the entire space as the two stand high above, looking down at the academy. Dong Tam suddenly looks ahead, and Truong Thien Tu warns him. Don't say his name, understand? He nodded at him. He started explaining. The existence of this town is to serve Jia Lai Monster Academy. Both clans highly value educating the next generation, and having humans as dependents is perfect for serving the academy. Truong Thien Tu led Duong Tam to a house and said, Town Chief, I have brought him here. Xian replied, "Fine, leave him to me. Go rest now and investigate what happened last night." Tianxiu nodded, "Yes." Zhang Haoxian told Tang San to introduce himself, and he solemnly replied, "I am Tang San, 9 years old, specializing in controlling wind rings." He suddenly fell silent and asked gloomily, "Do you want to live or to die?" Dongsong was startled by his murderous aura, panic-stricken as the hostility was too intense. Truong Hao Hien, filled with resentment, pointed at him. Dongtam painfully clutching his head, he begins to cast the Spirit Tier-I heavy armor technique to summon the lightning strike. Zhang Haoxian suddenly stops, continuing to unleash his power. You can't escape now. He was stunned by his power. Duongtam gritted his teeth, unable to escape, his abilities completely crushed. Suddenly Zhang Haoxian praised, "That's impressive. You've reached the 5th realm, haven't you? You're truly extraordinary. How can you have different abilities?" Duongtam stared at him intently, indeed revealing himself after all. Zhang Haoxian calmly explained, "I tested you because I sensed you had reached the 5th stage. We have already investigated your background and origins, but your abilities are beyond our scope of investigation. Tell me, what is going on?" Duongtam cautiously replied, "My ability is different from ordinary demon god's transformation. I didn't mean to hide it, I'm just afraid. Does Wang Yanfeng know about this?" "You are the first to know. Zhang Haoxian praises you." "Good. How did I get this ability?" Tang San recounts that when I was young, that person gave me a book before he died. That book is called The Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, which contains some cultivation techniques. I learned a power called Mysterious Heaven Skill from it, which seems to be divided into 9 levels. Then I realized I could control the wind ring by absorbing Feng Lang's energy through contact. Truong Hao Hien rested his chin in thought, and the method of controlling the wind ring also came from that book. He replied to him, He asked curiously, "What is that person's name?" Tang San revealed. "That person seems to be named Zhu Jiaham." Zhang Haoxian repeated Zhu Jiaham. He continued speaking. "Later, during the competition, you devoured the abilities of other monster clans. Your ability is very powerful." Tang San suggested to him that I could teach him how to cultivate. "Do you want to learn?" Zhang Haoxian immediately refused. "No." He secretly glanced around as the town chief used fire elemental to seal the aura in this room. The room fell silent, and he said nothing. He suspiciously asked Tang San, "Did you just say, the mystical heaven technique has 9 layers? You immediately replied, "Yes, I am willing to dedicate the mystical sky technique to the organization." Hojian nodded and warned you, "The abilities you learn from this book are very special, but for salvation, it may not be a good thing." Dongtam, remember what I said. From now on, you must not tell anyone else what you just said. Not even the organization, and I won't report it either. Duongtam asked in surprise, "Why?" Facing his question, Hao Hian added, "First, we still don't know what level can be achieved through practicing the Huyan Tian Gong. Secondly, this upheaval in the way humans learn will also make us more capable." Upon hearing this, Duongtam immediately concluded that this isn't a good thing. Suddenly, Hao Xian shook his head in frustration. "That's good. If the Yutin clans knew we possessed high-level intelligence and could even devour their powers, how would they react? They might kill us all. Only if you cultivate the Huyan Tian technique to the highest level can we decide whether to continue spreading this ultimate skill. I will specially record a secret file about your matter. If I am still alive, no one will be able to see this file, so make sure not to mention this to anyone." Hao Hian's affirmation made Dongtam secretly realize that this village chief is more trustworthy than he imagined. He then made the request to become his master. Making Duongtam startle, he deliberately asked again about becoming a disciple. Hao Hian nodded in confirmation while watching him intently. "That's right, if not, then what? Do you think I would think it over silently like that?" Duongtam also respectfully bowed his head, prompting him to continue happily. "I am Zhang Haoxian, the Fire Demon Beast King, a 9-rank Fire Demon Tiger, second among Tiger-type monsters, with a golden bloodline just below the top Tiger royal lineage. To conceal my strength, let's start with the most basic red-level redemption. Red, orange, yellow, sky blue, light blue, purple, and red are the highest levels, with purple being the lowest. There are a total of 7 levels of redemption, each corresponding to a rainbow color. Master, what level are you at?" Hao Hian openly admitted, "I am at the green level. One of the officials in Jiali City, our small town, is also called the Small Town Academy. There is 1% talent in the town belonging to the organization, mainly serving the Lai Academy. And the most important task here is to cultivate potential talents for the organization. You are now a member of the Redemption, and I will now imprint the seal on you to confirm your identity as a Redeemer." Zhang Haoxian carved a mark on Tongtam's arm using a special method that makes it visible to prove his identity. It looks normal at first glance, but applying force reveals the mark. This made Dong Tom feel very excited. The bloodline activation can now be revealed within the body. Then Hao Hien urged him again, "Let's go. I'll take you to the other academy." At this moment, the entire academy became noisy with the announcement. "The city lord has arrived, everyone gather together." After everyone was present, Hao Xian took the initiative to introduce himself. "This is my new disciple. His name is Tang San. From now on, he will also study at the academy." Hearing Long Zhang's surprised tone, he stepped forward to comfort him. "The child is quite special and very promising. I will tell you more later. You just follow the arrangements. This is Director Guan Long Jiang, the academy's supervisor. Just follow his instructions. I have other matters to attend to. I'm leaving now." Long Jiang then also urged Duong Tam to come with him to get to know everyone. Mu Van Vu, the teacher in charge of daily life and physical education classes. Teacher Mu Antin, senior brother of Teacher Mu Van Vu, who is in charge of practical combat classes. Teacher Tu No, who handles all kinds of knowledge related to demon gods and transformations. I am responsible for social practice. You should also introduce yourself to everyone. Following Long Jiang's advice, he also took the initiative to introduce himself. "I am Tang San, the demon god transformation into the wind wolf form, with Suo Zhang controlling the wind ring, and the information from Tu Jiai about you left everyone in awe." "Is a small fourth rank like that already a storm wolf?" Long Yang quickly calmed the chaotic atmosphere. "The students won't introduce themselves. From now on, everyone will socialize with each other." Du Bak, the person called by name, nervously responded. Immediately, Long Zhang ordered him to take Tang San to arrange room 3 in the east. He kept whispering in awe as he followed Dak Bak, thinking how great it was to have a room of his own with plenty of space. Really wonderful. "Seeing your new friend suggest I can take you shopping for some supplies later, I feel a bit guilty. Sorry to trouble you." Dak Bak fell silent for a long time before lowering his voice and saying, "Don't be so formal from now on, we are all family. Do you know what my love, God transformation is? Look me in the eyes." And Duong Tam instinctively followed his command. As soon as their eyes met, Duong Tam's gaze reacted strangely, and then a piercing scream echoed through the room, causing Van Vu to rush over with a sharp voice. "Dak Bak, what's going on?" He is still panicking and covering his eyes with his hands, making Dong San confused and trying to explain. "I also don't know why he told me to look into his eyes." Then it turned out like this. Van Vu and Long Zhang immediately realized the problem. His rebellious spirit, this kid relies on his limited abilities and keeps trying to probe others. "Serves you right." While Van Vu urged Dong Tam to rest, Long Zhang patiently explained the demon spirit. Transformation of Dubak is inherited from the Ho Yu clan. The Heavenly Ho has the Heavenly Ho Eye, capable of probing heaven and earth. Dubak now knows he is the only human able to inherit the Heavenly Ho transformation. This must be kept secret. Seeing that Duong Tam still looked a bit worried, "Master, is he going to be okay?" Long Zhang then spoke to reassure him, "Nothing's wrong. A little rest will make him better." It quickly became morning, and the door to Duong Tam's room suddenly swung open with a greeting. "I'm Trin Tu Tran, here to take you shopping for daily necessities." Seeing Duong Tam respond politely, "Sorry to bother you," she happily replied. "No trouble at all. Consider it my way of saying thank you. That guy Dubak keeps peeking at us. You're making the girls here angry." Xiaozhen, we mainly handle daily necessities for the Licheng Academy family and support the monster student faction in their training. We have the Training Academy, which specializes in 3 departments: the Training Division, the Potion Division, and the Service Division. Later on, you can join these 3 groups to earn money. That evening at the Redemption Academy dormitory, Tongsan was in his room when he heard a familiar voice. "Just have a meal, just have a meal." He opened the door and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that you?" "Dubo, are you okay?" He also answered awkwardly right after. "It's okay. I didn't expect your mental strength to be so strong. The first time I saw the master, it was much more serious than this. I'm used to it now. Before, I acted a bit pitiful mainly to get the teacher to pay more attention to me." Tangsen also didn't want him to embarrass himself with superficial praise. "I really underestimated you." On the way to the cafeteria, Dubak emphasized that tonight's dinner is a welcome party for you, and the village chief has also arrived. Haoshan, sitting at the head seat, also excitedly spoke up. "Today, we welcome young Master Tang into our big family. Why do everyone care for and support each other? Let's progress together. I also officially accept you as my disciple." That statement left everyone puzzled and asking again, "Is it really settled? What's going on?" After choosing the best piece of meat, Haojian even proactively brought it to Tang San. Then he urged everyone to eat to dispel the awkward atmosphere at the table. Everyone hurriedly tore into the delicious meat plate in an instant, leaving Dong Tam stunned with amazement. Dubak saw this and quickly urged, "Don't just stand there, eat quickly. If you're fast, you'll get some. If you're slow, it'll be gone." Although everyone rushed to eat quickly, Dong Tam ate very happily. This is considered the most delicious meal since he arrived in this world. After the two of them arrive at the private room, Hao Xian thoughtfully inquires, "Are you still adjusting? It's been over 300 years since we started the rescue organization and established the academy." Duong Tam was stunned and exclaimed in surprise, "Over 300 years?" Hao Xian sadly explained how the ominous beast clan accepted our abilities, gradually relying on us and then building the small academy, developing step by step. If all the people across the continent had such places, there would be no more suffering, and that would be a wonderful thing. "All right, I'm leaving now. You must try your best to earn everyone's acceptance with your strength. We have a rule, my master can only accept one person, understood?" Duong Tam, still stunned, watched him quickly disappear. The feeling of freedom made him breathe a sigh of relief, finally left alone in peace. I arrived at the previous spoils a bit earlier. This is the spatial fluctuation of the space-type storage bag, which can only be opened using the bloodline power of Feng Hong and is a bound item. Use the spiritual realm to look inside. This bag itself is truly a treasure, really a space storage bag. It really is space, and it's stable, producing hundreds of inferior wind elemental stones and a large amount of wind spirit stones. The purity of these wind spirit stones has never been seen before, and there are also 3 sky feather stones. You're rich now, stay calm. The most important thing right now is to fully absorb the bloodline power of Feng Hong. The bloodline imprint is producing noticeable changes. It seems that Feng Hong's bloodline is indeed extraordinary. No wonder when it died, I could even sense a strange energy suddenly vanish from its body. I just hope it won't cause trouble for Master Vuong and the others. The next morning, as Duong Tam leisurely stepped out of his room, he suddenly heard Dak Bach calling him. "You're awake now." He also responded politely. "Brother Dubach, good morning." It made him so happy. "That's right, we're all from the same family, just call him senior brother. In the morning there's physical education, in the afternoon combat training, most of the time the schedule is like that." Tsutron just arrived and figured that Master Mo would definitely ask him to show some skill, maybe I'm actually your opponent. Then Dubach kindly reminded her, "Tiu Tsutron, if you fight your junior brother, make sure not to hurt him." "I didn't expect you to get so angry and shout. Is Tu Tran the thing you call her? Then when will you stop searching for your teeth after I beat you so badly you lose them all and continue to challenge me? If you dare to fight back now, aren't you afraid of bad luck?" She deliberately ignored him and talked with Duong Tam again. "Yes, Xiao Duong. Yesterday you caused him to suffer backlash. Did you have any reaction?" "Dueve bin than, Duong Tam dap lakin dog bach tustoikatlui, sao that su kong sao, da lakiwan chi tu de. My heaven eye can see the future. Once it reaches a certain level, anyone who harms me will be cursed. Don't you feel it?" Dong Tam replied calmly with a shake of his head, making Dubach disappointed and immediately changed the subject. "I'm really fine. Let's go to class." After arriving at the classroom behind the mountain, Van Vu looked around while asking, "Are you ready? Let's start with the main goal of reaching Tianbong." It seems like Duong Tam is giving in to Dak Bach. He's also actively guiding him enthusiastically. Just like us, 4 pills, 1 male pill. The master will seal our calming and transforming abilities, so we can only rely on our physical strength to move forward from the start. Dubach ran after Duong Tam, exclaiming in amazement, "You've turned over both mountains, aren't you tired? Stop following me. The 3 of you won't have any rice to eat in the end." But Duong Tam still refused to give up and made a suggestion. The second senior apprentice gave me a little help, causing Dubach to quickly refuse. "No need. I can go alone. Do not leave me." As soon as they reached the 4th mountain, Tang San eagerly offered to take him, making Dubai feel both shy and angry. "No, I must rely on my own strength. You go ahead." Van Vu also appeared out of nowhere, adding another request for Duong Tam, "You go first and bring 2 more escorts." Duke Bach just looked nervous when he heard that. How come his physical strength is so good? But just a second later, Van Vu scolded him, telling him to stop wasting time complaining and to keep moving forward. Duong Tam on the other side was also relieved after completing the mission and had reached the top of the mountain. Everyone was amazed by the results he achieved. That's Duong Tam. Not bad in terms of stamina, huh? Tzu Chan, who was nearby, hurriedly said, "I thought I would meet you on the way back. Come here and unlock it so you can use your ability when we return. Let's go. Let's move faster, or there won't be any rice to eat." Just as Duong Tam sensed something was wrong, she immediately leapt across the mountain gap decisively, and the appearance of her wings made Duong Tam look quite startled. Flying away, is this considered cheating? The ability to fly is amazing. Senior sister, should I choose the 5th mark, or you? I returned without meeting anyone. Looks like I am the last one. No more food to eat. Long Jiang, seeing you, hurriedly urged you not to be punished on your first day of training. Go take a shower and then have a meal. Tang San also obediently complied afterward. Thank you, master. Tuno also stepped forward confidently, and the old official's impression of him made Long Jiang also feel no hesitation in giving his opinion. Not bad, calm, not arrogant at all, so he seems quite reliable. Top of the four realms? Tuno quickly corrected himself upon hearing that. No, he's already at the 5th level. It's not that simple. He might have other qualities we don't know about. If we don't consider that, how can we explain why Hao Hien suddenly surrendered? We still don't know what kind of virtue he has. Long Jiang realized the problem but still wanted to confirm. You mean that fox guy has delivered a surprise attack on us? At this moment, Tuno suddenly came up with a different strategy, specifically to observe and test him during the afternoon's actual combat training. During the conversation, Duong Tom proactively asked, "Senior sister, I want to know if the academy allows us to enter the city," and received an answer from Tutron. After finishing the training, maybe it's possible, but we need 2 people to go together and no causing trouble, or we'll face heavy punishment, and after a day of training, there's no energy left to enter the city. Duong Tom quickly changed the subject. Got it, senior sister. What was your demon god transformation just now? So cool. Hearing that, she also tried to show off. My love god transformation is the Gold Bang transformation, the bloodline inheritance of the great Bang bird of Kim Shi, but my bloodline strength is a bit lacking. The master said, I will perform a reverse cycle to strengthen the bloodline in the future, and seeing him keep asking questions, do you want to spar with me during the afternoon battle session? Tutron immediately looked annoyed. Even though I look young and weak, let me tell you I'm very powerful, even if Tang San tries to deny it and just wants to learn a bit about the Gold Bang transformation. Tutron will still not hold back. I need to rest now. I'm exhausted. Dong Tam ignored Tutran's reaction and tried to enjoy the spoils of war, even if just a little absorption. That's the flying ability. Do you really want it? It didn't take long for the practical combat class to start. Tutron made a request, expecting too much, so he chose an opponent. So Duong Tam still kept giving answers. I chose to compete with my senior sister, making her shake her head in frustration. You really want to fight me with your nose? Then I won't hold back. All right, let's get started. Tutran was the one to strike first, aiming directly at Duong Tam. He also responded quickly, causing Tutran to be knocked back along with her thoughts. The attack was too heavy. She still maintained her fighting spirit and continued to strike, surprising both Antin and Long Jiang. The 18 wind rings, and they can also be used to control. At this moment during the fight, Tutran was secretly calculating. Her flight path was blocked, so if that was the case, I would attack directly. She immediately used the ghost shadow illusion, but then she was panicked to realize it had disappeared. Duong Tam suddenly seized Tutran from behind and absorbed her wings, making her feel extremely uncomfortable and unable to struggle free. Antin, noticing the tense situation, shouted loudly, All right, then Duong Tam can gradually disappear, and then modestly comforted her. Senior sister, I've conceded, but Tutran still can't believe she lost. Am I going to lose like this? Vantin kept comforting her from behind, saying, winning or losing is common in the military. If you lose, you must analyze the reasons. Long Jiang suddenly spoke up. You're at the 5th level now. Seeing Duong Tam nod in confirmation, Vong's recent breakthrough left Tutran even more astonished. 5 stages. How old are you? Long Jiang then didn't hesitate to praise. No wonder the mayor took you as a disciple willingly. I think you should go ahead and fight again later. As Duong Tam stepped out of the arena, he couldn't hide his joy. He had succeeded in forming a 3rd-level bloodline mark of the Golden Sword transformation. Dubak, who just appeared, kept questioning. Are you really at the 5th stage? How come you're so fast? I envy, I jealousy. When will I reach the 5th stage? Duong Tam realized this was a good opportunity to absorb power from his hand. All right, devour a bit and form a 1st-rank Heavenly Tiger eye mark. After achieving his goal, Tang San happily thanked Dubai. The next battle between Gu Li and Zhang Yibin quickly begins as Yunting signals the start. While observing the situation, Tang San silently pondered whether it was a time-stopping ability. It's really confusing. Controlling time is too powerful, but flying ability is also very important. So he's really torn. Brother Dubach, what is the love god transformation of these 2 senior brothers? As Duong Tam listened more and more, he became more interested. The Shich Jiao Thoi Kwang Yu then Bien said, Hey, little treasure boys, wait for me. My big brother, I see you're moved. Long Jiang then pushed himself up and said, The battle ended because of you, Duong Tam. The opponent was the only one among the students to reach the 6th realm of cultivation. Vu Ban Kai, you can give it your all to show us your limit. Dubak also reminded Dong Tam. Elder brother is very strong, be careful. His demon transformation is the ice spirit transformation. Bingxing is a legendary innate spiritual creature of the fairy realm, belonging to the spirit monster tribe, and is a demon spirit transformation from the spirit monster tribe. Tang San respectfully greets Wu Bingxi. Senior brother, please advise. Bang Kai also humbly responded. Controlling the elements is also a direction I want to learn. We will have more exchanges in the future. The shouting voice begins to ring out. Tang quickly unleashes the wind ring technique. Bingji swiftly counters with the blue orchid scatter, dozens of ice shards converging behind Bingji. Duong quickly moved upwards, easily dodging the attack. Tron was extremely surprised. How could he avoid everything? Nothing could be seen clearly. A wave of ice surged forward, with ice shards continuously being launched. Benkai also realizes that attack, as a flock of phoenix-headed ice appears right behind him. Seeing the ice wall gradually cracking, Benkai turns his head back and immediately gathers his strength, striking a blow at the ice wall. Benkai thrust his spear decisively to destroy the ice wall, releasing a surge of spiritual energy from the ice. Duong Tam raised the swirling wind element in his hand, earning everyone's full praise. Duong Tam is so powerful, he can hold his own against the senior brother. Tuno is anxious, wondering what Duong Tam is planning, as a stream of energy emanates from the elemental blade. At the same time, Benkai was struggling in battle, the people outside shouting loudly, and finally they managed to defend everything. The senior brother had shattered 3 colored ice, looking a bit battered. Tran was no less eager. Even the senior brother was overwhelmed by the dense attack of the wind element. Benkai hurriedly turned back to check and saw Duong Tam releasing the wind element toward him. Fengnan rushing through the air, Benkai sensed something was wrong. The attack was too dense with wind element. To block that overwhelming attack, he quickly created a protective shield. Dubak was very surprised. The 9-element Great Ice Shield, the senior brother also risked everything, and even No turned pale, only talking about controlling the elements, compressing the enormous wind elements into a wind ring, which is much more difficult than creating the 9-element ice shield. Is this something a 9-year-old can do? Dong Tam also started to tire as the 9-sided Great Ice Shield finally clashed with the wind ring. Benkai struggles to hold on as the first shield breaks, growing more anxious. Everyone is amazed by the intense battle as each ice shield collapses one after another. Can you hold on? Tuno focuses intensely on observing. When it reached Bing Thuan's final face, Fengnan's strength gradually weakened and slowly disappeared. Duong Tam smiled and conceded defeat. Benkai was stunned and froze for a few seconds, and everyone else also shocked by this unexpected result. What? Do you know how much you differ from him? Benkai nodded and replied that in terms of elemental control, Xiaotang is much stronger than me. Tuno immediately added, I am not as perceptive about the elements as he is. In terms of elemental control, I will need to learn more from him in the future. Benkai replied seriously, I still hope to learn more from you. Duong Tam modestly said, You're too kind, senior brother. I also want to exchange more with you. Dokbak and Zijan clearly show their admiration for him. It turns out he's this powerful. The combat segment is over. Next is the teacher's evaluation. All of you must learn from Tang San, not only in practical combat experience, but also in elemental control. Although Tang San is the youngest, he performed even better than the others. Tuono wondered and asked Tang San, Why are you so strong? Follow us. He and everyone else moved to a room, and Tuno's entire body radiated a spiritual energy that surprised him a little. He secretly guessed that the surrounding wind element was completely blocked. They are probing me, and also using their divine sense. Could Teacher Tuno be a divine-level powerhouse? He analyzed slowly, with some strange differences, but his fundamental essence still mainly belongs to the Wind Clan. Don't worry, the teachers are just checking your body, which also makes it easier for us to arrange your lessons later. Tang-san, how do you control the wind element? You naively replied, I can see them, they can hear me talk, and I always play with them afterward. Tuno was quite surprised. So, tell me, what does the wind element look like? Duan Tam described with interest, they are lively bright blue points of light, free-spirited, and become irritable when restrained. Tuno nodded in approval. Well done, you've found a treasure. His direction of bloodline mutation is probably controlling the elements. Dong Tam, I am the best at controlling the elements here. Why don't you become my disciple instead? Master Longjiang also said a few words to persuade Tang San. If it's about elemental matters, I have to do it too. Wu Bankai was directly taught by me. Maybe you should join the class too. Duan Tam felt awkward. No wonder the mayor told me everything carefully before leaving. Your teacher said only one person can be accepted as a master at the academy. A resentful shout rang out. He's the one who messed up the student. I go to find him and move the scene to Thonbin village, where Zhang Haoxian bows to welcome the distinguished guest. You've arrived. Has the Holy Mother been well lately? The Holy Mother asked gently. Mayor Truong, there's no need to be polite. I'm fine. How are the children doing? Hao Hian immediately reports that everything on this side is going smoothly. Recently, a new member from Huanglang village arrived, only 9 years old, and has already reached the 5th realm. The Holy Mother was very surprised 9 years old at the 5th stage. Talent isn't bad, but this place probably can't stay much longer. Hao Hian's face shows clear concern, huh? The Holy Mother immediately said that he seemed to have discovered something, and for safety, we must make changes. But for now, no decision has been made. And until it's absolutely necessary, I hope nothing drastic happens here. Hao Hien seriously asked, so how much time do we have? The Holy Mother confidently replied, no, wait for my announcement, it probably won't be too dangerous. Hao Hien nodded and replied, I understand, you must also take care of yourself. You are the pillar of the organization. You must not have any problems. The Holy Mother spoke confidently. I'm fine. Tu No suddenly burst in a rage. Well, Truong Hao Hien, you shameless scoundrel. He was startled to realize the presence of the Holy Mother. Holy Mother, sorry, I didn't know you were here. She's also too used to this. You still have that hot temper of yours. Tu No's anger flared up again. Yes, you must hand over that kid Dutam to me. If that kid follows you, it'll be ruined. Do you even know how to control elemental powers? Hao Hien chuckled confidently. You knew you would try to steal from me, so I acted first to gain the advantage. There's no chance left. The Holy Mother asked curiously, if you can make our teacher to know so concerned, I am also a bit curious. Hao Hien quickly explained, Holy Mother, let me tell you. The eight-limbed side is evenly matched with Wu Bingji, controlling wind elemental power that can rival ice elemental control. Even I didn't know that. The Holy Mother also praised Dong Tam for his extremely strong control and interaction abilities with the wind element. What's important is that he's only 9 years old, which is truly impressive. Tu No is still bitter. Leaving Truong Hao Hien is truly a waste. You don't understand anything about controlling elements, Hao Hien. Don't just stay silent and reflect. I didn't expect this kid to be even stronger than I thought. Just showing a wild wind transformation, if he knew that Duong Tam still has other abilities, it would make Tu want to risk everything to find me. After finishing her words, the Holy Mother turned and left. Okay, I'll go back first. Prepare what I told you in advance. Gathered into a small flame, scattered like a starry sky. As soon as she finished speaking, the Holy Mother vanished. Hao Hien and Tu No repeated together, gathering into a flame, dispersing like a sky full of stars. Tu No was determined to get Tang San, saying, Hey, can I have that disciple of yours? How? Hien suddenly asked, Do you know why the Holy Mother came here? Tu No also wondered why we were discovered, right? Hao Hien recounted their earlier conversation. She said that our current situation might no longer be sustainable, and the academy could be shut down at any time. It's not that you don't know that person's abilities. Without the protection of the Holy Mother, how could we possibly survive? Tu No asked anxiously. The Holy Mother has personally come. It seems something has indeed changed, so what will happen to the kids? Hao Hien replied. According to the third plan, Tu No also couldn't bring himself to refuse. He was more mischievous and followed his lead. A few seconds later, Tu No changed his attitude and said, But Tang San still has to follow me. Hao Xian replied calmly, Whatever you think is best to teach him, just go ahead. As for changing teachers, let him choose for himself. If he keeps bullying the teacher and betraying the ancestors, I can't object. His ambiguous words only made Tu No angrier. Wait for me. After saying that, Tu No quickly left. Now only Hao Xian was inside the house. Old Tu, you don't realize that that child's body may carry another hope for our humanity. Even the ruler doesn't need to know. The fewer people who do before he grows up, the better. The scene shifts to a house in the town where Dong Tam and Dubak finally arrive. Upon seeing him, Bang Kai warmly asks, Little Dong, hello, do you want to take on a mission? Duong Tam asked, Master, can you introduce me to the senior brother? Bang Kai enthusiastically responded. Of course, the missions are set for everyone to practice. There are 3 types, training, hunting monsters, and gathering spiritual herbs, with rewards directly in money. Your situation is special, so I suggest not taking the training missions to avoid attracting attention. For other tasks, recommend teammates to do them together for better safety. Tang San nodded and replied, I understand, thank you. Senior brother, I still need to visit the shop next. Doc Bak was also excited. There were many good things there. Bingji took the opportunity to ask Duong Tam for his opinion. Little Dong, if you're free tonight, I want to ask you a few questions about controlling elemental energy. Is that okay? I would be very happy. Of course I can. Big senior brother, you're too courteous. Bang Kai still didn't forget to make an appointment. So after dinner, I'll come find you. Duong Tam Dan has feelings for Bang Kai. The senior brother is so kind, easy to get along with everyone, and very powerful. Dubak quickly added that most of the female students liked the senior brother, especially Trine Tu Tran, and before he could finish speaking, Dubak suddenly disappeared. Moans of pain echoed, and Tu Tran appeared unexpectedly, furious. She flapped her wings rapidly at Dubak. Are you trying to go see your grandparents? Sister, what did Doc Bak say just now? I didn't hear anything. She shyly turned back to ask. Are you really not hearing anything at all? Tang Chen honestly replied. I only heard Dubak say, Big senior brother is very good. Then I didn't listen carefully and saw him fly away. Duobak was beaten to the point of losing his soul. What's going on? Can't even praise him? Seeing the tense situation, Tang San had to step in to mediate. Don't be angry, sister. We're all family. Tonight, senior brother wants to talk to me about controlling the elements. Would you like to discuss it together? Tsu-chan naively asked. I am not from the elemental faction. Tang-san thought differently. Flying naturally involves the elements, so I think we can discuss it. Tsu-tran said with a resentful tone. All right, then let's meet after dinner. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly flew away. Duobak praised him sincerely. Brother, you really do talk nonsense in the right way. Tang-san gives kind advice. This isn't nonsense, it's high emotional intelligence. You should learn. Duobak was so heartbroken he was crying, and if he dares to fight with Cat Tuong like I did, he will face bad luck. It really works. Just as Tsu-tran returned to her room, she accidentally got her toe stuck in the door crack and was in excruciating pain. Tang-san went alone to the shop. He slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Van Vu cheerfully greets you. Come in, the star of today's practical class. She looked clearly pleased. I've heard about your achievements. Tomorrow's physical training will be increased for you, Duantam awkwardly replied. Okay, Van Vu, would you like to check it yourself or should I introduce it to you? Tang-san quickly said, I can look at it myself, no need to trouble Sister Vu anymore. Duobak shyly asked, Sister Vu, I have a muscle strain. Can I take a day off tomorrow? Van Vu straightforwardly told him to leave and not cause trouble here. Doc Bok said in a coquettish tone, Miss Vu, I am still a lucky charm. Shouldn't I be treated well? Van Vu glanced at him and demanded, Hurry up and leave. Don't make me angry. So Doc Bok quietly stepped out of the shop. Van Vu could only sigh and shake her head in disappointment. This child's talent is quite good, but unfortunately his bloodline is too weak. It's hard to grow up. She glanced at Dong Tam, yet she could patiently read the item's instructions for so long, truly calm and rare among children. A moment later, Bing Kai arrived as promised. Tang-san quickly greeted him. Welcome, senior brother. Sit down. Little Tang, is the method of controlling the wind ring to fly based on mental power or some other technique? You're very sincere in sharing, but mostly I rely on my own created techniques, combined with mental power for support, which is quite astonishing, yet it mainly depends on the technique. Binky boldly asked, I thought your mental power was the main thing. Can you teach me this technique? Duong Tam was always willing, of course, but not yet. I need to refine it to suit you. Bingji also took the opportunity to ask, so, can you share your understanding of the elements? Duong Tam not only shared his thoughts, but also offered cultivation suggestions tailored for both of them. Bang Kai was a bit curious and asked, how did you manage to compress the unstable wind element? Honestly, that's the real issue I'm interested in. Duong Tam said while demonstrating that whether the ranking of elements is stable or not is only relative. By skillfully arranging them according to their properties, they can be fused to a certain extent. At first, Duong Tam created a small elemental tornado, and he told everyone to watch closely as Bang Kai and Tu Tran focused so intently they couldn't take their eyes off it. Duong Tam combines two elemental tornadoes into one, creating a new stream of energy. Bing Kai also understood the principle behind it. Use the rotation frequency to compensate for the arrangement frequency, and arrange the frequencies accordingly. He stood up hurriedly and said, Tu Duong, thank you. I think that's enough for today. I need to go home and digest this first. Duong Tam thought to himself, not bad. Kids are easy to teach. Tu Tran also boldly told little Tang, you're impressive. It's the first time I've seen senior brother so excited, even though I couldn't hear everything. She turned and left while Tang-san was still lost in thought, contemplating all the implications. Today's gains were truly abundant. Next, I will merge the soul imprint. You focus on cultivation, yet you can still enhance your original bloodline power, even with effects on your body. This upgrade isn't ordinary. You've directly reached the peak of the 5th stage. The gold transformation fruit really doesn't look much like it. Is this the power level of the self? Let's see if I can fly. Using the Kimbang Bien Laxial, a pair of mighty wings sprout out. The shimmering orange glow looks pretty cool. Try flying up and see. Using the wind element as support from the very first attempt, Dong Tam easily lifted himself into the air. All right. I really did it. I can actually fly. That's great. Now I have the ability to fly that I could only get after becoming a god, and I have an extra guarantee for survival. The next morning at the academy, during breakfast on the second day, everyone's gaze on Duong Tam had changed, with some even proactively greeting him. Dubai excitedly asked, Little Duan, when did you start using the Wind God Slash for us to see again? He looked confused and asked again about the Wind God Slash. Dubak quickly described it as the great wind ring he unleashed after suppressing you yesterday, and everyone has named it the Wind God Slash. That's pretty awesome, Tang-san replied awkwardly. Yesterday, it was my senior brother who let me win. No way. I didn't give in to you. Rather, it was you who held back. Listening to your words yesterday helped me understand. The effects of last night's cultivation were quite clear. I think I may have found the path that belongs to myself. The teachers say that only by finding one's own path can one elevate to a higher level. Xiaotang, I truly appreciate your sharing. I owe you a favor for this. Everyone was curious and asked around, "What did you discuss last night?" Bang Kai happily replied, "Controlling the elements has sparked many ideas for me." Duong Tam modestly said, "Senior brother, you're too kind." Koli also finds it interesting. Amazing, right? I also want to ask Diatang how you understand the time light element. Duong Tam laughed and said, "I still want to seek guidance from the senior on the marvels of time light." Bang Kai, puzzled, added, "I also have no explanation." The surrounding students started to complain. "All right, no more explanations. If there's no more explanation, do you still want us to live?" The teacher begins his lecture. Today, we are reviewing the hierarchy levels of the monster clan. Taking care of the newcomers, Tang-san is also reviewing, and his expression clearly shows his interest. "That's great. This is one of the topics I most hope to learn about," the teacher explains carefully. The elite monster clans are divided into 5 major blood strength levels, but humans like us do not rely on this classification. Level 5 includes monster clans that lack combat specialties. For example, the level 4 monsters most commonly encountered are also the most numerous. For instance, the Feng Lang clan is quite large but difficult to break through to the next stage. Tang-san focused on remembering that this common type, the Feng Lang clan, is only at level 4, right? The teacher still kept talking diligently. Level 3 can be considered the backbone of the monster clan. They can break through to become gods but can never reach the peak of the 12th stage. Duongtam silently analyzed. The 12th stage in the world he once lived in probably corresponds to the first level of divine consciousness. Level 3 and 4 monster clans form the main force in the monster world, and at level 2, it becomes a different realm. Level 2 monsters are called great beasts, and all have the potential to cultivate to the 12th stage of the ancestral great beast. They inherit the bloodline of the powerful clans, standing at the peak of the pyramid, ruling over all demons. If humans truly want to rise, someone must also cultivate to this level to have a chance. And the ancient level 1 is called the Heavenly Beast. Their inheritance is linked to the survival of the entire monster race. All monster clan kings have the responsibility to protect them, and they can definitely cultivate to the 12th stage. In the demon clan, there are a total of 7 great celestial demons, and the 7 city lords of the main city of the demon clan are all descendants of the celestial demon. Tang-san suddenly realized that the first level is equivalent to the first level of divine power, capable of reaching the level of a divine king. It seems I was wrong about Phap Lam Tin's self-level. Its level in this dimension is even higher than I imagined. If that's the case, then relying only on my own strength, even if I manage to restore my cultivation to the level of a divine king, I might not be able to turn humanity around. Dubak playfully asked, "Do you want to be my protector?" "I am the only one among them to inherit the first-level bloodline." Tu Tran Vu Pham retorted, "Don't listen to him bragging. His heavenly crane bloodline is so weak it can't break through to the 4th stage. Dokbok's spirit is completely crushed. Life is already hard enough, don't ruin me anymore." "Tu Tran, if you keep doing that, you won't have any friends," Dong Tam asked curiously. "Senior sister, what level is your Kim Bang transformation?" She confidently replied, "All the Kim Bang clan have royal bloodlines, so it's considered a level 2 bloodline." Duong Tam was very surprised. No wonder the overall effect was so good after absorption yesterday. It seems that the Tengu Yu and Fong Lang Thiem Bao bloodlines are both level 4, while the Spirit Beast and Kim Bang are probably at level 3. It seems that besides the strength of the bloodline, the level of the bloodline is also important. This lesson is truly significant. Teacher Quan told the students. Then he asked a question for them to figure out on their own. Duongtam, you're the first to ask. You immediately stand up and say, "Teacher Quan, which of the 7 great heavenly beasts does Gli City, where we are now, correspond to?" He enthusiastically explained, "It corresponds to the great Peacock King. The peacock is the king of 100 birds, the leader of all flying monster clans. Kua dauda yu hong du truoch, kongrovilido gida qua due, duong aiko truyen tua huyet meschin tong hong van chuadat, dinkap do tu yu hong. Duongtam duong lang suingi, kong tuok yu vong, tu lin bach diu cha chan giong no pi hong hong." After class, Dong Tam went to see the teacher privately. "Teacher Quan, after school today, I want to ask for permission to go inside the city for an inspection." He was stunned and asked again, "Voa Than?" Long Jiang was surprised, Voa Than, to find the ghost. "Yes, I will also ask about the situation on Teacher Vuong's side. He doesn't oppose it, that's fine. But you can't go alone. Bang Kai will go with you. Vuong's side will inform you after they finish gathering intelligence. This time, it's a significant disturbance, and the 2 clans just fought a battle yesterday. You're surprised." Long Jiang reassures you, "Don't worry. The chaos was caused by Feng Lang's failure to launch. Remember, safety must come first when you go out." Duong Tam thought to himself, meeting with Miss Mai is just an excuse. The main reason is to go see young Master Mai. After school, Duong Tam and Vo Bang Kai set out together. Bang Kai said, I tried yesterday. The ice element is relatively stable. As long as the density is maintained, it can become stable. I still can't control it very well now. It's hard to imagine how you compress the wind element. Sometimes stability doesn't mean maximum power. Adding instability can improve effectiveness. Kai was surprised. Try it and watch. A gust of wind appeared. Bingji thought to himself, adding a swirling airflow with varying frequencies. Duong Tam threw it forward. The wind surged into the cliff, increasing its power significantly. What is this? He explained that this method actually suits the ice element very well. Yesterday you said that ice element is both an offensive and defensive type. He couldn't speak and turned away. The two of them continued on their way and finally arrived at a place which was the Jialai city area, bustling with people. Tang Tam still recognized her. She is here. He pretended to say to Bang Kai, I am going to buy some drinks. He won't suspect anything. I'm starting to look for the young master. There's someone buying in front of you. 2 cups for you, thank you. Let's go again. There's someone waiting so long they're annoyed. He pushes Duong Tam aside and says, Get out of the way. Give me my 2 cups. The young master appears. You haven't queued up. He gets angry, but she repeats her words. The leopard whispers into its ear, Wait. Hao Chu Yo listened and obediently stepped back to line up. Young Master Mei asked Tang San, What do you want? He replied, 2 cups of milk tea. She said, 2 demon coins. He secretly rejoiced, so the money was on the plate. That's great. Young master. Mai reminds him to go quickly. Duong Tam is curious why she wants to sell the milk tea. She said she was earning money to support her family. Hao Chu Yu is furious. She hasn't even left after buying everything. Tang San took 2 cups of bubble tea, looking at her with confusion, and she said, Hurry up and go. He realized she was slowing down the pouring. She's worried those monsters will cause trouble for her. She cares about me. We're back, Bang Kai asked what this is. He said, Bubble tea. It's really tasty. Then the two of them set off again, saying, Let's go. After having dinner at the Ghost's Inn, they returned to the academy. They walked and talked. Bang Kai asked, Xiaotang, do you know that girl who sells bubble tea? Duong Tam was startled and nodded, then quickly shook his head and laughed, saying, So, do you know her? Or not? Duong Tam recounted, I met her once, waiting outside during a work mishap at Feng Lang's place, and after she saw me, she gave me a cup of bubble tea. Bang Kai asked directly, So, you took time off to meet her? But Xiaodong, I have to remind you that you could open a shop in the city center and there would be no monsters causing trouble. She definitely has a very strong background, maybe even a vassal of some powerful race. Every beautiful girl likes that, but you're still so young, it's better to stay away for now. Duong Tam just nodded and looked at the scenery ahead. I'm just a stranger to her now, but she's always cared about me, proving she's very kind. Although her appearance has changed a bit, she remains kind and beautiful as before. I am not yet qualified to bother her now. Only after becoming stronger will I have the right to protect her. I am determined that only by Nu Li Shu Lian can I achieve this goal. Then I go to Bang Kai and say, Big senior brother, I want to take on a mission. He was surprised. One mission? I want to take on the Academy's training mission. Bang Kai said, I can't decide on this. I'll ask the master. A moment later, Hao Xian asked, I heard you want to take on a training mission. Why? Dong Tam replied, Studying at the Academy adds a lot of knowledge for me. She realizes that to become stronger, she needs to devour the bloodlines of higher-level monster clans. The Jialai Academy is the best choice. He said, but there's a high chance it will be exposed. You are sure it won't be exposed. I have a way to absorb their brand marks without being detected by the opponent. The old man sighed, saying, Don't be too impatient. Leveling up steadily is the most important thing. Try swallowing my bloodline power and see what happens. Tang San agreed, then threw a punch. Hao Xian sneakily ambushed, he asked. Do you have any feelings about it? I have successfully absorbed my teacher's bloodline power. Just a small amount can create a second-tier bloodline mark. If I continue fighting and absorb a little each time, it won't be insignificant in a battle. But if the opponent's cultivation level is closer to mine, it's harder for them to detect my absorption. Then he hesitated for a moment, but the teacher didn't agree. Why is Tang San dissatisfied? He said. You are once again proving your abilities to me. You are even more a treasure when it comes to rescue efforts, so the master must make you appear even more humble. Honestly, our small town has already been targeted by monsters, so you should stay humble. He asked again. Then is it possible to take on a different mission? Hao Xian wondered, Are you short on money? Are you hesitating? Of course. The man suddenly threw a 100 yuan bag of money to him, took it, and left as a gift for the meeting. You can take on other types of missions besides training, but at least 3 people must go together when carrying out the mission. Tang San sighed. All right. Suddenly Hao Xian asked, what would happen if I absorbed more of your bloodline power? I will definitely help a lot with your cultivation, but not for now. I secretly think I can't tell my master that I am targeting his bloodline. Then he left, and Tang San returned to the combat training class. Just then, Bingji wanted to challenge him to another fight to test his insights from the past 2 days. He said to Dongtam, if you win, I will give you 500 yen. You were stunned. Can you still pay the money back? He replied, this isn't a bet. It's a way to prove you've learned more. My friend said, then it's like giving thanks to the teacher. Everyone below burst into laughter. Bingji said, don't laugh. From a certain point of view, that's exactly how it is. Dongsong helped me a lot in controlling the elements. Regardless of age, you are the master. Let's begin. Longjiang shouted start. Bingki started to attack. Duong Tam also charged forward. A circle of ice radiates around Bingki. Duong Tam cuts through it, then throws a sphere. Duong Tam's rear stance is a phantom figure in a dizzying dance. Big Sister Bing stands in the ice circle like a wall, whispering below. Is the senior brother leading the ice spear explosion? I've never seen this kind of technique before. A unified defense. Binky wondered, is this melee? My ice element, which is actually my strongest skill, so worried that I might be frozen below. The closer he got to the senior brother, the colder it became. The move Duong Tam unleashed was frozen solid, and he suddenly closed his eyes, beginning to merge. A flash of light suddenly pierced through, and the Wind God Slash appeared, cutting through Han Feng. Bingxi was pushed back, looking a bit strained. Tang San began to tighten his grip, circling around before unleashing the Ice God Slash. Bang tuong kua bang kai davora, roilop bop swangdat, hankin hangat, kongdong, longdan tram, notong than kon giosoe, kuon lai kaman vo tuong bang kua handetang kuong sukman tan kong sao, hangan hubi nahan chim trong trangio. Dong Tam secretly thought that Bang Kai's awareness was extremely high and his foundation very solid. Over the 2 days, his control over the ice element had improved significantly. The gust of wind gradually subsided, and the ice wall was almost completely gone. Bing Kai asked in surprise, you actually used my power against me? Tong San replied, today let's call it a draw. Big senior brother, are you going to give the 5 demonic treasures as well? He threw it to you and said, I'll come find you tonight. I can't take the money without it. Tu Tran and Doc Bok marveled, I've been stunned, just 2 days. Why are these 2 people stronger now? Emotionally clapping, spectacular, too spectacular, exploding in an instant, borrowing the opponent's strength to unleash one's own power. This is truly a fight straight out of a novel. In such a short time, he's become so much stronger. Suddenly someone called out, Teacher, I also want to challenge Dong Tam, is that okay? Of course, after you rest, Duan Tam thought to himself. Teacher Lee's time control is impressive enough, and she also has a bloodline of the 2nd level. You agree without issue. Ms. Lee assesses that Duong Tam is indeed very skilled at controlling elements. Once he stops, can he continue to maintain control? Bingji looked at him, recalling how she suffered a lot from Ko Lai back then, as her control over time would interfere with her elemental control, and wind element is even harder to master than ice, so being disturbed would only make things more complicated. Duong Tam, how will you handle this? All right, we can start now. Longjiang shouts, ready, both sides prepare. Start. Tang San charged forward. Ko Lai still stood still, observing carefully. It's over. It's stalled, not only breathing and heartbeat, but also the flow of blood vessels. Even the control of the wind ring has been broken. Suddenly, he realizes something. He stops, recovers, and then continues. Tang Tam throws something forward. Ko Lai recognizes 2 new wind rings, the main target being the one released earlier. The first wind ring has already begun merging, and the second one is the same. This makes him a bit uncomfortable. So he used the fusion method to change the wind ring that had been sealed earlier, still increasing its power. Tang Tam continued to shoot out, the wind ring spinning around Lee, he thought to himself. Indeed. Formidable, if that's the case. He moved closer. Something was emitted from his head. Was that the second link control? Ko Lee controls it to stop, watching attentively with affection, then suddenly changes the rhythm of control, and Duong Tam quickly recovers. Ko Lee mutters to himself, don't even think about escaping. What is this feeling? Why does it feel like I was pulled over? Then both of them fell to the ground. From Tron's surprise, both of them suddenly shot up. Clearly Ko Lai attacked, so why did he fly farther away? Duong Tam sat up. Ko Lai looks exhausted. He struggles to stand up, even gasping for breath. But then, Dong Tam started to act. Ko Lai was panicked. Why did it seem that Dong Tam wasn't injured despite their relationship and suspicion? I don't understand. Longjiang thought to himself. Ko Lai's method of attack was fine, so why was he overwhelmed after a successful strike? What exactly did Duong Tam do? When Koli collided, first he used Hu Yen Thien Kong to protect himself. Then he exploited his abdomen to use Duong Man's secret technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to directly absorb the opponent. After seizing the opportunity to absorb the opponent's bloodline power, she used the technique of controlling the crane and holding the dragon to repel her opponent. Master Li said, "I admit defeat." Duong Tam secretly rejoiced, "I got it. From this time shift, I can actually feel the power of my past life." The mysterious meaning of the time rule is the most profound existence in the universe. Once integrated with the second level of time Kuang transformation, it will surely help Tang San reach a higher level of the world's laws. Different bloodline levels cause different resonances in the world. It seems this dimension is reluctant to let go, and the bloodline power at higher levels is stronger. For example, this one, look at its pure white obediently, first level bloodline. Now it says affectionately, "School's over." Long Jiang says, "Let's go, we're heading to the meeting." At the mission office, Tang San told Bang Kai, "I have the Tran Truong's approval to take on the training mission here. What mission can earn the most money?" He replied, "If it's about making money, then it's the monster hunting mission, since the whole body is a treasure, like the Tiger Tower in the Lai Mountain Range. If you succeed in hunting it, you can earn at least one prime element." His eyes lit up. "All right, I'll take this one." Bang Kai was surprised. "What? You accept it?" "No, you can't take this one. It's too dangerous." Dong Tam sighed. "I never thought I would take on a mission alone." "Senior brother, let's do it together. Invite some senior brothers and sisters, and we can also secretly ask the teacher to protect us." Dubakha gasped. "I must be stupid. Is this what you call accepting the mission?" Bingjai is worried that the teacher won't agree. Tang San said, "Just leave it to me. I will find a way to persuade the teacher. If the teacher agrees, we will do it that way." Dong Tam went to teacher Ma Tian's place, who had just finished a meeting and returned. He assessed, "This child Duong Tam is also too extraordinary. We can't even find a way to teach him." He asked, "Are you looking for the teacher?" "I greet you, Master Mok, and I want to discuss the thoughts of the combat class." He replied, "All right, go ahead." Duong Tam said directly, "Teacher Mok, I feel there might be some issues with our combat class." Ian Tin was surprised. "What's the problem?" He replied, "GDU real combat usually involves life and death, and only then can a person's potential be fully unleashed. I was attacked by Feng Lang in Feng Lang Town, and after that, my perception of Feng Yuan Su was clearly much deeper." Auntie asks, "Do you mean that your understanding of the wind element has deepened because of the life-threatening danger?" "So, what are your thoughts? You said you think it's possible for your classmates to form a team to hunt monsters, with the teachers secretly protecting them, but as long as we don't face life-threatening danger, the teachers won't intervene, so everyone can fully experience the pressure of real combat against powerful enemies." And Tin was worried, fearing danger. Tang San said, "Master Mu, the flower in the greenhouse can't withstand the wind and sun. If we want to firmly seize the space of survival that belongs to us, we need to try harder." He paused for a moment and then said, "Make your plan more detailed." After you finished speaking, he promised to discuss with the master and would give you an answer tomorrow. And Tin thought to herself, Dung is right. Without undergoing dangerous training, we will truly grow and find the master easily. By now, evening has fallen and Dong San has returned. It's best to absorb the time-changing light. The bloodline seals in Dong San's body include the Tianbao Lac seal of the 4th stage, the Zhongjia technique of the 3rd stage, the Feng Lang transformation of the 5th stage, the Jinping transformation of the 2nd stage, and the Lingte Heart Eye of the 4th stage. No matter what, I can only exchange for the Trungyap technique. I really can't part with the others. Absorbing the time light transformation to the 3rd stage, old Li Ho Buin. The absorption is quite strong. Now it has been integrated and Dong Tam can feel it. A golden light rises from the depths of Dong Tam's mind sea, and everything around him slows down. Strange insights keep appearing non-stop in his mind. Time. This is the mystical meaning of time. You gradually begin to feel it. The strength and cultivation can't increase anymore, but the feeling is completely different from before. The suppression from the dimension has disappeared. This dimension has unconsciously acknowledged your existence. The suppression from this dimension that could absorb the world's spiritual energy faster for cultivation is gone. That evening in the house until dawn, Muantin's efficiency was very high, and she gave her answer early Monday morning. Antin came to tell Dongsan the results from the academy. He confidently announced that the academy had approved your proposal to form teams for real combat, and you can decide how to arrange it yourselves. But it must be kept secret from the other students. After saying that, she left, leaving Duong Tum filled with anticipation. Bang Kai then wondered how you convinced Teacher Mu. There are no life and death tests, so it's hard for everyone to unleash their potential. But is choosing that goal really the right move? Bang Kai asked softly. Well, it's fine if it's that one to go too. Who do you plan to bring along? How many people does our team need to organize? For this question, Tang San began to calculate. My brother, plus Gu Li, Chen Zizhang, Dubai, the 5 of us. Bang Kai immediately froze in surprise. Is that all? Do you think the 5 of us can take down the 7-star Tiger Tower? Fewer people mean more training. With so many people, it's not easy for the teacher to get help, but why bring Dubak along? Luck is also very important. Duong Tam then mentioned that Bing Ji still had a question, and he gently asked, but will they be willing to go? Duong Tam waved his hand and said, leave it to me, I will persuade them. Say the word and do it. You go to Doc Bak first. Your abilities will help us. We need you. Doc Bak's eyes immediately lit up. They need me. They need me. This feeling, it took less than 3 seconds for her to agree to follow Duong Tam. All right, I can go now. I'll call you when I leave. Tang San moves to the next target, accompanied only by Zhu Tran, my senior brother, and me, preparing to complete the hunting mission. Senior brother hopes you can come with us. I'm asking on his behalf, are you going? Tu Tran looks quite like Doc Bak, and with a single word he agrees. Let's go. If it's worth doing, then we must do it. The last member of the team is Gu Li. Tang San had already been waiting for him here, so as soon as they met, he started a conversation with a spirit token in his hand. Senior brother Ko Lai, what are you doing? My senior brother and I are on a hunting mission and want to invite you to join us. This is a deposit. If you want to go, I will teach you how to defeat senior brother Zhang Yiban. If my method doesn't work, this money is yours. The words just spoken indeed caught her Lai's attention. He was very curious about how Duong Tam could possibly beat Truong Dichban. In response, Dong Tam asked back to Ko Li, do you think I can tie with the senior brother when I just arrived? Hearing Wu Li but also very convincing, Ko Li agreed to Dong Tam's condition. All right, then let's see. The mission is now complete. Tang San left, happily. All right, the small group of 5 has been formed. After finishing, Yu and Bang Kai went to tell Antin about the group's hunting location. As soon as she heard, Antin was very stunned. What, the Tiger Toilet Tower? Are you guys crazy? Tang calmly explained, Teacher, isn't it because you are secretly protecting us? It's precisely because the opponent is too strong that we can train ourselves better under pressure. Auntie Tin doesn't accept this excuse and quickly stops him. Do you know how strong the Tiger Toilet Tower is? You guys are more like digging a hole to crawl down. Do your teammates agree? This is within control, only to see Tang San look at himself with confidence. You didn't tell them you were hunting monsters, and it just shocked Tin. That's so cruel. Nearby, Long Jiang overheard Duong Tam's conversation and interrupted. It's good to have courage, but foolishness is not. Are you really not afraid that this time you might not come back? However, Hao Hian interrupted Long Jiang's objections. Let them go. I added, Xiaodong is not wrong. Pressure is necessary to motivate the kids to grow up. We are so conservative that the children's growth has been delayed. Long Jing wanted to say more, but Hao Hian said he would go with Tang San's group and protect them without any problem. A flower grown in a greenhouse cannot withstand storms. In the future, they will all become strong pillars of the organization. They need to be tempered more. Before this decision, Antin and Long Jiang didn't dare to resist. So, Hao Hian asked Duong Tam, what is your detailed plan? Including me and the senior brother, there are 5 people in total and we will depart early tomorrow morning? Duong Tam replied. Seeing the plan was not bad, Hao Hian allowed him to go back first. After the children left, Long Jiang sighed and said, the master is very tolerant of this disciple. If something happens, I take responsibility. If it were Duong Tam, it would have a huge impact on me. To achieve something extraordinary, one must be brave enough to face challenges. The academy continued on its course, and as Long Jiang entered the classroom, he turned pale. Where are Dubak, Ko Lai, and Trin Tu Tran? None of these 3 are here. Doesn't it make you wonder how far Long Jiang's inner turmoil will go, and how loud this whole chaos will become? If something happens to Dubak and Gu Li, the headquarters can hold this place. Back with the Duong Tam group, Bang Ki keeps worrying about the team's future, and I can't imagine how the teacher in charge is feeling right now. Little Long, if you hadn't promised to teach me the controlling technique, I wouldn't have dared to bother you at all. Meanwhile, Dubak asked Duong Tam about the group's current objective. Tong Tam said, once we see it, everyone will naturally understand, so let's go and discuss the strategy as we move. Bang Kai wanted to know Tong Tam's plan, so he drew up a pretty good combat plan in case they encountered a beast. Senior brother, you are definitely the main frontline force. Senior brother Gu Li, your task is the most important. You must find the right moment to use time light shift and create an opportunity for us. Sister Tu Tran is in charge of reconnaissance and also causing trouble for the monsters fighting directly with the senior brother, watching out for him. Duke Bak also wants to contribute. What about me? And as for me, Brother Doc Bak's role is also very important. He needs to use the Heavenly Fox Eye to attract luck and turn it in our favor, so let me handle it. The plan is set, but after walking a bit, Docbok started to breathe heavily and couldn't go any further. I heard that the Heavenly Fox clan always has strong backing with countless guards. You say I need a bamboo stretcher, that's not too much, right? A bamboo stretcher, what are you thinking? If you can't keep up, just leave me behind as food for the demon beasts. Chided by Tu Tran, Docbok retorted, Tu Tran, why do you keep picking on me? Do you really care about me? I knew you were overthinking. I can see you're not tired yet, still full of nonsense. Seeing no hope in the two of them, Dubakuo ran to Bankai. Big senior brother, look at how they are bullying me. Aren't you worried? Unexpectedly, all he got in return was the two words quiet from him, and Dubak didn't dare to make a sound, obedient like a puppy. After who knows how long, Duongtam's group reached a mountain ridge right at the edge of the cliff. Now we have entered an area with active beastly creatures, and there's always a chance of encountering one. Yes, suddenly, Dutam sensed that Dubak was acting strange, so he stepped closer to ask what was wrong. Suddenly feeling a bit uncomfortable, probably just tired, Tang-san immediately understood the problem and tightened security. Everyone warned to stay alert, but Kolai was targeted by something. Luckily, it missed. Bankai shifted towards the source of the attack with his own strength. Careful, the target has partially turned to ice, but in the next second danger strikes the whole group. A monster crashes down from the ground. Kolai Khan timed it perfectly and began to use his power. Bankai recognized it as a subterranean lizard, at least a 5th-rank earth elemental, and Duongtam Tin saw it was about to burrow underground. Fongqian Lu Van used her time and ice-tide freezing to stop the monster's attack, successfully making the lizard leave the ground. Following that, Duongtam performs, using the windbird head of Lam to create icy beams against the monster. The lizard struggles to resist, but the pressure from Kolai leaves it no chance. In the end, it was finished off with a decisive strike, lying completely still beneath the ground. Everyone was both tense and relieved. We won, that was fast, defeated in just a few seconds. Bankai and Duongtam are very impressed. It's amazing, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. This is the divine lightning of the 5 deadly realms. Kolai praised Duongtam for being impressive and having a key role, but he gave the spotlight to Docbok, so if anyone deserves the credit, it's definitely Docbok Suhuing. Tu Tran didn't seem very pleased and directly confronted Docbok. Why is he him? I still can't figure out why. Duongtam giaidich, rangvidok bech suhuain dapat hian ra kadij. New kong bietan kong bat nango tirat ngawahim. Kolidong tin vanuirang tuksu new kong duok nhachno. Ankong kong fanung keep. All done, Dongtam turned to Bankai and asked, Senior brother, the harvest from this trip will be divided equally when we return. What do you think? Of course it should be. The divine relic is worth a low-grade element after all. Docbak, upon hearing this, hurriedly rushed to the prosperous lizard. Tsuchan, sister, keep watching around, I'll tidy up here. Understood. Bankai proceeds to collect the blood of the demon beast, placing the spoils into the ring-shaped artifact stored in his pocket. After everyone is finished tidying up, they continue on their way. Haoshen still quietly observes the children from afar. He didn't show his satisfaction outwardly, but inwardly he secretly acknowledged that Tang-san did very well. Haoshan wondered what his real combat experience was. Where did it come from? At night, everyone temporarily stays in a safe area. The 3 of them, Bingji, Tang-san, and Gu Li, took turns staying awake at night. Feeling too bored, Bingji asked Tang-san for a favor. Little Dong, if you're free, show me the technique you mentioned. Koli was surprised to hear this, not expecting Bankai to actually be asking for guidance from Duongtam. Before the performance, Dongtam briefly explained that the ice trident and wind ring are not the same, and that it has a physical form. The most notable feature of the ice trident is its penetrating power. If cultivated to the highest level, it would be compressed into an ice needle. The penetrating ability and physical compression are one aspect, and speed is another. Yes, the technique I taught you is to enhance your speed. Duongtam started to take out the ice spear. It sounds very powerful. Show me what you can do. Only then does Duongtam focus on the ice truncheon in his hand, radiating an aura strong enough for Kolai to sense a change. At his peak concentration, Duongtam locks onto the target in front of him and decisively throws the ice truncheon straight ahead. The swift technique stunned Bankai and Kolai, who couldn't see the ice truncheon anymore, their heads numb. The rock where the truncheon hit was pierced with a large hole, proving that even a small ice truncheon can have such power. Duongtam explained that long-range attacks must bring the 3 energies of body, mind, and spirit together to make it impossible for the opponent to dodge. Quickly and precisely, he called it the Spirit Chi Pulse, the 6-character motto of long-range combat. This technique of mine is called Launch Arrow. Perfect for Launch Arrow, I will start practicing tonight. I'll tell you again the details of how he unleashes his power. This time, Gu Li has some new insights about Tang San. This young man is indeed impressive, truly has many unique ideas. During the night, Bang Kai continued to train diligently after being instructed by Duong Tam. By the next day, everyone set out again. Bang Ki voluntarily hands over command to Duong Tam, and everyone's coordination gradually becomes more harmonious. After a long day, the group has captured 6 demon beasts, and as night falls, they begin to gather and rest together. Little Dong, give me some advice today as well. Senior Brother Gu, I have a method to strengthen your practice of the Time Glimmer transformation. You can try it. Ko Li looked genuinely surprised, yet he could still point out a way to cultivate the Time Light transformation. The teachers don't even have a method. Dong Tam's voice echoes through the night. His Time Light shift is on par with other demonic spirit shifts, demanding even greater mental strength. To improve your Time Glow transformation, you need to enhance your mental strength. There is a simple cultivation method, which is to exhaust it. Using up your mental energy until it's drained or even exhausted, then waiting for it to recover to increase again. But can it really increase when your mental energy is completely depleted? That's right, Brother Dubak, you can try it too. Not bad. I'll give it a shot as well. Miss Lai smiled softly. This method might be very important to me. Thank you, Tang-san. No need to thank me. I train like that myself. Miss Li felt a bit shy and quickly covered it up with a few jokes. All right, now I will start teaching you how to defeat Brother Zhang Yibin. Turns out what I just shared was just a bonus lesson. Okay. From Tron and the others were quite curious, not knowing what Duong Tam would do next, only that he told the group to step back while Ko Li had to observe him carefully. Duong Tam timed his shot precisely and began unleashing his moves. The stone, driven by centrifugal force, hits the target in front of them, and Ko Li and Bang Kai watch intently until they realize Duong Tam has destroyed a massive boulder using only crude tools. Only then do they look again, noticing that each collision seems even more powerful than the last. This is using rotational force, but how does it hit the vital point so accurately? The others also wonder how Duong Tam knows so much. If he uses wings, Gu Li seems to realize that this stone and vine are not his tail. As he thought, Dongxin is mimicking Gu Li's tail and showing him how to maximize his strength. The sound of footsteps echoed until half an hour later when the tool was finally thrown away. It turned out that Tang Tam had been exhausted by the 36th push. You muttered, only able to force it 36 times? The true method of the flying wind type. Tang San turned to call Brother Gu Li, but this time he no longer wanted to acknowledge that position. Gu Li replied softly, don't call me brother anymore. In the end, I understand what it means to be someone who can do and teach. You're about to become my senior brother. Thanks. This is a technique I accidentally developed. Using force to generate force, overlapping strength, I call it the chaotic hammer technique of the flying wind. Ko Lai expressed his sincerity by bowing to Duong Tam, hoping for guidance. Then, Duong Tam began explaining in detail the trick of the Chaos Spear strike to Guo Li. Guo Li trained until midnight and was able to consecutively wield 30 spears. Trine Tu Tron also showed great interest, continuously practicing swinging the golden wings, of course under Duong Tam's supervision, who gave Tu Tron a few small tips. Sharp golden wings are not blunt weapons. You must ensure you can withstand it. I understand. Within certain limits, I can still predict how many more spins before launching an attack. Dubak chuckled softly. Tu Tron, if you use this, it can no longer be called a try technique. I named her Kim Vu Phi Fong Slash. How about that? Although I don't really like the name, the one Duke Bak chose isn't inappropriate either. Tu Tron reluctantly accepted it. For now, that's enough. I need to work hard on my training and wait until I return to surprise everyone. The moon is rising high. Everyone keeps training until they're exhausted. Only Duong Tam and Doc Bak remain under the tree. Duong Tam, what do you think I should do? When I was young, everyone said I was special and had potential, but after reaching the third realm, I couldn't improve anymore and just stopped. In the academy, I gradually became useless. Actually, I really want to be stronger, but now I increasingly feel like I'm useless. I also want to become an important part of your group. I want to ask if your method of strengthening mental power can help me break through. Duong Tam said it's very difficult, leaving Duok Bak speechless. According to Tang San, the level of the Heavenly Lakes tier has become too high, which is why the requirements for Bloodline are even more demanding. Moreover, each third rank stage is a major milestone, and methods to cultivate mental strength are effective only when not surpassing that major stage. Dubak felt ashamed of himself and blamed himself. So what should I do now? I don't want to keep being a burden to everyone. A gentle warmth from Tang San lightly touches Dubaku's shoulder. I have one possible way to try, but it might be a bit risky. Duan Bai was completely excited. I can teach you, but you need to keep it a secret from the teacher. Are you willing to try? Of course I am willing. Let's try now. Unfortunately, Tang-san refused. Rest now, I will teach you tomorrow morning. After everyone falls asleep, Tang-san begins to cultivate himself. He suddenly thinks that the surroundings are very safe tonight, so he dares to risk absorbing the imprint of the Heavenly Soul Eye. These days I've almost absorbed enough. If I can integrate the Heavenly Lake Eye into the Spirit Tearing Eye, it will definitely elevate it to a whole new level. Dong Tam then took action, and he was quite surprised that the Spirit Tearing Eye was functioning better than he expected. Lin Teichin Han erupts, replacing its previous position with the Heavenly Lake Eye. Dong Tam's body begins to feel the conflict. What is happening? The Spirit Tearing Eye explodes, a circle of light bones swirling around the Heavenly Lake Eye, which also moves on its own, ranking first among all bloodmark seals. Things are getting dangerous. The Huyan Tian technique suddenly becomes chaotic and unstable. Are we about to lose control? Duong Tam tries to steady himself, but the culprit is the Heavenly Lake Eye, which doesn't underestimate the bloodline seals and refuses to fall behind others, forcing the seals into chaos. If that's the case, stabilizing all the bloodline marks is the only way to calm the Mystic Heaven technique. The stabilization process was carried out successfully. Luckily, everything went smoothly, and the bloodline marks returned to their original positions. Tang-san escaped from disaster, took a deep breath, and rearranged everything. Indeed, effective. That's great. Now he's out of danger, but Kwang Huan is a thing that emerged from the Spirit to Eye mark earlier, yet it spins around the Heavenly Fox Eye mark while stabilizing itself. How should I put it? This feeling is like a beautiful woman who doesn't really like her lover, but somehow feels that reluctantly accepting it might be okay. Just when it seemed everything was settled, the Heavenly Lake Eye stirred again, making Tang-san feel itchy. What's going on with this Heavenly Lake Eye? You realize it's entering the sea of consciousness, frantically absorbing your mental energy. It can actually connect with your Dantian and spirit? Is this the process of merging the Heavenly Eye? It has evolved into a three-gill form. Deep in his subconscious, Dong Tam can feel his life layer constantly increasing, but it still wants to dominate his body, making him furious. Lucky for him, but even playfulness comes with consequences. Before the evolution process was complete, Tang-san created a giant hand targeting the Heavenly Lake Eye. But when he clenched it, it suddenly went out and then flashed brightly. The spiritual energy burst out intensely, but no longer in a gaseous state like before. Instead, it turned into a liquid. The Heaven Eye and his Dantian suddenly drooped, and the Spirit Ti took the opportunity to merge, causing a surge of power around Duong Tam's body and forming a protective barrier. It even affected Hao Hien, surprising him greatly. What is going on? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly converged in that direction. Shortly after the mental power state ended, Tang-san involuntarily sighed. This feels so refreshing. I've never felt this way before. This is true rebirth. Bone marrow cleansing and tendon adjustment truly matter, and the Haiyan Tian technique directly increases to the five-fold peak, with all five seals in the body strengthened. Except for the Feng Lang transformation still at the 5-gem peak, the other four have all advanced by one level. The mental sea shifts from a QI state to a liquid state, reaching a new realm. I really didn't expect that merging would bring such a huge change. It truly is the strongest bloodline inheritance. But if I didn't have a bit of my past consciousness as a trump card, forcing the merge would cause the Heavenly Tiger Eye to eliminate my other abilities, and I might end up becoming a different poison white. It must be admitted that the Heavenly Wolf Eye is truly powerful. At this moment, Hao Jian has already reached the place where the spiritual energy is emanating from. Isn't that Bankai breaking through? Just now, the movement of the heaven and earth spiritual energy was very clear. What was that about? I only saw Dabak and Bankai sleeping. These kids are also very normal, not understanding that dawn is breaking. Dong Tam woke up earlier to keep his promise to Dokbak. On the second morning, as the morning air from the east arrived, Tang-san taught Dubak the cultivation method for the demon apprentice level. How did it feel? It felt a bit strange, so like the eyes were slightly hot, very comfortable, and it seemed not to be completely expelled. Then you should continue practicing first. Based on Dokbak's performance, Duong Tam believes he also has the talent to cultivate as a death-level demon disciple. After dawn, everyone continued moving forward, enjoying a bountiful harvest along the way and bursting into cheerful laughter. This mission isn't bad. It can improve real combat experience and earn a lot of money. Next time, call me too, and I will be available whenever you need. The more everyone trains, the better. But a mission is still a mission. Bankai reminds the team not to be careless. The previous routes were relatively safe, but now we're approaching the habitat of the Jiho Tower, so we must be very careful. Even that night, everyone was still very proud. What about the Jiho Tower level 7? We have the senior brother and the little brother. That's right, and we all have new techniques, perfect for testing now. Bankai just let out a sigh of relief. These young people only need to be hit by reality. The harsher the blow, the more it benefits Tan Theng. Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted in with the wind, immediately catching Tang San's attention. He hurriedly rushed to his senior brother's side. Li Shi turned to ask, "What's wrong, senior brother?" Bing Chi admitted that there was a smell of blood in the wind. Tron quietly said, "There might be a beast approaching." The team immediately prepared for battle, the smell of blood growing thicker. And finally, that beast appeared. It was indeed extremely fierce, leaving everyone stunned. Actually, it's the tiger dung tower that the group has been searching for. Benkai gradually feels worried, but that's good. It's not an adult tiger, probably not even 7 meters long. In that moment, Gu Li immediately used his power to rush at it. He attacked with his tail in a swift strike, but it seemed to be ineffective. Benkai also hurried to support his junior brother with his sword attack. A dart shot out in a flash, but none of them could pierce its body. Only then did Tran realize, "Did I hit it?" It seems to have been blocked by the protective barrier of the tiger toilet tower. I heard the tower was attacked and it became furious. Even Duong Tom's attack was useless, as he also used Feng Song. It is said that Feng Song formed a protective barrier of wind elements, turning into countless wind rings that exploded outward in all directions. The situation is increasingly worrying for Du Tang, as this Sihu tower actually possesses the wind element, at least a 6th rank level. At this moment, Gu Li counterattacks simultaneously, and Du Tang then cooperates with him, creating a barrage of hidden darts around himself, all firing forward to support Gu Li. In addition, they managed to save Bang Kai, who was at a disadvantage, ensuring both of their safety. Tu Tran was utterly amazed. How could he have blocked everything like that? Little Duong is incredible, and it doesn't stop there. Duong Tom decides to fight back, forcing a quick victory, or there will be casualties. He quickly calls on his senior brother for help. "Help me buy some time." However, at this moment, the tiger urinal tower charged forward in fury, so Bang Kai decided to buy some time for him. Suddenly, a block of ice shot from behind, revealing it was created by Bang Kai to attack the beast. He didn't stop there. He even charged directly at it, using his ice staff to confront it. But its roar created a shockwave that knocked Bang Kai away from the beam. This made him extremely shocked. This fierce wind is really hard to deal with. At this moment, someone spoke up to remind him, and the senior brother looked up. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared, forcing Bang Kai to act, unable to retreat and needing to block it. He quickly cast the ice barrier technique to shoot at the tornado and simultaneously detonated all the ice barriers to destroy it. Even Kuo Li was surprised, using the ice barrier technique to disperse the tornado, saying, "Senior brother is so powerful." Seizing the opportunity, Tu Tran quickly rushed over to assist, using her martial arts to suppress the beast down to the ground. Suddenly, a dart shot through the air and pierced directly into the beast's head, and in an instant, it seemed to have been defeated. Everyone was amazed, surprised that it was Duong Tom who delivered the final blow. He happily recounted, "I charged a small wind ring into it after compressing it, causing the small wind ring to pierce through its eye, probably shattering its brain." Even Bing Ji was surprised and exclaimed, "No wonder I couldn't see anything, you're really too powerful." At that moment, Tang San secretly felt proud, but in reality, it was not that simple. The ability to compress the wind ring into the state of the wind needle entirely depends on the sudden surge of mental energy just now. Without it, I couldn't have done it. The most important thing is that the first time I used the Lost Mark Heavenly Wolf Eye, which fused with the Spirit T Eye, I called it Spirit T Heavenly Eye. After evolving, the Spirit T Celestial Eye can even control the elements it previously saw within a certain range. In the final moment, I used the Spirit T Celestial Eye to chase away the surrounding wind element around the tower, preventing it from maintaining a strong defense, then pierced through with the wind needle for a decisive strike. The aftermath was really excellent. At that moment, Tang San approached to ask, "Are you all okay?" Knowing Gu Li couldn't hide his confusion, he asked, "Xiaodong Meng, how did you do it?" Meanwhile, Dubak eagerly praised, "You really managed it. So impressive, Xiaodong." However, he whispered that aside from a bit of exhaustion, there was nothing serious. At this moment, Bang Kai suggested, "I need to quickly gather the bodies, and let's leave tonight before we get caught." By chance, Dubak slipped from the tree. Luckily, Tu Tran caught him. What's wrong with Dubak? Why can't he sit steadily? Suddenly, Dubak looked terrified. Dangerous or not, everyone quickly felt something was wrong and called out to help. "It's not safe, Xianzi. Take Dubak and leave before we retreat. This terrifying aura makes everyone run away immediately." A piercing sound suddenly came from the forest, causing Bing Ji to panic. This is a higher-level giant toilet tower. Only the village chief can handle it. He was crying and reporting that half of it was gone. Dusan looked worried. It's true that they could rely on the clan leader, but I have a feeling it's not that simple. At this moment, a pair of huge wings suddenly appeared, and in front of them was a gigantic tiger-shaped tower. It made Gu Li turn pale with fear. What is this thing? The 8-meter-long body with wings over 12 meters long is, as expected, the king of the pile of Ho Tower, so Bang Kai quickly ordered the others to go ahead and escape. However, Duong Tom denied it and said he couldn't go any further because the elemental barrier in this area had been sealed off. Even Tu Tran couldn't fly out. At this moment, the tower of the pissing tiger was approaching them, and just then, a fireball from the forest targeted it, prompting the tower of the pissing tiger to retaliate with a counterattack. The two techniques clash, creating a fierce shockwave. Bing Kai cheers as Hao Hian arrives and immediately demands, "Aren't you going to run and wait to die?" At this moment, the Chi-Ho Tower unleashes countless air slashes, making him struggle greatly, forcing Hao Hian to use his martial arts to block the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San and his brothers quickly left. Gu Li looked delighted. "Am I saved? But I still feel uneasy." "Really?" "No, the Shi-Ho Tower lives in 7 clans. If this Shi-Ho King Tower is the father of the one just now, then is there still one more?" Just as you predicted, the mother Ziho Tower has also appeared. It roared into the sky as soon as it appeared, and the current situation is extremely dangerous. Kuo Li was also stunned. What kind of luck is this? Its presence makes Doc Bok extremely afraid. At this moment, Duong Tom is secretly calculating. No matter how far you can run, you have to find a way to come back. Duong Tom immediately led them to leave, splitting up to run, one person. Running is also one person, let me block it. But Duong Tom denied it. It's useless, how long can you hold him off alone? Going outside for training is my idea, we fight together. Ko Lai kept thinking, isn't our goal the 7th tier toilet tower? Just go and handle it. Hearing that Tu Tran also wanted to go, I won't go. Doc Bok, you go. However, she was immediately scolded by Bang Kai. Why waste words? Just go alone. Can't it run far enough? With no other choice, Tu Tran was forced to run ahead with Doc Bok. In that moment, Dong Tom chuckled to himself, trusting everyone, but only by tearing up the last card could they all survive. At this moment, Dong Tom shot forward like a lightning bolt. Senior brother, Brother Ko Li, please help me. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt up and unleashed his attack at the tiger-shaped tower. In that moment, it pounced as if to devour him alive. Luckily, Gu Li managed to use a skill to make it stop at that moment. The scene left Bingji very surprised, as if he was seeing things, or as if the movements of the tiger tower slowed down by 2 beats. Dong Song seized the opportunity to leap into the air, unleashing the crane control dragon technique and striking the head of the charging tiger-shaped tower. In that moment, Dong Song was inadvertently devoured. It is known that the overwhelming bloodline power of the top-tier 7th-grade giant tiger tower is raging through Dong Tom's body, causing him immense pain. But unfortunately, this attack cannot harm the giant tiger tower. Suddenly, it counterattacked, causing Duong Tom's body to be covered in countless wounds. Seeing this, Bang Ki and Ko Li were extremely shocked. Both of them immediately rushed forward to try to save him. Although they fought back with all their strength, they couldn't inflict any wounds on the Jiho Tower and were instead knocked back by its counterattack. Suddenly, Duong Tom flew into the air, and the Jiho Tower rushed toward him like a gust of wind, as if to swallow him whole. To prevent that from happening, Bang Kai quickly cast the ice wall. Knowing this, Vo Bang Kai led a giant wall of ice behind him, causing his body to launch toward the Shi-Ho Tower, and with the strength of the senior brother, he froze the Shi-Ho Tower. But this is the only chance, and Duong Tom must seize it. He rushes toward the Shi-Ho Tower despite Ko Lai's warnings. It seems you want to destroy it from the inside, so you decisively flew into its mouth. Immediately, Dung Tom used the Wind God Slash inside its belly. Thanks to Duong Tom's daring move, he managed to injure it. Its body was then ravaged from within by that attack. The massive explosion spread throughout the forest, and in the end, Dung Tom successfully defeated the Mother Tiger Tower. Your body is now very exhausted from fatigue. In that moment, you secretly rejoice, feeling so lucky. The enormous energy absorbed from the Yihu Tower actually caused Huyen Thien Thong to break through to the 6th level directly. Moreover, in that brief moment, the Yihu Tower opened its mouth and was immobilized. Huge amounts of energy were released from its body, and finally we succeeded. At the same time, a massive explosion seemed to originate from Hao Hian. Duong hu tapsi ho wong da kam han duok chuen sai ra voi foingao, nandabungno, kong biet theko the chong do noi hong. This shocked Dung Tom greatly. Such a powerful strike, how could the master be so formidable? That's also why the Tiger King was injured and fled. Hao Hian hurriedly ran to his students and asked about the situation, and Duong Tom revealed that they were fine. Tron, Suthi, and Dokbok had already gone ahead. The three of us managed to block the rear and kill that damn tiger tower. I heard Vobankai broke some bones, but is not in danger of her life. Ko Lai, exhausted, fainted, but had no fatal wounds. Seeing this, Hao Haiyan felt somewhat reassured. As long as he was alive, that was enough. However, he suddenly spat out blood due to his injuries. It is known that Zhang Daozhan left the three children close together. At this moment, Dong Tam happily praised, "Your recent sword strike was really powerful." However, he immediately denied that the attack on Ditch 1000 only caused him 800 damage to himself. That is an attack that requires accumulating energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't last this long. At this moment, Hao Hien suddenly remembered Zhejiang and Dubai. Duong Tam suggested, "You go find them quickly, I'll stay here to watch over them." Hao Hien agreed, saying it's best to let them stabilize their wounds before we leave. Taking this opportunity, Tang San refines his body, and suddenly a Lakan appears, surprising him greatly. Could this be from the Zihu Tower? So they actually obtained a bloodline mark from a beast? The beast's bloodline power is even more volatile. Master Dokbok, are you all right? So Tran Tu recounted that during our escape, he was extremely self-critical, insisting he was useless, then suddenly felt a strong mental disturbance and fainted, frightening me. But luckily, the village chief arrived just in time. Hao Hien admits that he was probably mentally exhausted. Hearing this, Tang San silently thought, so then Dokubaku has controlled his power remotely, it seems he has succeeded. Anyway, my plan was to attack its eyes, so I might have a chance to rush into its mouth. Luck is extremely important. Suddenly, they both realized that I had just noticed how big this damn tower is, and you guys have actually succeeded. Duong Tam confidently affirmed that this was the result of everyone's combined effort. The next day, the sunlight's rays began to seep in. After a night of meditation, Dongsan had recovered a bit and recounted the events to Zhang Horan, initiating an attack inside the mouth. No wonder, luck really was on our side. Zhang Horan continued, "That's right, otherwise the entire army probably wouldn't have survived." Tam Duong felt that luck was also part of strength. Surely elder brother Dokbok used the heavenly crane eye to boost our luck, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? Seeing Bang Kai return, Duong Tam was delighted. "It's good that you're okay. Back then, I was truly scared to death." Bang Kai winces while holding her small wound. "Ow, that hurts," Hao Nian scolded. "That's what you get for causing trouble together." Bing Kai looked at Hao Nian with a pitiful expression and softly asked, "Teacher, don't you notice that I broke through to the 6th stage at 9 years old?" Hao Nian replied straightforwardly, "Your 6th stage." Ding Tam replied, "Yes, and it's not just me. I believe everyone will surprise you, especially the 2 senior brothers." Kolai. The words Duong Tam just said made Hao Hien unable to believe it. "What? You mean those 2? Tang San explained that recently Brother Kolai has been suspending his time magic, clearly surpassing his normal strength. Senior brother Dubak is also unconscious, which is very abnormal. Hao Nian said, "If what you say is true, then the consequences you will face after returning this time." Hao Nian is willing to take everything on himself. Everyone departs smoothly to return to the academy and rescue Shu, facing no danger. After returning, Tang San and Wu Bangye said goodbye to everyone and quickly went to rest, leaving only Huo Nian alone. Tuo Nuo saw the wound on Huo Nian and asked worriedly, "Are you hurt? Are Dubak and Guli going to be okay?" Hao Nian replied, "A small issue but still fine. His spirit energy is exhausted, and he's resting now." "What are everyone so confused about?" Hao Nian sighed and continued, "These kids know how to torment too well." So, this is what happened. After hearing Hao Nian's story, the house was no longer as peaceful as before. Everyone shouted out loud. Almost no one was left. Mook turned to scold, "Why did the teachers agree to let us go in the first place? If Teacher 2No isn't too pleased, it's mainly because someone is too useless. If it were me, what is the Tiger King Tower?" Hao Nian retorted. "Then you go next time." 2No snapped angrily. "Do you know there will be a next time, Truong Hao Nian?" This time, in Duong Tam's small room, Bang Ki asked for Duong Tam's opinion. "Little Duong, how should we handle this loot?" Duong Tam proposed, "Share half of the tiger cub's profit with the teacher, and the remaining 5 of us split equally." Bang Kai thought that was reasonable and agreed, saying the meat from the tiger cub was very nutritious. Bones can also be boiled into soup to strengthen the tendons and bones, and can be shared with everyone. Dong Tam also had good intentions and invited everyone to eat the meat together. Vo Bang Ki and Duong Tam left Duong Tam's room after their discussion. Seeing that Hao Nian still hadn't returned, Duong Tam was sure he was still being scolded. "Master, you are truly pitiful." Next, when you obtain the bloodline seal from the Yiho Tower, also known as the Feng Ho transformation, try merging it with the Feng Lang transformation. The Wind Tiger transformation and the Wind Wolf transformation are tightly fused together. Tam was surprised to see the Wind Tiger transformation rejecting the Wind Wolf transformation. Could it be that the higher the level, the stronger the rejection during fusion? At this moment, the Lakan Ling Te Tianai suddenly emits a light. Under the illumination of the light, the two Lakan suddenly stopped fighting and became quiet. Does the Heaven Fox Eye still have this kind of effect? As expected, this is the bloodline of the highest order. In the future, I should help Dubak improve even faster. After the fusion, Fong Lang transformed into a 6th rank, and Duong Tam officially became a 6th rank powerhouse. The next focus for Tong San is to find the 6th mark. This training session has truly been quite fruitful. Outside, Dubak was shouting loudly, "Xiaotang is me. Hurry up and open the door." As soon as Duong Tam opens it, Doc Bok rushes in and hugs him. That's great, you're all still alive. I thought for sure you had died." You gently pushed Doc Bok away and asked, "You're at the 4th stage now." Doc Bok released Duong Tam and ran around before striking a pose. "That's right, I've finally reached the 4th stage. Finally at the 4th stage. In the final battle, I could only watch everyone fight desperately while I ran away, and that intense feeling of regret made my head ache as if it were about to burst. In that moment, I was in pain, despairing. Damn it, what good is your heavenly eye? It has some effect on me. Please, I beg you, oh heaven, please let everyone be safe." At that moment, I kept using my mental energy to fiercely attack my heavenly eye until something inside my body broke through. I opened my eyes and looked ahead. I seemed to see everyone fighting in the distance. In the end, I seemed to have emitted a white light. Then, I don't remember anything else. When I woke up again, I was already in my dormitory. Suddenly, I felt that everything was no longer the same as before. I suddenly felt that I could hold all the luck, as if I could try to stimulate the world's veins. Tang San held back his anger. "All right, calm down first. Your breakthrough is an important secret of the Academy, and only the Master can decide how to handle it. I will go invite the Master now." Duong Tam goes to the training grounds to find Teacher Quan, who also happens to have some matters to discuss with Duong Tam. "Master Quan, I have good news to tell you." Duong Tam stepped closer and whispered into your ear about the poison being eliminated. "What? Really? Are you sure? I thought this should be kept secret, so I had him wait inside the room." Mr. Quan praised Tang San. Yes, you did very well. Be sure to keep it secret. Quickly lead me over there." When we arrived, Teacher Guan told Duong Tam to wait at the door and not let anyone in. After a while, Teacher Guan came out, laughing loudly, saying, Excellent, very good, very good. Little Duong, this time you've made a great contribution." "I'll go ahead to find your master," Bok Chu boasted, pointing at Duong Tam. "Official, I'm sure I've broken through." Bok Bitch smiled and said, "All right, I will control it. By the way, can I continue cultivating the Purple Extreme Demon Mirror?" Tang San immediately replied, "Of course, the Purple Extreme Demon Mirror is already a fighting method." "A fighting method? Based on the eyes and mental strength, it's an attack that relies on the level of spiritual consciousness. Watch carefully." Duong Tam concentrates intensely, his eyes changing color. Looking into Dong Tam's eyes, Dubak screamed in fear. The terrifying mental pressure was too much. The terrifying mental energy gradually disappeared. Dubak was confused, wondering if this was really okay. "Why is your mental strength so powerful?" Duong Tam explained, "It's because of practicing the Death Crimson Demon Pill. Do you understand why I made you practice now?" By the way, Duong Tam said, "That's right, there's one more thing. I'm at the 6th stage." Hearing that, Dubak's face darkened. He broke out in a cold sweat, called Du Tam a pervert, and left. "Thanks to your stimulation, I've calmed down now. I'm leaving." The next day, during physical training, Komak called Duong Tam out of the line. Duong Tam quietly walked out with a pitiful and guilty look. Komak angrily asked Duong Tam, "Do you know about this time?" Before she could accuse Duong Tam, the teacher interrupted her from behind, saying, "We need to praise Duong Tam's brave and daring spirit this time." Mumak was surprised Tuyen Duong didn't say yesterday that they should criticize strictly. Isn't everyone very curious about what exactly the 5 members of Duong Tam did right? Let me tell you what happened. The teacher recounted to everyone how the 5 members of Duong Tam's team carried out the hunting mission, especially their encounter with the Hoku Gi outhouse, and their victory over Hokai that Gi Din Fong. All the students were stunned and shocked, their eyes now on Duong Tam and Trin Tu Tran, and given the outstanding performance of Duong Tam's team, the entire profit from the 2 tiger dung towers they hunted would belong to them. They decided to donate all the tiger meat and bones to the academy for everyone to use. When they heard that all the profits belonged to the 5-person team, Tang San felt happy because he didn't expect to receive so much. Before leaving, Teacher Quan said, "All right, you can continue studying." Suddenly, Mock Girl pulled his hand back. "What are you learning? Come with me outside." Ms. Mock and Mr. Quan talked for quite a while. Then Mr. Kwan took her back to the classroom. She stood silently watching the other students. The departure followed the usual rules, but with a 20% increase in weight. Everyone set out, but Duong Tam was called back by Komak. Stay here for now. Even though you've reached the 6th stage, I have to tell you that at least for the next 5 years, do not attempt to reach the 7th stage, or your body could very likely explode due to the blood vessels. Yes, Miss Mu, I also feel that my breakthrough to the 6th stage was a lucky coincidence. Now I feel my meridians are swollen and painful, as if my body can't digest it. Mook pats Duong Tam on the shoulder to encourage him and says, "You know it's good, go ahead." Duong Tam runs quickly towards his friends to continue studying. Seeing Tang San leave, Mu said, "That's already 6th rank." The teacher added, "This kid really is a strange genius." Although this time was dangerous, the results were fairly good. What we need to do is perfect this method, not deny it. Hao Nian teased the teacher. "Yesterday, I don't even know who insulted me to the point of losing face." The teacher pretended to ignore it, so go do your business. 2 days later, good news came one after another, and Gu Li and Trine Tu Tran both broke through to the 5th stage, excitedly heading to Duong Tam's sword room. Little Tang, let's go quickly, let's split the money now. It's about to be divided, so great, let's go to the senior brother's room. Tang Tam was the biggest contributor, achieving 8 elemental points. Everyone suddenly prospered, and Dubak embraced Tang Tam tightly. The training schedule is really strict. Tu Duong, when will you go again? Dong Tam coldly said, "You can't rush it. To succeed this time, it's mostly thanks to your good preparation. Once we've absorbed the benefits this time, we'll consider the next step. Right now, the most important thing is to turn money into strength so we can prepare for the acquisition activity." Everyone cheered together. "Let's go. Which store should we hit first?" The 5 of them, led by Duong Tam, excitedly headed to the shops, each choosing their favorite items. Regarding what to buy, Duong Tam had already made up his mind. Duong Tam took the items back to Sister Vu and said, "I want to buy a few things." She immediately asked Duan-san, "What do you want these things for?" She opened each item that Duan-san wanted to buy to take a look. The Dragon Ball is easy to get and very good for tempering meridians, but what does Qingyu want to do since it's a 2nd-rank magical beast still alive and using it to tie things up isn't very reliable. The spirit refining gold is just for making jewelry for women. Black obsidian thatch kai is only hard and has no other use. "Are you rich enough to spend it all?" Dong Tam then said, "Sister Vu, I have a use for it. I want to use this rare metal to forge weapons." She sighed and said, "All right, since the fairy belongs to you, you can spend it however you want. It's getting dark, everyone has finished shopping, so let's head back to the academy." Before returning to his room, Dubak smiled and said goodbye to Tang San. Tang San gently picked up the green jade lance, which suddenly emitted a bright light. Dong Tam closed his eyes, gradually absorbing the jade pendant, and finally succeeded in the absorption. "That's great." A 1st-rank mark was formed and embedded into the 6th mark's position. The jade pendant disappeared and a bright gem appeared. Tang Tam looked at it for a long time, just as he thought it was very similar to Lam Ngan Thao. Suddenly, Duong Tam saw the figure of Xiao Wu in it. "My name is Xiao Wu," with Wu meaning dance. At this moment, Dong Tam Nu is lost in the fog. The next day, everyone still attends class as usual. After school, Dong Tam immediately rushed out of the academy. With an excited look, he stood by a tree, watching the milk tea shop. His eyes showed disappointment when young Master Mai wasn't there. He sat under the tree waiting for young Master Mai, but by evening he still hadn't appeared. Duong Tam decided to buy the tea and head back because he couldn't return to the dorm too late. The shop owner asked him, "What do you want?" "Hey kid," Dong Tam put Ngan Luong on the table and said, "What, you want to buy 40 cups of milk tea? The last time they even gave you one for free." The shop owner, while making the milk tea, said, "I have a slight impression, so I asked about Master Mei. Last time a girl gave you milk tea, is she not here today?" The owner continued, "Tio, Maya's gone to school. When she's not studying, what can she do to help? Your milk tea is ready." When he heard that Master Mei was going to school, Tong Tam was a bit surprised. Tong Tam took the 40 cups of milk tea, thanked the shop owner, and left with Liang Shuang. Afraid of being late, Dong Tam ran quickly to the edge of the forest. As he ran, he wondered if, now that the young master was at school, even ordinary people could attend school in this monster world. If you can study in GLI City, what kind of background is hidden behind that? Luckily, Duong Tam returned to the academy earlier than expected. After returning to the academy, Dung Tam shared bubble tea with his classmates and teachers, and he gave the last one to Zhang Haoran. "You are my teacher," Teacher Truong keeps asking. "Do you have the money now? I heard you bought a dragon fruit to eat. How is it?" Dong Tam replied, "I haven't eaten yet. I plan to eat tonight. I have something I want you to help with." Master Truong immediately asked what was wrong, and Duong Tam confidently said, "I want to forge a hammer and need you to help me light the fire." Teacher Truong was surprised. "What? You even know about forging iron? Teacher Truong agreed to help and will take you to the sculpture shop tomorrow afternoon. Try checking if your rescue rank has already increased to the orange level, but you still need to stay humble at the academy. Ding Tam politely said, "Yes, I understand." When he returned to his room, Duong Tam kept thinking about the young Master Mi. How can I find the young Master Mi? If that doesn't work, investigate all the academies in Jolly. You'll find him eventually. First, you need a detailed map of Jolly City. That night, Dung Tam closed the door and was ready to eat the dragon fruit. Combined with practicing cultivation all night, by early morning the sun was already up. Duong Tam was sweating all over. He stepped out of his room and decided to take a bath. After finishing his shower, he returned to his room. Dubak looked at him with a surprised expression. Duong Tam asked Duoshbak, "What's wrong?" Duoshbak replied, "You've changed, Duong Tam. It seems the effect of the dragon gourd is pretty good, just like Tutran." Last night she also ate, ending a day's lesson. Dung Tam and Teacher Truong went to the sculpture shop. Teacher Zhang asked again, "Are you sure you want to do it yourself?" Dung Tam replied, "Yes, I want to try. Teacher, help me with the smelting." Seeing Duong Tam put the black obsidian into the furnace, Teacher Truong asked, "What are you doing with this black obsidian?" Duong Tam turned back and said, "I just wanted to try." Teacher Truong sighed. "All right." The black ore was thrown into the middle of the fire. "It seems the fire is burning a bit low, so I asked Master Truong to increase the temperature. But unfortunately, this forge can't go any higher. I had to take the black ore out and decided to try forging with the hammer. While the black obsidian was still burning, he struck it fiercely with the hammer." Teacher Zhang was amazed by Duong Tam's fierce aura. Raising his hammer, his entire demeanor had changed. No way! Black obsidian can really be melted into metal. Although it was very hot, Tang San kept working tirelessly. In the end, the product he hoped for was finally completed. As expected from Duong Tam's guess, these are Kwang Dacho Kim. Teacher Truong examined them carefully and asked, "What kind of metal is this?" "What was that light just now?" Duong Tam replied, "I don't know either. It's actually quite effective. Teacher, let's keep going." All day long, from morning to evening, Duong Tam was refining all the black obsidian, then forging weapons without needing Truong Haonian's help anymore. Seeing Duong Tam take out the space bag, Teacher Truong exclaimed, "Where did you get that space bag from?" Hao Dian repeated his question again. "Where did you get this space bag?" "When I left, I met the chief of Fanglang Town, and I took his life to devour his bloodline power. After living together for a while, Dong Tam gradually accepted and trusted the Rescue Academy and this teacher. So when I came to this place of ours, I was already at the 5th stage." Hao Hien still looked surprised. "You were probably still at the 4th rank back then, right?" "He's probably 5th rank." Duong Tam considers himself to have gained an advantage. At that time, he was seriously injured after fighting a powerful expert from the Thunderbolt clan. Hao Hien's questions kept coming. "So the war between the Fenglan clan and the Thunderbolt clan was actually caused by me, right?" Duong Tam said. "At that time, he wanted to kill you, and I couldn't let him succeed. I don't know what happened after that." Hao Hien's eyes, glowing red, narrowed. "This kid is really ruthless. Not only decisive and fierce, but also able to stay calm." Hao Hien observed the expressions of Duong Tam's squad on their journey. He was extremely pleased with the indifferent face shown by this talented young leader. He even felt that there was nothing more he could teach to someone as rapidly improving as this young man. Just when Duong Tam had something to ask for. "That's right, teacher. Where can I buy a detailed map of Jolly City? I want to get one. The previous generation like Hao Hien has used it before, so I don't need to buy from you. Just borrow yours." Duong Tam nodded and said thank you. He took the map back to his place and hung it up, and indeed, it was an extremely detailed map. He started searching for all the academy symbols and recalled in his mind which academy the young master might be in. Judging by his age, she probably wasn't enrolled in the lowest introductory education, and the most likely option was that he was in the middle-level general education. There are only 12 such academies within the confirmed area of Jiali City, so I might as well wait and see. From now on, during the day, Duong Tam will attend classes, and after school in the afternoon, she will go to the sculpture shop to forge, or go down the mountain to find a school to wait. The days pass by in a seemingly regular pattern, but after waiting for several days in a row, there's still no sign of any progress. The young master hasn't appeared, and Duong Tam has already been to the Jiali Square once, but still couldn't find the young master's figure, and it's not convenient to ask others, so he can only continue waiting foolishly for the academy to find its target. After school, the monsters gradually leave the academy as dusk approaches. The town chief told Dongsan that normal schools don't provide accommodation, so the young master must be going home, but there has been no progress. Luckily, forging with the gold shield went smoothly. He used the gold shield to forge a hammer in a way that best suited his hand. This way, forging will be easier in the future. Hao Xian has specially opened a separate area in the sculpture shop for Dong Tam, distinct from the others. Outsiders only need to hear the sound and they will know the training team has returned. A group of 5 people covered in dirt or lightly injured, but clearly their morale has dropped significantly. Instead, it was Long Jiang's exasperated sigh. Dubak was a little excited. Little Dong, do you know? Their training results are still far from ours. Tang San also looked surprised. Oh, how do the senior brothers and sisters train? When recounting, Dubak couldn't hide his joy. They only have low-level magical beasts, the strongest being 4th grade, with no 5th grade at all, far behind us. I heard they even disturbed a whole pack of monsters. If the teachers hadn't stepped in, they would have been doomed. Not to mention reaching the destination, I haven't even seen the monsters' faces yet. Duong Tam chuckled and said, "Why do I feel like you're laughing at someone else's pain?" Dubak immediately denied it. "I didn't do it. I'm a lucky charm. Why would I laugh at someone else's pain?" "You're just joking a little. All right, go home and don't let the teacher see this side of you." The training schedule has arrived and the second group of trainees was reprimanded. Duong Tam remained very silent, diligently completing the assignments and practicing as instructed, occasionally forging weapons and often waiting at school, but still gained nothing. The lady claiming to be the young master's mother deceived Dongsan. In reality, she never attended school, but she doesn't seem like the type to do such a thing. Day after day, Dongsan continues to repeat that same waiting act. Time passes quickly, and Duong Tam still hasn't met the young master again, but he has grown from 9 to 10 years old. His increased strength does not bring him any joy. A voice in her heart could not be silenced. Where exactly is the young master? At Jiali Academy, Duong Tam's eyes kept fixed on one direction. A faint glow in the distance, and whatever it was, made Duong Tam so surprised. The light Duong Tam saw was not something dazzling. "You've been waiting for this for a long time. That green hair tie and those slender shoulders, too." Duong Tam has worn out her shoes, searching but found nothing. Now she has it without any effort. "The young lady from a wealthy family is right in front of you." Tong Tam kept her gaze fixed on her, proving she had indeed been studying. "It's just that it's not a mid-tier academy, but the highest family management academy. No doubt about it. The young master must come from a noble background. Xiao Hong seems annoyed by him. What are you looking at? Do you think His Royal Highness the Prince will let you look? Instead of saying he used force on Duong Tam, you still dare to dodge. But someone has stopped Tu Hung, that's enough. Don't be angry, Tu Hung, let's go." At this moment, the young master finally looked at Tang San and he started to feel nervous. She's paying attention to him. Before leaving, Xiao Hong also warned him a few words. "Be careful." The kid lowered his head, but Duong Tam's mind was troubled by something else. Could that blonde-haired guy really be a rival? It's not like that. He's definitely just an ordinary classmate. Thinking this way makes Duong Tam feel better. Young master at GLI Academy, this way is much more convenient. That's great. Then Duong Tam went to see the senior monk. "Benkai saw you so eager and became worried. What's wrong, little Tang? Why are you in such a hurry? What is it? You can't accept the mission to go to the academy for training? Did you forget what the head of the sect already said?" It seems that Dong Xin had planned this long ago. A completely new assassination technique that can instantly kill 6th-rank or lower demon beasts. It appears that Bing Ji doesn't believe it. "What? How is that possible?" "Duong Tam needs a larger space, so I'll step outside for a moment and demonstrate it to you directly. You use the triple-layer ice shield to defend." In order to go to Lethan, Duong Tam had to take a risk. He fused everything together, which affected Tan Bang. Bing Kai really couldn't believe his eyes. The ice shield and the Wai Pu Reich were riddled with holes in an instant, as if all his defenses had become invisible. Duong Tam explains that his hidden weapon technique is called Soul-Seizing Poison Dart. Inside that light sphere are hidden many ice needles, which can explode after piercing to cause a second wave of damage. Just look at the power of that move. Bang Kai has truly accepted it. This ultimate technique is truly amazing. I will help you come up with a plan tonight. But you have to pass your master's test on your own. Tang San agrees. "No problem. I'll teach you a few basic techniques first. Your secret technique has intrigued Bingxi. Fine." Early Monday morning, the senior brother asked Duong Tam to do something that couldn't really be considered training, but at least involved cleaning there. Hao Hien was quite shocked after hearing this. "What? You want to visit the family academy to observe and learn?" Dong Tam smiled softly and said, "Yes. I want to see if there is a more suitable demon god transformation. Now you're at the 6th stage and can merge with an even stronger bloodline, but Hao Hien still feels worried. Are you sure you can merge with the more arrogant demon transformation?" To prove his words were true, Tang San acted immediately. Not only could he do it, but he could also change it. This was done using the duplication armor technique. "Stop! These surprises keep coming one after another. What is going on?" "It is Guo Li's time shift." Hao Hien briefly explained the mission, which was very simple, just sweeping the yard. "You have to be careful when you're working, understand?" Tang San nodded seriously. That's good. Finally, I have a chance to get close to her. Hao Hien led you to a familiar place and called out to the man in front of him. Uncle Mao, your face looks a bit stern. The town chief has arrived. Go inside quickly. Hao Hien declined, saying I won't go inside to sit, just arrange work for him. Xiaotang, go say hello to him. Duong Tam nodded and said, I don't like being called Mr. Mao, so don't call me that here. There's no kinship terms like that. Understand, Duong Tam, it's confusing. Yes, sir, then quickly introduce yourself on the way. Follow me. I will take you to your workplace today. This yard of about 10,000 square meters in front of the main teaching building and the Jiali Academy's teaching area is swept twice a day. Remember, when working here, don't be petty. No matter what your divine transformation is, don't use it while on duty. Dong Tam seems to have understood a little. I know now. He quietly went to clean up, feeling a mix of emotions. Although the work was somewhat dull, the spiritual energy here was very rich. That's fine too. It's convenient for practicing Huyan Thien Gong. Tang Tam has been cleaning all day without saying a word. Mao is very pleased with the sincerity in his work. This kid is pretty good, quite steady. The sky is about to turn dusk and more students appear. Has the young master finished school for the day? To find the figure of the young master, and also to remember the detailed layout inside the academy, Dong Tam simultaneously used Ling Te Tian Yan and Tu Cap Ma Dong. As more and more students rushed out to leave, the crowd gradually thinned. The lively laughter of everyone slowly disappeared, and the sky darkened. The time Duong Tam stood there was measured by the movement of the surrounding scenery, and in the end he was left alone in the vast schoolyard. Duong Tam kept hoping to see the person he wanted to meet. If I am lucky, will I be able to meet the young master as I wish in my heart? At the rescue academy, Duong Tam is having a meal with a friend. Duobak, can you come to my room later? Of course you can't refuse, right? Is something important with little Dong? It's just that Tang San wants to ask how your mental strength has been improving lately. Duobak's face looked disappointed. It's too hard to increase. I also have no way to actively consume. Just like last time when I encountered stimulation, I can't say I have it if I do. Tang San kept saying strange things. I think I get it now, intense stimulation. So what about the experience when you're close to sleep? Huh? Are you about to fall asleep? I don't know anymore. Little Tang, what are you talking about? Duong Tam suddenly reached out. A sound from inside the house echoed outside, and the flower feed jar shattered in the process. He was grabbing Dokbok and squeezing his neck tightly. Tears welling up in Dubok's eyes, facing the sinister and malicious gaze of Duong Tam. This action is a huge blow to Dokbok. Little Duong, why are you hurting yourself? Actually, it's just Duong Tam trying to help his friend. The bloodline of Dubok is not pure. To unlock the potential of the heavenly lake, one must continuously stimulate the bloodline. Tang San quietly senses the change in Dubok's bloodline power. He is not actively devouring, but sensing the reaction of the heavenly eye under life-threatening circumstances. Something strange is happening. Dong Tam feels a sharp pain in his chest. This is it. The light beam appearing above his head is the transforming energy of the heavenly lake. Our luck and Duboks are overlapping. This time, Tang San is let go. You are gradually absorbing that energy light. The two of you seem to be merging into one. Even though I don't understand anything, I feel a bit exhausted. Little Tang, do you really want me to die? Santam reached out his hand and said, This is what I meant. External stimulation causes the heavenly lake eye to erupt. Now try to retract the power of the heavenly lake eye and see how it feels. Dokbok felt both happy and amazed, as if he had exhausted all his strength. The last time he did this, he felt the same way. Little Tang, you're really impressive. I knew you wouldn't hurt me. Zhongxin considers the problem solved. Keep training like this and you'll definitely advance quickly. Early in the morning, Tang San and Du Bai were practicing the Death Extreme Demon alloy behind the mountain. After a night of rest, the white-haired boy had regained his spirit. Du Bai's excitement was no longer the same. I feel like the Heavenly Fox Eye has improved a bit. No matter how I trained before, I never felt this way with the Heavenly Fox transformation. Little Dung, thank you. Tang San is also happy. It's good that I could help you. Keep practicing the Extreme Death Demonic Pill. It will be an important skill to protect your life in the future. Goodbye, Dokubai. Tang San heads down the mountain alone and returns to the family academy. Maybe it was due to the luck from last night's guidance. Today, he clearly felt different. Even the sunlight seemed brighter and more dazzling. He sensed from within that perhaps today he would truly meet the young master. Mao's attitude has changed since the first day. Xiaodong, last night you didn't do badly. The head of discipline came to praise your cleaning work. Tang San considers it a useful deed. Thank you, Mao. It's all because of your guidance. Today, Tang San was praised as soon as he arrived, clearly lucky. At this moment, a young man ran over. Hurry up, sir. The director wants to inspect the training area today, only an hour left, so please gather your people and get the cleaning done immediately. Hearing that, Mao hurriedly agreed. Yes, we will go immediately. Xiaotang grabs her things. Let's go. I will immediately assign the others. Everyone is ready to give their all for the cleaning. The demon battle zone is a circular structure divided into two levels, the ground and the air, where the Academy's students train through combat. As soon as Dong Tam entered the zone, he sensed a powerful energy formation here, with energy fluctuations subtly present everywhere. Before leaving, Mao Chan instructed that this time there's no need for a thorough cleanup like usual, mainly just to tidy up the hidden corners. He brought a bucket of water here. Let's get to work quickly. Just as he was about to leave, Duong Tom suddenly noticed movement on the other side. Two groups of monster students are fighting in the demon battle zone, each with 7 members clashing fiercely. But as soon as Duong Tom looked, he noticed her. His gaze met a familiar figure and his eyes lit up brightly. Because the person who appeared here is the young master Miss, whom you have been waiting for. Duong Tom has been watching her for a long time, and the young master indeed, your luck has arrived. Now the prince's hair is peacock blue. This must be her transformation into a demon god. But the most uncomfortable person is Mao. What is he looking at? Hurry up and do your work. If you don't clean everything thoroughly, we'll get into trouble. This time, the young master has looked over at Dong Tom. It seems that Duong Tom still hasn't forgotten to observe the battle scene. Regarding the energy emanating from the young master, the weapon she is holding, and the 2 fluttering leaves around him. Long Jiang once said that the current city lord of Jia Lai is the great Phoenix King. Duong Tom guessed part of it. The demon transformation of the young master is probably the Phoenix King of 100 Birds. The Phoenix transformation. Instead, Tong Tam also paid attention to the others. The golden hair was indeed here, along with that little brute, the 3 of them forming a team. The golden hair is from the Golden King Monkey Clan, with a royal bloodline, and her strength is at least 8th rank. I feel like the young master is also 8th rank, and it seems she is the center of the team. The sparring in the arena ended very quickly. Duong Tam suddenly felt happy. That's great. The young master clearly kept his distance from the other students, but being able to fight alongside him also made me jealous. No, I have to become stronger. I have to get stronger quickly. Tang San returned to the square and continued his usual cleaning work. It feels like Duong Tam is extremely disappointed and sad, but as soon as someone appears, he looks at them with curiosity. Most of all, that person is the young master, and her figure makes Duong Tam unable to hide his emotions. He ran over and hugged her tightly without thinking, tears streaming down uncontrollably, but that was just his imagination. It wasn't until the young master truly paid attention that he snapped back to reality. The 2 of them are now very close. Duong Tam can't understand why she's here. He doesn't even dare to move a muscle. What's going on? What does she want to do? What should I do now? Tang Tam tightly grips the broom, unable to relax. The young master was still confused, not knowing why. You were the one who started the conversation. Did I meet you before? I asked him. Tong San stammered. I have bought bubble tea before. Are you the one? I remember now. Don't look around the academy casually here or you'll get into trouble. So you work here. All right, I'm leaving then. After finishing speaking, the young master quickly left, while Dong San was still in shock. The young master finished speaking, and Dong San quickly covered his mouth. What am I doing? Yet I couldn't help but call out. Luckily, she didn't hear. The figure of the young master gradually disappeared from sight. Only when he was no longer visible did Tang San finally seem to relax. You also returned to your work. At this moment, in a different situation, the young master was panting after experiencing something very exciting. What's going on? Why am I the one initiating the conversation with him? It's not like something I would do at all. That's clearly a stranger. It's really strange. Tang San asked with a smile. How do you feel today, Brother Dubach? He cheerfully said, I was a bit exhausted yesterday and tired today, but I feel my spiritual power increasing faster. He smiled and said, Then I'll keep helping you train tonight. Dubach snuggled up affectionately. Now I increasingly believe in lucky coincidences. Meeting you has truly been a series of good things. After dinner, I came to find you. That night, the moonlight shone brightly and the training method was the same as last night. Duong Tam once again exerted immense pressure on Doc Bak. While Doc Bak was resting, Duong Tam returned to his own room to continue practicing. Today's encounter has changed Duong Tam's thoughts that he had been accumulating for some time. He silently ponders that he must become stronger quickly, or else how can he protect young Master Mi? The next morning at Jiali Academy Square, Dong Tam was sweeping while reminiscing. Lucky that the heavenly eye is really powerful. Damn it, that golden lion dog keeps sticking to the young master. I'm not his match yet. I have to come up with a plan. At home, Dong Tam used his mind to observe. Feng Ho Bian is now at the 6th rank and can no longer advance. He crossed his arms, quietly pondering. Only Thiem Bao Bian and Than Ngoch Dang can still advance and be considered. I still need to figure out how to approach Miss May so she will like me. Cleaning is not enough. Maybe that little sugar can do it. Under the moonlight, Tang Tam Lao moves swiftly in and out of the shadows, silently slipping in wearing black. Under the cover of night, he quietly hid and used his spiritual energy to observe the defenses of the Jia Li Academy. Then he sat down to plan. Jumping over the wall is not an option, so he will activate the formation to see if there's a chance at the back door. I remember hearing before that the Monster Academy said students sometimes sneak out through the back door at night. Suddenly, two figures appeared. I smiled and put on my mask. They're here. Luckily, things aren't too bad. Those two are still happily chatting with each other. Thanks, brother. Duan Tom sneaked out the back and used it. Kim Bang transforms, reports, and shifts with the time. The chubby boy laughs and says, I'll bring the stuff to you tomorrow. Duong Tom rushed from behind like a gust of wind, and in an instant the door closed with their cheerful laughter. All right, let's go in quickly. If we get caught, my luck will be even worse. They happily entered inside without noticing that you had sneaked in behind them. Tang-san watched contentedly. Good, I've entered. Now the next step is that one over there. Duong Tom, with swift movement, runs off. At the Academy's shop entrance, the Academy's treasure storage, Duong Tom appears with a combo of skills. Time Shift, Gold Transformation, Lightning Flash, perfectly applying these three abilities to successfully infiltrate the Academy's shop. After finding a suitable spot, he stopped and used Spirit Hearing Heaven Eyes. Dong Tom quickly scanned the room. Among these storage cabinets, there are treasures with various attributes. Duong Tom quickly moved in and looked up. The energy formation warning here isn't very difficult, but it will take time to study or find the core before making a decision. It seems like you have broken into some room. Oh, Tang-san is going in to investigate. There are 6 secure vaults here, containing valuable items of various types. He happily lowered his hood to examine the surrounding formations more closely. A moment later, Dong Tom had a preliminary understanding of the formation in the entire shop of the Academy. He stood to examine the central formation in one of the 6 safes, realizing that opening the temporary treasure vault was still very difficult. But for now, it wasn't necessary. Duong Tom glanced around, inspecting the bookcases outside first. He touched a formation above, and suddenly a cabinet opened, revealing a treasure inside, followed by a round object, and then a strange box. So the formation in the Jiali Academy gradually disappeared. Tang-san suddenly stopped and pondered. I've come up with a good idea. The scene shifts to the next morning. A guard calls out loudly, Shopkeeper Hu, you're here. He nodded and said, All right, go inside. Shopkeeper Ho entered. When he entered, he was horrified. What's going on? He questioned what happened that the cabinet was opened. Are you guys okay? No way. Last night everything still seemed normal, but now Duong Tom ran out through the open door to check outside. Fortunately, nothing strange was missing. After checking inside, Dong Tom had changed his clothes and left. Duong Tom calmly stands sweeping the yard with a broom, and for the next week he no longer infiltrates the shop inside the Academy. Apart from training and work, he was also researching energy formations in the shop. During that time, he met young Master May twice. He was annoyed and thought, that yellow hair is really annoying, always clinging to Master May, and her conditions are really good. I can't let that happen. Then Dong-san decided in his heart that he must strictly follow the plan. After finding the poison white to boost his luck, Tang-san once again arrived at the back door of the Jiali Academy. The scene shifts to the Jiali Academy at night. You carefully observe the students. Very good, the opportunity has come. Duong Tom uses a protective talisman to sneak inside. Suddenly, Duong Tom's eyes widened as he quickly dodged from his previous position. Huai Vu struck powerfully, a furious roar echoing. Who dares to break into the academy? Huai Vu's figure ran after him when he saw you, and he immediately chased after him. Don't even think about running. Tang-san tries to dodge the attacks. He narrowed his eyes in annoyance. How did he get detected? And with the Bat family involved, why had his luck with the poison white failed? Dodging while thinking, no, the lightning is too much. If he really can't avoid it, he can only risk using the time light shift. Then came a powerful barrage attack. Duong Tom quickly looked around when suddenly a mysterious light appeared above. Huai Vu was terrified. How come this kid still hasn't been hit? In the wide-range lightning attack of mine? Suddenly he was startled and looked back. Huai Vu quickly jumped aside to dodge, and his attack missed and hit the ground. That attack caused a big explosion, knocking him back and revealing Tang-san's location. Someone else ran over to ask, Lock Huai Vu, what's going on? He replied, there is a thief with weak strength, probably at the peak of the 4th grade lightning report ability. Huai Vu speculated that he might be an ordinary person from the lightning report clan. So you still managed to catch him, can you be even worse? No, it's really not my fault. My lightning bridge suddenly exploded due to the influence of the heavenly thunder, and you've been drinking, huh? Drinking so much that you couldn't even control your useless lightning bridge. Go back and see how I deal with you." Then an angry person cursed at the kid. Tang-san just escaped and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his luck was right. There was really no real danger. His expression grew serious. Under the pressure of the pursuit, the spirit Ice Heaven Eye has evolved to the 4th stage. Not only did I escape all the lightning from the sky, but the lightning bridge beneath the monster also suddenly exploded. This is all the power of the Heavenly Fox Eye. Tong Tom felt happy, yet also a strong sense of weakness. No wonder the Poison White fainted for so long. He used the Huyan Tian Kong to absorb the divine spiritual energy that had been drained from his body, and only returned to the academy to continue his work after dawn. Tang Tam also discovered that after advancing the Spirit Eye Heaven Eye, he could see and guide energy fluctuations that were previously invisible. He smiled to himself. This is great, now he can better control the alert formation. Suddenly Tang-san saw the figure of someone, with the queen of the army pulling them along. "What do you think?" "This time, come with us to train at the Shanmaji Ali. He's urging young Master Mei to reconsider, so let's go together. There won't be any surprises. I guarantee your training points will be enough." She remained silent in thought, then agreed. "Fine." And Duong Tam had a scowl as he left the training session. This lion dog definitely has no good intentions. Going out for training means we need to interact more often, even sleep outdoors in the wild. He clenched the broom handle tightly. This guy will definitely try to get close to Miss Young Master. Dongsong is determined that he absolutely will not allow it. He looks up at the sky, deep in thought, and knows he must quickly carry out his plan. Hao Hien was stunned and exclaimed, "What did you say?" Tang San replied seriously, "Teacher, I think we need to go out for training again." He rubbed his temples and said, "It really gives me a headache. Have you forgotten how dangerous it was last time? Although the results weren't bad, why do you want to go out for training now? If you try to persuade him, teacher, nothing will happen. The last time was completely unexpected, and everyone's strength has increased, so this time it will be even easier than before. Everyone gained a lot from the first training session. Shouldn't we try again? If this training session is successful, Senior Brother Bok, Senior Brother Ko could advance to a higher level." Hao Xian sighed and decided not to argue with the young guy anymore. No problem. His expression turned to concern. "If you can achieve better results in this training session, I suggest that all 16 of you act together next time, and you will be in charge." He happily agreed. "Yes, I will follow the master." Before leaving, Duan Tam also announced, "Oh right," and casually told the master, "My Heaven Lake eyes have reached the 4th stage." The scene shifts to the evening in the senior brother's room. Bing Kai excitedly exclaims, "What if we go to the residence of the Diho Tower and meet the Shiho King again? We have a grudge of killing his wife and children." Duong Tam reassures, "Hey, he's fine. This time the master is still coming with us, and isn't it true that we've all leveled up?" Their voices echo in the night. "Yes, let's go with that decision." The scene shifts again to a shop. Young Master Mei calls out, "Mom, I'll help you." Cammy looks puzzled. "Why are you back today?" She said she would go out with a small team for training in a few days. The old lady advised her to pay attention to safety, protect herself well, try to stay away from the heirs of the Bloodline Golden Crown clan, and be careful. "Yes, Mother, rest assured." Suddenly, the young master spoke. "That's right, Mom. I've been running into an ordinary human at the academy lately, and I can sense that he's paying a lot of attention to me." Camney also asked curiously, "What does the ordinary human look like?" "The kid who came to our shop last time to buy bubble tea, we even gave him a cup of tea." She lowered her eyes and replied, "Yes, it's him. Maybe it's just a coincidence." She smiled, trying to find a way to ask her, looking for an opportunity to probe what kind of love magic he had, and also to ask his name. The handsome young master replied, "Yes." As night falls, after gaining the luck boost from Dubak, Duong Tam once again moves around the GLE Academy, using his spirit eye heavenly vision. Dongsong observes his surroundings, then ponders, "This is the energy shield of the warning formation. Keep the energy frequency synchronized with it and see if it works. If not, the only option is to run." He slowly raised his hand, and Duong Tam's hand entered the protective layer. His eyes shone brightly with vigilance. Luckily, his hand safely passed through the barrier. Duong Tam happily, "It's a success." Then he quickly jumps inside. Dong Tam silently thought that he wouldn't need to use the back door anymore in the future. Then he repeated his old trick and infiltrated the GLI Academy's shop. When he entered the warehouse, he calculated that there were 4 hours left before dawn. Duong Tam looked at the advanced seal, thinking he needed to study the alert system here. His eyes focused on the seal. Suddenly, Duong Tam exhaled a breath, reaching out to touch the seal. The red aura begins to swirl, and suddenly the seal expands. The heavy iron door bursts open. Duong Tam happily opened it, feeling excited and pleased. That's great, Tang San stepped inside. This system is also similar to my guess that the central array is probably in that security room. Tang San found and studied the array, and now he has fully grasped everything. After finishing, he calculated that the items here can always be taken away. But without any worries, at least he needs to ensure the research institute won't be affected. Moreover, this place also has great significance. It is an excellent place for cultivation, not only because of the dense heaven and earth aura. He approached a strange flower, which was surrounded by many high-level plants, just in time to enhance his sixth mark. Suddenly, the thorny branch of that flower moved, lunging to attack Dong Tam, who was alert and quickly grabbed its thorny branch. His eyes observed that indeed the energy of the dragon beast plants and the body had been swallowed and absorbed by Huan Thien Kong, and they would be much purer than the beast's mark. Combined with Than Ngoch Dang, it could enhance the power of the sixth mark. Only marks formed from absorbing treasure plants would do. Duong Tam secretly smiled to himself, knowing that the energy contained in the treasure could nourish the body and make it easier to withstand the enhancement of Huan Thien Kong, which was more beneficial than absorbing energy from demon gods for cultivation. He looked at the thorn branch in his hand, still with 2/3 of its energy remaining, so Duong Tam decided to store it back in the cabinet. He left lost in thought, with so many treasures of heaven and earth. As long as I don't absorb them to the point of withering, they will naturally absorb the primordial energy of heaven and earth to replenish themselves. This safe is not lacking in such primordial energy, so this place has become a good place for cultivation. The scene shifts to the sunrise. Duong Tam has changed his head and calmly looks up at the sky. He smiles contentedly, having absorbed 5 types of energy in succession to enhance the plant energy to the 5th level. Next, he activates the Huyen Tien technique to merge the 5 plant type Mark of Lac. Tam concentrates his power into his palm, causing plants to grow up to 20 meters long, capable of binding. Although parasitism is still lacking, the sharp thorns from the parasitic skill can now be used. The blue-silver grass martial spirit I possessed in my previous life, with the first 4 abilities being entanglement, parasitic net, binding, and imprisoning the blue-silver grass, has now recovered about 70%, and the scene shifts back to the town. Duong Tam was contentedly pondering, and in just a few days, the 6th Lac seal could be upgraded to the 6th realm. He decided to call it the Blue-Silver King, and one day he would restore this Blue-Silver King to the glory of his past life. Master Quan said, "I know your previous training yielded excellent results and everyone's strength has increased, but I must tell you that much of that success was due to luck. Luck won't always be on your side." Dubak still looked confused, watching as the master raised his hand to pretend to strike. He remembered that last time was just luck, but back then Dubak was only at the 3rd stage, yet they managed to escape from the mouth of the Shiho Thuat Jiaidin Fong Tower and even killed it in return, gaining more overall than the other 2 teams combined. Now Dubak has reached the 4th stage, and Koli and Trintutran are already at the 5th stage. Tang San and Bingji are both at the 6th rank. With a team like this, there aren't many in the rescue organization. The teacher looked at Bingji, and under Tang San's guidance, Bingji's ice element techniques even amazed himself. Now that he's broken through to the 7th rank, it's only a matter of time. Then he looked at you, and all these changes are because of that young kid, Dung Tam. Meanwhile, Dung Tam is calculating. Today is probably the day the American young master and his group set out. I need to observe and keep a certain distance from the American young master's group. You can't get too close to avoid detection, but also not too far away, in case danger arises, and you can help her in time. The teacher glanced at you and sighed silently, completely distracted. All right, let's get moving. The scene shifts to the dense forest, with Tran Tu raising his voice to remind everyone, "Get yourselves together. We've been going for 2 hours." He approached and asked, "Tran Tu, I heard that students from GLI Academy will also come here for the trial, so we might encounter them during reconnaissance. Be careful. It's best if we can figure out their direction." She asked curiously, "Are they really that strong?" "He's very powerful. Even the Golden Lion Dog is at level 6, and if I'm not mistaken, the young master is a bloodline of the Demon King, the highest level of bloodline existence. With such a combination, even encountering a level 9 beast would be able to defend itself. As long as we keep a certain distance from them, there shouldn't be any major problems." Tang San added, "Moreover, our strength has also far surpassed what it was before. I have some things I want to give everyone, and I brought out a bomb weapon and said, this is a weapon I researched together with Director Tran. I call it a hidden weapon. They are all machines that use mechanics to fire. So even an ordinary person can use the extraordinary power I created, tailored to each individual." Then Tang San handed it to her. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Thank you. Please go ahead with your introduction. This is a bow that you wear on your back. When you wear it, can you see the 3 arrows on top? Just bow your head and they will shoot out from behind you. If you shoot an arrow while it's flying, the power will be even more extraordinary. The main drawback is that you only get 1 shot. After firing, you need to replenish the arrows. Tang San looked at her expression and smiled, saying, I only equip 2 arrows for each person. Make sure to retrieve them. They're very expensive. Got it. Another thing is the arrow cluster, which is relatively compact. I just need to tilt my wrist down and the arrow will shoot out. Additionally, these 2 items can channel bloodline power into the formation above to accumulate energy, greatly increasing the burst force, and different bloodlines affect the effectiveness of the hidden weapons. Bang Kai asked, how does the effectiveness vary with different bloodline powers? He explained simply that if you channel the Kim Bang bloodline, the speed, piercing force, and sharpness of the arrow will become even greater. But if your senior brother uses it, the arrow will have a ice attribute. Trantunash is still surprised that it can be so powerful. Even the teachers don't fully understand the formation. Yet he managed to create such a miraculous formation. Maybe Tang San will give Dubakshu a pair of divine bow. This is to prepare for him a pair of divine bows. He is so excited that he feels really safe. Tang San continued explaining, after pouring his bloodline power in, he can directly pull the latch to use it. Each G-Cat divine bow can shoot 36 small arrows. Dubak happily says, there are so many and it feels really safe. Dongtam smiles and says, I'm also looking forward to seeing how effective it will be with the enhancement of the Heavenly Lake transformation. Maybe I won't even need to aim precisely to take down the opponent. Then you look at Bangkai along with the senior brother and Kolai. With your strength, no dark energy can stop you. In the limited time I have prepared the cluster arrows. Kolai was curious. Its power is very strong with an effective attack range of about 30 meters, and although its force is relatively small, it offers better control. The bow's effective range is about 50 meters when aiming from the back. Chukat Than's bow can shoot over 100 meters, but it requires precise aiming. Duong Tam continued, saying that different divine love spells used on various projectiles can have different effects. There are too many surprises. I can't fully grasp everything. Could you ask the senior brother to condense the ice shield into a target for everyone to practice with? He quickly agreed. Oh, okay. Bangkai creates an ice shield in front of him and condenses it. Go ahead, Trantu, have fun using it. Let me go first. The arrows are shot quickly and they easily pierce through the ice layer. Trantu was stunned by this scene. Bangkai, caught off guard, shouted, Too close now. This is not good. His face turned panicked. In the moment of crisis, Duong Tam rushed over and pulled him aside. Bangkai is still in shock. Trantu covers her mouth in horror, and Kolai along with Dokbok are also terrified, opening their mouths in shock. Big Senior, are you okay? He calmly replied, It's fine. I just didn't expect the power of this to be so great. Elder brother Duong Tam confidently added that with the high speed and sharp effect of Kimbang Bien, the power would at least double. Sister Trantu, you'd better go find your arrows. Trantu happily goes to try it out. Oh, you're satisfied with the instructions. Regarding these hidden weapons, I hope you can keep it secret and limit their use to our team only. Then Duong Tam urged, Yes, we've rested enough. Let's keep going. Bangkai agrees. The scene shifts to the forest, with the silhouette of Trantu flying in the sky. She reported that she found the Gali team. They have 7 people and are about 5 kilometers away from us. Duong Tam nodded and said, All right, keep this distance for now. Follow them. He was happy inside. It's good that we found him. We must protect young Master Mei. The sun was beginning to set, and the colors gradually darkened. After nightfall, with Dubok's good luck, Duong Tam secretly visited the GLE team's camp and saw a few tents in the forest. Duong Tam carefully observed, and at this moment the GLE team was happily grilling meat, sitting together chatting. Duong Tam saw Miss Mai sitting with the military lady, and he immediately made a face, truly annoying this golden-haired, lion-like young master. However, it seems that with these teammates, young Master Mei doesn't feel very close. Duong Tam breathed a sigh of relief. This is really good. The long night gradually came to an end, and the next morning, from the shadowy figure moving, Dong Tam silently followed Sao Bangki, feeling worried inside. What's going on today? You keep feeling uneasy all the time? Duong Tam called out, Dubak Senior brother, do you have any premonition of danger? He replied, No, I don't have any feeling at all. Dong Tam nodded. Oh, that's good. As time passes, this uneasy feeling grows stronger. Suddenly, Dong Tam wondered, could it be that danger isn't coming from our side? He worried. Could it be from Master Mei? I have to go and check. Dong Tam put on his mask and silently vowed to protect Chu Tawan for the young master from the U.S. That night, in the forest at the Lee family team's camp, the voice of the Peacock Demon clan sounded, and even from such a distance the scent of beast meat could be smelled. Your training days have gone by so comfortably. Who could be so suspicious among the royal guard? He saw the approaching person and looked at the patterns that appeared with concern, pondering why the Kongtuok demon clan, the Imperial Consort's guards, would come. "My good sister, I heard you went out for training. Does your brother feel touched to visit you?" The handsome young master coldly replied, "I have no brother." He sneered and said, "Of course not. A mixed blood like you has no right to the bloodline of the noble peacock great demon king. Follow me and don't make me use force." Queen Hao stepped forward to shield her, saying, "What do you mean by that?" The other person waved his hand to warn him, "Don't interfere, little lion. This is a family matter and none of your business." He still tried to say, "Even if you are the son of the city lord, there's nothing you can do. But if we report to the ancestral hall," that person sighed. Forget it." That guy coldly scolded. "Having a royal bloodline like this to bury with my sister doesn't seem so bad." Queen Hao, surprisingly, doesn't like this beastman either. Arrogant, he's just a useless member of his tribe. Does he really believe he can defeat us? Kongya sneered, "Only I am truly incapable. As the eldest son, I am about to be stripped of my right to succeed by my father, so isn't that why I came to eliminate her? Don't think I don't know. You're approaching my sister not because our father made her one of the heirs to the throne, right?" The young master interrupted, saying, "You're overthinking. Your father did it just to provoke the competitive spirit among the brothers. After all, as descendants of the great Phoenix Demon King, how could we allow a mixed blood to be favored? The mistake my father made back then, letting me, his son, clear it all up for him. That's enough." Queen Consort didn't know what to say at this point. It truly wasn't easy. He led 8 masters of the 8 families, all descendants of the great Peacock Demon King. This demon clan member still refuses to stay silent. If you pretend not to see anything, it's as if she falls into the beast's mouth, and it's not impossible to forgive you. As a mixed blood child, whether I have a better chance or you do, you should know very well, right? The clan won't allow a mixed blood to inherit the throne. Think carefully and step aside happily. Suddenly the Empress charged forward. "No, if you want to take her away, you must defeat me first." The Peacock King knew this in advance. So they actually attacked. Let's go see what tricks that little guy has. Before he could rush forward, the queen was already knocked back by the minions of the demon race. "Chu Hung also wants to join in. Let's go." Queen and her team were pushed down the mountain slope, and Kong Tsu was already smug, but he still hadn't gone back, yet he ran off after being knocked away. Those kids are really interesting. "My good sister, now we can talk slowly. It seems the young master really dislikes him. I have nothing to say to you, and I am not your sister." Kong Tuoch kept persuading her. "Follow us, and I won't kill you, or your father will find out." The young master still maintains that indifferent attitude, and with his cautious and hesitant personality, does he want to inherit the throne? That statement made Kong Tuoch very angry. "What? Catch him for me." Many hidden weapons flew toward them. Kong Tuoch instinctively turned his face away. "Who is it?" It seems the young master is also surprised by this sudden attack. In an instant, only the demon clan was left there. Some source of energy had taken the young master away. The one responsible for this is Duong Tom himself. He holds her hand tightly, not letting go at all. Her small hand, I must protect her at all costs. In an instant, Duong Tom's escape was caught up. "You know running further isn't a good idea. Hurry and go, I'll lure them away." A pair of wings appears on the young master's body. Instead of leaving, she hesitates. The people of the demon race have chased all the way here and found them. Duong Tom has decided to face them, as these guys look no different from the monsters under the lake. The weapon Duong Tom uses is a bow, and he even hopes they will come all at once because his weapon is already prepared. "Stop here and let you die. Chukat then no, this is my fortunate blessing." Because the arrows are imbued with the power of Spirit Eye, all of them hit their targets unexpectedly. The 8th and 5th rank experts stop chasing because they cannot comprehend the strength that wounded them. After dealing with everything, Tang San leaves, and sure enough, the spirit-tearing divine needle is still the most effective. After walking a while, he sees the young master again. Why hasn't she left yet? Still not feeling safe, Duong Tom held the young master's hand again. Is he stupid? Hurry and run away. It's better if you want to completely lose them and reach a safe place. Duong Tam stopped, they didn't pursue, so it probably wasn't a fatal wound. The young master looked at his hand and said, "Well, shouldn't you let go of my hand now?" Hearing that, Duong Tom hesitated and withdrew his hand to break the awkward silence, and the young master spoke up. "Who are you?" It seems difficult for Duong Tom to respond. "I am her. You can call me Tula." The young master was a bit surprised. "Tula? Are you human anyway? Thank you for saving me." Duong Tom, using his status as a Tula, promised her, "No need to thank me. I will always protect you." Maybe the young master can't stay much longer. I have to go now. Every time you leave Duong Tom with regret. But this time the young master stopped, and she turned around to look at Tang San. She was a bit surprised, not knowing what she would do. The action of the young master revealed the tattoo on the back of her hand. She wanted to say goodbye. You can call me young master, but that's all I have to say. Did Duong Tam always watch that figure's back, the blue saving the blue? Lethan has only 2 level 2 experts in total. How old is she that she's already a level 2? Once it's over, Hao Hien will also appear. Why did you choose to provoke and save her at this moment? Duan Tam Pai chuckled. Are you here with us to protect her as well? Hao Hien's eyes narrowed. Your reaction is very quick, but you still haven't answered my question. It's a bit difficult for Duong Tam to explain. If I say it's love struck by lightning, would you believe it? Might as well say Hao Hien has given up, and there's no reason left to explain anymore. You little brat, you're becoming more and more mysterious. The weapon you created combined with the demon transformation surpasses my imagination, and you helped me gather the scattered fallen arrows. What Duong Tam cares about now is level green. She herself is actually level green. Why is that, teacher? Hao Xian smiled faintly. You're sometimes surprised too, since you won't say. Duong Tam guesses it's because of attacking the internal affairs of the Peacock clan, even controlling a speed. It seems Hao Hien has underestimated his student. If you're like this, you'll be easily silenced. Knowing too much isn't always a good thing. This matter is very important and has always been the main focus of the organization. From now on, stay away from him and don't use any identity to provoke him. Duong Tam's tone became more confident. Don't you think I can help her? I really like the young master. After finishing his sentence, Hao Xian punched him. You're just an immature kid. Do you even know what you like? Hurry back to the country. That night, in a different forest, the warmth of his hand still lingered on the young master's hand. She felt it more clearly than ever, incredibly mature. The way he held her hand so skillfully and firmly made her feel safe, and also gave her the sense that he was always quietly protecting her. Who exactly is he? Will we meet again? The figure of the demon race across from her, and she still dares to return? The young master's eyes show disdain. Why can't I go back? This is where I rest. It seems he's easily provoked. Capture her for me. The battle continues, and even after the Phoenix Demon Clan orders their soldiers to capture young Master Mei, he remains unfazed, his face emotionless and tense. The Crimson Peafowl Demon Clan still remains proud, wondering how long you can hold on. Young Master Mei simply orders coldly and decisively to kneel down. The Peacock Demon Clan immediately collapsed to their knees. The soldier nearby was also surprised by the order, and another one begged with his hand on the ground. In the end, everyone obeyed the order of the young master. The Peacock Demon Clan was still in shock. What exactly did you do? You are a fool to insult those 2 words. Don't you remember your own clan's secret technique? Plotting against the royal family? What crime is that? That guy was stunned now, saying, No way, your bloodline is even stronger than mine. The blue light shone even more intensely now. The handsome young master challenged him. Isn't it true that you still want to compete for the throne with me? I give you a chance. We will settle this here. He was stunned and looked on in panic as a blazing red light like fire erupted from the top of the young master's head. She continued to threaten. Whoever loses dies. The Peacock clan stood frozen, staring at the handsome young man with his magnificent wings, as his long sword was adorned with a few blades of grass, gradually lifting into the air before him. He broke out in a cold sweat, gazing up at the blazing red light above his head, the Peacock Crown. The Peacock Crown can only be possessed by the royal family with the purest bloodline, bearing the symbol of their clan. The Peacock Crown is the ticket into the inheritance battle, meaning whoever possesses it can break through limits and gain the talent of a demon king. The Kong Tuok Demon Clan has a saying, when they see the crown as if a divine king has descended, the Kong Tuok demon will realize they are truly afraid. He immediately begged the young master, My sister and I was just mistaken. Do you believe me now? The young master questioned, Isn't it you who wants to compete for the throne with me? I grant you this right. The other trembled in fear, speechless, gritting his teeth. Fine, if that's the case, and immediately forced a nearby soldier to kneel down. The confused soldier asked, Wang boss, are you really going to attack? Immediately after, the Kong Tuok Demon Clan also knelt down. The young master from America didn't understand what he was planning, and the soldier was helpless, tears streaming down his face quickly. Honorable Crown Prince, I know you have condensed the crown. I know my mistake. My subordinates have also been stirred up. Please give us a chance to make amends, Your Highness. He breathed a sigh of relief, ordering his subordinates to withdraw quickly. Suddenly, the young master called him back. Wait a moment. That man was startled. Prince's crown, do you have any other instructions? Clean these arrows first before you leave. Understood. The sky becomes quiet. Young Master Mei realizes that the Peacock Spirit Clan has lost their arrogance and still intends to return to the ancestral hall. She sat on a nearby tree branch looking up at the starry sky, then picked up a sharp arrow. The weapon was so exquisite. Who could have made such a demon arrow? Lost in thought, suddenly a voice rang out, and her teammates were heading this way, probably returning to check on the battlefield. Jung Hokshin appears, and young Master Mei looks a bit surprised. So, teacher, you're still here and haven't left yet? Zhuang Haohien gives the young master a wooden bow and says he asked me to tell you to take good care of yourself. This is a gift for you. I know his background. The young master was curious, but Master Truong quickly denied it. I don't know, but from his actions towards her it seems he has good intentions. However, there's something on him that could threaten me, so I can't investigate further. You shouldn't reveal the seal in front of him. Young Master Mei feels a bit sad upon hearing this. Well, I was excited. I thought he was one of us. I hear voices, so Zhang Haozhen quickly leaves. I'll go ahead, they are back. Tong Xuan Ho and the soldiers have returned, surprised to see the empty land with no one around. Are you okay? Where are they? Young Master. Mai enters the tent. I'm tired and want to rest. The people outside are still confused. Little Hung anxiously asks, What should we do, Captain? Song Quan Hao also worried. Rest first. It seems Unggangan and the others have already left. We can only go back and ask. Since you two haven't stopped talking, what about our training schedule? Just do it the same way as before. I really don't know how she managed it. Could it be that the Peacock clan is secretly protecting her? Then the scene shifts to a dark forest, where a young man leans against a tree. It's Daong Tom. He looks at his hand, pondering. Chio says, Her hand is very cold. Is she afraid of the cold? I never expected that she was actually a member of the Rescue Society. This is definitely good news. At least we share the same thoughts, which will save us a lot of trouble. Duong Tom looked up at the starry sky, his face full of determination. It's time to show off my skills. Kunto Ling ranked third among the 3 great hidden weapons of the Duong clan. The next gift I give her will be this. The sun has risen, shining across the mountain range. The deeper we go into the Lai family mountains, the more demon beast we encounter and the closer we get to the Shio Tower's territory. Over here, Tang San is talking with Wu Bangkai, our senior brother, to discuss our strategy for tomorrow. Wu Bangkai agrees, then calls everyone together to assess the current situation, saying that there's a high chance we will encounter each other, so please wear masks to hide our identities. Their strength is much greater than ours, so avoid conflicts with them. But I have a very bold idea. Kolai felt a bit helpless when he heard this. Even he said it was a bold idea, so how bold does it have to be? Dokbak was very excited. It sounds thrilling. Tong Tom looked serious. Although bold, he still had a good grasp of part of the plan, and once successful, our gains would be greater than last time. Guli was surprised to hear that, while Dubak had been very excited and eager all along. Let's do it. Tell me the details. Senior brother, the 3 of us can handle this. The most important part of the plan is to compete with Sister 2, and here's how. While everyone is carrying it out, try not to reveal the side of the GLI Academy team. If we can complete everything secretly, that would be perfect. Does Trin Tu Tran look eager for the task? Wu Bangkai teases Duong Tom. Little Tang, are you trying to swallow an elephant this time? Senior brother Tang also responds casually. Isn't seeking wealth in danger exactly like that? Thinking back on the previous experience, Wu Bingqi pondered silently for a moment before saying, Tran Tzu, you are the key to this plan. How do you feel about it? Tran Tzu proudly replied, I trust in my speed, and besides, I still have the Chan Truong. In the end, everyone high-fived in determination. All right, let's go with that decision. The name of the plan is to chase the tiger and swallow the wolf. The sunlight shines on the clear blue sky. In Tong Quan Hao's group, today we will enter the area where the Shiho Tower is located. Everyone must be careful to avoid attracting too many Shiho Towers and getting surrounded. The group listened to the order and cheered excitedly. Got it. Tung Xuan Hao notices something unusual about young Master Mei and keeps a close eye on him. After last night's events, he feels even more distant from us and plans to find a way to build goodwill later. All right, let's go. The distant mountains are bathed in the shimmering morning sun. One of Tong Quan Hao's team members reports, Captain, we've found the tiger-shaped tower. Tong Quan Hao is pleased. Great, let's set out to complete the mission and rest afterward. Without hesitation, everyone set out according to the plan, 2 kilometers outside. Dubak, panting, said, It's still dark, but I managed to retrieve what I gave them right on time, as Xiaodong said. Wu Bangkai, after receiving the news, told Kolai to rest quickly and that she would go over there. Kolai replied, You must be careful, and don't forget Xiaoduang's instructions. As Kolai's figure gradually disappeared from sight, the elder brother felt reassured. Watching Kolai leave, Wu Bangkai couldn't help but worry the plan has begun, and she hoped everything would go smoothly on their side. Back with Tong Xuan Hao's team, a monster had been swiftly defeated. Simply put, Captain is so strong, he can handle it easily alone. We're done here too. Tung Xuan Hao has a bright face. So how was the harvest? There are a total of 3 tiger-headed towers, 2 of the 2nd rank and 1 of the 5th rank. Very good. Clear the battlefield and prepare to retreat. We haven't celebrated for long when suddenly a few monsters appeared flying in from the sky. What are those? The monster with long wings soaring high in the sky suddenly paused as 2 tiger-headed towers chased after a large bird, surprising everyone. What's going on? Why are they falling down? Tong Junhao immediately realized the situation was unstable and warned his teammates to prepare for battle. They are 2 fully grown Tier 6 towers. He quickly strikes. Tong Tom hid in a corner, watching the explosion from Tong Quan Hao's attack. The monster fell and Tong Quan Hao shouted loudly, "Done. Your face is sweaty. It's very simple." Little Hung thought to himself, "Our luck is really good. With so many spoils of war, we can head back to the academy." Tung Junho also looked pleased. "Yeah, not bad. Everyone worked hard. Let's clean up and go." Before he could finish, another monster charged at them. Xiaohong was stunned, and it was another large yellow bird. It was too fast to see clearly. Then he suddenly jumped, and 3 more strange towers fell down. Tung Chunho was also surprised. "No, everyone get ready to hide. The determined soldiers can't back down. We've come this far. Prepare to fight." The peaceful forest suddenly erupts with the noise of battle. In a hidden corner deep in the forest, Wu Bankai is taking care of Doc Bok. Okay, the distraction is over there now. Doc Bok sat still and composed, trying to boost his luck and keep it steady so that everyone wouldn't be detected by the tiger-headed tower. With the help of Tang Sun, Chen Rangzi kept luring the horde of hyenas there. Guli was responsible for using the time reversal technique, causing the hyenas flying at high speed in the air to fall just in time. The senior brother used an almost invisible ice needle to lure the tiger tower to attack the yellow-haired team. Bok was exhausted. Wu Bankai asked if I could see the battle situation over there. "I can't do it anymore, senior brother. Let me rest." Ko Lai also spoke up, saying, "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Waiting for Tang San's signal, Zhanzi will update him on the situation here. The sky remains clear as if nothing had happened. The second wave has lured 3 of the tiger-headed towers, 1 Bachia and 2 Shidai. Tong Junho spoke while catching his breath. "We need to finish this quickly and use all our strength. There are enemies still lurking in the darkness, daring to underestimate me. Let me show you the true power." A blinding stream of golden energy shot out, carrying crescent-shaped blades soaring up to the middle of the battle. The tiger-shaped tower roared in pain, and another whirl of energy appeared, this time a blue one. Tong Chuan Hao faintly recognized that as a distress signal. Duong Tam watched the entire battle from afar, feeling pleased. "Very good." Then he turned to inform Zhanzi, "Sister, your task has been completed after much effort. You go meet with the senior brothers group and provide support for me later." After Trantu leaves, Duong Tam continues with the plan he had prepared. He takes out a small arrow, slowly pricks his finger until it bleeds, and at this moment, Duong Tam, with a determined cold gaze, his whole body surrounded by a blazing red aura, exudes an intense fiery aura. The key to making this plan succeed is this drop of blood. Immediately, he launched the energy vortex with the blood drop at its core towards the central point. The vortex continued to fly as if guided by an earlier signal, and once it reached a stable speed, it immediately released blazing red beams that shot down to the ground. The beams of light scattered everywhere, and Tong Quanho was immediately drawn to them. Dao San, now wearing a mask, carefully prepared to leave his hiding spot, moving along the vortex towards Tong Quanho. "Very good. The spectacular moment is coming soon." Tong Chuan Hao seems to catch a glimpse of someone fleeting by, and he angrily unleashes a stream of red fire. Whoa! The flame-colored tornado burns through the surrounding space, then roars out a fierce warning. "Don't even think about running." Tong Chuan Hao's energy vortex seems ready to swallow Duong Tam. "Ha ha ha. I just don't want to burn my feathers and lose my money. Do you really think I have no way to deal with this?" A blazing spiral of fire is sweeping everything into the center, forming a fierce fire tornado. Then suddenly, with a bang, Tong Quan Hao's vortex weakened. Only then did he realize with surprise and shock as the forest was once again thrown into chaos, losing its usual tranquility. Tung Chuan Hao is still very angry. Not good, break through the encirclement quickly. Dong Tam disappeared and reappeared, soaring swiftly like the wind. That guy has indeed been attracted here. The Jaya Lai Academy team could no longer pay attention and had to continue fighting the 7-headed tiger towers. Led by Tong Quan Hao, they fled at high speed, heading straight in one direction. Behind them, not only was the Hovuong Tower attracted by Duong Tam's blood aura, but a pack of Hovuong summoned from all directions also emerged from the densest woods. Duong Tam observed silently, thinking to himself that he had intended to use his aura to lure the Hovuong Tower, but unexpectedly, he had drawn the entire area's horde of towers here. It's indeed a bit big, but I'm sure they can handle it. After all, the descendants of the royal bloodline still have their trump card, not to mention the master. Tang San returned to the battlefield of the Gali Academy, pocketing a level 8 and 2 level 7 tiger vessels, then immediately chased after the tiger vessel's herd. Tong Quanhao's group was still desperately fleeing, but they couldn't shake off the pursuit. Tong Quanhao quickly devised a plan. All I need to do is stay behind and face the Tiger King Tower, while the other Tiger Towers chase after the rest of the team, so not only can we escape, but I can also change Prince Mai's impression of me. As he thought this, he felt proud. I'm just too clever. Then he turned back to explain the plan to everyone. This won't do, listen to me. The speed of the Pig Horse Towers is too fast. Let me cover the rear. Captain, how can that be? Stop rambling, you guys go ahead, I'll stay here. Tong Quanhao, with arrogance, wondered if he could change the bad impression Prince Mei had of him. He stood bravely in front of the Tiger King Tower, unaware that a whole line of Tiger Towers was standing right before him. No way, why did they all fall? Are you guys sick or something? A tiger-shaped toilet tower glares at Tong Quanho. Why aren't you chasing after them? Duongtum witnesses the event and only criticizes Song Junho for being foolish. The target that the Hovuong Tower locks onto is only him. Only he has the aura of his enemy. If I can't find you, then who am I looking for? Tong Quanhao was extremely tense. Then he quickly thought of a plan. If that is the case, at that moment he roared, Great Ancestor, grant me the power of your glory to shine across the heavens and earth as a blazing golden light radiates brilliantly. A brave lion stepped out majestically from the light with a golden aura. The resolute lion faced the pack of lowly hyenas. It raises its sharp claws and kills each prey, the dazzling light reflecting throughout the forest. The Zihu Towers fall one by one under the sharp claws of General Song, each suffering in agony and despair. The Zihu Tower King, badly wounded, let out a cry while 4 other Tier 8 Zihu Towers chase after General Song as he flees. Dong Tam hid behind a tree, still lost in the thoughts of what just happened. The power was so immense, but a level card like this is truly terrifying. Then he ran off quickly. After Tang Tam left, a figure appeared in front of the Kui Ho Vuong Tower. Seeing the mighty Chi Ho Vuong Tower now trembling on the ground, Zhang Haoxian's face remains emotionless as the entire forest sinks into darkness, mourning the fall of the Shi Ho Vuong Tower. About half an hour later, the 4 Shi Ho Towers caught up with the Lai Academy team. Xiao Hong was helping Tong Junhuo run away. I have injured the Tiger King Tower and exhausted my strength. Now I can only rely on you guys to risk a fight. If that's the case, then let's go all in. Suddenly someone spoke, startling Tong Quanhao. It was Mai Kong Tu, who ordered the entire team to retreat. The whole team was stunned, the Tiger King Tower's eyes blazing with anger as thousands of energy beams converged on young Master Mei. The noble feathered cloak appears, with a fiery red jade ring neatly placed on top of the young master's head. The soldiers are startled and panicked as the peacock gold crown resembles a royal crown. At this moment, Tong Junho finally realized why Ungon and her allies retreated. Even if they had 10,000 courage, they wouldn't dare attack King Kim Kwan. Without hesitation, Miss Mu stepped forward, launching powerful attacks with a series of sharp energy beams engulfing the tiger-shaped towers. The white energy lines like cuts piercing through all movements, but Miss Gongzi shows no intention of holding back. She wields her intricately carved sword to slash horizontally at the monsters. After finishing, she calmly kneels as if contemplating something, then quickly turns her back and looks into the distance. Her teammates, having witnessed everything, are speechless, their mouths agape in admiration. After seeing the scene, Dao Tam remained completely still. Miss America turned to look at her teammates and then gave the order. Let's go. Everyone still doesn't understand what's happening. What's going on exactly? Why are those tiger-shaped toilets not moving? What should we do now? Follow me. Yes, quickly go. Receiving orders from above, the soldiers did not resist. One, curious, hesitated and lightly touched the tiger-shaped tower, which was a level 8 tower that could be taken away. As soon as he touched the monster, a loud explosion sounded, and he, terrified, ran away. It's broken. It's broken. Oh my God, wait for me, Tang San secretly thought. This is spatial power, using it to tear space and turn it into sharp weapons. Is this the true first-level bloodline power? I quickly left my hiding spot, originally wanting to protect young Master Mei, but who would have expected his strength to be so powerful that I don't even need to protect him? You approach the creatures that stand still and look at the strange thing, wondering, what is this? A blue flame like a seal containing the fury of the tiger towers. Tang San gently touched the flame, pressed his finger into the center, feeling a moment of tension as he wondered what it was. Then suddenly, with a loud bang, a powerful explosion sent everything flying everywhere. Luckily, Tang San quickly defended himself. With so much space power within the Thapshiho, he wasn't drawn out, revealing that this space power was all bound by the peacock spirit pattern. Conversely, based on these clues, the person wielding space power can also retract that power, bringing it back to life. Suddenly, Miss Young Master appears silently from behind and asks, "Who are you?" Duong Tam quietly turns back, suspicion in his eyes as Miss Young tries to attack him. Immediately, green and yellow energy beams intertwine, appear behind her. "See, all those previous things were your secret plots against me," Duan Tam said, calming down the anger of Miss Mai. "Don't attack. I am human." He raised his hand to prove it, and the flame tattoo on his hand glowed. "What is the purpose of this attack, confirmed by the orange level, and did you plan it?" Duong Tam also straightforwardly said, "The goal is to chase the wolf and swallow the tiger, sitting back and gaining the benefits." The young Master Mi was surprised to hear this answer. "You know my identity." It seems Duong Tam has realized the situation and is thinking to himself that he's in danger. A series of spiky energy attacks rushes toward him, biting and tearing at Duong Tam, and even though he uses a protective shield, his facial expression reveals that he cannot understand the level of danger he's in. "She basically didn't give me a chance to explain." Tang Tam was pushed back by the icy energies attacking him. Knowing that the situation was turning in favor of the American young master, Dong Tam realized he couldn't come up with a plan and couldn't escape with his strength. "Do you know, my dear? You are plotting against your husband, so you can only use your spiritual awareness." Without hesitation, Duong Tam uses his spiritual awareness to turn the tide, his eyes shining with a dazzling light. You create intertwined energy lines, with all the energy flowing together to form a stunning streak of light that gradually intensifies into a giant ring of fire. Suddenly, a figure appeared within the ring of fire. It was Zhang Haiuxian, who shouted, "Be merciful in your attack." After hearing that, Miss Young Master stepped back. "He is one of us, my disciple." Zhang Haoxian explained and sighed in relief that the tension between the two sides had eased. "Young Master." My scolded Hao Haiyan, "What is my status in terms of confidentiality? How could he know?" "This is my fault. I will accept punishment from the organization. He is my only disciple. I have high hopes for him. He met her at the academy before. I was worried they might clash, so I told him." The young master asked again, "Is he also at the GLE Academy?" Zhang Haoxian ordered Tong Tam to remove his mask for the young master to see. Tong Tam took off his mask, and the young master was surprised, saying, "It's you." Duong Tam chuckled shyly. "Ha ha, it's me." After seeing you, the young master felt relieved. She turned and left. Young Master Mei reclaims his space power. The weak tiger-shaped tower collapses to the ground, still breathing. He then puts the two Tier 8 tiger towers into his storage pouch. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind them. No more chances. Both Teacher Zhang and his student obeyed the order. Understood. The shadow of the young master disappears gradually. Teacher Zhang then tapped his young student's head. "You little brat, do you want to die? How could you casually reveal your identity in front of her?" Duan Tam held his head. "It hurts so much, even Tu No doesn't know her true identity. Only I and the entire Lethan family know." Dong Tam nervously tried to explain, but listened to my explanation first. Given the situation, if I didn't reveal my identity, she would have attacked me. Hearing that, Zhang Haoxian could only sigh helplessly. From now on, he must be extra careful in front of her because she is extremely important to the organization. "Yes," then you smile a sinister smile. "That's right, teacher. Is the Tiger King Gi Tower in your hands?" Master Zhang also replied, not forgetting to give his student a punch to the head. "Being too smart isn't always a good thing. Did you really take down the entire group of Tiger King pavilions?" Duong Tam hurriedly explained. "I only killed some of them. Isn't it because the storage item couldn't hold everything?" Truong Hao Hien led Duong Tam to reunite with Wu Bangqi and return to the academy to save Thuk. The harvest this time has reached a level that requires going to another city to exchange. Truong Hao Hien allows Duong Tam to devour and absorb the blood energy of the Shiho King Tower, elevating Huyin Thien Kong Duong Tam to the 6th family peak. At GLE Academy, Tong Chuan Hao's team is dividing the spoils. Seeing Miss Mai return, Tong Quan Hao warmly greeted her. "Miss Mai, you saved all of us. These things should belong to you." Young Master Mei coldly said, "I have taken the 8-stage Zihu Tower. The rest is for you to divide." Then she walked past everyone and returned to her room. Tong Chuan Hao still gazed at her lingeringly, then slapped himself in the face. "What have I done?" So he ended up offending the only royal descendant of the Kong Tuk clan, King Kim Min. Little Hung saw Quan Hao standing alone and sad, so he asked, "What's wrong, Captain?" "Of course, listen to young Master Mei, and in the future our team leader will be Miss Mei." The sunset falls behind the mountain, painting the sky in fiery red. Dubak called out, "Little Tang, I've recently felt my spiritual power improve again. Teach me the purple extreme demon technique." "Really, that's great. Duong hu that giai lamot tu, thach ko." Han, Nhung, Nukotiep Tuk Kogang, Hong, Gi, Lakong, The. Reaching the 7th realm is a difficult hurdle. You should first cultivate to the 6th realm and then say, done. As Duan Tom bids farewell to Dubo, returning to the academy to continue cleaning as a little disciple. Dubo feels puzzled. Aren't you wasting your time? You not understanding is not the problem with cleaning. Quickly give me some more luck. I'm about to leave. Dubak immediately casts a spell to send lucky energy to Duong Tom, who then leaves, waving goodbye to his friend. At the Jili Academy, Tang San is diligently sweeping up the fallen leaves on the ground. The sunset shines behind him. Young Master Mei secretly looked through the window, a feeling of doubt rising in her heart. Why? Why did my hand suddenly become so weak that day? When I pushed Kong To Ling to prepare to kill that person, at least when I infused the power to split space into his body, I suddenly felt extremely uneasy, as if killing him would lead to a major catastrophe. This little kid named Xiaotang looks at me with a very complicated expression, and seeing Deng San's shadow through the window, Miss Mei feels relieved. It's good that he's back. Why do I feel that meeting him again this time is also very good? Thinking that, she shyly ran into the room. Duong Tom is still diligently sweeping the yard. Young Master Mei slowly approaches. Why does he want to come here to tidy up? Duong Tom was a bit surprised by the question. He secretly thought it was because of himself and subtly told the young master, "This is a secret." Young Master Mei looks annoyed. If I really want to know, what then? Dongsan helplessly says, "If you want to know, I will tell you." Young Master Mei replied, "Do you have no principles at all? Since I haven't provoked her yet, I won't tell you." You dare. This place is filled with spiritual energy, perfect for cultivation. Cultivate while cleaning. Do you have a mission? No. Hearing that response, young Master Mei was stunned. He threatened Tang San. Lying to your superior is a serious crime. Duong Tom denies it, but I didn't lie to Senior Officer Miss Mai, young master. Mai also feels shy. You leave now, and from now on call me Sister Mei. Remember this. From now on call me Sister Xiao Yu. Tang San remembered the figure of the young Master Mi from when he was a child, wrapping his arms around her and calling out, "Little Vu." Tang San lowered his head and whispered softly, "Okay, Miss Mai." He seems a bit shy, blushing as he lowers his head. Miss Mai crossed her arms, watching his expression and wondering what suddenly happened to him. Then she quickly turned and left, saying, "I'm leaving." Dong Tom remained silent and still, lifting his face to look at the sky, lost in thought. The young lady found it puzzling. Why did he suddenly start talking just now? At this moment, Dong Tom suddenly burst into tears, his face filled with tears, and that image surprised Miss America. She wondered what was happening to herself. Why do I suddenly feel so heartbroken? Miss Young Master sensed something strange about herself and turned away, denying it. Duong Tom still stood there alone, his figure truly lonely and full of sadness. The scene shifts elsewhere. A month later, Trong Haohian returns, and someone inside asks, "How have things been lately?" Zhang Haoxian asked Tang San, "Is there any problem with your cultivation?" The Wind Tiger transformation, the Blue Silver King, are all peak 6th grade. The Golden Banded transformation, the Time transformation are peak 5th grade. The Spirit Deer Heavenly Eye is peak 4th grade. Hao Jian was pleased and praised. "You did very well. You must be careful during your breakthrough. After all, you have the ability to transform into many kinds of demon gods." Tang San replied, "Rest assured, I will be careful." I wonder if she can reach the level of young Master Mai after breaking through to the 6th rank. Hao Haiyan explained. Her situation is quite unique and cannot be imitated. Her father is now the Peacock Demon King, extremely doting on her and her mother. He doesn't hesitate to use his own blood essence to strengthen her foundation and enhance her bloodline concentration. Tang San sighed. For an ordinary person, he seemed a bit special. Hao Xian reminded him, "All right, let's not talk about these things anymore. Let's discuss the harvest this time." He recounts his achievements. "Because he killed many Tiger Tower Masters, I have been to 3 cities. Duong Tom excitedly asked, "How much in total?" Hao Hian smiled and replied, 10-20 elemental coins in total." "Is that a lot?" Hao Hian continued. "Mainly the Tiger Kuji Tower Master. It's quite valuable. There will be an auction in 6 days. Hao Hian's eyes softened as he said, "This is the highest level auction held every 3 months. I'll take you to see it then." Tang Tom gently expressed, "Teacher, this time let's buy some things for our senior brothers to help them break through quickly. After all, they are stronger than me, and I don't need anything for myself." Hao Hian agrees with your opinion. I support your way of thinking. The auction at Jiali City was held on time at the Beast Arena, with Zhang Haoxian and Tang Tom disguising themselves as the closest demon tribe to humans. Inside the hall, there were quite a few people watching and discussing. The Beast Arena is a place where monsters enjoy spending most of their time. For them, strength is the main measure of power, and winning 10 consecutive matches can earn them noble status. Duan Tam asked curiously, "Can humans also qualify?" Hao Shen explained to him, "In theory, yes, but you need to win 10 consecutive matches. This is something that cannot be achieved, but it also offers many benefits and the chance to enjoy all the privileges of the demon clan." Duong Tam seriously asked his master if having a noble status would allow him to study at the Geely Academy, and Hao Hien carefully warned him that theoretically it was possible. But he shouldn't do anything foolish because it was not simple at all. Duong Tam also promised Hao Hien, "Don't worry, teacher, I won't risk being a fool." His teacher replied, "That's good." After the crowd enters the arena, the auction begins. Hao Hien observes and speaks. This monster is a 9-tier powerhouse of the one-eyed demon tribe, and it has a history of serious crimes. To participate in the Beast Arena and win 10 consecutive matches, not only clearing his name but also earning the noble title. The spectators on the stands kept cheering and shouting. The host on stage introduced, "Welcome everyone to the Beast Arena for today's beast fighting event. It will surely make everyone feel it was worth coming here." After today, he enthusiastically introduces the event. Up next are 3 beast show matches. The first match was a battle between ferocious beast demons, the bloodthirsty and most brutal warrior, fighting against the terrifying giant scorpion that prowled in the darkness, with a huge savage scorpion appearing beside the massive beast. The fight has ended, and the giant scorpion emerged victorious amid the cheers of the spectators. And the host continued, revealing that the second match would be a battle of the Chuhao Kingdom, where an ordinary human who betrayed his master was sentenced to fight in the Beast Arena. Duong Tam stared with a cold glare, his expression unreadable as he looked ahead. You excitedly introduce, "You only have one match and it can be recorded as a winning streak with cheers and shouts of kill all around." "Kill," he continued. "Kill them. Kill your opponents. Only then can you survive." The 2 on the arena fell silent, then immediately used their strength to rush toward the host. He chuckled confidently and dangerously, while below, Hao Xian closed his eyes and grimaced, not wanting to watch. Duong Tam glared with an angry expression. On the arena, the giant was holding the 2 people in his hands with a smug look, smiling wickedly. Under the stands, the audience kept cheering for Kill Kill, and a strong push made the 2 people fall to the ground in pain. He cheerfully laughed and announced that the second match was over. "Now we will proceed to the final beast fight of today." The third beast fight is the most exciting today, with one side being the giant beast that appeared from among you. We will randomly select a guest to participate in this final beast battle. If you win, you can take all the loot here and also earn a chance to halve the auction price. The camera's spotlight shines on a spectator in the stands. The announcer continued, "If you give up, get out immediately and lose your auction rights." The frightened spectator refused. "No, I can't fight him again." The host sneers maliciously and orders, "Get him out of here so we can continue." Until a true warrior is chosen, the camera casually shifts to another person, and that person is Hao Hien. He stands up to fight, and Tang San anxiously tries to stop him, saying, "Don't go." Then Tang San suddenly speaks up, "I'll fight." On the arena, the giant cheerfully shouted, "All right, brave enough, come on up." "How?" Hien stood beside him, worried and thinking, "You're crazy." Duong Tam soared onto the arena amid the cheers of the crowd. The giant in the center said, "All right, surrounded by terrifying monsters. He told you to participate in the beast fight regardless of life or death. That's the rule, understand? Don't just stand there silently listening to him ramble, and beside you are the bodies of the 2 young men who just died." He narrowed his eyes indifferently and replied, The guy announced it, so let's start." On the arena floor, Ma Yet began to attack with a cold aura surrounding them. Ma Yet uses her sharp tail to approach and destroy him, but a collision occurs, and a magical attack hits Ma Yet's body. Tang Tam unleashes his power, soaring into the air with a dagger in hand facing the beast. He is fierce and confident, raising the dagger high before striking a powerful blow that splits Ma Yet in 2. Tang Tam used his strength to strike Ma Yet, and a sharp object emerged from the ground like an ice blade, piercing into the monster. In a fit of rage, he unleashes his demonic power to attack, surrounding the demon with a violent storm of energy. Duong Tam's eyes glow and change to the color of the ultimate demon copper. Below, the demon core is suffering from the pain caused by the circles of demonic energy he created. Tang San's eyes are cold as he stands proudly above, surrounded by a cold blue light with a mist of bone smoke spreading on the ground, likely from a powerful clash. Duong Tam gradually appeared through the mist of bones, standing proudly and imposing before the corpse of the demon seal. The announcer, excited by the sight, praised, "He won! So impressive. He actually triumphed. You are our hero today. Tell me your name so all the clans can cheer for you." He wonders how this kid managed to do it. Even I couldn't see clearly. But Tangsan coldly and straightforwardly said, "Do you deserve to know my name?" His words drove him into a rage, and he shouted, "What did you say?" The boy sneered at him boldly. I said, "You are unworthy. Do I need to say it louder?" The crowd in the stands was both excited and amazed. "This kid actually dares to do that. Are you trying to die?" Dongsong's eyes filled with fury. He pointed at him and declared, "You want to die, it's you. Sooner or later I will personally kill you." As soon as he said that, the audience below immediately became excited, daring to provoke Yuhai. "You have some courage, kid. Who is this guy anyway?" They all praise him. He's really talented. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Tang Tom gathers the bodies of the demon beasts on the stage. Along with the bodies of the two ordinary people, Yuhi is still stunned by everything that has happened. Zhang Haoxian was stunned, watching Dong Tom's expression closely, wondering how he managed to defeat the ferocious beast without revealing his true power. How did it do that? It must have wanted to bring back the bodies of the two ordinary people and didn't dare to take the risk to do anything else. At this moment, Dao Tom remains calm as he watches the match. On the stage, Du Hai continues to introduce, "The fun is over." So today's auction officially begins. A succubus appears on stage and says, "Hello everyone. I am Yuan Exon of the Red Fox clan, responsible for selling at this auction." She cheerfully introduces herself, happy to serve everyone today. Next, we invite the first item for auction. A total of 18 human slaves appear on stage, with a cage used to hold a group of people inside. And Tam happily continued, "They are all from the Firefox clan, and they are all women. Our bloodline makes them even more beautiful." Tang San frowned, looking displeased at the scene. She then casually continued, "It's also a good choice to buy them as concubine slaves." Hao Hin saw his impatient look and reminded him, "Don't get excited." On the stage, they announced the auction was starting. There is a mineral stone in the center of the audience, which will raise the light pillar to display the competitive price. And Tam looked at the light pillar and said with a smile, 15 poor elements, just 15 poor elements, and they are carefully selected quality products from hundreds of people." At this moment, Dongsan silently bowed his head, seeming to be deep in thought. Then he spoke. "Maybe I have a way to increase their bloodline power?" Hao Hien gently assured. "Finally, the teacher is completely at ease with me because of my human nature." Tungsan smiled and said, "You forgot. I have no beast bloodline in me. I am purely human." Hao Hien agreed and said, "Do what you want." On stage, Ann Tam is still bidding. She asks, 30, is there anyone else offering a price? At that moment, someone below pressed the button to bid. After a round of bidding, Anshin continued to ask, "Is there anyone else willing to bid?" She happily announced 35th bid, first and third rounds successful. The first auction round was a success, and the auction continued. By the third auction item, Duong Tom's attention was caught as a luxurious item was presented. The great hammer of the Heavenly Breaker was forged using magma steel, tempered with holy ice water from the Heavenly Peak clan, and finally took shape. The host introduces and describes its power, emphasizing its single attribute, shattering, with a single strike crushing everything in an instant. Its usefulness surprised and widened Duong Tom's eyes. He excitedly recognized the item. Clearly this is Divine Fire Spirit Steel. Among the top 10 rarest metals, this is one capable of forging divine weapons. Duong Tom, full of determination and excitement, looked at Hao Hin and continued eagerly. The auction begins, starting at 50 inferior elements. The bids keep coming. 80, 100, 200 inferior elements. Any more bids? Duong Tom decisively presses the button and happily announces 250. First time at 250, second time at 250. She happily thought, "That's great. Someone is eager to bid, and the price keeps rising." After the auction, she announced the winner. "Congratulations to the successful bidder." Duong Tom Hai thought to himself, "This is great. Even if I don't gain anything later, it's still a profit." As he was feeling happy, Hao Jian reminded him, "Don't bid on random items anymore. Don't forget our goal." Duong Tom nodded in surprise. "Oh yes, I'll follow your lead." The next several items up for auction are all weapons and equipment. At first glance, Duong Tom kept shaking his head, but from his perspective, it was truly a waste of materials. Thinking of that, he sighed with a wry smile and sincerely continued speaking. Next, the auction will feature precious materials along with spiritual fruits and divine herbs. A mysterious item is being auctioned. She introduces the first item as a divine-level Demon King's remnant left behind by the Japanese God Empire's fallen ruler. This demon king was cultivated from an ancient tree and possesses a golden bloodline. When Tang San heard her say that, he was surprised and said, "The remnants left behind are what we call the golden wood." He was stunned and thought, "What is this? Could it be?" A divine branch appears in his mind, about the size of the ancient golden tree. The starting bid for the golden wood is 100 inferior elements. Now the auction begins. But suddenly the auction hall fell unusually silent. Tang San asked confusedly, "Master, why is no one bidding?" Hao Hien replied, "Why raise the card? The golden wood is just for decoration. It's common among the spirit beasts." Duong Tam chuckled to himself, thinking luckily he came to the auction. These monsters are truly a waste of heaven's gift. And Tam, seeing the atmosphere, said discouragedly, "Is no one interested?" If that's the case, then suddenly she shouted with joy, "Someone has bid." "Cheng Jiao," Hao Xian said with confusion. Hey, are you really sure this will be useful?" Tang San smiled and replied, "Yes, the auction continues. Next, the auction item is the main focus for Duong Tam and Truong Hao Hien. At this moment, An Tam introduces the next item, which will greatly assist in advancing spiritual cultivation, the Ziyang fruit, a total of 12 fruits. Duong Tam said seriously, "Teacher, this is it." Hao Hien agreed in unison. Below the stage, the crowd keeps bidding 330, 350, 410, 450, 460. Hao Hien is worried. The price is really too high. Tang Tam calmly said, "Don't forget, we have a 50% discount, 6 and 610. And Tam happily asked, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" Hao Hien was determined to press the button. And Tam excitedly announced, 700, is there anyone bidding higher? 700 times 3 sold to Tang San. Got it, this is great. Not only Xiao Bai, but also senior brother Guli and Zhanzi all cultivate the extreme demon copper. With the help of the purple sun fruit, everyone's mental strength was stabilized and improved. After that, the auction continued, and Tang San no longer participated in the bidding. The auction continues to bid on various treasures, with prices that surprise everyone. The most exciting moment has arrived, now I will introduce it. The final auction item is the 3 great bloodlines, 2 of which are golden bloodlines and the third is above gold. As soon as the 3 great bloodlines appeared, the entire venue erupted in excitement until a powerful expert snort suppressed everyone, restoring order. The first type of golden bloodline is the golden lion bloodline, finally traded for 9,000 Tianwu coins. The second type of golden bloodline is the silver coin bloodline, traded for 8,000 Tianwu coins. Tang San chuckled playfully, considering this sky-high price as acceptable. Then another item appeared, and he continued thoughtfully, "The final moment has arrived for the last auction item." Our city lord also attended this auction to witness this historic event. She unwrapped the cloth covering the item and said, "This blood essence comes from one of the most powerful geniuses in our clan. This bloodline contains a drop of the true blood essence of the great demon king, an invaluable treasure beyond measure." While she was introducing the item, others were already amazed, calling it the primal element of the demon king with incredible power, and there is only one such person in the entire clan, with no other members. The others excitedly discussed, ranking 5th in the entire clan. Others also chimed in saying he can control 7 elements at once. The clan is selling this to make a big profit for the Locke clan. Tang San was startled as the 7-color Locke's great demon king announced that the bloodline of the 7-color clan's great demon king was now up for auction. Many spectators on the stands excitedly shouted, "We must borrow money from father at any cost." They bid 300,000, 900,000, the private room of the Great Beast Arena 3 million, 3.8 million. The Crimson Phoenix clan sits in silence, watching intently, and he squints irritably, saying, "Is the Tudin worried that my Lethan is growing too strong? Or is it stirring up trouble from below?" He asked quietly, "What do you think, Xiaomei?" "Our clan has no royal family. Only the royal family has a city. Let's go." Kong Tuok narrowed his eyes, observing her intently, thinking to himself, "What was that just now? Go ask my mother at the Beast Arena." And Tam continued to lead the auction with 50 million Tianwu coins. 50 million Tianwu coins. 51 million. 5,000. Suddenly, and Tam looked panicked. "Huh?" To the distinguished guest in Suite 6, "May I ask why the bid was suddenly withdrawn?" The voice from the suite announced, "We are pulling out." And Tam was stunned. In box number 6, the man standing with his hands clasped said, "All right, I understand. We will withdraw now." And Tam looked worried and asked, "Could 5 million be higher?" This is the last bloodline of the 7 colors lucky great demon king. Nothing is more precious than this. But the boxes remained unusually silent, and Tam nervously said, "If we miss this chance, there will be no more bloodline of the 7 deadly lucky great demon king. Please decide carefully." But instead, the boxes still showed no reaction. Hao Hien looked confused. Little Dong, what do you think? Why did neither side bid anymore? Dong Tam hesitantly replied, as if planning for booth 3. The auction fell into a standstill until a snort echoed in the air, causing Yuan Rixin to react. She regained her composure and loudly announced 5 million for the third time. Then she declared the deal closed. Dong Tam thought, the atmosphere now is really strange. The blood auction of the 7 Deadly Beast King doesn't seem that simple. This bloodline level is truly valuable. The auction transaction went smoothly, except for the 18 ordinary people with the bloodline of the Hong Ho clan. After paying, Duong Tam put the remaining auction items into his spatial pouch. Hao Hien told him, "Let me handle these girls. You go back to the academy and wait for me." Duong Tam turned and disappeared into the crowd, quietly heading elsewhere. When he reached near the Gali Academy, he reverted back to his normal appearance. As you were lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out behind you. "It really is you." Duong Tam asked confusedly, "What are you talking about?" The handsome young master replied, "I followed you here. No need to pretend to be innocent anymore." Duong Tam asked, "Are you here too?" She replied. The young master asked curiously. "Is an ordinary person from the Hong Ho tribe someone you auctioned or someone else? I would say the auction master can save a person, so that counts as one." Young master, I told you that you can defeat the giant sea monster beyond my expectations. As someone who follows me, you must always wait for my orders at the academy from now on. Understood? After hearing that, Dong Tam happily replied, "Okay, Miss Mai." Seeing his cheerful expression, she was stunned. "Okay, let's do it that way." Then she disappeared. Duong Tam still smiling happily, he walked away and said comfortably, "It's really a beautiful day." Returning to the academy to rescue Shu, Dongsan went to his room to take stock of this harvest. He carefully considered that Zi Yangguo was no longer necessary to mention, as it was an important resource that helped the entire team grow. He picked up the hammer and thought contentedly, "Next is your turn. Luckily you fell into my hands, otherwise you'd just gather dust. After I break through to the divine realm, I can refine you into a divine weapon. But for now, I can only craft simple items temporarily. First, I will fuse my spirit with the heavenly fire iron, then I can use my mental power to control its temperature. Once the first fusion is complete, the heavenly fire spirit metal can accept a master." Tang San began the fusion training process, channeling spiritual energy into the heavenly fire spirit metal. Inside the quiet academy, Tang San diligently trains, seemingly having completed communication with the Skybreaker. The spirit sea is warm, and the size of the spiritual energy has shrunk by more than a third. "You finally woke up. I was worried something might happen to you. Have you been in deep meditation for a long time?" Hao Hien replied, 2 days. What do you think?" Duong Tam was terrified for 7 days. Hao Hien replied, "When I returned, you had fallen into a deep state of enlightenment. So the result is that you stayed here all day again. Does your father have any special trait?" "The master felt its shimmering light synchronized with your breathing rate." Duong Tam honestly explained, "Besides its inherent properties, it also helps nurture mental power. Your mental energy has clearly increased and become more pure." Hao Xian was curious. "Oh, let me see it." Hao Hien took the heavenly hammer in his hand, but as soon as he touched it, a wave of hot air radiated out. Hao Hien was so shocked by its heat that he let go, while Tang San still held the heavenly hammer normally. "Are you sure I can take this? It's not a trait only divine weapons have." "Demon weapons are not quite there yet, but the fruit is truly miraculous. It seems to connect with my spiritual power." Hao Xian thought to himself, "That kid is really lucky," then continued, "Well, I should head back and rest now." Duong Tam then handed him a small box and said, "Teacher, share the sun fruit with everyone," Hao Hien asked in surprise. "Huh, isn't it for myself?" Duong Tam said casually. "I actually only need 2. I have 2, 5 white ones, 4 for Kolai, each of the senior brother and senior sister taking one, and there's 1 left. You can have it." Hao Hien stared at him, thinking that this kid, on the 2nd day after returning to Jialai Academy, was still sweeping the yard with a broom. Tang Tam looked thoughtful and absent-minded as he swept the trash, when suddenly footsteps approached. Seeing this, Tang Tam immediately smiled. Young Master Mei stepped closer and asked seriously, "What have you been doing these days? Why haven't you come to work?" "I've been meditating deeply for a few days. Have you been waiting long?" "Sorry, young master." Mai replied arrogantly, "Who's waiting for you? Why didn't you call me Try Mai anymore?" Then Duan Tam called out, "Miss Mai." She coldly said, "So then it's fine. Do you have something tonight?" He quickly replied, "No, nothing." The young master turns and says, "It's time for you to go out with me." Tang San replies, "All right." On a golden afternoon, Duong Tam waits for Mai Kong to. He patiently waits as sounds approach and footsteps draw near. Miss Young Lady in a pure and beautiful white dress. Tang-san was captivated and dazed, blushing as he looked at her, and Miss Young Lady spoke. Let's go. She spun around and left in her dazzling white dress, pure and radiant. Seeing Duong Tam still standing there staring, she frowned and asked, What are you looking at? Dong Tam calmly replied, Your waist is too small, you should eat more. The American young master blushed and glared at him before turning around and hitting Dong Tam. You go away, then apologize, saying, Miss Mai, I was wrong. I really didn't mean anything else. Duong Tam was stunned, thinking, Why did I accidentally say what was in my heart? Little May blushed and warned me, saying she would kill me if I said such things again. So I chased after her and called out, May, wait for me, I was wrong. The two of them arrived at the door of a quiet small restaurant near the central square, and inside the restaurant was very peaceful. Young Master Mai and Duong Tam gently entered, and she said to him, Sit down. Suddenly Duong Tam thought, Oh, this really does seem like a date. Outside, the sky was dreamy and quiet. Miss Young Master sat and asked you, Dosan, Tenbak's fierce giant demon mark, what is the love god transformation, and what rank are you? Duong Tam replied, Phoenix Tiger transformation, only beautiful, level 6 peak about to fall to level 5. Young Master May, propping his chin, said, Level 6 peak can defeat level 8 giant whale demon. Her expression grew serious as she asked, Do you have a second type of demon transformation? Duan Tan sighed inwardly, thinking that he had become smarter in this life. Then he said, Huh? Isn't it true that a person can only have one demon spirit transformation? Young Master, Mai insisted, I will keep your secret. This is related to the mission I assigned to you. You must tell me. Duong Tam also firmly insisted, No, there really isn't. But my mental power is a bit different from ordinary people. She was surprised by the extraordinary spiritual power. Duong Tam stood up and activated his talent, creating and controlling a strange object, like a small spear that became sharp and as thin as silk. He continued, I use this to kill the giant sea monster. Miss Mai wondered, Is your mental power that strong? Duong Tam looked at her, as if a powerful energy was radiating from him. It surrounds her in a defensive stance against the magic of Miss Mai. Miss Mai is stunned, her eyes wide open, and then she can't control herself and falls backward. Duong Tam quickly ran over to help and asked if Chi Mai was okay. Are you all right? Xiaomei thought to herself that even her mental strength was 9 levels high. Tang-san smiled and said, I don't know why either. It seems my innate mental strength has always been relatively strong. Ms. Mai was stunned and replied, Oh, really? Then he continued, Do you want to assign a mission for me? Young Master Mei lowered his head without saying anything. Tang-san looked at her with confusion. Then she stood up, surprising him. Young Master? Mai said, It's okay now, you can go home. I just wanted to understand your abilities. Duong Tam asked confusedly, Are you really okay? If you need me to do anything, just say it. I will do my best. But she denied, saying nothing is wrong now, you can go. Dong Tam stood up and said, All right. Young Master Mei whispered, You have extraordinary spiritual talent. Train well, work hard, and you will also become the hope of the organization in the future. For the time being, Lethan's peace will be broken. So try not to enter the city. Outside, it is now pitch dark, and the young master is still worried and thinking, initially wanting to ask for his help, but feeling a strong, inexplicable reluctance to let him take risks. Duong Tam, what exactly is going on with you? Outside, Duong Tam is contemplating. Now what she wants to do is probably clear the obstacles on her path to the throne. She called me over probably because she wanted my help, but after learning about my talent, she gave up on the idea. Probably because she didn't want me to take too much of a risk. My eyes are deep and steady. What could be more important than helping her? So if you don't need help, I won't help either? Duong Tam quickly slipped away into the crowd. He takes out his mask and thinks that what little sugar can't do in cleaning up, Tula will do. Duong Tam puts on his mask and faces the challenge with determination. You hide behind a wall pillar and watch carefully. In the darkness, Duong Tam still walks coldly and helps the young master. Relying on his higher spiritual power, Duong Tam was not worried about being discovered by Mai Kongtu. In the sky, the large moon cast its glow everywhere, sensing the space disturbance it left behind with a flicker of movement. Duong Tam follows the young master to an ancient, noble residence of Lethan, the ancestral home of Kim Kang Hung's first clan. He observes and wonders what the young master is doing here, getting intelligence from here. This is an assassination, so you should be prepared for everything. Lying in wait in one place for so long? It's clear they're about to carry out an assassination, but her bloodline makes her identity too easy to reveal. At this moment, a group of people is approaching below, joking and playing together. Today is so fun. We'll gather again another day. The beast stood there and said, "It's not convenient anymore. You all should go back." The crowd obeyed the order clearly. He said that and turned to go inside, but at that moment something strange appeared behind him. A powerful force pressed against this beast's body, and a sharp object pierced him, causing him to scream in pain. Tong Tom was stunned. They've attacked, and besides the space power, there's also deadly poison. The beast immediately widened its eyes and said, "Poison. He's being poisoned by their attack." He grimaced and tried to counteract, then suddenly a fierce collision erupted, and he was horrified to realize that the poison had already spread throughout his body in just a moment, and he couldn't move anymore. But another flash of light appeared and sped toward him, a black shadow rushing in and kicking, slashing at the monster's neck. "I can't believe my Vajra defense was broken so easily." The person didn't spare him and struck to finish off the opponent. An alarmed voice rang out, "There is an assassin on the other side, chasing from that direction. Quickly check the injuries." Outside that area, the darkness was quiet, and in the outskirts of Li Jia-cheng, a figure approached. She lowered her face mask and sighed in relief. Suddenly, she noticed something moving behind her. Duong Tam, appearing in the guise of Tula, turned around cautiously and said, "Don't attack yet. Listen to me. You're a bit reckless. Why leave such important evidence for the enemy?" The American young master was shocked. "Those are my arrows. Are you following me?" Deng Tam then said, "No, I am protecting you." She asked seriously, "Who exactly are you?" "I don't care who I am. We share the same goal. I am, like you, a human." Duong Tam replied, acting casually like that carries a high risk of exposure. "Even if you have a second type of demon transformation to hide your identity, there's still a chance you'll be discovered." At that moment, Miss America launched an attack but quickly retreated. She said, "Don't rush. Look at this first, then show her your technique." Duong Tam confirms, "I don't just have one type of demon transformation, right?" The young master is surprised. 3 or 4 types. Why does he have so many? Duong Tam sincerely said, "We are not enemies. I came to help you. I also revealed my secret this time. We will burn the American young master with a bow and arrow, and doubt why should I believe you." Duong Tam replied, "Trust in our future cooperation. If I hadn't taken action against that bear earlier, it wouldn't have obediently waited for you to catch it." Young Master Mei then used an excuse to say, "Show me what you look like." Tang San turned around and said, "The only thing that must not happen is this. There will come a day when I will make you see. I can only tell you that in this world, if there is only one person who doesn't want to hurt you, that person must be me. In the evening, when you hold your bubble tea and stand at Jiali Academy, I will know you need to see me." After speaking, he turned away and grabbed his hat and coat, walking away with confidence. Tula Hao. When you return, Hao Hien immediately asks you, "It's not easy to meet you now. Do you usually go to the academy in the evening?" Dong Tam then made up a lie as an excuse. "You usually go to the academy to cultivate, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is rich." Hao Hien asked curiously, "How do you get in there?" Tang San smiled and said, "I was able to enter because I deciphered the formation." Hao Hien was stunned. "Now I don't know if I'm your master, or you're my master." He touched his face with a funny expression and said, "So you're a genius now?" Hao Hien asked. "So what brings you here to see your master?" Duong Tam replied seriously, "I want to arrange those young women of the Lake Tribe to try to activate their bloodlines." Hao Hien was surprised, activating bloodlines. Duong Tam replied, "Yes, use a strong life force to activate their bloodlines." Hao Hien continued, "How can we give them life energy?" Duong Tam smiled and said, "Using the golden wood." I'll bother you then." He presented the plan to find a safe place with strong life force in the Li family mountains, hiding the girls as much as possible, then informed his brother, and Hao Hien agreed. "Okay, if you want me to do more fortune-telling, I have no problem. If danger arises in the future, I can use it to respond." The scene shifts to the next morning, with sunlight shining everywhere. The following days, life returns to calm. Tang San was sweeping the grass when Hao Hien approached and announced that the work was finished. He nodded. Hao Zhan led Dong San to a beautiful waterfall. You exclaim excitedly, "That's amazing!" There are mountains and water. Hao Hien reached out his hand forward and said, "The girls are behind the waterfall." Zhang Hao Hian parts the waterfall to reveal a hidden entrance behind it. They entered together, and as they stepped inside, a voice was heard. "Who?" Hao Hien replied. "It's me." A girl stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Senior Brother Zhang, greetings." He replied, "No need to be polite. Let me introduce you to your future master." The girl politely bowed upon hearing this, and those behind her were also surprised. "Master," Tang San said. Hao Xian interrupted him to keep things stable and carry out her plan. With such a background, they can understand. Dong Tam also agreed and asked, "What are your names?" The girl replied, "I am Hong Yi. They are sequentially from Hong Er to Hong Shiba." Dong Tam chuckled and thought, "What kind of silly naming is this?" Then he continued, "You must follow my orders. I will bring the future to you so you can escape the dark path of slavery." They moved outside the waterfall, and Duong Tam expressed his intention. "Master, I'll start setting up the formation now. Please protect me, I can't be disturbed." Hao Yan happily agreed. "All right, I'll think about it. How exactly do we use the formation to stimulate the bloodline?" Tong Tam carefully searched for a vacant spot, and after boosting his luck to the fullest, he took out a golden tree branch and began drawing the formation. He used the branch to draw a circle on the ground. After more than an hour, Tang San finished drawing the formation. Tang San was satisfied and thought, "I did well." He begins the next step, channeling his magic power as beams of light shine down onto the magic circle. The blazing golden rays surge powerfully from the circle, while other beams rise together into an enchanting stream of light. Tong San let out a sigh of relief, while Hao Hin was surprised to see the formation activate, with the heaven and earth energy gathering here, and it seemed to be converging even faster. From now on, besides normal activities, try to meditate within a 3-meter radius of the formation every day. This is the task I have assigned to you, but remember, you must not enter the circle or damage anything inside. Do you understand? Hao Hin suddenly asked him, "What is your purpose for this formation?" "I plant a tree and a branch begins to sprout vigorously." Hao Hin cautiously probes, "You want to grow the golden wood. Isn't that useless?" Tang San sincerely replied, "That's because the monster race doesn't understand its miraculous effects. The greatest ability of the golden wood is to gather life force. This spiritual gathering array of mine can accelerate the absorption of heaven and earth spiritual energy by the golden wood, and also make them promote each other." Hao Hin said, "I understand now. Can I sell this formation to an organization?" Selling it, Hao Hin calmly continued, "You can't take it for free. You can make a request." "All right, I will teach you this formation when we get back to Yanbin Academy." Bang Kai smiled and said to him, "It's really hard to meet you. All the teachers are about to forget they have a student like you." Duong Tam then casually said, but Bang Kai continued, "My mental strength has already started to transform, thank you to Duong for that." "So, have you practiced even more complex techniques now?" Bang Kai suddenly asked with a joyful smile. "Is there anything more complicated?" And Duong Tam replied, "Next is the fusion of the violent ice technique. Once mastered, you'll be basically unstoppable within the same realm." Bang Kai excitedly said, "Teach me quickly." After learning from the senior brother, Duong Tam went to visit another senior brother, and Dubak immediately rushed over to hug him. "Little Tang, you're back. How did it go?" He hugged Tang San and asked about him. He happily said, "Tzu Yang is truly amazing. My mental strength has transformed, increasing rapidly after just eating one Tzu Yang fruit. And if I eat another one, I might have a chance to break through." "Then fine, let me see your Death Extreme Demon Pill." He excitedly asked, "So how is it?" Duan Yang is quite impressive. His mental strength can be compared to that of a 7th-rank cultivator. Upon hearing that, Dubak happily said, "The greatest luck that the Heavenly Lake transformation brought me was having you by my side." He then embraced Duong Tam tightly. "I'm just lucky to have met you all." He continued to visit everyone. Sister Tran Tu Dong has broken through to the 6th realm. Ko Li Tang Man's mental strength is also about to reach the 6th realm. 2 days later, at Shuidan, Tang San arrived and called out to his master, smiling as he asked, "How is the formation coming along?" Hao pondered and replied, "This formation is too profound. I don't know what the organization will use to exchange with you." Dong Tam said, "If you want to exchange, I want the high-level blood essence of the Celestial Lake clan for Brother Bai." Hao Shen replied, "Fine, but this is almost impossible to obtain." Let's see. Outside the endless, dazzling mountains 2 days later, Tang San was stunned to see someone. "You see the young master may appear there, bubble tea in hand. It looks like he's about to make a move. Take out your mask and talk to Lu. Let's split up and go." Young Master May observes and thinks it's really happening. She stands still there as a familiar figure appears in the sky. The sun is shining brightly, and the outside scene is quiet and peaceful. Inside, Prince May and Tang San stand together, wearing masks. She asked softly, "Do you have been watching me all along?" Dong Tam calmly asked, "You never trusted me." Young Master May said, "This time I need to kill the leader of the Feng Lang tribe, the 9 ranks peak, where there are no divine-level experts. The day after tomorrow is the grand sacrificial ceremony of the Feng Lang tribe. I want to ambush and assassinate during the feast in the evening." "So if not, then what?" Dong Tam sighed and said, "I guess you're still just a little girl." Mr. May asked quietly, "What did you say?" Dong San returned to his normal demeanor and smiled. "Nothing. I have an even better plan." Young Master May squinted and said, "Do you think that by raising the glass and explaining you could poison the food or drink to make him faint and then strike?" Young Master May asked seriously, "You mean poisoning?" and even powerful beings of the love race have extremely strong resistance to toxins. Duong Tam smiled confidently and said, "That is a normal poison. What we use is not normal." Xiaomei asked you, "So what do you plan to do?" That night, Prince Ningyi returned home and politely greeted his mother. Seeing his daughter come back, Tu Cam was very happy. "You're back?" Inahi Chongtu immediately told his mother that the person really appeared. And she told To Cam about the situation. Her mother remembered correctly the last time the Tran Truong said he could be trusted. Young Master Mei continued, "If the head of Tran said so, I would have already taken action against him. I've been feeling a bit stuck in my cultivation lately. What should I do? Has Wang Than been looking for you lately?" Young Master. Mai looked worried as he searched for his son twice, asking about his progress. Last time at the auction, he seemed a bit tense as well. Your mother guesses that this is very likely a looming threat we will face, but at the same time, an opportunity. Proceed with the plan first. This time, Mom will help watch over this demon spirit to see if we can trust him. Hearing her say that, the young master began to feel more at ease. Tears welled up in her mother's eyes as she held her close and said, "Be good. You've borne so much. So many things. You are the hope of all mankind. So, I can only bear this heavy responsibility, but I will always have you by my side to protect me." Or young Saramimai looked at his mother and said, "I understand, mother. You don't need to worry about me." Little Mei is very resilient. Tuokong is very happy that his daughter has grown so much. At the rescue academy, after Tang San returned to the shop to help Mu Yunwu check his hidden injuries during his cultivation, and made some suggestions, he then bought a few types of herbs and brewed them together. 2 days later, Master Mei and Tula met at the front yard. Tula reminded Master Mei that he was hiding in this room. Young Master Mei asked, "What can we do here in the front yard?" Tula replied, "Just wait for my news. Trust me this once, I will prove it with my actions." Young Master, I temporarily trust Tula to hide here. The sun begins to set and the ritual also starts. Tula and the young master both knew that they could not stop the sacrificial ceremony. All they could do was seek revenge on behalf of their people. Just as Khan Dien was about to start, Tula was ready to act, shouting to each other, hurry up, is the wine and meat ready?" Someone asked the kitchen staff how things were going and received an answer. "The dishes are almost ready." Tula hides above, listening in and waiting for the right moment to act. At the signal, Khan Dien begins serving the food and wine. The kitchen immediately starts preparing the dishes. The hot dishes are steaming with fragrant aroma. The Demon Realm observer watches everyone carefully with a serious expression. The imperial court ceremony has ended. King Lang Vuong invited everyone to take their seats for the feast, and upon seeing the blood, he couldn't contain his emotions. "What can you do? Eat up, drink up." "When do we fight those damn demons, big brother?" Lang Vuong shouted angrily. "What fight? The clan is already extremely dissatisfied with us, so we can only endure for now." The disciple stubbornly said, "If we can't do it openly, then we can do it in secret, like before when they ambushed our village." King Lang glanced at him and said, "You let hatred cloud your judgment. What day is today? We'll talk about it later." When someone makes a mistake, King Lang loses his temper. "Oh, what did you say? Could that not be your son?" Lang Vuong kicked him and shouted, "Shut up! Get out of here!" Others hurriedly tried to stop him. Lang Vuong calmed down and asked, how could they do this on the day of the grand sacrifice? As he raised his cup to drink, all the Feng Lang men collapsed. "Why? That's not right. This wine has a problem." King Lang was confused and asked what was going on. He still couldn't understand why they suddenly all got drunk. "The wine? It must be the wine's problem. I never drink alcohol." Suddenly there was a strange noise, and Lang Vuong quickly turned back to look as a shadowy figure gradually appeared. Lang Vuong asked, "Who are you?" Tula, with an imposing aura, stands before Lang Vuong, his eyes blazing red, as Fong Lang looks into Tula's gaze in panic, while Lang To's aura erupts to protect Lang Vuong, and Tula casts a spell directly into the heart of Khan Dien, causing Lang Vuong to fear as Lang To's aura gradually disappears. Tula glanced up at the sky, the beam of light following his gaze, then gradually dispersing. He observed his spell, which was rushing toward Lang Vuong, striking it forcefully and causing it to bleed. Prince Lang howled in pain, and at this moment, when Miss Young Master arrived, he was already motionless. Young Master Mei asked Tula, "What are you doing?" Tula replied, "He's not drinking. He must be eliminated. I am staging a fake scene." Young Master Mi wondered how he managed to do it. Could he really have poisoned Feng Lang to make him drunk throughout the entire estate? Young Master. Mai quickly takes action to deal with King Feng Lang. Tula says to Young Master Mai, "Let's go. The fewer traces we leave, the less likely we are to be detected." Young Master. Mai reconsidered and wanted to spare these people. Remembering the blood of the innocent, Tula objected, "No, that would reveal our true identity as humans." My Kongtu was about to continue, saying, "If Tula doesn't interfere, but once exposed, do you know how many people will suffer calamity in the beast tribe? We are avenging for them." Young Master Mei stood frozen, and Tula immediately pulled him away. That night, young Master's house was still lit up. She walks back and forth, lost in thought. Hearing a sound, the young Master startles and asks, "Who?" "It's her." Young Master Mei quickly asked, "Mother, where is he?" Takam recounted, "I followed him for a while, but then I didn't follow anymore." Young Master Mei exclaimed, "Do you realize it's your mother?" Takam continued, "This Tula is very complicated. Mother hasn't gotten too close. When my mother arrived, she happened to see the aura of the wind ancestor emanating from the altar of the Fonglang clan. Seemingly trying to protect King Fonglang, though not powerful, it still possessed divine energy. However, at that moment, my mother sensed divine energy also emanating from Tula's body, yet in an instant it scared the divine energy of the wind ancestor away." Young Master Mei looked at Tu Cheng with wide eyes and asked, "Are you saying that Tula is a divine-level expert?" Takam put down the glass, unsure if she could judge from the aura, but the divine energy emitted couldn't be faked. "He can even detect that my divine nature is at a high level. Moreover, the poison he used is very deadly. Even I couldn't detect it. And the timing and effects are also perfect. Tula's identity is not simple at all. It seems I need to find Zhang Zhenjiang to ask clearly." Young Master Mei stopped to Cam and said, "Mother, don't ask anymore. I agree with him after this successful operation. We need to trust him. I want to keep my word." Young Master Mei recalled when Tula faced off against Lord Lang and continued, "Moreover, when he killed Feng Lang Tetu, his emotions were clearly off. I could sense his deep-seated hatred for the demon tribe. He is human and shares the same goal as us. I think that's enough." Listening to her daughter, Takam sighed. "All right, then let's observe a bit more. While the matter is still undiscovered, hurry back to Lai Academy. That's the safest place." At the Rescue Shu Academy, Zhang Haoran scolded Tang San, "Why did you interfere? What should we do if we can't help but reveal our identity? And young master, I reports my situation to the organization." Duong Tam expressed his thoughts. "I believe, young master, Mai is someone we can completely trust. Her goal is probably to become the head of the Li family in Li Cheng. I want to help her." Han Hien was annoyed to the point of a headache by what Dong Tam said. "This is not your concern. I will explain to the green level to save Shu, but you must protect yourself well. You must ensure that, sir." For the next week, the Lai Family Academy remained the most peaceful and orderly it had ever been. That morning, someone informed Duong Tam that the village chief sent someone to deliver an urgent message. Tang Tam hurriedly ran to the Tran Truong. "What's wrong?" "The Tran Truong told you to follow him quickly and help it, as it is about to break through to the 5th stage of the Heavenly Tiger Eye. But it seems to be having some difficulty. This child is a bit impatient, with extremely unstable mental energy, bloodline agitation, and mental energy resonance. Feng Zhang is worried. He's about to break down. What should we do now?" The town chief goes out to soothe everyone's minds. There's no point in discussing strategies inside anymore. If there's any news, let Duong Tam pass the message. Tang San looked at Dubai's uneasy expression and said to Master Tsu No, "Please wait a moment. Do you feel like Brother Dubai's spiritual power has 2 types? Master Tsu No replied straightforwardly, "How can a person's spiritual power have 2 types? But if there really is a difference, what should we do? Maybe we should try to merge both types of his mental energy completely. The only way to succeed in breaking through is if you can protect the periphery of the spiritual sea." The village chief enters from outside, and I think we can test the effects of the Heavenly Lake transformation. Ultimately, it still relates to the level of self-awareness, and the evolution likely also occurs in the spiritual aspect. At this moment, both Master Tuno and Doc Bok were ready to try again. Although it was very painful and uncomfortable, Doc Bok still endured. After removing the restrictions on mental power, the energy in the bloodline surged into the sea of consciousness, beginning to clash and merge. Tang San poured all his strength, adding a bit of luck for Dubok. Under the influence of the Heavenly Lake effect, Doc Bok underwent a transformation, and after the white tiger light appeared, Doc Bok finally returned to normal. Duong Tam also trained nearby, absorbing the Heavenly Lake energy radiating from Doc Bok. The town chief told Tuno, "It should be ready soon. Leave the rest to him." Tuno praised Doc Bok. "The 5-stage transformation of the Heavenly Lake is impressive. Not bad, not bad. We have a bit more hope now." Tuno told Duong Tam, "Go rest first. I'll keep watch." The town chief subtly reminded Tuno not to call Duong Tam and let him stay here. Tuno carefully observed Duong Tam's expressive face. "Do you notice anything, Lao Truong? This kid Tang San has brought us too many changes. If it weren't for his reminders, I would have wrongly supported Dubai. I just feel like this kid is a bit off." The Tran Truong chuckled and grabbed Tuno by the collar. "You are just jealous. I have such a talented disciple, right? Tuno replied. Keep going. No matter what the chief and Master Tuno say, Duong Tam and Dokbok keep training diligently. 2 days later, in the room where Tang San and Dubok were practicing, Dubok suddenly transformed into a giant egg, which then evolved into a celestial fox. Gradually, Dubok returned to his original form. The green aura swirls around Dubok's body, and that green energy is absorbed into him. Dokbok wakes up, opens his eyes slightly, looks at Duong Tam with a joyful expression and says, "It's done. I'm at the 5th stage." Duong Tam happily replies, "Congratulations, elder brother Dokbok." Dubok asked, "So you helped me, right?" Duong Tam replied, "No, it was the Master and Master Tuno who always protected you, so you could succeed in breaking through." Dubok continued, "I feel like it was you who did it this time. This breakthrough was really different." Duong Tam continued, "Nothing different, so you should experience more of the changes in this world." Duong Bok's eyes sparkled with happiness. Dubok tightly hugged Duong Tam. I've broken through, I've reached the 5th stage, it's amazing, everything has changed." At this moment, Dokbok's stomach was growling loudly. He was starving to death, feeling like he could eat an entire cow. Hearing Dokbok complain about being hungry to Duong Tam, the head of the town said, "To keep things secret, you must stay in confinement first. I will personally bring food, and I will go rest now." Dubok looked visibly sad, and Duong Tam gently patted his head to comfort him, saying, "There's no other way. It's just that you need time to comprehend the transformation of the 5th realm." Duong Tam recounted Dokbok's breakthrough process, and when it reached the part about the Phantom of the Heavenly Lake, Dokbok blurted out, "The Phantom of the Heavenly Lake changed from 1 tail into 2 tails?" Duong Tam replied, "Yes, from now on, each level up will likely add a new tail starting from this breakthrough, marking the official step into the ascending order." Duong Bok eagerly asked Duong Tam, "So what should I do now?" "Use the Heavenly Phoenix to transform more and continue to let your mental power guide the evolution of the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline then?" Duong Tam suggests, "Try now to see the transformation of the Heavenly Phoenix eyes," and Dubok also agreed with its opinion. Dubok sat down, ready to transform, indeed a 2-tailed Heavenly Lake eye, and its gaze was quite sharp as well. Tong Tam was stunned as he looked into Dubok's eyes, which then changed color and suddenly shone with a bright light. Dokbok painfully clutches his eye and screams out loud, "My eye, you blinded my heavenly fox eye." The endless yellow without borders, filling the sky and earth. That is you are the yellow, filling the sky and earth. Tang San asked nervously, "Are you seeing the color yellow as me?" "Brother Du, calm down first." Dubok sighed, "Do you think I saw something I shouldn't have?" Dong Tam softly replied, "No, what you saw is probably fate." Dubok was sad, "But why is your fate so rebellious?" Dong Tam reminded Dubok, "I also don't know what you saw. Actually, it's best not to tell anyone about this." Dubok moved closer and held Duong Tam's hand. "I will keep the secret. I don't know why. After this breakthrough, I feel like you're very important, extremely important, and also the closest person to me. I will treat you well." Tang San released Dubok's hand and restored his own eyes. Dubok would be upset. He had to take care of a blind person, right? "Don't go yet. Next, the 2 of you will conduct the experiment and observe the changes in your abilities. First, the ability to care for fate has always been within him, bringing luck to Dubok. Then, by using the Heavenly Lake Eye, he can clearly see the overall future destiny of an individual and even extend luck over a wide area. This time, Dubok leveled up entirely through a burst of power, and 3 days later, the ban was lifted, allowing Tang San to finally return to the Li Family Academy. This return marked the beginning of Tang San's own plan to advance his cultivation. While Duong Tam was busy with his work, someone behind him asked, "Where have you been these days?" Duong Tam was startled and turned back. "Miss Mai, there's a senior brother in seclusion these days. I've been guarding him." Miss Mai asked seriously, "Have you asked for my permission before disappearing?" Seeing that serious face of Master Mei, Tong Tam felt she was really adorable. Tong Tam immediately apologized. "Master Mei, I was wrong." Miss Mai reminds Dong Tam, "This time forget it. In the future, if you don't come to work, you must ask for my permission. Did you hear that?" "D'accord, I'll think about it." Then the young master. Mai left and Duong Tam wondered silently if she was worried about him. That night, he likely received a blessing boost from Dok Bok, Trin Tu Tran, and Koli all breaking through to the 6th realm. Dong Tam thought to himself that he also needed to push forward with his family attack plan. Another day had passed in complete peace. Young Master Mei is walking down the street when suddenly she sees Tang San. "Why is he here today?" She said nothing and walked past Duong Tam. Duong Tam crumpled the paper and flicked it toward her. The paper fell onto her sleeve and Duong Tam looked at her, unsure if she had received it. After walking a distance, young Master Mai opened the paper to check and was extremely surprised by its contents. Tonight outside the school, we meet at the usual spot. She wonders, a small shop. What does this kid want from me? By evening, the young master came to see Dong Tam. As soon as she entered, she asked Dong Tam, "What do you want from me?" Dong Tam immediately said, "Miss Mai, I have a cultivation problem and would like your guidance. I feel that I have already reached the peak of the 6th stage, but I still haven't found the breakthrough to the 7th stage." Young Master Mai asked again, "The 7th realm? Indeed, that's an important hurdle. Breaking through mainly depends on the Stormburst bloodline to succeed, but it also depends on whether your body can handle the intensity. I think you can do it. And thanks to the young master, or maybe you could help me check." The young master looked at Duong Tam with a pure, innocent gaze in surprise. After thinking for a moment, young Master Mai agrees. "All right, come sit over here." Duong Tam quickly took a seat facing the young Master Mi. The young Master Mi, angry, turned his back to Mi and Kai Men, then struck Duong Tam on the head, causing him to almost cry out in pain. Duong Tam quietly turned away, and the young master smiled to himself. That was enough just now. The young master activated his bloodline, probing inside Duong Tam's body. Young master, Mai began to cultivate using his own method. She sensed something completely different, this endless surge of bloodline power and energy. The flow of energy in this circulation is much more complex than in normal demon-god transformation, and it can also enhance the meridians. I have never heard of this cultivation method before. Her bloodline power is also being drained significantly. After finishing the body scan, Ngi Gongzi asked curiously, "How did you learn this cultivation method, Tang-san?" Tang-san replied, "When I was young, I found a book that taught me this method, and that's how I learned it." Miss May pondered, "Your cultivation method is really strange. Does the village chief know about it?" "I know, but it seems only I can use this cultivation method." "Interesting. Could you try teaching me?" "Thank you, Miss Mai, for helping me resolve my crisis today." "It's already late." Young Master Mai said, "You should head back now, it's not too early." When leaving, Dong Tam felt unwell, so he ran as fast as he could to reach the breakthrough in time because he had absorbed too much of Miss May's bloodline power and his body was about to explode. The scene shifts to a deep mountain valley. Hao Hien looks up in surprise. There is a streak of light rushing from the horizon. That's Tang San coming towards us. Hao Hien asked in surprise, "What are you in such a hurry for, Dong Tam?" He responded quickly, "Teacher, help me protect the law." Then he quickly sat down. Hao Hien loudly warned, "Stay back. It's about to break through. Don't let it be affected." Is he unable to suppress it anymore and has broken through to the 5th stage? Duong Tam shows signs of exhaustion as a pillar of spiritual energy appears around him, all converging on his location. Hao Hien was stunned to find that he had merged with the Heaven and Earth Energy Absorption Array, and he never expected that this spirit-gathering array could be used this way, with his entire body surrounded by a stream of energy that moved into his dantian, which gradually expanded to reveal a golden spirit core. Duong Tam was satisfied. "Good, the soul core stone is starting to condense smoothly. You must be determined not to make any mistakes, as this is the foundation for breaking through to the divine level in the future." Hao Hien couldn't say a word. Is this the Huyen Thien technique? Truly an incredible power. The figure of Tang San flickered in on and out, and the next morning the sun had risen over the bone forest. While training, Tang San opened his eyes to watch the sunrise as a burst of power enveloped him. Duong Tam blinked seriously, sensing that everything around him had turned into an enchanting purple. Even he was startled. His mental energy was too powerful, Hao Hien observed. When did this kid's mental strength become so powerful that even I feel suppressed? Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and saw a white fox appear. That is the illusory heavenly wolf, but it seems a bit different from Dubok's offspring. After the heavenly wolf opened its eyes, a beam of light appeared in Dutom's mind, and the heavenly wolf-shaped orb was being nourished, connecting the space and spirit sea, with its power immediately linking to the interconnected brain. Two types of mental energy from the spirit sea and the Dan Tian converge into a core mental crystal of vibrant color within Duong Tam's spirit sea. He happily thinks, good, the core mental crystal is reinforced. The spirit core floats above Dong Tam's head, marking the 5th stage of the spirit eye, and he continues to breathe steadily. Golden beams of light appear, transforming into a golden sword, then a green longsword, followed by a green time blade. Hao Yan is excited. Indeed, this is a miraculous scene, probably unique in the entire Yu Tin continent. Suddenly, a spirit core appeared, and then quickly disappeared. Tang San opened his eyes and pondered. The lightning shield is complete. Next, the silhouette of the Phoenix Demon clan appears behind him. Hao Xian is shocked. Sensing the space power, this kid comes from the beautiful young master. He observes the space strength. It even learned the peacock transformation. After leveling up, Tang San opened his eyes. Hao Hian was shocked to see all these high-level bloodlines concentrated in one person. Hao Hian looked up at the sky, hoping that humans would rise, no longer just a fantasy. Suddenly, you appeared with two tails, making him worried. What's going on? The figures of the heavenly crane and the peacock clash. Hao Hian is worried. The celestial crane transformation and the phoenix transformation are confronting each other. Those two beast spirits are appearing through the spirit core. That crystal core shone brighter, and his whole body gradually immersed in that light. Behind him was a towering figure, and then the two meridians no longer faced each other, returning to Duong Tam's body. The two bloodlines obediently enter the dantian. The golden beak of the peacock, the first transformation of the heavenly phoenix, the second transformation of the peacock, and the sealing marks of the two bloodlines circling around the soul core are spinning steadily. Hao Xian's eyes widened in shock. What just happened? How could it stabilize the two bloodlines in an instant? Tang San opened his eyes, and his entire body sprouted silver grass, arranged into rows of stakes. Those stakes formed an incredible array. Once the formation was complete, spiritual energy gradually gathered here. Those branches absorbed the celestial energy and then began to mutate. It stretches upward from the small branch, continuing to grow to an incredible height, gradually forming into a golden tree. At this moment, Tang San is influenced by the newly born golden tree, and Lam Gan Huang of Tang San is quietly breaking through as well. He takes a deep breath to regulate his energy. Hao Hian is still in shock. It seems he has just broken through all 6 types of demon gods. Suddenly, the crystal core on his forehead lit up. He was worried. Suddenly, Duong Tam's face transformed into a lake demon's face. Hao Hian was confused, turning into the appearance of the White Fox Demon Clan, then into a time-traveling crocodile. Next come the giant golden eagle, the magnificent battletail, the fierce-looking face of a tiger, and then the blue-silver grass. After a series of strange phenomena, everything has returned to peace. Tang San let out a breath and teased, "Don't panic, this is my new ability. The true form of the demon god can really transform into a monster clan." He forced a smile. "What's the point of me panicking? I'm used to being surprised by you, but this transformation feels much greater," Duong Tam Duke muttered while looking at the golden tree. "The golden tree is truly grown now. Just let the girls continue to surround it for training." Hao Hian nodded. "All right, I know you still have secrets I don't know about. As long as you promise me and strive for the revival of humanity, I will do my best to help you." Duong Tam smiled and replied, "I promise he will be happy." Good, the scene shifts to a morning at GLI Academy. Duong Tam was continuing to act as a cleaner when suddenly his eyes flicked to the side. At that moment, young Master Mei was passing by, and Duong Tam looked at the cup to recognize the signal. "You're thinking again, and it's time to act, isn't it?" And then time keeps passing. In a deserted area, the young master searches for Tang San, who is wearing a mask. She wonders why he hasn't taken it off. He chuckled softly and explained that if he revealed nothing at all, he wouldn't be safe either. "Who are you planning to deal with this time?" She coldly uttered a name, Lord of the Burning Shell. Tang San then said, "You want to rekindle the hatred between the Feng Lang tribe and the Thiam Bao tribe." He chuckled, recalling how last time he killed Feng Lang Wang and mimicked the claw attack of the demon beast, leading to several fierce battles between the two sides. In that case, the Flame Guard King will definitely be on high alert since his innate ability to protect himself is even stronger. Young Master Mei said seriously, "So this time I've decided to kill him. My demon god transformation just happens to counter the Thunder Guard transformation." He was still a bit worried, but to avoid being detected, no survivors could be left. Such an opportunity probably doesn't exist. Young Master Mei then recounted that tomorrow night the leaders of the clans will gather in Puthan at Gle City, but there will only be at most 8 of them. "I hope you can help me lure his guards. I am confident I can deal with him in 5 minutes. You suggest that if they are guards, it's hard to lure them. The best way is to set a trap to catch them all. Can that work? Are you sure? You're confident that if you can be certain of the route he will take, then I am sure." She casually said, "You can be sure by checking the map." After looking at the map, Duong Tam became confident. "All right, this place will do. You should add more, but I need to prepare thoroughly first. I will go back now to get ready." Duong Tam smiled, and the scene shifted to the Lord's mansion. The Phoenix King spoke. "Over a month ago, I received news from the sect that the Great Ice Dragon King had once brought the High of the 7 Corpse, Lucky Great Demon King, to Lai City for the auction. But after the auction ended, the Great Ice Dragon King disappeared." He continued, "The temple ordered me to investigate this thoroughly with a 1-month deadline for an explanation. Now that the time has come, there is no clue at all about the Ice Dragon King. Temple headquarters sent a delegation to investigate, and they will arrive soon. Demon Yet Vuong asked, "May I ask the city lord who is leading the Demon King delegation this time?" He replied that this time the leader of the team is the former king, who has a deep connection with our clan, Lord Tin Fuong. The old man beside him looked suspicious, yet he came as a messenger. I fear this prince has no good intentions. The Crimson Phoenix Demon King was excited, asserting that all of this was obviously arranged by him alone. This is a conspiracy against us. The person is an old enemy of him and me, and we are forced to face the scene of moving to a different imperial frame. King Bao asked, "Do you think Kong Kuo can stop this time, King Hung? What do you think can stop him? Facing the Demon King with the Demon Lord? That's just a joke about the level upgrade schedule." Kim Kang Hung Vuong angrily looked at Thiem Bao Vuong and explained, "I just worry that if we can't stop it, we'll have to deal with those who just stood by like us later." After hearing this, he said, "I'll handle it myself." The prince looked thoughtful as King Hung left. He was angry. "Isn't there someone in the clan who has that idea?" He shouted loudly as the carriage moved along a deserted road. The carriage wheels kept turning rapidly as many guards vigilantly followed alongside. Bao Vuong, lost in thought inside the carriage, then left Lethan to avoid the chaos. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "What is that?" A strange red aura of power appeared. He was terrified, sensing danger. Bao Vuong quickly shouted, "Stop the carriage!" Hurry! Suddenly, his whole body froze into a large piece of ice and couldn't move. His eyes filled with fear. It was a burst of energy that exploded and shot out around him, and Bao Vuong immediately recognized the space power as the Peacock Spirit Beast. Bao Vuong shouted a warning. "There is an assassin." The crowd, frozen by the power of time, was shot into a sieve and couldn't move. He used all his strength to escape from the car. Suddenly, Bao Vuong sensed danger and saw Duong Tam riding on 3 arrows rushing toward him. Bao Vuong pondered. A giant bow and arrow with someone on it? At this moment, you had already locked him with your eyes? Bao Vuong was panic-stricken. "What?" "This is it." His chest was pierced by your 3 giant arrows. His eyes showed defiance. "This trick won't kill me." Bao Vuong unleashes a burst of power to deflect the old arrow, and you calmly use the extreme demon alloy, causing Bao Vuong to falter for a moment. The beautiful young master also joins the fight, her hand revealing claws that lash straight forward, and Bao Vuong is immediately thrown into disfigurement. Duong Tam continues to use his technique, not the crane holding the dragon, and fresh blood spurts from his wound like a stream. You calmly collect all that blood into a jar, and when the jar is nearly full, you seal it shut. He bowed to announce the end with no survivors left. Then they quickly cleaned up the battlefield and shot up into the sky, disappearing. The 2 of them left, leaving Bao Vuong's corpse behind, their figures swiftly darting through the forest, running side by side. Young Master Mei watched silently. One strike was enough to kill Thunder Bao Vuong instantly. Very efficient, the 2 of them continued to speed away in silence. When they were a safe distance apart, both of them gradually slowed down. Tang San spoke, "I'm leaving now. Go back to the academy early." "Wait, I have something to ask you. Why did you know he would rush out from the right side of the carriage?" "Apart from the space power I used at that time, Thiem Bao Vuong was controlled 2 more times, and you also used your space power to lock him down." Du Tam smiled and replied, "Isn't getting the result you wanted enough?" Then he turned and left. "All right, the first rule of assassins is to leave quickly and get far away. I'll go ahead now." The American gentleman sighed, removing his black cloak. Someone was approaching from behind. Cam Ni asked, "He's definitely figured out who my mother is. This person is really powerful. She told my mother to ask Zhang Haoxian, and he said he's not entirely sure about Tula's background, but he can confirm he's an ally, not an enemy." Cam Ni continued recounting that during the process of killing the Demon King, he had used space and time powers, even looking at her in surprise, suspecting that her mother thought he was manipulating fate. Young Master. Mai is curious. Does Tianho know that it's someone from the academy who saved him? No, their physiques and cultivation levels don't match. She sighed and said, "Okay, let's go home now." Cammy looked up at the sky, and soon the city was again rocked by a storm. Yes, the scene shifts to a distant forest. Deng Tam changed his clothes. "All right, it's safe to stop here. You are satisfied that in the shortest time, you have perfectly killed the enemy twice in 3.5 hours. With the realm of the 7th family, it's indeed different from before. Only by sealing multiple types of demon gods simultaneously can such results be achieved." Then Tang San continued his work, dismantling the giant bow to store it away, leaving room for future use. The scene shifts to the city lord's mansion. The Peacock Demon King is stunned. "What? Another person has died?" The 2 old men spoke vehemently. Spirit Talok Demon King and Golden Lock Love requested an audience. City Lord, we shouldn't act so hastily. It will only cause chaos. Those two old men hurriedly talked, rushing to act like that would cause chaos and would also push the two previous incidents onto you. He sighed and asked, "Do you believe me if I say I didn't do it?" The two old gods below hesitated. "No, it's not you." "Then who has such strength?" Kingfisher Demon King explained that the scene was cleaned up quickly with little elemental disturbance in the air, indicating he was killed in a short time. They were confused, but Thunderbow King's swift escape and evasion abilities were top tier. The person next to him said that someone who can trap him and kill him in one strike might possess the strength of a great demon king. If the City Lord mishandles this, it could be very troublesome. The Peacock Demon King decided, let's go and check out the scene. The scene shifts to the place where Lord Thianbao met his misfortune, and the Thianbao tribe erupted in cheers upon seeing him arrive. The City Lord is here, the City Lord. A person pointed at him, and the great Peacock Demon King immediately used his aura to make that person kneel down. He spoke up, the interrupter cutting in before fully understanding the situation of the killing. The person then answered tremblingly. The great Peacock Demon King carefully examined the scene, and then stood up with a sigh. "All right, come here. I just examined his body. They all have wounds from powerful weapons piercing through, which is exactly the same as King Hung being ambushed at his home." The Peacock Demon King narrowed his eyes and said, "Although the traces are erased, I can still sense a few remaining clues, including residual aura of space attribute energy." The crowd was in an uproar. "What?" he snapped loudly. "Be quiet!" The Phoenix King inquired, and besides the fluctuations of the space attribute, there was also a twisting of time and the transformation of spiritual energy. They were stunned and exclaimed, "What?" He added that it was also attacked by a powerful mental force. "I knew what you were doubting earlier, but the Phoenix King took out a spirit core and claimed that there are no experts in my city skilled in time and energy manipulation. That spirit core sparkles in the space," he affirmed, using the blood of the peacock as proof. "Every word I just spoke is true, and if I lie, I will be punished by my bloodline." They were confused, yet it was the most powerful bloodline. Looking at what the City Lord said, it's not false. Indeed, we have no experts in time and divine tools among us. The person next to him is howling in rage. So who could it be? Who killed my son and Thimbao Vuong? He spoke to reassure us, saying, "It depends on whether anyone dares to challenge us." Moreover, they also possess high-level abilities such as time, space, luck, and spirit. Their eyes are filled with anger. It is that person who roared, the Kong Tuos Yuvong reminded. "All right, gather the bodies and I will definitely find out what happened." He looked at everyone and reminded all the clans in Lai City, "I hope you all think carefully about the purpose behind the repeated crimes of the culprit." Everyone suddenly fell silent as the scene shifted inside the academy, where Tang San was leisurely sweeping, his eyes suddenly narrowing. "Why do I have such a bad feeling? Isn't this related to Lord Thimbao? I keep sensing danger from the Lai family city." He looked into the distance with concern. But now, where is young Master Mei? The scene shifts. At this moment, Cam Ni was selling goods when she saw someone approaching and asking, "How many glasses do you want?" He replied loudly, "I'll take them all." Cam Ni then silently nodded. The person continued, "I will buy everything you sell." She frowned and lowered her head. Is the flirtation from that person missing its sweetness compared to before, because life has taken away my share of sweetness? She asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" And he closed his eyes. "I am here. I declare clearly that it is for you." Cam Ni deliberately refused, saying that Kong Tuosh was late. But he pretended not to be, claiming he was not late and that he would take back everything that was his, including you, the only one he has loved in his life. Cam Ni firmly refused, saying, "I am not the one you love most in this life, only yourself." "Maybe so. Now I have enough strength to protect you. Cam Ni, I won't let you suffer anymore." Given Kong Tuok's attitude, Cam Ni asked him, "If I am not willing, then what? I won't be able to? After all, we loved each other like that in the beginning, so why wouldn't you be willing?" Cam Ni suddenly spoke harshly. "I don't agree, because Kong Tuok guessed. Do you think others can influence my wishes? That's right. Now that you are strong, you think you can do whatever you want. But when you first decided to leave me, my heart had already turned cold. I stopped loving you long ago." Kong Tuok struggled to accept the truth, quickly reassuring herself, "No, it can't be. It can't be. You have always loved me. Cam Ni, at first we loved each other like that." Until the voice of a child rang out, both mothers fell silent. Cam Ni turned to her daughter and asked, "Why did you come back? Aren't you supposed to go back to the academy? Why did you come back?" "Over there is under quarantine, so come stay with me for now." Kong Tu, pay attention to the man next to Cam Ni. "What's wrong? There's no one around." This is Kong Tuok stammering. Yes, this is me and him." His face turned pale. If I hadn't left in the beginning, would our child also be this big now? On the opposite side, Cam Nee kept trembling and shouted, "You don't deserve to mention her in front of me. Get out of here." Kong Tuok couldn't hold himself anymore. He covered his face and cried. While Cam Nee couldn't control her emotions, only the young master remained clueless about what was happening. Kong Tuok lay slowly and heavily left this place. "I regret it now, Cam Nee, but I won't give up. I will prove my love to you, then I will disappear." Young master then asked Cam Nee, "Mom, who is he?" She didn't answer, only muttered, "Damn it, a damn bastard." Young master involuntarily worried, "Mother, are you all right?" "It's okay. Mother is fine. Young master, you can't stay in the city anymore. Go back to the family academy immediately and don't enter the city again. He's here. He's actually here." The young master followed his mother's advice and returned to the academy, but many thoughts suddenly arose in his mind. That person clearly had a deep connection with his mother, something he had never seen before. Suddenly, the young master saw a familiar figure. "It's him, Du Tom. He came here because he heard some news about her, just thinking that there was trouble in the city. I was worried you might get into trouble, so I waited here for you." "I'm fine, but something really did happen. Don't go into the city for now. How your training is going is still good. You're about to reach the limit." "That's right. Lately, the academy seems to be recruiting ordinary people with real combat experience to enhance their practical skills. You might consider it, and if you do well, you could have a chance to escape the ordinary class. According to the young master, you need to participate in the assessment first, fight against the academy students, and win 10 consecutive matches. If any group is willing to accept you, then you can join." Saying that, the two parted ways, watching the young master's figure, and Dongtam thought to himself, "If the young lady has already spoken, then I might as well give it a try." The scene shifts within the city lord's mansion as news of the approaching heavenly horse army from the temple spreads. The messenger reports requesting the lord to come out and welcome them. 2020 silently thinks that they will arrive sooner or later, so he has his people open the city lord's gates. "Everyone, follow me to welcome the heavenly horse carriage team." After landing, Kong Tuok approached to greet the heavenly horse team. Lord Lethan, the city lord, welcomes the envoy team from the ancestral temple. One of them steps forward and greets Brother Uong, whom he hasn't seen in a long time. "This is Lam He Mak Tin Phuong, the great demon king." Mak was invited into the city by Kong Tuok and finally entered the main hall. Kong Tuok then spoke. "If I am not mistaken, this one seems to be from the Heavenly Lake clan. No, Duwainian still hasn't paid respects to the King of the Peacock." The old man immediately bowed. "I am Duwainian. Greetings to King Kong Tuok. I come from the Heavenly Crane clan." Kong Tuok looked a bit surprised, catching Mak's attention. "What's wrong?" "There have been a series of murders in the city recently, and this afternoon King Thiem Bao was attacked and fell into a trap. This king personally investigated and detected 3 types of auras, space, time, and matter, at the scene." Wai Nian involuntarily reacted, "It's impossible. Our clan isn't in Jiali City." Mak chuckled softly, saying, "We must investigate thoroughly this time. I am here on the order of the clan to thoroughly investigate the disappearance of the Ice Dragon King and the blood essence of the 7-scaled Beast King. Brother Mong Ung, please cooperate. Brother Himo, I am also very troubled by this matter." No, Tuok didn't speak further. "Last time no one saw the Ice Dragon King come to us. We only heard about it from the clan news, and I also tried to find him but had no clues." "It's okay. This time I brought a drop of His Majesty the Dragon King's blood, so it shouldn't be hard to find the whereabouts of the Ice Dragon King." After saying that, he took out a drop of divine blood. The peacock quickly stopped him. "Wait a moment, the aura of Long King's blood essence is too strong. Maybe Mak and I should fly up together to investigate." Min agreed, and the two of them left the hall, leaving only Yi Nian and the followers of the peacock. He ordered that from now on the great Demon King Prince would investigate this matter. "Until the investigation is complete, none of you are allowed to leave this place." "What? We are all clan leaders. What right do you have to imprison us?" "I have the great Demon King's legal authority. If you're not satisfied, try leaving and see for yourself. When the investigation is over, you will naturally understand the consequences." After that, he invited 2 other guests, Kan Tevu and Din Hao, to bring the direct bloodline of the Kong Tuok demon clan here. The 2 appeared, and the clan leaders were shocked to learn they were both true Phoenix bloodline and 2 great demon kings backed by powerful clans, so they could only go along for now. So, all the nobles of the 7th grade and above of the Kong Tuok demon clan have been brought to the council hall. There, Yi Nian asked them to confirm whether all the 7th grade and above nobles were present. Someone in the crowd spoke up saying, "One more person is missing, and everyone knows who it is." He said there's a hybrid child not here who is surely studying at Jiali Academy, and Wai Nian is quite focused on that individual. Meanwhile, the Peacock and Mak are still arguing. "So, have you given up yet?" "Lost. Do you think you've already won? No, I was the one who lost before. Because I seized that opportunity, I gave up true love for a lifetime. These years, my heart has felt like it was bitten by ants. It is precisely this hatred and pain that has helped me push through each breakthrough. If I were given the chance to choose again, would you choose her? No, I would still choose as I did at the beginning. One day, I couldn't wait any longer. Do you know what it feels like to have pain gnawing at your soul? Do you know how much I hate you? Kongtuk softly replied. Aren't you regretful? Honestly, if you hadn't taken the initiative to give up, I wouldn't have been able to have her. In terms of feelings, I have already won. At the same time, at Jiali Academy, they are facing an intruder who appeared here uninvited. Who dares to break into Jiali Academy? Mr. Wang Ngan hurriedly explained, Commander Lai, I am a messenger of the Ancestral Temple here to pay my respects. Are you the mysterious member of the Dark Clan? No, I am a messenger from the Ancestral Temple, the Dark Clan of the Great Ocean Nin. U Engan continued. The envoy from the Ancestral Hall came to investigate the whereabouts of the Great Ice Dragon King, and all clan members are required to gather, so they came here to find the young master there. Elder Lee is furious and says, the young master is a student at the academy and cannot interfere in matters related to the Ice Dragon King. Please leave now. However, Yang Nin threatens, if you dare disobey the orders of the Demon King, you are a coward and not worthy to boast before me. Get out quickly, or I will turn you into roasted bird. As he spoke, Commander Lee showed his strength to Duong Nin and refused to back down, quickly responding with a similar power. You Vong Din Fong? But at that moment, a voice interrupted both of them. That's enough. You can't disobey the clan's orders. Let the young master go with them. Nothing will happen. The headmaster was then subdued and complied. Meanwhile, Wang Nan saw a familiar figure. She's here. If you harm my academy student, then go ahead. Not far away, Dongsan Dangdang looked at them with murderous intent as the storm began to roll in, unleashing its power. Even though I was wrong, even though I abandoned her and chose this fate, she didn't wait for me for years. Am I the only one to blame? That's right. Conqua said firmly that only you are to blame and you have no idea what she has had to bear. How could you possibly know the suffering she endured? Even the woman I loved the most I couldn't keep. What are you? Those words directly angered Kong Tuok, causing him to rage and unleash a barrage of martial techniques. You want to die? He didn't reply. You're already defeated. Everything here belongs to me. I knew this day would come sooner or later. You don't know the truth, so to avoid destroying the city, the two of you came to fight at Lisanmash. Meanwhile, the Black Enha Demon King was leading Prince Mai back to the Lord's mansion. Along the way, he sensed someone tailing him. Could it be the Bright Moon King? But by the time I realized, that person had already approached, no one else but the young master. Is this girl crazy? How dare you attack me? She rushed forward with her sword, but the space portal appeared. This is the moment to teleport. Unfortunately, Duong Nin cast a spell that disabled the young master's teleportation, causing her to be pulled back to the battlefield. He also realized there was an ally assisting the young master. Wang Wen was hit by thousands of arrows and kept crying out for help. Yang Nin casually helped him build a sturdy shield. Trying to attract my attention is useless. As she turned around, Duong Nin was stunned to find no one there anymore. No way, their aura has disappeared again. In the nearby forest, the young master was rescued by Duong Tom. That's him. Tang San reminded him, you can't leave me, or else their consciousness will detect us. Where to next? Jialai Mountain Range. The Hidden King won't expect us to be on this side. Anyway, your father has already won, and everything will naturally return to normal. If the Phoenix King of Love is interested, then she should run away with me. The young master suddenly thought, this guy also has his own ideas, huh? He can even hide the aura of both of them, so that the Amnia Demon King doesn't detect it. But how does he know he's in danger? This guy is truly hard to read. When we arrived at Lysanmak, the battle between the two Demon Kings was just beginning, and they started attacking each other like a storm, causing chaos around them. Hao Shinai is trying to protect those around him, standing behind me, hiding his aura and staying still. The Phoenix King is dealing with an even more terrifying existence than him. The two Demon Kings clashed once more, but this time the attack shifted towards Tang San and the young master. He used his body to shield her, leaving her utterly astonished. The space tremor is so strong, yet he manages to block it. Above, Kong Tua and He-Mak have launched their fatal strikes. He-Mak suddenly sneered, do you really think you can overcome the huge gap between the realms? I don't think so. So I was already prepared. A blinding light appeared in the middle of the battlefield as the peacock sealed a symbol. He-Mak is stunned by this as Lethan behind him emits a silver light. In the next moment, the space is filled with blue aura and wide wings spread across the sky. After unleashing her power, a cloud of mist surrounds Kong Tuok. Now Kong Tuok has gained new strength, and Imak recognizes it as the aura of the Demon King. You take out Li Cheng as a battlefield eye, relying on the ancestral luck to temporarily increase your cultivation. Fine. I want to see how long you can hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, Heimo immediately charged at the peacock, the collision powerful enough to tear the sky apart. Tang San below kept a close watch, muttering, "Great Demon King Peacock. Don't lose." Young Master cares quite a bit about Tang San. That's right. Once Father loses, this lineage of ours will face destruction, and even the organization that has been operating here for years will be destroyed. But Father seems to be about to lose his grip. A chilling sensation appears behind the young master. It turns out Duong Nin has caught up and found you all. I won't let you go. You know you can't escape anymore. The young master immediately entered combat mode. The peacock crown appeared on her head, and she threatened Duong Nin. Are you the true heir? Seeing this as a big opportunity, Duong Nin struck hard. Capturing you would be a great achievement. His attack engulfed the prince, but she quickly used Spirit Shift to neutralize Duong Nin's strike. He was surprised because few could break this move, but he also found it quite interesting. All right, but you still can't escape. Duong Nin controls the fog of talisman to trap the prince, quickly tightening around her. As soon as it touched, Tuloi attacked the young master, causing her to cry out in pain mid-air. Duong Nin was left stunned because the attack didn't affect the young master much. Instead, it suppressed her bloodline. He started to fear. How could the White Tiger, the bloodline of the ultimate Demon King? The young master has escaped the smoke, but you won't get away. As long as there's a trace of black mist, I can find you. He lunged again toward the young master. You can't escape from me. It seemed like everything was going according to plan. Yang Ning suddenly heard a sharp voice from behind. Get out! What's going on? This pressure is overwhelming. The small figure rushes toward the young master at a terrifying speed. She was saved by Tang San. If I hadn't deliberately revealed a flaw, do you think you could find our trail? What do you mean? I still need a little more time to seize the opportunity. Then he turned his direction upward. So when did Du Tang activate his spiritual body? A pillar of light shoots straight into the ground, causing a shockwave to spread out around it. Everything is controlled by this light, including the sphere itself. Ningyang stared blankly at everything before her, only seeing the spiritual body growing stronger and stronger. Who exactly is he? Dong Tam stepped closer to Nin Duong and shouted, Don't come here, damn it! Why aren't you moving? Unfortunately, Tong Tam had locked onto the target, causing Duong Nin to feel a deep, bone-chilling fear. No, don't. Tong Tam subdued the assassin, and he was immediately pulled into a vortex and disappeared. At this moment, a stream of power descended, and a faint figure appeared. He spoke, Surrender and submit to me, and I will spare your race. That is Lam Maki. He explained, Lethan will also be safe and sound. I don't want to disrupt her way of life, but you must die. The Crimson Phoenix King straightforwardly replied, You think you've won. He calmly said, Even if it burns endlessly, Lam Mohai seems to have discovered something. Kongshu the Demon King unleashes his fate, eyes full of determination, and says, I will take you with me. Seeing this, Lam Mohi can't help but shout in worry, You're crazy. Once all the fate is lost, not only you but also Mach Kongtok will die. The Peacock Demon King made up his mind, Even if our clan is wiped out, I will make you regret for the rest of your life. The Peacock clan will never surrender. He hurriedly said, You crazy fool. Two forces collide with each other, causing a huge shockwave, and someone rushes down from the sky. Lam Mak. He is in a difficult situation, and the Kongtuok's great Demon King is also about to collapse, neither willing to give in. Seeing this scene, an old beast hurriedly said, The golden light has burned more than half, and the Kongtuok's great Demon King is like a bow losing its strength. The person beside him also added, The final blow is coming next. He realized that the Phoenix King was about to be defeated, having just become king with unstable foundations, and could easily fall into the realm of a great Demon King if forced. Yoriyimis. He angrily said, if you want to die that badly. Suddenly Lam Maki and the great Thunderbird King sensed something, and this person descended with overwhelming pressure. He is a threat to the Grand Master. You suddenly speak out, I am the Sea God. Hearing this, both of them become alert as a blinding golden light erupts, causing the sky to change. Lam Mak. He frowned and wondered what the connection was between Thanvo Lam Hai and the Lethan family. Was his appearance a threat? The Crimson Peacock King also hesitated, thinking, when the Sea Clan became so powerful, it seems he doesn't want us to continue fighting. Lam Mak. He stopped the battle. Today is the end. Your collusion with the Sea Clan I will report to the clan. He warned you to wait and explain to the clan. Lam Mak. He left, he threatened. I will come back. The Peacock King also returned. At this moment, the young master was standing alone on the mountain, surrounded by majestic peaks as dusk fell over the fake Lai mountain range. Young Master Mei was unconscious when suddenly she woke up. Tang-san asked with concern, "Are you awake now?" The firewood burns steadily and the space becomes a little quiet. She suddenly stands up and both of them look at each other. "Young master," Mai then asked, "Where is the Demon King?" He replied, "He keeps chasing after us." They only left after the battle in Galley City was over. She continued to ask, "How is the duel going?" Dong Tom replied, as if weighing his words, "The Great Fire Phoenix King has already left." She sighed anxiously, knowing that the injuries of the Great Phoenix King were even more serious. She sincerely said, "Thank you for saving me once again." She wondered and asked, "Why are you always the one to save me the fastest whenever I face trouble?" Dong Tam didn't reveal it right away. "You'll find out later, but I can't tell you now." Receiving no answer, she stood up and left. "I have to go back, they will find me." Duong Tam replied, "Okay, I'll see you off. The evening sky is so peaceful." He saw her to the city gate and sighed, then suddenly bowed his head, seeming exhausted. Duong Tam silently thought he was completely exhausted, with only a little of his consciousness about to fade. He removed his mask and slowly walked away, needing to hurry. He forced himself to think, to return and activate the Huyan Thien technique, or he might truly be extinguished. Du Tang silently thought, he must stay alert. You are determined, no matter the cost, and relax your mind, believing that saving young Master Mai is worth everything. You remember something, yes, you still have the portable storage bag of the Black Fang demon, which can be dealt with later. Xiaodong, your face doesn't look very well. Where were you during the big battle last night? We were still looking for you. You didn't say anything. I was still at the Jiali Academy at that time. Dubak recounts that last night's battle was truly overwhelming. A love god can be so powerful. This is the level I want to pursue. Tongsan, after breaking through to the second stage, let's talk later. After breakfast, all the teachers and students of the Rescue Academy gathered for a meeting. Based on the unstable situation, a ban has been issued. Within 3 months, no academy is allowed to enter Jiali City without permission. After finishing their studies, the town chief will call Duan Tam privately. Zhang Haotian asked seriously, "Where did you go during the big battle last night?" "You weren't here or at the Jiali Academy." Duong Tam explained, "I saw young master. My being taken away and worried, so I went to check. Then the battle suddenly erupted, and I was suppressed on the road and couldn't do anything." He imagines the scene of you being suppressed and becomes angry. "What?" Then he hit your head hard and said, "How could you go and watch casually? That's the Demon King, they are too dangerous, do you still want to intervene?" "How is young Master Mei doing? Has he been taken away yet?" Tang-san lied. "I saw her secretly attack the Great Demon King from afar, then someone came to help her. It seems she escaped." "Hao Tian, don't worry, that's good. Be careful recently and don't go out. I'll help you keep track of what happened to Master Mei." After reflecting on last night's battle, he said seriously, "Don't say it's you guys. Even I can sense the huge gap, almost no chance left." He confidently said, "Every effort we make will push humanity forward." His determined gaze said, "Your greatest trait is creating miracles. As long as the flame of hope remains eternal, there will be a future." Hearing you say that, it made him look at you differently. Facing his gaze, Tang-san hesitantly asked, "What are you looking at me for?" He explained that sometimes he feels like I am the same age as him. I forced a smile. Pretending to be innocent is easy. I am actually much older than him. At the top of the mountain in the Lord's Mansion, the great Phoenix Demon King is in seclusion training, concentrating intensely before opening his eyes. He calmly says, "I finally managed to endure." Someone sneers sarcastically, "You are still a failure, always have been, and will never change." Outside the sacred ground of the Peacock, a group of spirit beasts are waiting, while inside, the great Peacock Demon King is talking to someone. Then he asked, "Did he come to find you?" He said sadly, "Do you hate him?" Kamnai calmly replied, "Guess what?" Hearing that, he softly said, "Sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. I hope that when you made your choice back then, you still chose me." She said sadly, "You are the stupidest of all the monsters I have ever met." "I don't defend myself. You're right, I was too rebellious back then. I remember what my father wanted me to do and I refused, until one day you confessed, I met you, and I knew I was wrong." He casually said, "If it weren't for being beaten up by that lamb Mac, I wouldn't have started to cultivate. And it's as if I've awakened. If it weren't for that bastard lamb Mac, maybe I'd still just be a second-tier ancestor." Seeing that you are different, she immediately said, "You won't do that. No matter who I am with, I am sure my purpose is always to help people. I will definitely base it on the premise that you must become stronger before I can be with you." He seems to understand and lowers his voice. "Why do you have to say it so directly? The truth is exactly like that. I admit it, that's right. I like you like this. You've never hidden anything from me before. He moved closer to her and said, I know one side is for the sake of our race, and the other is because I loved a monster who is your enemy. Can you stop talking now? Let me speak first. I'm afraid I won't have another chance. I might be dying soon. That statement surprised her. He sighed. I'm glad you reacted that way. His eyes were filled with sadness. Finally, I could confirm that my heart was truly with him. I was very happy to see that expression on his face. She nervously said, You lied to me. He helplessly said, because he couldn't deal with him. I burned the golden mouth. My original self is badly wounded and won't live much longer. She was stunned to hear him express his feelings. I'm fine, don't worry. Dying for you is my choice. She firmly said, Don't die. He holds her and comforts her. Dying is not scary at all. At least before I finish my dream, I haven't died yet. Arriving at Duong Tom's place, he is meditating in the golden pill. He previously calculated that absorbing the bloodline power of the Black Fang Demon King would form the bloodline mark of the GI. His innate abilities are transforming energy and absorbing blood. By consuming the blood essence of other living beings to strengthen his own life energy cultivation, Du Tom was cleaning up and thinking that although there was an empty spot in his blood mark, he would not merge it for now. He has been waiting for 5 days and still hasn't seen him. His gaze shifts to someone else, and when Miss Mai approaches, she says, Come here for a moment. He happily replied, Okay. The two of them moved to a quiet place. I'm about to leave now. After listening, Tong-san asked anxiously, Where do you want to go? She explained, I won't leave the Li Chung family. I will follow my father to retreat and cultivate. It will probably be a long time. She advised, Keep practicing diligently. Wait for me to return. I will check on you. The check was not satisfactory. Tong-san continued to listen carefully to her words, watching as the young master turned to leave, her figure gradually disappearing into the distance. He looked at her anxiously until she suddenly turned back and waved goodbye. I will miss you a lot. She walked away alone, the wind rustling as she left. She calmly walked away, continuing until late afternoon. Suddenly, someone stood behind the tree and said, Sorry, I'm late, I made you worry. Tang-san, disguised, thought to himself that he had actually arrived earlier, just wanting to watch him longer. She looked suspiciously at this person, feeling that he didn't seem like usual, his gaze at her similar to Tang-san's. She announced that she would temporarily suspend the hunting mission to undergo seclusion. He then asked, Are you unable to go out during your seclusion? She replied, No, I can't. He seemed to understand and said he got it. Wait until you come out of seclusion and then come here to wait for me with the milk tea. I will visit you within 3 days at most. She agreed. All right, I'm leaving now. Tang-san pointed at the cup she's holding and offered. Can I have the cup of bubble tea you're holding? She looked at the cup and politely declined. Sorry, I can't give you this cup. I've already drunk from it. There's a hint of loss in your eyes. He pursed his lips and hummed. After speaking, she walked away and said, After being released and reuniting, he lies on his bed, tossing and turning, with a look of worry on his face. Outside, many fireflies are glowing. Another day has passed, the sunrise has appeared. You jump onto the roof with someone and Dubaku asks, Why are you late today? Duong Tom tiredly replied, I couldn't sleep last night. Dubak teasingly said, What's wrong with you? You look like you're heartbroken. Just kidding, what heartbroken kid like you could be? Duong Tom irritably replied, You're the kid. Dubak cheerfully said, Later, put in your best effort to wish me luck. He responded accordingly. After cultivating the Death Extreme Demon Pill, Dong-san returned to the Jiali Academy, looking quite lifeless. You look down as you greet Lao Mao and pick up your thorn broom to work. He calls you back, Wait a moment, I have something for you. What is this about? Lao Mao explained while holding the cup of milk tea. A little girl wanted me to give this to you. The girl is very pretty. When he saw the cup of milk tea, he was surprised. Tang-san took the cup of milk tea, lifted it up, and took a sip. He felt happy to receive a gift from her. He stood alone, quietly grateful. This is the cup from yesterday. Xiao Mei. Xiao Wu, thank you. You look forward to Sister Mei. I am waiting for you to come back. Arriving at the Lord's residence, young Master Mai went to see the great Peacock Demon King. She said seriously, I am ready. The father said pensively, You look very much like your mother when she was young, but you're not as beautiful as her was in her youth. She worriedly asked, Are you okay, father? The father reassured her, I'm fine. I won't die for now. Now the most important thing is to focus on cultivating with you. She then asked, How long will we need to stay in seclusion? I hope my body can endure for as long as possible. Of course, the longer, the better, he softly said. Little May, this time I will help you with your closed-door cultivation. But from now on I will assist you in doing so. He firmly said, You are the next great Peacock Demon King. Hearing this, she was very surprised and nervously asked, Is the decision really final? but he places his trust in her, saying, "You are the only one who can lead our clan to prosperity." He warns her, "But you must swear that no matter what you do or sacrifice for humanity, it will never harm the interests of the Peacock Demon clan. And when you leave this world, you must return the throne to the Peacock Demon clan." After hearing this, her eyes became determined, and she asked, "Do you know everything?" He explained, "My wife has never hidden anything from me, because I agreed to her conditions. And in the future, you will inherit the throne of the Peacock Demon King. Only when she listens carefully to me will she stay by my side. That's why I know for sure there's more than you imagine. My precious girl, you saved my low-level soul." That statement surprised her. The kind father gently stroked her head and said, "Don't overthink it. I want you to make a vow because of the heir of our clan. Do what you want to do." He reminded her, "That's right, make the vow." She sighed and solemnly made a vow. "I swear that if I become the great Lovebird King, I will never do anything to harm the Lovebird clan during my lifetime." When escaping the hernia, he had to pass it on to the members of the Peacock Demon clan. If he disobeyed, he could cut it off. And he pondered and said, "You are very much like your mother. Although you are still young, I believe in your vow." He looked at his daughter and decided, "Let's go. I will pass on to you the true secret technique of the Peacock Demon clan." He declared that when the child ascends to the realm, it will be the moment that shakes heaven and earth. When he reached Duongtam, he spoke up saying, "Right now, this golden wood is releasing its life force more and more intensely." Zhang Haotian hesitated, worried that it might cause unnecessary trouble. "You are determined to come today to handle this issue, help it grow quickly, and also help it conceal its aura." The master immediately realized it was about using formations. The boy explained clearly that 2 formations needed to be arranged. One is a mysterious formation, and the other is the heaven-subduing formation. "We need you and me to set up 18 gathering spirit formations, and you'll need to spend some money to buy the materials." The man took the paper you gave and, a bit confused, said, "But these materials are not cheap." "Tao tin duong tam dap. Yentam, taolam vitram bandulin trandathai diban. Dambaothai kim duos kun hiu hon. Onghoi, tran ban lagi." You can sell the portable spirit gathering formations, which can be carried around and used for profit. I have a few conditions, the first being that the title of Grand Master of this formation is yours, and you cannot claim that I created it. I'm afraid of trouble. Hao Tian agrees with you. Second, you can't be stingy with money from me in the future. He nodded and said, "All right, without you, this money wouldn't exist anyway. Tuesday, we need to try to save up money within a year." Dungtam made a plan and then went to the temple to see if he could earn anything. "I found many good things they didn't know about." He left and said, "Okay, then I will go buy the ingredients now." Did he notice something now? Dongtam called the young woman from the Red Watch clan over, asked about their cultivation progress, then demonstrated and taught the purple extreme demon bell. "Wait a moment, I will set up the formation later. Study hard, this is the method of cultivation for you in the future." Zhang Haotian quickly returned. Tang San reminded him, "Watch out, I'm about to set up this formation. It will take half a month, and the final magic circle has finally been established." "All right, the Thundering Earth demonic chain formation has been successfully established. Master, please activate all the spiritual gathering formations." Hao Xian held a glowing object in his hand and replied, "Good." Tang San directed the light sphere forward and said, "I will activate all the illusion screens." Following your activation, spots of light cover the entire area, and all the magic circles in the valley light up one after another. The abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been drawn in. After entering the thick fog created by the illusion array, everything returned to its previous calm. Tang San carefully observed everything and was satisfied. "Very good. All the magic arrays are functioning normally." Path Tam and Hao Hien stand on the mountain slope looking down and say, "Except for those at divine level, basically no one can enter this golden valley." Hao Xian exclaimed in admiration, "It's truly amazing." The mystery behind the formation of this magic is that they are interconnected and complement each other. You could simply describe it as a miracle. Duong Tam smiled and admitted, "Your strength is not enough. If it were, the effects could be multiplied many times." Then he told Zhang Haoxian to find seeds of exotic flowers and plants, plant them in the valley, and teach him how to create spirit-gathering formations. Then he teaches the girls about magic while they practice, with a lush mountain scene covered in clouds and snow winds. Duong Tam sits meditating under the tree, his eyes deep and focused on absorbing the power. Duong Tam thinks, his spiritual consciousness exhausted earlier, finally fully recovered. Right after finishing his training, Duong Tam stood up and stretched comfortably. Suddenly, he saw someone standing under the tree canopy. "Master, you're here." Hao Hien smiled and held up his hand for Duong Tam to see, with the mysterious blue mark on it. Duong Tam looked surprised, the green mark on Hao Hien's hand reminding him of something, and happily said, Congratulations on your promotion to the green reward level. Hao Haiyan told him, it's all thanks to your picture. The organization asked me to come to their headquarters. They also wanted to transfer me there, but I refused. Duong Tam honestly expressed, it's okay if I don't go. Making money wasn't easy before, but now we have enough to visit the ancestral temple and attend the auction, right? Hao Xian replied, maybe enough, but you need to change your status from servant. Tang San said, maybe you still have to join the battle with the monsters. Now I am confident enough to complete the challenge without revealing much of my bloodline. Hao Hian calmly said, I feel comfortable being with you. I will also prepare for a breakthrough. This time I will return to the headquarters to see if I can get any assistance. Duong Tam pondered and suggested, I advise you to complete the breakthrough program before going to the headquarters. Hao Hian was surprised, huh? I'm looking for a place where I can be discovered. Duong Tam said, listen to my analysis because the benefits of the soul collection disc are too great. The organization might want you to transfer the method of making the soul collection disc. Hao Jian narrowed his eyes as he listened to his analysis and spoke. It could really happen, but how do we solve the location problem? Duong Tam pointed to the place in front of him and replied, I've come up with a spot for you. That's all. The sea. A lush and romantic beach right in front of you. Duong Tam explains, yes, near the coast, even if any phenomena occur during the breakthrough, you don't need to worry because there was already a threat from the sea god, and Carrie City won't send anyone to investigate. It only makes the teacher believe more in the existence of the sea god. Hao Jian chuckled teasingly and said, why do you act as if the sea god is related to you? Duong Tam smiled mysteriously and replied, that sea god is actually connected to me. His words surprised Hao Hian. Me? Duong Tam quickly said with a smile. Don't misunderstand me. It's just an illusion. It was created by a magic circle. Hao Hian hesitated and said, but what about the power of the great demon king? He replied immediately, it was created using a series of magic circles. If you don't believe me, can I do something else? No, it will cause another rebellion. Hao Xian chuckled mischievously, thinking how terrible it was. Is there anything I can't do? Tang San turned away and said, let me consider your proposal. First, I will go to the arena and claim my noble status. Hao Hian hesitated and told you, all right, let me think about it. Outside, under the clear blue sky and peaceful sunshine, voices could be heard. Some people were walking and chatting. Little Duong, it's really rare to see you once. I didn't expect you would invite us to the Beast Tamar arena together. Doc Bok said innocently, that's right, it's really not easy. If you don't come back to cultivate with me, when will I be able to break through to the 6th realm? Duong Tam gently said, breaking through to the 6th realm depends on your effort. But Dubok didn't listen and pouted while hugging you. I don't care. I want you to come back with me. Wu Bangkai asked softly. This time, are you coming to the Beast Arena to investigate something? Duong Tam honestly shared, I want to know how to gain noble status through competition. Then I want to visit the clan to see if there's a chance for me. Bangkai and Doc Bok were surprised to hear him say that. To Din. Doc Bok excitedly replied, if I can, take me along too, I want to go as well. Seeing their reactions, Duong Tam suddenly wondered, is the allure of the Din really that strong? Then they walked and talked together. Who wouldn't want to visit the clan hall? It's full of powerful experts and treasures. Let's go to the Beast Arena and learn the rules. In the hall, Miss Mai is standing and making tea. Duong Tam bought 3 cups of milk tea first and happily returned with a cup in hand. Dubok happily praised, this is really delicious. But Duong Tam's gaze was fixed on something else. He wondered why he hadn't heard any news about Miss Mai. I miss her so much whenever she returns. At the beast fighting arena, the atmosphere was very lively. Duong Tam looked ahead in confusion, thinking to himself, team battles? Besides individual fights, is there such a method? Duong Tam noi voi bunkiranko haikashte, dat duoktan funkwai talk. Motla tanglian tiep sotrankanha, kon laila chian dao dong dui tanglian tiep destran. Nihung kwai tak dao dong dui. Rat kach nihie, chiket tuk himut ban beat yu diet huan tuan. Bangkai nodded seriously and said, so you mean, we're going to participate in team battles? Dubaku smiled casually and said, that's what team battles are about. Let's go. Duong Tam helplessly said, what does this have to do with you? Dubok pointed to his face and said with interest, of course I'm coming along. At worst I won't use my abilities. I'll just lie down and win. Isn't that enough? I think it's beautiful just to call Kolai and train too and go to the temple together, Bangkai said. I've mastered the death spirit seizing the soul technique. I need to negotiate with the other masters first. The scene shifts to the village. Hao Jian asks him, do you have confidence? Tang San replied, if it's just about leading everyone back safely, I am confident. He cautiously reminded you, but this is a serious matter, and I still need to find a way to persuade the other teachers. Tang-san calmly suggested, I have thought this through, then quietly shared his plan with Hao-Hien. Hao-Hien agrees. The teacher sees it too, just do it, you guys have to keep trying. Elsewhere, screams of terror echoed. The teacher has gone mad. No, this is definitely a death sentence. Even he feels it's a bit too much. Long Jiang shouted in worry, could it be the teacher's instigation? Hao-Hien calmly replied, of course it's the kids who came up with this. I initially didn't agree, since they are key disciples, but they said if they could prove their strength, they wanted my permission to participate in the competition. Another person asked, how can they prove it? Hao-Hien looked at Tang Tom and said, say it yourself, explain it. The 5 of us challenge Master Quan and the 2 Masters Mu. If we win, does that mean we have the right to participate in the competition? Long Yang says, I mean to challenge us. Duan Tam responds seriously, yes, let's fight. The teacher sees that you haven't been beaten up by society yet. Hao-Hien quietly smiles to himself. Dokubai squinted and said, I really can't join in. Tang-san comforted him. You just won't be fighting. Before the fight, you can't use your luck. During the Beast Arena battle, I have my own arrangements. Dubak smiled and said, you're still good to me. At this moment, Duong Tam entered the room and announced, Master Quan, we're ready. Hao-Hien replied. Long Jiang said seriously, let's go. The group began to head to the arena, with the teachers on one side and the disciples on the other. Dubak happily said, I will boost your luck and entrust you all from now on to use your abilities to support Tang-san and the other disciples. Tang-san smiled and looked at Bing-Chi, full of energy. Long Jiang and the other teachers looked serious and distant. Tu-No asked Hao-Hien, how do you think the competition turned out? Hao-Hien chuckled softly and said, no chance. Tu-No was surprised. Who do you mean has no chance? Hao-Hien said mysteriously, whoever gets beaten, obviously, has no chance. Tuo-Niu silently chuckled. Hao-Hien whispered, it's over. At this moment, a notification sounded, and both sides prepared to begin. Tang-san smiled with a determined and confident look. Long Jiang also looked at him seriously, ready to fight. Long Jiang quickly used his skill, the 9-stage water spirit transformation, with a cold gaze, radiating a stream of light throughout his body. His love also begins to transform with overwhelming momentum and unpredictable changes, turning into an 8-grade energy core. Tang-san remains calm and steadily harnesses his own power. The 8th-rank Phoenix transforms, and he stands calmly, pointing forward with a mysterious blue light emanating from his finger. The flow of power from his hand rushes toward the water column created by Long Jiang's magic. Tranquil Duong Tam harnesses even greater internal energy and speeds forward. The power you created formed a sharp ice spear that pierced through Long Jiang's water flow. Long Jiang squinted in disbelief, wondering why the speed suddenly increased after the ice spear entered his water column. The ice shield water barrier rushes forward quickly, and the water column spins into a large circle like cold ice. Tang-san narrows his eyes, calm yet very cold. A circle opened up from the water column earlier, and inside it, many lights seemed to be emanating, leaving Long Jiang in utter disbelief. A powerful collision occurred between the two forces, with sharp, icy shards piercing into each other. Long Jiang was amazed, thinking that ice needles could not only split, but also connect and explode, and could be controlled like this. On this side, Untin and Ko Lai are also facing off fiercely, both using their powers to attack each other. Tin, with fiery strength, rushes forward with a punch at Ko Lai, but he quickly dodges and thinks of using a pause to dispel the opponent's momentum, then accelerates time to strike, leaving Tin stunned. What? Then Miss Lai's strike hit Tin, leaving him unable to dodge in time. While he was still struggling to withstand Ko Lai's attack, a figure appeared behind him. It's Muk Van Vu with his fierce wings ready to strike. Seeing this, Duong Tam was extremely worried and afraid. He couldn't let her continue to attack, so he used sound to control the crowd. Bright flashes of light exploded in the sky around Van Vu. He guessed that using the sound of Feng Han's explosion to trigger an explosion would help block the interference of the sound waves. If that's the case, a figure begins to emerge in midair, transforming from a single form into multiple variations, with the Than Diem clone sharing the same appearance, but appearing as many different individuals. Duong Tam Can Trong reports in. Tu Tran responds immediately. The two of them rush forward. Inside, Trin Tu Tran and Feng Han outside work together to destroy the 4 clones, but one clone in the sky continues to attack with a powerful move, causing the shield to shatter and fall to the ground. Van Vu grimaced to show the others how formidable he was. Tu-No observed and said, she's really forcing Mu to fight seriously now. She wants to control the entire battle, and she launches the decisive attack. Thanlon Chi Min unleashes all its power. But at that moment, Duong Tam's eyes lit up as he controlled the Death Extremity Demon Bell. Van Vu opened his eyes in shock. She curled up in pain. Her move was countered by the force and left her injured. Tuno was panic-stricken as he was knocked down. Trin Tu stops attacking Kim Shi Fi Fong and throws Mok Van Vu towards Truong Hao Hien. Mok Van Vu's fate remains uncertain as he struggles to control Ko Lai's power. When the sound of Thanlon Chi Min rang out, Mok Yun Ting thought the outcome was decided, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he saw Mok Van Vu be defeated. He was confused, wondering what was really happening. Then, under the combined assault of Duong Tam, So Li, and Trin Tu, they were defeated in an instant, while on this side, Long Jiang was holding back Duong Tam's power. He was exhausted and thought, this kid Vo Bang Ki's ice needles not only double their speed, but can also split apart. The ice storm not only froze his attack, but also completely suppressed his defenses. Dong Tam calmly looked at him and said, "Sorry, Teacher Guan." Suddenly Long Jiang lost his strength and opened his eyes in shock. The ice blades from Tang San almost pierced Long Jiang's body, forcing him to raise his hands to block. At the same time, a voice rang out, "Good! The competition is over." Long Jiang, exhausted, is breathing heavily. He stared ahead with wide eyes, while Antin and Van Vu looked stunned. The people below gazed at them in confusion. Hao Hien approached teasingly and asked, "Teacher Quan, how does it feel to be pushed around by society?" Long Jiang frowned and said something before walking straight inside. His figure looked disappointed and discouraged. Hao Hien smiled and said, "It's just something hard to accept for now." Tuno replied, "Just let him be quiet. You must have guessed it a long time ago. Bullying a little official? How could he have made Dongsan give in to him in the first place?" Hao Hien smiled and said, "It's too late to regret now." Then he told Dong Tam, "Regarding the beast fighting arena, the school has already approved it through the teacher, but you must be extremely careful. Remember, in the beast arena, you must absolutely not show mercy." Duong Tam assured he understood. Then he turned back to celebrate and cheer with his friends. Inside the quiet room, Long Jiang sat silently on the bed. He thought to himself, although a bit embarrassed, these kids are truly outstanding. Vo Bang Kai's maturity has exceeded his expectations. It's all for this kid, Tang San. Outside, Hao Hien stepped in and asked, "What do you feel?" Long Jiang embarrassedly said, "You're teasing me." Hao Hien softly replied, "We're brothers, so what's there to tease? Even if it were me, I probably wouldn't win." Long Jiang replied, "So modest?" Hua Hien continued, "You should feel proud because after all, they are all disciples we have trained. Isn't it what we want to see, students surpassing their teachers?" The scene shifts outside to the courtyard. Tang San said, "Okay, since we've earned the right to compete in the team battle arena, we need to improve our teamwork. All right, you arrange it, we'll follow your lead, and for the next week we'll also practice our coordination." Okay, and suddenly someone asks, "But what should Dubak do?" He can't reveal his abilities. What identity? Use dark energy. Dong Tam shook his head, no. Then he took out something. This, but Dubak still didn't understand. Tang San softly explained, "It's a formation table. During battle, you use the formation table to cast formations from the rear to support us. You have to hide the formation table and not let others find out that you're a formation mage." Dubak immediately excitedly picked it up and asked, "Is this the formation table? I heard this thing is very expensive." These are 3 different battle boards, each with a different effect, created by a grand master of formations. I will explain how to use them later. After Duan Tam finished speaking, the team continued on their way. At this moment, Long Jiang suddenly thought that Vo Bang Kai was the biggest transit point, with Duong Tam responsible for long-range attacks and Trin Tu Tran handling aerial assaults and disruptions. There is someone controlling, but the strongest in the team is still the one in control. But what is this battle plan about? He said it was from the teacher. Where did Teacher Zhang come from? All right, that's pretty much settled now. Tutran immediately retorted, "You're so shameless. At most, you're just near the top and standing still without moving." Even if Dubak ignores it and has delusions, Tutran gets angry and chases her away. After playing around, the team bid farewell to the master and left with peace of mind, saying, "We will definitely return safely." Long Jiang sighed, as old man Truong Hao Hien still hadn't come back, and seeing this, Van Vu smiled softly, saying, "Don't worry. They have shown enough strength to handle it, and the town chief's absence is because he trusts them. All right, stop worrying about trivial things. We are about to have a noble disciple." After Duong Tam and his group entered the city, they all went to the beast fighting arena to register. As soon as they entered, Tang San was guided by the instructor to explain the rules of the 5-person team registration board. After registering, they had to participate in 3 matches with no retreat, no mercy if they killed or released. Holding the registration board in his hand, Tang-san carefully thought of the team name before writing it down. Sulai Kak team, you're very confident with that name. Dubak couldn't help but wonder at that moment. Julai K, what does the little sugar mean? It's an ancient term meaning champion. As soon as Tang-san responded, an opponent burst out laughing, claiming to be the champion, but really just a nobody, truly eager to face opponents like you. But Tang-san ignored him and continued submitting his registration form, then turned to look at that arrogant elephant. He once again challenged him, huh? Want to fight? Duong Tam immediately responded, what's exciting about fighting? If you're brave, let's settle it here. The first match of the team competition. Dare you? That made the elephant gasp in surprise. What? Team battle? We may be weak, but we're not afraid to turn to gold. Unfortunately, besides having a stronger bloodline than us, your courage is as small as a mouse. Hearing this, he became furious. What right do you have to be proud of yourself? Hurry up and turn to gold. The anger reached its peak, making Duong Tam's teammates worried. Xiaodao, be careful. Then the instructor warned, get to the registration point early tomorrow to participate in the first team match. All right, let's go. The team kept cheering. Amazing, little Du, you're incredible. The defense of the Self-Desire clan is very strong, but they do have their weaknesses. At this moment, Bingshi couldn't help but wonder if they would be their first opponents, and Tang-san nodded. Bang Kai excitedly suggested that they arrange their tactics for the first match according to their plan. Then they went back to rest overnight until the next morning, but Dubok's expression was not looking good. Xiaotang, does my insomnia affect today's match? He hurriedly reassured, it's okay, as long as we stick to our planned strategy. Then they filled their stomachs with a delicious breakfast. Then Tang-san looked up again and asked, so what? You didn't get enough sleep either? Kolai immediately said, no. Even Bingji felt a bit tense. Tang-san then softly said, this is something we have to go through, but there's one thing I need to remind you all. If you don't survive this life and death fight, you'll only turn to ash. Hearing that, Bang Kai looked serious and Dak Bak was so scared he turned pale, unless he ran away. Duong Tam then smiled faintly and said, you can choose to run, but you will never escape the title of a coward for the rest of your life. If I don't stop you, will you go? Dubak immediately changed his attitude and replied, no. Hearing that, Duong Tam continued to encourage him, if you're not going, then get your spirits up. At least before we turn to ashes, it's not your turn yet. I'm only not afraid to take risks with them. Now Kolai is determined to win. Even Bang Ki has shed his tension, and Tutron's fighting spirit burns fiercely. Let's go together. Then they continued to the beast trainer. When they met again, he was glad not to run away. Not bad. The official hunt will start now. Making Tang wonder, why didn't you keep us yesterday? Aren't you afraid we'll run away? This is your chance to save yourselves, but if you run, you'll be on our wanted list and become slaves of the arena once caught. Follow me. Immediately after, Duong Tam's team rushed inside, and unexpectedly the entire arena erupted with cheers and excitement from the spectators. He told him to wait here, and that someone would come to call them before the competition starts. After checking around, Tang-san then told Dubak to do it, to use his energy to help them, which surprised him a bit. All right. Then Dubak quickly focused on channeling his luck, but in the end it seemed to fail. Tang-san immediately warned that any mistake could turn himself and his teammates to ashes, making Dubak panic. He tried to tell himself to focus all his strength and only allow success, and in the end, Dubak used all his power and successfully activated the aura, making Duong Tam both proud and proud. So Dubak was pleased with himself. This time it was a success. Suddenly he remembered something very important. Wait, why did I forget my own innate energy? Isn't it that I can sense Cat Hung? There's no need to exaggerate like that. Kolai curious asked, what happened? Doc Back excitedly replied, everything is fine. We'll deal with them later. That's great, but Tang-san sighed, hoping to use this opportunity to train everyone's mental resilience. But after a short while, the atmosphere was gone, so he kicked this kid out of the team. At that moment, someone rushed in to announce the match, and Duong Tam's team immediately prepared to go, leaving him confused. Huh? This is the first time I've seen a battle team start so smoothly. The Duan team of Tang-san walks proudly and bravely onto the stage, and as soon as they step in, Tang-san can smell the strong scent of blood. The referee's voice booms out. The team battle is about to begin. Let's feel the taste of blood. The first team turned out to be just an ordinary human. The audience all burst into loud laughter, wondering if they were so scared they peed their pants. Next to the stands come the remaining team, making the atmosphere more intense than ever. It must be a 9-realm powerhouse, yet they are a team of beast statues. Looking at the leader's height, facing such an existence, I fear humans can't break through his defenses. Meanwhile, Tang-san remains very focused, quietly telling Bing-Ki that the next battle will proceed according to the original plan. The referee's voice continues to echo. I guess everyone probably can't wait any longer. The team fight begins as they trample these bugs into pulp. Dubak then sneers and says, "Let me take the lead." Their power begins to surge, causing the beast to panic. What is that? Their aura formation is intensifying. The elephant beast can't help but feel angry. What kind of game is this now? In front of absolute power, everything is useless. Then he continued the brutal assault, stepping forward. Immediately, Tang-san unleashed the Dragon Turtle Wind Fist. Ko-Lai uses a special move to support, freezing time while Bang-Kai continues to cast ice spells, and the elephant beast suddenly steps on it. What? The technique was broken, and he suddenly fell to the arena floor in humiliation. Seizing the opportunity, Bang-Kai charged forward, unleashing a series of ice needle attacks. The beast team is now in a panic, targeting us. Defend quickly. However, Gu Li blocked it with the ultimate skill of freezing time, causing the elephant beast to become immobile. Bang-Kai then accelerated for a second time, attacking the elephant beast with relentless ice fury, making it scream in pain. The audience in the stands couldn't help but be surprised. The referee's voice rang out again. Everyone had already fallen down. These are two Bat Gi and two That Gi, also famous for their defensive power as mythic beasts. Oh my god, it's truly beyond imagination. Even Bang-Kai is very shocked, as the combined power of techniques can reach this level. At that moment, Tang-san stepped forward to congratulate him, as his senior brother's ice needle had achieved minor success, but the elephant beast still struggled to stand, leaving him feeling bewildered. What's going on? What's happening? Why did it turn to gold? No way, the elephant beast went berserk and cursed, "I will crush you all." Then suddenly he charged forward at lightning speed, unleashing a powerful armored elephant technique, and immediately a death duel appeared, launching a counterattack with a great slash aimed directly at the elephant beast. But he still couldn't be defeated by this attack, unable to stop the old man's blade. The battle raged fiercely on both sides, and he shouted, "You can't escape now." The elephant roared and launched a powerful stampede attack that left Tang-san stunned. But suddenly Bai burst into loud laughter. The elephant's strength had erupted this time, yet Tang-san's team remained unharmed. And then an explosion erupted, leaving the elephant beast stunned. What was that? Where is everyone? Why have they all disappeared? At that moment, Duong Tam and Bang-Ki charged from behind to attack the beast. But unfortunately, the elephant beast had detected Duong Tam's desperate attempt to jump as high as possible. With Ko-Lai's help, Duong Tam successfully defeated the beast elephant and quickly seized a fallen opponent on the arena floor, draining all their energy. As expected of the 9-tiered elephant demon, his entire body is full of bloodline power. He can't suddenly break through to the peak of the 6th stage like this. So Duong Tam decided to first use his mental energy to control him. After the explosion, the elephant beast fainted, and Duong Tam gradually regained his composure. He stood proudly on the elephant's back, leaving all the spectators stunned. What just happened? How did they manage that? It's truly strange. The ordinary person I see here has achieved an unexpectedly incredible victory. Let's all congratulate the Lai Cox team on their victory. They achieved their first team battle win, and we look forward to their next team match. So, the first match at the Beast Arena has ended, and Lai can't help but feel happy. We won. Even Doc Bok cheered, and we were able to openly and justly defeat the monster. That was truly satisfying. Bang-Kai also sincerely thanked Duong Tam. Thank you. This result is thanks to our senior brother's efforts. I still need to remind you that this battle was fought with preparation on our part. The opponents they will face next are not so simple. They are also winners in the Beast Arena. We cannot afford to be careless. Dubak immediately encouraged the team to keep going. Just then, a demon beast entered. He expressed his surprise. "You actually managed to win a match. How can such an ordinary human be so strong?" "That's impressive. Follow me. You can't leave until you win 3 consecutive matches." Then, the team follows him to the designated room for competitors. After a brief strategic meeting, they continued to rest on their own. Doc Bak just rolled onto the bed and fell asleep, while Tong Tom quietly checked his spiritual energy and adjusted his state to the best condition. The next morning at the Beast Arena, he returned and called out, "Let's go. Your match is about to start. Come on, look over there." The referee's enthusiastic voice echoed. Now entering the arena is the Zuli Kai team, an ordinary human team. They have won multiple consecutive matches thanks to their noble status. Humans holding illusions like this have appeared before, and of course they will eventually return to dust. Bang-Kai, hearing this, was filled with anger, prompting Duong Tam to speak up and comfort them. showing through actions that there's no need to be upset. The referee continues enthusiastically. They've already won once. Can they achieve another miracle today? Let's see their opponent tonight. The Blood Spirit squad in the green armor step into the arena. Kolai couldn't help but be surprised. The giant with the deadly eye must be at least at the 8th rank. Moreover, there was someone else who surprised Tang-san greatly. A warrior of the Red Watch clan, with 3 spirit deer Loku beasts behind him, each specializing in mental powers. It seems we've been targeted. Tang-san immediately called Brother Dubai, telling him to be very careful later and that he must not act without my warning. Bankai needs to be careful of the shockwaves from the one-eyed giant, from Sister Tran, then attack the spiritual spirit, Lock Yu. We need to observe the opponent's tactics first, and then start fighting. The Kyu Enhan Doknan team immediately unleashes their great power, causing Bankai to panic. I can sense the presence of the ice element, even Tang-san can feel it. This is an elemental extraction to gauge the combat power of the senior brother. The one-eyed giant suddenly charged forward to attack. Guoli immediately stepped forward to block it. Then Yu and Tutran moved forward. She aimed her attack at the Lin to lock Yu. At that moment, the Honghua warrior issued the order to attack. The one-eyed monster immediately launched a fierce attack, redirecting it towards Tutran. Lin to lock Yu also prepared, and 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3, all launched mental attacks on Tutran, causing her to scream loudly in pain. Bankai watched in panic, realizing it was a mental assault, and they wanted to team up to deal with Tutran first. Finally, Tutran could no longer endure and fell into free fall. Just then, the Hongho clan warrior was about to strike the final blow, but Duong Tam immediately clenched his fist. The moment has finally arrived. You have successfully activated the formation and are preparing to teleport. Lin Talok Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Then all of them teleported away together. Someone shouted loudly, "Retreat now!" But Kolai quickly appeared. There's no way you can run. Bankai bit her own hand and confidently declared that elemental separation can't stop us. Then he unleashed the Blood Ice Needle technique to confront and defeat the spirit of the spiritual talisman. Duantam praised the effectiveness of the elemental separation, which disappeared, and Trine Tu Tran also used her wings to defend herself against the enemy's attack, making the poisonous giant slightly resentful. He continued to launch powerful shockwave attacks. Tong Tam calmly countered, using the whirlwind to change the direction of the Lang Na Bong, directly knocking away the Lin Talok Yu that Kolai had just hit. Suddenly, a giant wall of ice blocked the shockwave heading toward Kolai. And at the same time, Lin Talok Yu was finally blown apart by the Blood Ice Needle and turned to ash right on the spot. Kolai sighed in relief, having just removed the elemental barrier and now beginning to unleash his divine power. Bankai continued to focus, confronting the one-eyed giant fiercely, determined not to give them any way out. Without a hint of fear, Bankai maintained her strength and charged forward, causing the one-eyed giant to panic. His hand suddenly struck Bankai's ultimate move, and its eyes gradually became overwhelmed before suddenly exploding. Finally, the one-eyed giant collapsed onto the arena floor. Seeing this, Dubai teased, "Big brother, your new nickname might be the Frenzied Demon Head from now on." And with the help of the Time Quang Bien, Trine Tu Tran tore open his opponent's chest in midair. The battle finally came to a satisfying end. The referee was truly surprised by the situation, and the audience was also stunned. The Zulikai team won, and everyone cheered for the victory. After inspecting the bodies of the 3 spiritual beasts, the Zulikai team left the arena. Cheered on by the spectators, I support your Bao Dao. But this new nickname really sounds unpleasant to Bankai, and on top of that he was laughed at and teased by Doc Bak. Going crazy and going berserk is also good. Unintentionally, it exerts a powerful threat that makes Bankai unable to help but feel angry. Suddenly the beast spirits spoke. "I have a question. Do you sell that teleportation formation?" Tangzan asked what the conditions were. That guy said, "You can understand the situation of the next opponent." You replied, "That's all." "Then there's no need." He said, "So what? You have to face the opponent, and it's not up to us to decide, right?" Dongtam then said, "I will take the match and guarantee 10 wins for us." He refused. "No, we can't do something that seriously violates our principles." The boy was firm. "No need to say more. We can't hand over the game table." The opponent replied, "So what? You'd better not regret this." Before he left, Tang San said, "If we are still alive, the teleportation formation still has a chance. If our lives are threatened, we will cancel the formation." The jade shatters and the stone melts. He grits his teeth after hearing this and then turns away and leaves. Bankai asked, "Are they targeting us?" he replied. Today's battle was already aimed at us, but they don't know if we have a teleportation formation, and they won't dare to break the rules of the Beast Arena. As long as we keep winning consecutively, none of this will be a problem. Then he said, Senior brother, let's develop a new strategy and stay in the same room tonight. Bankai agreed. All right, Dubak screams. Come on, little brother. You don't need me anymore? Go back to the arena. The third match is about to start, and that guy is looking for Tang-san again. I hope you can buy us some more time in this fight. This is just a suggestion that if Dudu can earn more money for the Beast Arena, it would be beneficial. He stayed silent for a moment, then said, It looks like we are likely to face a strong enemy in this match. Everyone must prepare well. Our opponents will definitely target our teleportation formation. Bing Kai, wearing a mask, everyone warned each other to be careful and respond properly. Below, someone shouted, Our battle team is here. I almost forgot the original name of this team. Deploy the Blood Crimson battle team with the Demon Beast in front. Wait, is that a lightning beast? Tang-san realized that in the middle it was not a lightning shield, but a Bloodline golden coin shield. The Bloodline golden coin shield is a good item, so it was definitely arranged to target their teleportation formation. You ask Senior Brother Guli to reduce the movement time of that gold money bow. Brother Dubak's battle begins, prioritizing the use of the teleportation formation. Senior Brother begins to gather strength according to the plan. The battle starts and the gold money bag charges forward. Bankai was so panicked that he moved at a speed comparable to teleportation, his claws almost reaching him, but he missed. He struck the air, yet Bankai was still stunned. That was too dangerous just now. Kulai focused on controlling the situation. Kim Tianbao was spun around and they carried out their strategy. A shard of ice condensed from Vo Bankai's body disperses outward, covering the 5 people including Duong Tam. He appears, trying to escape. He leapt forward toward Tang-san. A flash of light burst out, but Tang-san remained calm and stood still. The range of Icebone quickly expanded in a short time, and at the same time it started spinning faster. Are they considering rushing in on the other side? This bone definitely has a problem. The audience is getting anxious. Hey, fight already. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and start the match. It's been a few minutes. Are you all sleeping on the arena floor? They're worried, and this Icebone area is getting bigger and bigger. Rushing in recklessly would definitely be dangerous, but we can't wait any longer. Then he stepped forward, walking through the ice bones. When Kim Tianbao charged in, the other ice shields also followed. The ice bones are spreading further, yet Tang-san remains standing still. He quietly thinks, finally inside, I'm really worried about this intelligence. They've given us so much time to prepare our attack formation, yet they still dare to advance unprepared. If you've entered, there's no way out anymore. Kim Tianbao recognized this as the cry of a teammate. Damn it, I can't withstand this windstorm's attack much longer. I can't delay anymore. I must quickly find the location of these people. He started searching, with even bigger snowstorms ahead, and a figure appeared in front of him. Kim Tianbao was furious, clearly trying to ambush him. He immediately struck. The man roared, and only then did he realize it was one of his own. A cry for help echoes out, and all around him are the sounds of screams. He is furious, as this snowstorm contains both Wind Claw and Ice Claw. If this keeps going on, it's the end of the line. I can't drag it out any longer. Now brace yourself, and don't let me find you outside. He tried to run, but a voice rang out. Want to leave? That's Duong Tam. Unfortunately, you can't go. His eye widened as the deadly hand of the other was before him. Duong Tam stared straight into his eyes, like a lightning bolt striking down. Its golden bloodline ability far surpasses the teleportation array. No wonder it dares to join the team. Kim Moneybao is in pain. Are you a demon? Duong Tam asked again. Is that so? To you monsters, I might just be the devil. He was stunned and said what then. The snowstorm rose up, wind howling continuously, leaving only chaos around. Below the noisy stands, look quickly. The fog has cleared, and there's a result. The chaos on the stands is clear. The gold coin bag lies motionless on the ground, and Bing Kai appears clearly. Everyone shouted, It's the Bao Dao team, Bao Dao. He chuckled, still not understanding why Duong Tam was able to do it, and in the end even let himself blow up the tiger's head. The crowd below is still lively. Our Bao Dao of the Sulai Koch team has achieved victory once again, so let's look forward to their 4th match. Bankai has come to deliver money to the Thihuyet Havien. We're about to leave. He replied, Sure, when you guys come to participate in the 4th match. Duong Tam said, The 4th match depends on how I feel, to be cautious of anyone following us. The mist is too thick. Should we find a place to rest for a while? Tang-san agreed. All right, I'll take you to a place. You must follow me closely. Dubai sighed. Bingji asked, The blind monk is giving way? This is the secret stronghold our master built for us. Let's go. They enter together. Welcome to Golden Gold Mountain Cave. They couldn't help but be surprised. Is this a fairyland? The spiritual energy is so dense. This is truly a sacred place for cultivation. Can the herbs here be eaten too? Let's meet with the master first. This place has high mountains and clear skies. They continue to go deeper. Meeting Hao Hien, he reminded them to rest first. Tang San followed the master to the organization for a more flexible discussion. Then we would return to take the position and talk later, clearly wanting me to go back first to help me break through, which really disappointed me. Tang San said, it's nothing much, just as expected. Even if the master wants to go back and report work, he must first break through to the divine level before talking. Hao Hien asked, is it really possible to succeed on the great sea of THR? You replied, so did you really think I could grow gold and become a golden tree like this? After hearing that, he said, why do I keep feeling like I'm boarding a pirate ship? All right, then let's do as you say. When? Tang San said, Master, wait for me to break through to the 8th rank first, then I'll be more confident. How? Hien said, straightforwardly. I'm afraid I can't wait anymore. I'm about to lose control. He smiled. Don't worry. I'll finish quickly tonight. A moment later, what? Wait, don't be too impatient. A few girls ran over from somewhere. Master, you've arrived. Dubach was stunned. Oh my God, have we arrived at the police station? Tang San was talking to them. That's right, everyone has made progress. Once the girls reach the 4th rank, we will consider whether to take them outside. They replied, we can occasionally go out, but we won't leave our master. Dubach excitedly asked, Xiao Tang, or rather Brother Tang, can you introduce us? He explained, but this girl was the one I went to the auction with my master before, saved 18 ordinary members of the Red Tiger clan, and to avoid unnecessary trouble I arranged for her to come here. Dokbok sighed in amazement. Xiao Duong, are you a reincarnated god? This place is so beautiful I must take him away now. Hao Hien reminds Dong Tam, don't worry about breaking through, I'll protect you. You agree? Yes, then you focused on cultivation. Hao Hien thought to himself, is it finally about to begin? You've probably been suppressing it for a long time too, haven't you? Dong Tam begins to change. This surprises me, you've broken through to the 8th stage. Hao Hien is surprised. It's that simple. Everything really flows like water into a river. 13 years old? A 13-year-old at the B rank is truly unprecedented. I really can't believe it, kid. Dong Tam then merges with the war stomp of Tuong Yu Kujiai. The aura around him grows even stronger. It wasn't until the afternoon that Dong San finally opened his eyes, stood up, and looked down at the mountain. Hao Xian asked, have you broken through? It's quite easy, huh? If everyone could cultivate as easily as you, then it really is because you are prepared well. The master has also suppressed for a long time and will have this feeling too. He asked, are we going now? You said there's no rush, that the master has been absorbing life energy from the golden tree until he couldn't anymore. Hao Hien sweat and asked, what happens if he explodes from absorption? We are about to lose control. Dong Sang replied, don't worry, it won't happen. I'll protect the master. Zhang Haoxian began absorbing energy under the golden tree, and whenever he was about to lose control, Tang San would activate his spiritual consciousness to suppress him, helping him to accumulate life energy. It wasn't until 3 days later that Zhang Haoxian finally reached his limit. Duong Tam reached out his hand and said, let's go. I'll take the master over there, and the two of you fly across the sea. Hao Hien felt uncomfortable like a balloon about to burst, unable to relax, and wondered why the sea suddenly became so calm. Hao Xian was stunned. What is going on? Why are all these creatures surfacing to look at us? They're all gazing up at us intently. Hao Hien was stunned. How many worlds are there? Never seen the shore. Santam remained calm, holding him, then let out a long shout, causing the sea creatures below to all dive into the ocean. Hao Hien looked at him in surprise and said, you are a sea spirit. He replied, I am a very pure human, and as for the interaction between me and the sea, I will explain it to you once the master has fully broken through. He stopped, then started walking. He shouted out, and a huge explosion erupted. Tong Tam looked around and decided to understand the rules of this world. Dark clouds gathered, and Hao Hien stood in the sky, crying out in pain, feeling struck by lightning and stretched to the limit. Where does the heavenly thunder come from? It strikes directly at Hao Xian. A desperate scream rang out. Tang San wondered, do I need to undergo a lightning baptism here to temper myself? The golden lion figure behind Hao Xian spewed golden flames, restoring his blackened, burnt body, then once again endured the lightning's bombardment. Hao Hien suffers extreme pain, not only undergoing the cleansing of the heavenly thunder to evolve his bloodline and thereby reach the self-divine level, but also employing a brutal breakthrough method. This lightning is activating Dong Tam's spiritual core. He thinks to himself, I can't let him find out. I can't take being bombarded anymore. It seems that the lightning and the will of this dimension are connected. Hao Hien endured the heavenly thunder in pain, and it was getting more and more brutal, with lightning bolts following one after another without any intention to stop. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Haven't I accumulated enough yet?" Fortunately, the thunder tribulation is weakening. Dao Tom said, "Teacher, you can dive into the sea. I will help you replenish your life force." Hearing that, he was overjoyed and said, "Great now." Hao Hien was struck into the sea by lightning, and Duong Tam immediately summoned the enormous life energy of the ocean to rush toward his master. Hao Hien received the supplement, "Great, then it must be successful." Suddenly something was wrong. It was detected. Hao Hien looked up, his expression changing as a huge thunderstorm suddenly struck. He was terrified. What joke is this? Dong Tam quickly dove down, feeling sorry, and said, "Master, I'm sorry." Hao Hien was startled as lightning struck straight down into the sea, and a scream echoed loudly. He was struck by lightning and sank deep to the bottom of the sea, and only after a long time did the sky gradually clear. The surface of the water returned to calm, and a sigh was heard. Watching Hao Hien scroll through his hand, Tong Tam secretly thought the super lightning tribulation just now was clearly aimed at him. Just a little mental energy displayed, and he already transformed like this. If this were his own tribulation, what would happen? This is troublesome. I need to carefully consider my options, but this tribulation process is much simpler than what I have experienced before. It seems that the owner of this dimension supports its creatures to take a step further, likely because the dimension itself is evolving into a divine realm. Simply from the level of the blue energy law, the potential to become a divine realm is very high. But why hasn't it reached that stage yet? It seems this dimension harbors an underlying hidden danger. Only by clarifying everything can he have the chance to transcend and become a god. That evening, Hao Hien gradually regained consciousness, still dazed. "Did I really die from a lightning strike?" Duan San smiles. "My master is doing very well." He was startled and said, "I succeeded?" Hao Hien tries to focus his demonic power once more, and it seems everything is progressing smoothly, with energy gradually being released from his body. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. And finally, this power belongs to Hao Hien. I really did it. This is a completely new realm. Everyone admires it. The bloodline power is truly formidable, really impressive. That's why a certain feeling arose in Dokbok's heart. When can I reach the divine level too? Duong Tam is confident he will succeed, step by step, little by little. Hearing that, Dokbok's anticipation grew even more. Yeah, training here feels really great. Then, Tang San instructed everyone that before we finish the team battles, everyone should keep training here. Senior Dokbok, your goal is to break through the 6th stage. Senior Kolai, please strive to break through the 7th stage. After everyone had regrouped, they returned to the great arena. Bingji asked about the competition and arranged the 4th team battle. When could it be scheduled? There is a hint of a smile in Ha Vien's words, and they immediately arranged it, with tickets already booked for tonight at the earliest. Many of your fellow clansmen also want to come and watch your matches. It seems they want to cheer you on. Yes, that's the look. Very good, risking your life to participate in the competition. Benkai's attitude turned unusually serious. All right, please help us arrange everything quickly. News that the Zulehak team is about to compete again has spread throughout Jolly City in a short time, making all the ordinary people there extremely excited. They banded together and headed to the Grand Beast Arena. The roads around the arena were filled with people. The ordinary people who are often humiliated and enslaved like bugs are praying for their team, and in their eyes the fire of hope shines brightly. Longjiang also feels truly surprised. This is the first time I've seen everyone united like this. Even the spark of rebellion against oppression in their hearts has been ignited. Keep going, kids. Whether you win or lose, the dawn of hope has already begun. At the Grand Beast Arena, what Havien says is somewhat sincere. There are some things that are better to tell you. You don't realize how highly these ordinary people think of you right now. It seems they see hope in you. So it's best for you to keep winning, otherwise those people will be extremely disappointed. Everyone's expectations have made the Zulehak team more aggressive. Let's go. As they step onto the stage, countless cheers erupt. Come on. The referee's voice then announced, "First, please welcome the Lykhak combat team to the arena." Duong Tam relies on the extreme demon orb from the mouth movements of ordinary humans in the stands from the vehicle, but their voices are drowned out by the sounds of the demon race. Sulaikach, stay strong. Humanity, stay strong. The announcement rings out again. Next, please send your opponent onto the field to compete. Look quickly. It's the Great Earth Demon Bull. He's quite impressive. He is one of the strongest warriors of the Celestial War Empire. Crush those human bugs. Duong Tam is observing his opponent, the nine-realm Dan Peak Crane Beast, a level 1 divine beast, highly intelligent and skilled in weapon use. The other two are probably spirit beasts specializing in mental strength and supporting the Lamho clan. As expected, the formation targets our weaknesses. This battle won't be easy. Bingkai has an idea, or should we still use the snowstorm, but Duong Tam thinks it's not promising. The Great Earth's Bull Talisman has a similar ability to dispel the snowstorm. Snowstorm might not be usable. The main attacker is probably Dan Ding Hak Yu. I'll handle it, and they'll block the others first. The referee's voice kept excitedly encouraging. Today's match will definitely be very spectacular. Can the Zulaihek team continue their head-splitting journey, or will the Sword Demon team keep advancing? The battle begins. Hak Yu takes the stance, ready to attack. Duong Tam doesn't hesitate anymore. Senior brother, upon hearing the Bankai command, creates an atmosphere of a snowstorm. Mang Yu uses his weapon beside him, stabbing the ground forcefully to establish a stance. That thing can block attacks from ice and snow. Duong Tam isn't surprised by this. It clearly has the ability to repel. Then attack the two Lam Ho clans. It seems that only now is the Hak Yu truly joining the battle. In that space, he transformed into an unrecognizable shape. Only Duong Tam looked extremely surprised, quickly readying his weapon and then striking the ice block fiercely. The force is too strong. Hak Yu might also be slightly affected by that attack. The icy energy suddenly moves in the same direction. The Lam Ho clan has absorbed power from the ice snow. Then he infiltrated Mang Gu's body. Soon, his strength begins to reach a new level. Dong Tam saw that things were becoming more complicated, yet they still merged. In this way, the two giant earth demon bulls would have nearly equal strength, and both their physical endurance and mental power had flaws. It seems the great Beastmaster carefully chose opponents to deal with us. Bankai shouted, "Watch out, they're charging. Let's go stop them." Ko Lai continues to watch the intense battle as Bankai's speed increases, and the spear in his hand becomes his weapon of choice. Bankai doesn't hesitate, and aims directly at Mang Gu. Even though he blocks it, he speeds up for a second attack. Mang Yu tries to keep Thanjiao from flying back to him, but he doesn't realize it. Is there still a remnant left? Bingji's move was blocked again at the last moment by the Lam Hu shield of the Lam Hu clan. Damn it. This time Bingji won't stop. No matter what, he must hit his target. So that Xiaodong can buy some time. Meanwhile, Duong Tam is still fighting the Crane Demon, but the two keep clashing without any end in sight. Still, Duong Tam's gaze was not so simple. The Crane Demon found it very strange. What was this ordinary human's deal? His weapon, which has the shattered property and also releases a gale, along with his bizarre footwork, makes it impossible for my sword to lock onto him. The beast-side spectators shout out in protest. What is going on? I didn't have any impression of that team member before, but he managed to block the Crane Demon without falling into a disadvantageous position. Is he really that powerful? Tutran also joined the fight against Mang Gu. No, this attack is too heavy, and if he keeps resisting, his wing won't last much longer. Mang Gu has shown no signs of being affected so far. Bankai's anxiety increases, and Tongbang and Bao Tuyet can't stop him, especially since his cultivation level has risen to the 9th stage. Once we get close, it'll all be over. Even Gu Li is struggling. How can we not stop him? But his eyes were more determined than ever. Damn it, just leave it to me. Bankai uses the ice shield for support. Be careful. That weapon of that bull-headed guy is hard for humans to stop. Kalai seems to be hanging by a thread. Even with the shield surrounding him, the external impact is too strong and affecting him significantly. Bankai couldn't help but feel sad watching, and rushed forward to stand in front of the opponent without hesitation. Mang Yu sneered in contempt, foolishly daring to fight up close with me, and now he wants to do something with that weapon. Bankai's strength suddenly looked very strange, as his attack was completely shattered by the shockwave. This time it's over. Mang Yu unleashes a powerful strike towards Bankai. Luckily, Tutran reacted quickly. Senior brother, are you okay? But what Bankai fears is something else. Tutran's opponent is rushing toward injured Ko Lai. Dubak nearby was also worried. Wait, how did it come to this? Ko Lai won't be able to hold on much longer if he keeps dodging while injured like this. Bankai has to do something. Ms. Lai? If this keeps going, everyone will gradually be killed. We absolutely cannot let this happen. The ice and snow power within Bankai is flowing. He knows what he should do now. Tutran, let me go. Although a bit surprised by his words, Tutran knew he had a way to handle it. The one thing Bankai wished for was that everyone would return alive. Tutran's face couldn't hide his worry. The elder brother is willing to burn his own bloodline. Bankai's body is enveloped in the ultimate power. Now, the person he wants to protect is Ko Lai, with the ice surrounding him as a shield. When Mang Gu strikes, Ko Lai will be safe. Dokbok breathes a sigh of relief. It's perfect. The iceberg hasn't broken, only Tutron truly understands how serious Bang Kai is. The senior brother is risking everything, fighting to the end. Tutron's memories replay beautiful images. Min still remembers the first time he saw him, instantly captivated and unable to look away. Elder brother is gentle and strong, always willing to help others. Such a caring elder brother is now risking everything, burning his own bloodline. No, elder brother, I can feel his life force fading quickly. Meng Yu is sensing the danger approaching. No, that ice spear is very dangerous. Hurry up and take him down first. One of the Mangu charges from another and flies straight toward Cao Trung with Bang Qiu as his only target. Next to Tutron, she couldn't just stand by and watch. She used her wings power to stop Mangu from ruining the plan, which was like Tutron 2 throwing herself into a sea of flames. The pressure was so intense that she was seriously injured. This time, Bing Kai could no longer hold back and used the ice destruction spear, directly targeting the Mangu, trapping him inside the inescapable ice. This ice block traps both her power and her life. This is the fate they deserve. Before Tutran fell, someone had reduced her body's gravity. Kolai did his best to accomplish that. Thanks to that, Tutron was safe. It seems she can no longer continue the fight. Bang Kai finally lands on the ground, using continuous attacks that drain his energy greatly. The remaining demon bull couldn't believe his eyes. What? They were killed in an instant. How is that possible? I must kill him no matter what. Bingji's body swayed uncontrollably, and Ko Li used the pause to create another opportunity. Bang Kai has found a way to take him down now. Ko Li's ability to suspend the opponent is immediately activated. The ice tornado from Bing Kai made Mangu unable to stand firm, allowing Ko Li to unleash the storm spell on him, using all his strength just to make him move and close the gap between him and his trapped teammate. At the same time, Bang Kai brought the ice block closer. Now Mangu can't escape, and his fate is even worse than the one trapped in the ice. So, Bang Kai succeeded, thanks to working together with Ko Li. Doc Bok happily runs out to help everyone restore their bloodline power, but he is frightened when he sees that it is Duong Tam who is close to Thun Jiao. Now only the crane demon is left, and he has already killed his two teammates. I will use all my strength against these insect worms. Immediately kill this human slave in front of you. From the demonic unity of Dubak, activate, no, little Tang, your wish is to slow down that guy. The crane demon is truly in a desperate situation. You blind-eyed ant bugs, you must go to hell. No one can escape. Dong Tom has lost focus from the very beginning. When he saw his loved ones worried, their faces panicked and full of pain, Du Tom regained his senses and grabbed the spear before being pierced through. The crane demon was stunned, yet it dared to seize my sword, so I used his body to absorb all my sword energy, forcefully penetrating his body and crushing all his internal organs. What is that? Dong Tom had to disappoint him. The expression on the Hakyu's face is no longer triumphant. Strange. Where did my sword energy go? Clearly everything had entered his body, so why did they disappear? Duan Tom clenched his spear tighter, causing the crane demon to become completely still, with his strength rapidly draining away. This was impossible. When Duong Tom's weapon finally strikes, it will be the final blow, a decisive attack in an instant. Dubak stares wide-eyed at this magnificent scene, and the Beast Clan sees it as a tragedy. Tang Tom stands firm like a statue before his enemy. Could it be that he was killed? This kid is so simple. How could it be? Of course, Duong Tom's process of slaughtering isn't that simple. First he uses the mystic jade hand to grasp the sword. Then he employs the power of the elephant demon to neutralize the force on the sword. All the sword energy that entered the body was dissolved by the teleportation ability of the Peacock Demon Clan, followed by the mysterious Heaven technique, devouring the bloodline, and finally ending with the heavenly destroying trident forged from pure celestial fire. Duong Tom completes his comeback, but he still faces the final challenge before victory. Since the Demon Bull still has the ability to fight back, I will take your life. Lam Ho stopped us. We can't fight him anymore. At this moment, Tang San refuses to be distracted. He shatters Mangnu's large weapon, then throws away the hammer in his hand, charging straight at Mangnu. And then a loud bang rang out, ending everything. Lam Ho was extremely terrified. No, you're not allowed to take his life. There's no reason for Duong Tom to spare him. A streak of lightning cuts across the body decisively. Lam Ho falls into a pool of bright red blood. People cry out in overwhelming joy. Shu Lai Cax has won, and humanity has achieved victory. This victory is like a seed of new life for mankind. The Shu Lai Cax team barely managed to secure the victory. The human audience is roaring with excitement. The reputation of Shu Lai Cax echoes throughout the Great Beast Arena. Shu Lai Cax is the most victorious team in the history of humanity. Hearing the cheers, everyone in the Zulai Cax team happily burst into laughter. They saw the unity of humanity. Today, they ignited the fire in the hearts of all humanity in Jialai City. The reputation of Suliaki has spread throughout Jialai City for a long time. Duong Tam led everyone to the Golden Canyon to heal their wounds. The rich life energy of the Golden Tree was extremely effective for everyone's recovery. Even Bang Ki's life force, which had been burned out, is quickly recovering. Seeing that everyone was fine, Duong Tam then told Hao Hien about the competition process and the intense reaction of humanity afterward. Hao Hien still feels uneasy. Unity among humans is good, but their growing power might attract the attention of higher authorities. Dong Tam set that aside, thinking the Beastmaster will continue to rely on them to make money, and officials probably won't cause trouble for humanity for now. Hao Hien then left, saying that the master still had some things to arrange first. He's really busy, leaving everything to him. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone's injuries had healed about 70 or 80%. After that fierce battle, everyone grew and transformed. Bingji burned a large amount of life force during the fight, causing a sharp decline in their cultivation, but they gained unexpected benefits. Burning life force also burns away impurities in the bloodline. With the nourishment of the golden lotus tree, your cultivation will fully recover. It's only a matter of time. After returning, Dubak immediately entered Ming Tuong. Still not waking up, Duong Tam understood that he was trying to break through the sixth realm. From breaking through the fifth stage to reaching the peak and continuing further is the seventh stage peak. Kolai also successfully entered the seventh stage, so the transformation of the seventh stage can stabilize the process of time acceleration, reversal, and freezing. During this time, Duong Tam tirelessly studied the black sword formed into the long spear of the Dan Ding Hash Yu Ku Jiai. In terms of power alone, this sword far surpasses the sky-breaking thunder. At the Golden Tree Trunk, Hao Xian met his students again. This time, the combat team defeated Lai Kosh and gained fame. Just as you said, officials do not suppress humans. Tong San agreed, but also felt it was a pity. Humans are still too weak, insignificant in front of the demon tribes. No storm is rising. This is the best situation, so we can continue with the subsequent team battles. Tu Duong Hao Hien felt proud again, knowing that the headquarters also knew about your team and praised you highly. They didn't even urge me to return and report, and my master took the opportunity to say that the money from selling the teleportation array should be used to support you. Talking about the battle formation, I just remembered when I can teach the teacher the teleportation formation. That's pretty cool too. Tang San remembered something. That's right, I also have a few things I want to say. Currently, the master is a divine level expert, and there is also Master Tu No. I have an idea. I want to discuss it with both of them. For safety reasons, I think we should set up a teleportation formation. Hao Xian is extremely excited. Huh? That's a long-distance teleportation array. That seems a bit high for Duong Tam. It's only considered a medium-range teleportation array. Since we're participating in the team battle, the risk of the academy being exposed is greater, so we need an emergency escape route. It seems Hao Hien went a bit overboard. Is it really feasible? Duong Tam forced a smile. Theoretically, it could be done. It's like a super-large teleportation array, just requiring more resources. Hao Hien's eyes shone brightly. Resources are not an issue. Just make a list for the master later or list them now. Tang San recounted everything he knew. Hao Hien memorized everything and ran off. The master has to go find resources. Wait for good news from the master. Seeing that, Duong Tam also felt happy. Then he noticed a source of energy emanating from the tree. Is Duosh Bak trying to break through? Dak Bak had been immersed in cultivation for too long. Now is the time for him to unleash his power. Tianhu appears before Dak Bak's gradual breakthrough. Duong Tam saw everything was going very well. The energy flow in the entire mountain valley had changed, and he knew he shouldn't interfere with his breakthrough, as the process still depended on him. However, things were more difficult than ever for Dak Bak. Outside the town, Tang San calmed himself, steadying his mind regardless of the chaos. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Dubaku's body immediately became much more stable. The illusory heavenly lake above Dubak's head becomes even more solid, with energy gathering between its two tails and gradually forming a third tail. The vital energy in the entire mountain valley vibrates more intensely, and even Lam Ngan Huang, after all, everyone hopes for a stroke of luck. Plants are no exception. At this moment, Tu Tran, Bang Kai, and Ko Lai all finished their meditation when suddenly a black cloud appeared in the sky, heading towards the new tail of the heavenly fox. That tail turned black, and the heavenly fox emitted a powerful energy, making Duong Tam feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Could even Bang Kai find it hard to endure? Tu Tran and Ko Lai are also affected, but Duong Tam thinks it's not too bad. Could this be the power of the heavenly phoenix transforming into the sixth stage? The third tail has the ability to control bad luck and create curses. It's a terrifying power. I wonder what it will become when it reaches. 9 tails. The black tail began to turn into a pure white color. Tang San looked in surprise as the tail changed to white. Is the breakthrough over? An hour later, Dubak finally opened his eyes. This is him, Tianhu, and the breakthrough to the 6th stage. Dubak happily announces to everyone that I have successfully broken through. Ha ha. I finally reached the 6th stage. I can feel that the Heavenly Lake's 6th stage has the ability to control luck and misfortune. This is truly a breakthrough. Everything becomes different. Before entering a deeper stage, Tang San reminds, Brother Dubak, you need to train more from now on. Controlling luck and fate becomes more dangerous at higher levels. If the balance of heaven and earth's luck is broken, it can easily backfire. The higher your level, the more careful you need to be in this aspect. Dubak happily hugged his friend tightly. All right, from now on I will pay attention, but with you by my side, I don't need to worry about these things. Little Duong, when will we go to the Grand Beast Arena again? I can't wait any longer and want to try imposing bad luck on my opponent. Duong Tam thought it was a bit fast. He overthought it. Controlling the aura on the arena, isn't he afraid of being discovered? Among the spectators, there must be divine-level experts. He will definitely be caught. Dubak doesn't want to always seem weak, but I want to help everyone. You don't know. Seeing everyone in danger made me very uncomfortable, and now I finally have the ability to help, but I can't use it. Tang San didn't blame him at all. No, he's always been helping others. Thanks to his aura and luck, we were able to win. Don't underestimate yourself. You're a very important member of the team. Hearing that, Dokbok felt very touched. Is that true? Kohli said something heartbreaking, lying that at only level 6 you were already so proud. Dubaku was filled with murderous intent upon hearing this, and Kohli began to doubt life itself. What do you intend to do? Isn't it just bad luck? I sit still and do nothing, so what if it's bad luck? A bird flies by and drops a brown thing onto Kohli. This makes him furious. Dubak, I risked my life for you, but Dubak is just warning you, Kohli. For your safety, please never rush in. Kohli so angry she's about to explode. I and you are in this together. Even outside Duong Tam, we consider it. Calm down, you're covered in bird droppings. Kohli, unlucky, tripped over a branch and fell face first into the mess again. Feeling helpless, Kohli was too lazy to get up, and Dokbok, seeing this, felt guilty. See, I told you not to come here. That afternoon, Tutron and Bankai also witnessed it and found it terrifying. It smells so bad, how can it be cleaned off? Kohli, I've tried my best. Go try taking a bath M times and see how it goes. Bok then whispered to himself, who asked you to bully me? Now you know the consequences, right? Xiaotong fears the same danger as today. This heavenly tiger bloodline is indeed powerful. Kohli is even stronger than Doc Bok, yet there's no way to resist it now. Doc Bok still wonders, Xiaoduang, you're right. Just now when I brought misfortune onto Kohli, I clearly felt something like fog appear in my mind's sea, and it changed instantly in an instant. Tong Tam remembered, could that be the cloud of luck? The luck energy materialized. Dubak thought it made sense. It seems that way. The cloud of luck appears when misfortune is released, and he suggested using it to bring good luck. So could it become stronger? Kohli annoyedly warned, stay away. Don't try it on us. Duong Tam explains in detail, Brother Dubak. You can focus on the following directions. First, testing the effectiveness of the luck cloud. Second, seeing if it can increase luck for a specific event. Third, whether it can hide the image of the heavenly deer when released. 3 days later, Bankai's cultivation finally returned to the 8th realm. The effects of bloodline purification were very clear. Bankai wants to purify himself a few more times, but Duong Tam said that excessive purification would damage the origin. He can't continue the purification for now, and must wait until he reaches the 9th realm before considering another purification, preparing for a breakthrough to the divine level. Bankai remembered the reward. Can we continue with the 5th team battle now, little Duong? We haven't collected the prize money and the commission yet, Dong Tam said. I think the team battle will help everyone stabilize their cultivation, but first we need to set some requirements. I will go ahead alone to the Beast Arena to negotiate with them. Havian was a bit surprised. Do you want to sign up for the 5th match? And how are your teammates' injuries? Do you need a replacement? Duong Tam refused. No need to replace anyone. I came to collect the prize money from the previous match. Havian agreed immediately. The prize money is not an issue. When will you come to participate? Duong Tam quickly got straight to the point 3 days later. But I have a request. I need to know some information about the opponents in advance to prepare accordingly. I don't believe that our previous opponents knew nothing about us. The King of Beasts probes inside the quiet room at Thangyi Ali. Xiaomei, how do you feel now? The young master says you have made some progress, and your basic 8th rank realm is stable. The eyes of the Demon King look truly sad. If you have stabilized the 8th stage, then today I will pass on a new ability to you. This is a secret technique that only females in our clan can cultivate. Outsiders always think that males of the Peacock Demon race play the leading role. In reality, that's not the case. To become the king of the Peacock clan, one must be female. I poured the ancestral blood of the previous Yu Hoang into your body, which is why you possess the Kongtuok Kim Kwan at such a young age. You are the heir to the Kongtuok demon clan I have designated. The young master was a bit surprised to hear this story. Perhaps the Demon King doesn't need to hide. When you were little, I took you to the ancestral temple to meet the great Demon King Tianhu. He said that you have great destiny on you and cannot see your future achievements clearly. Your heart is directed towards humanity, and I do not oppose it, but I hope you can preserve the bloodline of our Peacock demon clan. After your closed-door cultivation ends, I will have to face that person. The future of the Peacock demon clan is entrusted to you. I believe you can lead the clan to restore its glory. This is a great burden for the young master, and then the Demon King will no longer bother her. Rest first, then I will pass on the secret technique to you. It's been over a year since I closed off cultivation, and I wonder how little Tang is doing now. Is Tula also coming to the Lethan Academy to wait for her? Dungtam returned from the Beast Arena with information about the opponents in the upcoming team battle. The 5 opponents in the next match are all water demons. This is the final concession from the Beast Arena. If you want to know all the information about the opponents, you need to win at least 6 matches. Anyway, that amount of information is enough to plan some strategies. Duong Tam took out the 3rd battle board, planning to use it in the next match. In the coming days, the team discussed tactics and trained intensively to be in the best condition for the fight day. At last, the 5th battle day arrived. After a long period of rest, the Zuliaki team finally returned to the arena. Tang Tam was ready to face his opponents, all of whom looked quite formidable. The arena spectators were abuzz. Their opponent in this match is a dark demon tiger with a true 2nd-tier bloodline, specializing in controlling the dark ancestral power. 1 9th rank and 4 8th rank opponents. Today, Xu Laika faced a formidable enemy. These black shadow tigers are all over 2 meters tall. Dabaku stared wide-eyed. Oh, it's really dark demon wolves. Xiaodong is letting me guess them. Tongsan said, just follow their strategy next. It's not hard to guess. Most tiger clans are noble and nobles won't compete. Within the non-noble range, the dark demon tiger has the greatest chance to participate. The referee's voice rang out. The team was ready and Dubaku also prepared himself. He first activated the formation, and the 5 of them linked Lai Kosh through the golden patterns beneath their feet. Bankai led the team, and the 5 dark demons immediately unleashed their dark domain. The referee announced the official start of the match. Tangsan transferred his power into the leader, and Dubak also followed suit. Everyone hopes the formation will be completed beyond expectations. The 3rd formation is called Dung Lin, a name that says it all. Everyone's energy can be concentrated on a single person. Bankai's power was boosted by everyone, and in an instant his cultivation reached the 9th stage peak. One demon fox felt puzzled. What is happening? Why did the human's cultivation suddenly rise to the 9th stage peak? The 5 demon wolves all activated their power simultaneously, and at the same time, Bingji's strength reached a new level. He controls the ice arrows targeting them, aiming at the outer concealment layer. Each arrow easily pierces through the barrier, gradually trying to destroy that obstacle. The arrows, like bombs, kept pressing down, and the demon tiger guessed that his goal was to blow up these ice arrows to create a chilling aura that would block their attack. Bankai has controlled those ice needles much more skillfully than before. Are the spectators worried that the ice spears, like in the previous fight, are just a stepping stone for a deadly strike? Thanks to the enhanced spiritual infusion and Bankai's increased cultivation, which has been purified, Bankai no longer needs to burn his bloodline power and can freely condense ice spears. Bankai's attack is like a thunderbolt from the sky. A sphere appears in front of the Maho's mouth. The others also followed suit, trying to stop Bankai's ice arrow. He immediately changed the arrow's course, rushing toward the sphere to shatter it. At this moment, beside the demon tiger, there were sounds like glass breaking, and he didn't even know why it appeared. When did this ice needle get in front of me? There was no sound at all. At this distance, there's no way to avoid it anymore. I can only block it forcefully. Who would have expected the ice needle to change direction and strike from behind? The demon tiger's arm was instantly covered in ice, and everyone kept shouting non-stop. Wow, Mahotsuji was seriously injured so quickly. Is there really such a big difference in strength between the 2 sides? This team seems about to be defeated. The remaining members of the Dark Squad rush over to the leader. Of course, Bankai kept her eyes on them. Somehow, a current of electricity was running through Maho's body, affecting all of them equally, with that power always concentrated in one spot. Bankai still couldn't tell what their true purpose was, only that their appearances had become quite fierce. The spectators turned to each other, whispering, "Huh? What's going on?" The Demon Tiger Squad indeed still has tricks up their sleeves. Those dark creatures they summoned are truly formidable. As everyone's eyes focused on the phantom demon tiger, A flickering white light shone around the white-haired figure behind the Zulai K team. He was controlling misfortune, and it seemed the demon tigers were having trouble. What's going on? The captain's aura is showing signs of trouble. How is this possible? Our ritual has never failed before. The illusionary demon tiger suddenly exploded. It seems they failed in the summoning. Now it's Bankai's turn to attack. The demon tiger has no way to retreat. What is happening? Why did the aura suddenly become chaotic just now? Damn it, it seems only burning the bloodline power can stop that ice spear. Quick attack, quick victory. Think it, do it. The demon tiger quickly charges forward as the ice spear continues to move throughout the space. The demon tiger captain is trying to stop it, but that thing isn't targeting him because Bingji is aiming at the heads of those behind. You focus on taking out the crowd first. Now only the Dark Ma Ho captain is left. Damn it, I miscalculated. The target was another team member. Now I can only burn my bloodline power and have no way out. I have to fight to the death. He charged forward recklessly once again. Bingji looked on with a calm face as he burned his bloodline power, unable to hold out much longer, dodging attacks and delaying him for a little longer. The ice wall built by Bingji trapped the demon tiger, and when he fell into the trap, he faced the same fate as his teammates. The cheers of the audience erupted again. The 9-stage demon tiger had been defeated, and all 5 of them had their heads blown off. The team was too powerful. They had won 5 consecutive battles. The referee is also from this beast species. Only a few minutes have passed, and he's already this powerful? Their tactics were really impressive. Even though I didn't want to admit it, the referee had to declare them the winners, which really surprised me. Oops. It was truly an exciting battle. I was amazed just watching. Now I declare the winning team of this battle to be the Zulai Hawk team. The cheers of the audience are growing louder. Zulai Hak and Ma Sulai Hak fighting fiercely is really so cool. The Tangsan team is returning to the preparation room, and he's gradually feeling better after the match. Havien was already waiting ahead. Congratulations on another victory. The leader wants to see you, please. Follow me. Tam immediately changed his expression. The leader of the Great Beast Arena wants to see us. If I'm not mistaken, this must be related to the strategy meeting. Then Ha Yuan went ahead to lead the way inside. The Sectmaster is inside. Sectmaster, the Zulai Kak battle team has arrived. The person called the school leader is named Ying Jie. All right, you can go outside first. The recent battle was very impressive. Duong Tam carefully observes, introducing himself as the leader of the One Spirit Deer Spirit Beast clan, and stating that he manages the Great Beast Arena on behalf of the City Lord, and if he's not mistaken, you are the true core of the Zulai Ke. What is the reason the schoolmaster invited us here? I think you can probably guess why I called you here. A good man is innocent, but the jade has a fault. For items of unknown origin, officials are likely to investigate, and if the city officials want to interrogate you, even the Great Beast Guardian cannot intervene. So, if we hand over the entire battle plan to the schoolmaster, can the Great Beast Hunt protect us? Eagle Jai's goal is simple, of course. It depends on how you cooperate. If you cannot decide yet, you can take some time to think. Before Duong Tam could speak, he cut in and said, "Here, this is what the formation looks like." Ying Jie felt a bit worried. "You want to give it to me?" Duong Tam said evasively. "There's a saying that only those who know when to act are true heroes. Of course, we want to be smart, and with these 3 battle formations, you can search us. Hopefully in the future, you won't bother us anymore. We just want to compete well." Yingji considers his goal achieved. "Very well, I will have them look after you. Talking to smart people is truly interesting. Farewell." Why did they give it to him? Dong Tam doesn't think this is a big deal, so can't they just let us go out without giving it to him? Don't worry, he can't use it either, and it didn't cost much. Just hand him over, and it's done. Bang Kai still wonders, so what will be used in the next match? These have all been calculated by Duong Tam in advance, so there's no need to use the formation table. The next opponent will probably be easier to handle. He still doesn't know how to use the formation table, so how could he put us in danger? Bang Kai asked cautiously, "What do I call you next time?" Duong Tam Bao just told him how to use it, but we won't reveal the origin of the formation table. This makes Bang Kai uneasy, but didn't the head of Tran say this was very important to us? Are you trying to establish an alliance with the Monster Clan? At first I just hoped for more income and to make some extra money for the organization. Since the organization threatened the Master's breakthrough to God level, I decided to find my own way forward. The Yizhen Ling Tielo Beast is a businessman who dislikes violence, and cooperating with him isn't a bad idea. 5 days after the 6th match ended, Haojian returned with all the materials on the list, fully prepared. "When can we start setting up the teleportation array? Master can't wait any longer." Dong Tam suggests we can begin now, set one at the Golden Oak and another in the Master's room. Is that okay? After finishing, Duong Tam began setting up the teleportation array. Hao Hien watched and learned from the side. The medium-range teleportation array is more complex, with each circle of the formation intertwined. Hao Xian thought he had a basic understanding of formations, but he was still quite confused. It will take 10 days to complete this. Both the Golden Mountain Cave and Hao Hian's residence are each protected by a formation. How? Hian's face looked a bit grim. This formation is more complicated than the teacher imagined. The master only understands the general principle of it. Can Tang-san tell the master who he actually learned from? Duong Tam said casually. If I say I did it myself, would you believe me, master? We're about to activate the teleportation array. Entering alone requires strength of at least the 9th rank. If you want to bring others along, you need to be at least at the divine level. The master's current cultivation can carry a maximum of 10 people. Hao Hian nodded. You must use your divine sense to envelop those you bring along so the teleportation process is stable. Then, Tang-san began to act. I will activate the teleportation array. A blinding light shone all around where Tang-san was standing, illuminating a certain area. From afar, Train and Bankai also saw what was happening there. Why is there such a big commotion? Could it be that the teleportation array has been completed? The teleportation array opened with a violent surge. Duan Tam warned carefully, Master, use your spiritual sense to protect me. Once inside, do not peek outside, or you'll be pulled away by the Space Force. Hao Hian quickly wrapped Duong Tam in his aura and said, You're ready to face it. Let's go in. The teleportation gate opens to welcome us. The two of them stepped in together, filled with indescribable tension. Hao Hian seemed to have seen something, and they entered a strange new space. Hao Hian could no longer keep his composure and suddenly felt the entire world spinning. The surrounding energy also became distorted. Next to Tang-san, the master gently reminded him, Don't judge by appearances. Hearing this, Hao Hian tried to steady his mind and stepped into a completely new place. Master Tong Tam signaled the teacher to open his eyes and said, All right, we've arrived. Hao Hian looked around in amazement. This is my room, so fast. Does this mean we succeeded? Duan Tam smiled softly. Yes, we succeeded. That's all. Hao Hian happily ran around. It's amazing. Humanity has hope to rise again. With this teleportation, we can reach the ancestral peak. Duong Tam, you are the savior sent down by heaven for our humanity. As long as we have enough resources, we can teleport anywhere. Come here quickly so I can hug you. I am so happy. Teacher, your beard has grown too long. Hao Hian took it as a compliment and decided to try a few more times. After setting up the formation, Tang-san went to prepare for the next match. Ma Vian provided information about the next opponent, and as expected, they are much weaker. The group led by Duan Tam quickly devised a strategy based on their opponent's characteristics. The next day at the Grand Beast Arena, Duan Tam's team returned to participate in the 6th match. The audience burst into tears again. Zulai Koch, this time you have to go all out too. The referee said a few words before the match, and now the main arena hosts the fierce and crazy Zulai Koch combat team that everyone has been waiting for. But their opponents this time are not simple. The Fengcheng Thiamdian team, a powerful and notorious clan of the non-standard beasts known for their unbeatable speed. This will likely be a fierce and intense battle. All right, let's not waste any more of everyone's time. I now declare the match start. 3 minutes passed quickly, and the audience was stunned to see this scene. Even the beasts couldn't help but gape at the 5 Lit Kong Chuan Yu being taken down by the ice crystal. A grand feast is prepared after the match. Is the chef truly powerful? You're truly impressive. I just watched your recent match, and it was a very convincing victory. Congratulations to all of you, Bankai asked directly. I wonder what the sect leader summoned us here for. Ong Jiet said, I haven't had a chance to thank you for the previous match surrender. Today, I must naturally do my best to fulfill my duties as host. The delicious food on the table is made from top-quality beast meat, which is very beneficial for boosting everyone's cultivation, especially for Tang-san. Everyone from Zulai Ke didn't hold back and started eating heartily. Ung Jia was unsure of their intentions, but all the dishes were made from rare ice spirit beast meat. How did everyone feel about the taste? Bingji chewed and said, Oh, it's very delicious. We've never tasted such a good meal before. Ung Kiet has been suspicious all along, but as long as it's tasty, that's fine. Speaking of the 3 battle tables from before, I haven't paid the corresponding fees yet. That's my fault. Such a valuable item, how could we enjoy it for free? Recently, a type of formation called Gathering Spirit has appeared on the market, which is quite effective for cultivation support. I don't know if you've heard of it before? Bankai shook her head. Jung Kiet's eyes are carefully considering, could it be that they have nothing to do with the Spirit Gathering Array? I don't know if they're pretending or truly unaware. Then Ying Jie explained that the price for a Spirit Gathering arena match has exceeded 50 inferior elemental stones, but demand still outstrips supply. These 3 matches are even more impressive. I'll pay 100 prime stones each. What do you think? Hearing about the money, Bingji's eyes lit up brightly. 100, huh? Before Duong Tam could refuse. Lord Truong, we don't need money. We just hope to win the 100 matches to gain noble status. Yingjie shook his head with a sigh. This is a bit difficult for me. The Great Beast Tournament is a fair place. Even if I could influence it a little from behind, the 100th match can only be fought by the strongest team, and that's something I cannot interfere with. Duong Tam has something to ask, so please ensure that we can enter the 100th match, and we will fight the final match ourselves. Yingji looked away. This wasn't impossible, but if you could tell me the origin of these 3 matches. Luckily, Duong Tam had already prepared their background. The master of the sect openly said that I also cannot clearly explain the origin of these 3 formations. We accidentally saved an elderly human who was badly injured. These 3 formations were given to us by him as a token of gratitude. We don't know where he has gone, but we heard him mention the peak of the origin. If we have the chance to go to the top of the ancestral peak in the future, we might meet again. Yingji nodded. The peak of the tower. So you plan to go to the peak of the tower. Tang San boosts his confidence further. Yes, that's why we came to compete. Only nobles can enter the peak. It seems that Yingjie has completely grasped everything. Fine. I will ensure you are well taken care of in the first match, but the second match will depend solely on your true strength. Bing Kai chuckled secretly at Duong Tam's eloquence. Even Gu Li was very impressed, while Doc Bok believed everything. Deng Tam has achieved his goal, so you should thank the master. Yingjie chuckled silently. If there's any news about that old man, inform me immediately. You will definitely get your share. After the negotiation, Duong Tam taught Unkit how to use the battle formation and still gave the Shu Lai Koch team 300 low-grade elemental stones. With Yingjiet's guarantee, the Zhu Lai Ke combat team participated in the match the next day. The following 3 matches went smoothly, without incident. The Zhu Lai He combat team easily secured victory. With 9 wins, they are just 1 step away from becoming nobles. But at this moment, the Suliak team suddenly disappeared without a trace. Having won 9 matches, their achievement drew the attention of the headquarters at the temple. In the 10th match, the headquarters at the main hall will send someone to supervise the fight. The opponent in the 10th match is extremely powerful, and Yingji also advised Tongsan to give up the fight. Your opponents in the 10th match are very strong. To stay safe, it's better to give up the fight. I will find a way to take you to the main hall. Duantam wants to go to the auction district in the main hall, which only nobles can enter, so Duantam must keep his identity secret. Thank you for the good intentions of the head of the school, but I still want to participate in the 10th match to better prepare for the 11th match, so the group led by Duong Tam has started special training that lasts half a month. Dong Tam has upgraded the Heavenly Wolf transformation and Time Light transformation to the same stage as his companions. The Mystical Heaven technique remains at level 8, not rushing to increase cultivation. If it weren't for deliberately suppressing his cultivation, he would have already reached the Kuji-I stage. Over the past half-month, he has been solely focused on training his body and increasing his mental strength. Currently, his mental energy has reached the peak of the divine realm. To avoid detection and suppression by the ruler of this dimension, Dong Tam chooses a slower but safer method, using his mental energy to nurture his consciousness. When he was reborn, Duong Tam sealed most of his memories in the outer layer for safety. His memories of the previous God King are becoming clearer. This dimension hasn't seen a divine king yet. As long as Dong Tam becomes a divine king, he can dominate this dimension, but it's still too early to think about becoming a divine king. First, he must break through to the divine level. Half a month has quickly passed, and the Great Beast Arena of the Li family announced that the Zhu Lai Kok team will participate in the upcoming match, sparking rumors. Do you know the news? In 3 days, the Shu Lai Knight team will enter their 10th match. The entire Jiali city began to boil, and ticket prices for that match even tripled. But this time, Zhu Lai Knight's team is facing the champion team, a very powerful team with odds of 5-1 against them. 3 days later at the arena where the final match is about to take place, Shi Huyet Havien asked, "Do you really want to participate in this last battle? I can see you're not in a good state. It's still not too late to change your mind. The Great Beast won't blame you. After all, you're wearing masks. No one will recognize you." Wu Bangkai looked serious and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but we still want to participate in this fight. This is no longer just about us. Now we are the hope of all humanity, depending on the Lai family. You are not human, so you wouldn't understand this feeling. If we run away, it will push humanity into complete despair. That is even more terrifying than death, so even if I die, I will die on the arena. All right, I can't understand you humans, but I admire your courage." The group of Tongsan turned to leave. Wu Bangkai warned her teammates, "The match is about to start, and we may very well die here. If anyone wants to leave, just decide now. I won't blame you." Guli spoke. "I was a little scared at first, but what you said has ignited my fighting spirit, and if I have to die, I'm not afraid. Senior brother, I don't know what the outcome of this match will be, so I have a few things I want to say to you before it starts. Can you come with me for a moment?" Dubak suddenly appeared and said, I don't agree. It's not good to say this before the match, as it could be a point of concern. I just predicted that our match will be very fortunate, so, to be safe, if you want to say something, let's wait until after the match. Tran, too, hearing Dubak's words, felt extremely annoyed and said something to ruin the good thing. Suddenly, Vu Bankai spoke, and Dubak agreed. Then he embraced Tran Tu in his arms. Vu Bankai's sudden action surprised Tran Tu and made her a bit shy. Tran Tu, I know what you want to say. After the match is over, you can tell me, and I will always be here to listen to you. Miss Lee, Tang San, and Dubai also seemed quite pleased to have witnessed what just happened. Yes, okay. First we have to win this match, then we can talk. Little Dong, do you want to say something if needed? It's nothing. This time, Duong Tam said with a determined look, I will be the team leader, and I won't hold back in this match. Everyone is ready. Sulai Katat Thang. Sulai Katat Thang. The whole team puts their hands together to overcome this battle. The stands are packed with spectators, but due to the high ticket prices, most humans can't afford to buy a ticket. Only about 20 human spectators are present in this arena. The Academy's teachers, worried, all came to watch. Mu Yungking wondered, Truong Tran, why did you let the kids participate in the competition? Is this match certain to win? Long Jiang also joins in criticizing. Zhang Hao Xian, if anything happens to the kids, I will risk my life against you. That's reckless. Tsu Nuo spoke up to ease the tension. Calm down a bit. Has old Zhang ever done anything without being sure of success? Truong Hao Hien thought to himself, confident, but it also has to be within my control. This little guy, Duong Tam, has been out of my reach for a long time. Ignore the side conversations. Everyone now turns their eyes to the arena to watch their students. Look quickly, the kids are entering the fight. Duong Tam steps forward, looking at the opponent with a cold gaze that makes people a little afraid. The opponent of the Zulai K team has also revealed himself, a disheveled-haired man with a muscular build and a giant, shimmering, gold-plated sword. Ung Ji had warned Dong Tam that your next opponent is the champion team, a noble team formed for the illegitimate children of nobles seeking noble status. The team spent a large sum to invite a top-tier powerhouse as their leader, and this expert can wipe out an entire team alone. The top-tier expert leading this team is the Tiger Sword Saint, a hybrid of two second-tier bloodlines, the Golden Lion and the Golden Sacred Tiger. Let me tell you about his achievement from a month ago when he single-handedly killed the poison-eyed demon fox at the auction. Hearing that, Duong Tam also became a bit cautious. I know this one-eyed demon beast, maybe he's at the peak of the initial stage. Master Ho joins the team for the thrill. In the 9 previous matches, he alone swiftly defeated all opponents. He is a true powerhouse. Even top-tier bloodline experts find it hard to beat him. But he is also very proud and dismissive of teamwork. The opponent's eyes flashed with a furious red glow. Vu Bankai was startled after seeing it, and Duong Tam trembled, sensing an overwhelming killing intent that made him feel as if his entire body was about to be torn apart just from a single glance. Then he quickly stepped in front of Vu Bankai. Vu Bankai was surprised that Duong Tam could help him block his murderous aura. The opponent also seems to enjoy Duong Tam's actions. Not bad. Dear audience, I am sure you have been looking forward to today's decisive match, where for the first time a human team has entered the 10th round. Unfortunately, their luck has run out, and this time their opponent is the champion team, the mighty Tiger Clan, reigning undefeated. It will take a few minutes for the great Tiger Clan to finish this match. Everyone, please watch and wait. I declare the match begins. Before the match, Ying Jie temporarily returned 3 of the team's points to other teams. The Tiger Lord was slightly weakened. Did the opponent prevent the kid from using the ice to lead the attack? It's the same either way. Then he immediately creates a swirling ring of yellow fire to attack Duong Tam's team. Duong Tam was caught off guard by the attack and couldn't react in time. Luckily, he managed to dodge the strike quickly. Unyielding, Dung Tam wields a large hammer, fiercely clashing with the energy source as 2 streams of green and yellow energy collide at lightning speed. The enraged master creates a series of whirlwinds with his sword, losing control as he thrusts the blade directly at Tang San. He puts all his strength and energy into his sword, splitting Duong Tam in 2. Truong Hao Hien sits anxiously in the stands, but Duong Tam is unharmed and even split into 2 copies. The energy from the hammer still surrounds him. The opponent thought he had the upper hand, but he didn't expect. What? He split into 2 people, yet he can avoid my mental blockade. I underestimated him. Quickly defend. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San charged forward to attack. Shu Hu was startled but quickly created a giant energy sphere to overpower him. Both of Tang San's bodies glided past effortlessly, then suddenly the 2 bodies merged into one. In just a moment, a solitary Duong Tam stands tall and proud, with a blue flame energy behind him. To witnessing the scene, is also surprised. "Here it is," Truong Hao Hien happily exclaimed. "This is my disciple, the one I have trained." To thought, Suho's recent strike used mental energy to trap, and once locked in, it was impossible to avoid the attack. Even I wasn't sure I could avoid the blockade. I could only try to withstand the attack. Yet Duong Tom was able to evade the opponent's blockade. How powerful is his mental energy, and he can even counterattack immediately. It's truly terrifying to see how powerful Dong Tom has become. As soon as Dong Tom and Master Ho made their move, the other four of Master Ho's team also launched their attack. Their strength is not weak. One is at the early 9th stage, and the other 3 are at the 8th stage. They charge straight at the remaining 4 of Suleks, but Dong Tam already knew the information about these 4, and they favored close combat, so Dong Tam immediately devised a guerrilla tactic for the remaining 4. The battle continues fiercely, with neither side willing to give in. The teleportation array activates, and the 4x family members teleport to the beast arena on the other side. This is a guerrilla tactic they devised before the fight, and the black-haired guy seems unable to hold on, so he ran to the back and said they teleported out behind. This time, Duong Tom is holding back the enemy's main force, while the other 4 use teleportation tactics to harass the remaining 4. With the spirit of the white force, they can use teleportation every 10 seconds to seize the opponent's misfortune and find their weaknesses during guerrilla tactics. The arena has a diameter of hundreds of meters, with the central area where Tang San and Master Ho are fighting. The 4 enemies trying to pursue them must avoid Suho's combat zone. Suho does not allow anyone to interfere with his fight, even teammates, and will kill without mercy if violated. Therefore, the 4 of them could only chase around, while Dubak was teleporting to the other side of the battlefield. Wu Bangkai kept waiting for an opening in the guerrilla tactics. At this moment, the battle between the 2 sides is quite intense. Dong Tom and Suho continue their fight. Suho was furious and thought, "This kid isn't affected by my spiritual power sealing him. Could it be that his mental strength is even higher than my 9-stage peak? I haven't felt this excited in a long time." At this moment, Tang San has figured out his opponent's trick and quickly unleashes an illusion attack, creating a mesmerizing phantom. Seeing this, the tiger spirit also strikes, but Tang San dodges like a gust of wind. This blonde-haired guy looks surprised and curious about what kind of ability this is. His whole body is floating unsteadily, yet he can avoid all my attacks. He is annoyed and casts a spell to protect himself while the attack hits others. At this moment, Zhou Gao and Soy are surprised. Look, that human can actually dodge all of Suho's attacks. He only dodged my attack without counterattacking. This young man's cultivation isn't higher than mine. He wants to drain my energy this way so he can launch another attack on Duong Tam. Suddenly, he thrust a heavy sword straight into the ground. Dong Tam was stunned and confused as a blazing golden energy vortex spread across the arena. The blonde tiger sorcerer laughed smugly, launching a long-range attack. "Watch how you dodge this." Duong Tom stomped hard on the ground, causing the battlefield to crack open and debris to fly everywhere as the energy from both sides collided and surged into each other. It seems the dark-skinned blonde-haired guy is about to collapse, so he reassures himself that he's not done yet. "I can resist firmly, I haven't finished yet." Shock sword technique. Both sides engage in fierce combat. It seems that Tang Tam is very calm and not impatient, unlike the big dark-skinned guy who is impulsive. I don't understand how Tang Tam has so much ability. Damn it, I used all my strength in those 2 moves, now I need to catch my breath. While he was distracted in the fight, Tang San quickly launched an attack. That guy was just a little careless and got counterattacked. Damn it, I was careless. I thought he couldn't dodge those 2 moves, but he timed it right. Now he can't breathe, only defend. The wolves outside are panicking, shouting loudly that human has counterattacked. Suho is being beaten down by him. He's furious because his treasure was ruthlessly attacked, all because he was a little careless. The tiger spirit was furious. This little brat kept attacking without pause. Just a few seconds to catch his breath would be enough. Suddenly, a sharp object flew over, startling the tiger spirit. While Duong Tam was fighting the tiger monk, due to a mistake, one member of the champion team was shot right in the forehead by Duong Tam, a fatal hit. Taking advantage of this yellow-haired guy being panicked and confused, not knowing what was happening, Duong Tam used teleportation to leave the scene. You can disappear on the spot. Outside the arena, a bear army is furious and resentful as they watch their comrades suffer a humiliating defeat. Because Duong Tam kept attacking nonstop, the Sword Saint Tiger couldn't catch his breath and could only be continuously beaten and suppressed. The Sword Saint was waiting for Duong Tam to tire out, but the core of Duong Tam's Chaos Wind Trident technique was to use force against force, so he basically didn't need to rest. As long as the rebound force from the opponent's defense does not exceed Duong Tom's limit of endurance, Duong Tom's spear tip will be stronger than before, and the sky-breaking spear also has the crushing property. Under the guidance of his spiritual power, the fiery energy of the heavenly fire spirit metal was channeled into the heavy sword of the tiger monk during the continuous attacks, and now the tiger monk was finally panicking. What is happening? The body of the sword is heating up rapidly and turning red. If he keeps swinging the truncheon, this sword will be destroyed. Meanwhile, Dung Tam is still pounding with the truncheon, and the battle on the other side is still ongoing. Wu Bangkai has killed another enemy, reducing the champion team's numbers to 2, and the situation has reversed, with the remaining 2 not daring to attack. Dong Tam frantically keeps attacking, and in an instant he has used 35 blades, causing Suho's heavy sword to be destroyed. The blonde-haired guy just took a heavy blow from Duong Tam's spear on his sword and spat blood. At this moment, the pigs Chao, Vong Dianfong, and Tu No outside are stunned by the fatal strike to finish Duong Tam's opponent. Fortunately, Suho still managed to dodge in time. The hammer was about to hit him, but he stood firm and blocked it, his hand now like a robot, gripping it tightly and crushing it into pieces. Duong Tam rushed forward, seizing the opportunity to grab him. Because he had exhausted all his strength into his right arm, his arm was now injured and could no longer be used to fight. He's furious, damn it. My right arm is temporarily useless. I can't breathe. I can't keep burning the fire of life. I have to tear him apart. The blonde guy is now going berserk, his rage uncontrollable. Now he is surrounded by a fire of anger and fierce revenge. His eyes shine with a piercing light that cuts through the person of Sword Saint Ho, causing the flames engulfing him to suddenly extinguish. I'm confused what's going on. Why has the life flame been extinguished? In a flash, Dao Tam Thuathang charged forward to attack him, and at that moment, he looked like a beast, roaring loudly. He was about to dodge, but unfortunately Duong Tam moved faster than him and used the controlling crane to lift his opponent into the air. He is trying his best to win. The Tiger Master is terrified and panicked as he is thrown forcefully to the ground by Duong Tam. Duong Tam van Giu vimatlan lung, suhobidan manjong sandao nambat dong. Boningoi vu bankai da sulik songkash duethu kon lei. The battle is almost over. The entire audience was stunned to see the battered tiger lying motionless on the floor. Duong Tam waits for him to wake up, starts to frown as if he can't wait any longer, then grabs the man's hand and throws it onto the ground repeatedly. Why is Suho Dan waking up, of all times? No way. Why did my life flame suddenly go out like that? That guy's eyes are messed up and Duong Tam still won't stop, just swinging him around. Master Ho was thrown back and forth by Duong Tam, leaving the audience in stunned silence. His fellow comrades were also shocked by this scene. While they were stunned, Tang San seized the opportunity to eliminate both of them. The blonde-haired guy seemed to be in great pain when suddenly Tang San asked, "Do you want to become a god I can help you? You have also seen me demonstrate multiple bloodline abilities. Submit to me and I will help you, or you can die." What? He can help me fuse the bloodline power? Since then, Duong Tam kept pounding away while the blonde-haired guy just stayed silent, letting him do his thing. If he kept doing this, it would get boring, and yet he remained silent without saying a word. "Too bored," he said. "If you want to die, I will make it happen for you. If you want to live, then roar loudly." Sword Saint Ho Kiem clenched his teeth in pain, thinking to himself, "I want to live. I still have my kin. I can't die, but now I can't even roar. I have no strength left. My throat feels like it's choked, and there's still no response." Dong Tam thought to himself, "Oh, it seems he underestimates death," so he raised his hammer and accepted death for the old tiger. "Then I will grant your wish." The blonde-haired guy was terrified. "No, I don't want to die, but I really can't roar. I can't even speak." That Duong Tam guy froze and dropped his hammer to the ground. The spectators watching didn't understand what was happening. The Black Wolf sitting in the stands saw the situation and called for the match to end. The match is over and the Zulai K team wins. Switching to the conversation of a seemingly high-ranking envoy, he laments, "How is this possible? What is going on with that human?" "I don't know either. He wasn't the team captain hiding his true strength before." That envoy was annoyed and said, "I don't care about those humans. They shouldn't exist. Humanity can't have a spiritual leader. Find a way to kill him." Ung Kiet calmly assessed the situation and said, "I understand this, but that doesn't mean I will break the rules of the Great Beast Tournament, so we will follow the rules of the Great Beast Tournament." He added that if your Lai family can't handle it, try luring them to the Ancestral Hall to participate in the Great Beast Tournament, where the rewards are even more generous. You understand my meaning, right? Yes, I understand, sir. After Sulai Hawk's team won, they immediately left while the spectators were still stunned. Suho was dragged away by Duong Tam like a trophy, and the entire Demon Clan audience looked extremely displeased, with only about 20 human spectators quietly leaving the arena before the demon crowd could vent their anger. In the city, news of the July Cock team's 10 consecutive wins spread quickly. Everyone cheered loudly for July Cock, Shulai Cock, Shulai Cock, Shulai Cock, the entire city boiling with excitement as the desire not to be slaves of the humans ignited within them. The July Cock team like a flame of hope burning in the hearts of every dependent human. According to the rules of the Grand Beast Arena, the loser becomes the spoils of the victor. Currently, the Tiger Sword Saint is a slave of Duong Tam. Duong Tam has handed the tiger to the Blood Demon Pill to assist in healing. At this moment, the Blood Demon Pill became even more fearful and cautious of Tang San. He nervously said that the Guildmaster was waiting for him. Congratulations on winning 100 consecutive battles. This is the first time humans have achieved such a winning streak. From now on, you are nobles, and I have arranged for you to register yourselves. Thank you, Lord Guildmaster. He said you are now nobles. Do you have any plans for the future? Duong Tam replied that he has no plans yet. He will continue to strive to become stronger and then become a god. Ung Kai had advised you, you probably won't become a god with your current strength, but becoming a god requires many resources, and humans like you find it very difficult. Even if you are now nobles, since you're not from my clan, it's very hard to become a god unless you can rely on the major clans and be protected by them. I've also considered that, but unfortunately I have no way to make it happen. He said that while wearing a cunning smile. Tang San replied, Thank you, Lord Clan Leader, for your kindness, but I'm afraid I might cause you trouble. We also didn't expect to win so many consecutive battles, and now many of our kin are paying attention to us. The other replied, That's right, you have angered the envoy from the Ancestral Hall, who ordered me to lure you into the Great Beast Arena on the other side, but because of this, you should join our clan even more. The Great Beast Arena at the Ancestral Temple is extremely dangerous. Any mistake could lead to your destruction. But if you join my clan, I will have a reason to mediate your conflict with the other temple. By then, I can arrange for you to only be seriously injured rather than killed in the fight, then bring you back. On the surface, you will appear to be disabled, which can help divert the attention of the Ancestral Temple. Master Chang would be disappointed if I refused now. We do want to visit the Ancestral Hall and also find the Great Array Master. If we do, we'll definitely introduce him to the sect leader. Hearing this, he laughed heartily and said, Talking with smart people is truly enjoyable. Tang Tam continued, I have one more request. Please introduce us to meet the city lord. We've always admired him. Yingjie replied, Your ambition is quite impressive. Maybe someday, but not now. The city lord is in seclusion. I'll wait for you to return from the Ancestral Hall, and if the lord of the city comes out of seclusion, I'll take you to meet him. Dong Tam said proudly. Thank you, master. We will set out within a month. Yingjie also spoke generously. All right, you can stay at my place tonight. The next day, the noble status registration was completed. Having gained noble status, they could buy houses and land and rent slaves. Lord Ling Te Lok was very generous, giving 5 houses in the bustling area of Lai City to the 5 members of Duong Tam. Because the envoy from the Ancestral Hall was monitoring outside, the 5 of them stayed inside the house for several days. During that time, Tang San used the traditional teleportation array to return to the academy for rescue. He briefly discussed the upcoming arrangements with the teachers. On the day of the 5th month in Lai City, the person Duong Tam was waiting for finally appeared, and it turned out to be Master Ho. Tula brother, I have brought your spoils of war. His injuries have been treated, his cultivation sealed, but you should still be careful when handling him. He gently said, Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Tang calmly replied, So now it's just Tang Tam and Master Ho. The 2 men stared at each other with deadly intent. Duong Tam allowed him in and ordered him to close the door. Although he is now a trophy of Dong Tam, his eyes still carried the deep hatred from before. Dong Tam entered the room, sat down calmly, and said, Sit down. He asked Duong Tam if what you said that day was true. Duong Tam, angry, lowered his voice and said, Didn't I tell you to sit down? What right do you have to make conditions with me now? Su Ho roared in anger. What do you mean? Are you trying to deceive me? Now you should clearly understand your identity. Pay attention to your tone when speaking to me. Currently, you could be considered my slave. Don't you understand what being a slave means? The tiger demon was startled and then asked him, What are you cultivating for? Of course, to become the great demon king. Duong Tam continued. The great tiger demon king? Did he really appear in history? That blonde-haired guy remained silent. Tang San continued to explain. You should be well aware that you possess 2 bloodlines, the golden lion and the golden sacred tiger. If your bloodline has issues and you want to become the great demon king, you must first resolve the conflict between the 2 bloodlines. Otherwise, you'll never break through to the divine level. I firmly believe that your fate is quite resilient. Whether your lineage is descended from the offspring of the 2 beast clans or from the offspring of the tiger and wolf, not many can survive, right? I was right, wasn't I? The tiger beast man panicked and fearfully asked, "How do you know the secret of my clan?" Duong Tam gently replied, "I can sense the clash of two bloodlines within you during battle. Only someone like you, inheriting both bloodlines simultaneously, could have survived this long. The remaining clan members are just afraid they won't be as lucky as you, and even if they don't die young at birth, they might suddenly perish due to bloodline conflicts during cultivation." Hearing this, he immediately roared in anger, "What can I do now? This is the curse that the heavens have cast upon my clan. Why are you telling me these things? Could you really solve this?" Duan Tam replied seriously, "I can." Hearing that, he was immediately stunned. Duong Tam said, "I have many types of bloodline powers during the fight. I have a way to solve it, but it requires your cooperation, and this will come at a great cost, so why should I help you?" As the Juhu Sword Saint realized he was about to be saved, he begged, "As long as you can help my clan solve this problem, my life will be yours from now on. I won't regret serving as a slave or servant." After hearing that, Duong Tam calmly replied, "I don't need you to become my slave. I only need your clan to become my ally. Always ready when I need you." Hearing this, he immediately agreed. "This is no problem. I can represent my clan to agree with you. I am the strongest in the clan. The elders will agree too." Dong Tam was satisfied as if he had achieved his goal, saying, "Let's go. Take me to see them. Words without proof won't do. I will prove it to you." "All right, I'll take you there now. We are just west of the city walls. Be careful, Sword Saint, don't go through the front gate. Let me lift the seal for you. Follow me." And then the two of them arrived somewhere, and the other suddenly said to Duong Tam, "How did you get here?" "Just a mid-range teleportation. This is the Jieli mountain range." Master Hokiem Than was startled by that. Duong Tam said, "Don't just stand there stunned, lead the way." Master Hokiem Than takes Duong Tam to the residence of the Tiger Clan elder, and along the way he tells Duong Tam about the current difficulties facing the Tiger Clan. Initially, the Tiger Shaman was born from the union of the Golden Sacred Tiger and the Golden Sacred Lion. As Duong Tam guessed, most of their descendants would die young. The lucky survivors can become incredibly strong, but most will die suddenly in adulthood. The two clans believe this is a curse caused by the forbidden love, so they banned marriage between the two clans. Since then, the Tiger Clan master has been exiled from their territory and lived in hiding. But for thousands of years, some members of the two clans secretly continued to merge. Furthermore, the Tiger Clan sage can reproduce. That is why the Tiger Clan sage still exists today, but their survival conditions are extremely difficult. Currently, the Tiger Clan has over 200 members, but most are weak due to the suffering from bloodline conflicts. As a powerful figure, Sword Saint Tiger goes out to join battle groups to earn money and extend the lives of his clan members. Not long ago, my wife was pregnant and also experienced a bloodline conflict that led to a premature birth. She is very weak now, so I joined the noble battle team to exchange for a genius treasure for her. That was when I got so excited upon hearing you could resolve the bloodline conflict. We've been talking so much that we're almost there. Master Ho Sword Saint said not far ahead is our Ho village. Suddenly, Duong Tam saw two people approaching and asked if they were your clansmen rushing over. So, they are disciples of the Sword Saint. The two of them ran over, filled with joy. "Big brother, you finally came back. We've been waiting for you at the village entrance. Something serious has happened to your sister-in-law." The blonde-haired Sword Saint immediately panicked and asked what happened to her. That disciple replied that Auntie was bleeding heavily and feared she couldn't hold on any longer. She kept holding on, hoping you'd return. Hearing that, Master Sword Saint was stunned. This news hit him like a thunderbolt. "Big brother, the matriarch has always been waiting for you to return," the disciple said. Hearing that, Master Hu was panic-stricken. "What?" "I will return immediately." When Duong Tam saw him about to turn back, he spread his arms to stop him. "No, you can't go back." The blonde-haired man seems about to cry and shouts, "Get out of the way. Don't you hear that my wife is about to die?" Duong Tam reassured her, saying she's only holding on to wait for your return. If she sees you, she'll have no regrets, and she will surely die. They were stunned and said, "Duong Tam still encourages you. I will try to save her. You can follow but must not appear." Hearing this, the Tiger Master immediately knelt and begged Duong Tam to save her, promising to serve him as a servant. He gently helped Suho to his feet and said, "Hurry up and stand up, you two. Take me there immediately." The two disciples rushed in and asked, "How is your aunt?" When Suho's wife heard their voices, she forced herself to speak weakly and said, "You're back. Where is your big brother?" The two of them stammered in response, trying to hide that he wasn't allowed to see her, pretending to say that Big Brother said he was looking for medicine. And then Duong Tam stepped in and introduced himself as the doctor invited by her husband, saying, "I am the doctor he called for. I can cure your illness. First, I need to do a quick check. Come closer. I will transfer energy into your body. Don't worry." He gently touched her neck, and Duong Tam used Huyen Thien Kong to examine the tiger beastess's body. Huyen Thien Kong helps regulate the bloodline and vitality of the injured tiger beast, whose blood is nearly depleted. After the energy enters, the tiger beast feels much better. Although the aura of the female tiger beast is weak, the two types of bloodline energies in her body are still fiercely resisting. If the tiger beast didn't have a strong body, humans would have died countless times. The Huyen Thien technique. Energy entered the body, rushing toward the two yellow energy streams and wrapping around them. The two streams gradually became obedient. Under the guidance of Huyen Thien Kong, they gradually merged together. During the process, 8 parts of the bloodline energy are consumed, but the newly generated bloodline power becomes more harmonious, and Tan emits a platinum-white glow, with only 1 energy remaining, free of conflict. However, the fusion process consumed too much, and the tiger beast's blood was not enough. So Duong Tam's treatment was complete and successful. You turn back to ask everyone whose body is in good condition, she needs a blood transfusion. A volunteer steps forward and asks, I can donate? Duong Tam agreed and said, you can extend your arm, I will make a cut on your hand to draw blood. He extended it and said, go ahead, as long as it can save the person, you can withdraw as much as you want. And with a sudden cut across his wrist, blood started to spurt out. Tang San cut the vein on his hand, beginning to draw blood out. Huyen Thien Kong helps the blood transform in the air. Then the blood disperses and enters the body of the tiger beast woman through her pores. With continuous blood transfusions, the face of the female tiger beast began to improve, and her whole body emitted a faint white light. From now on, there would be no more bloodline conflict within her body. After healing, he said, this is no longer a problem. Although your cultivation has decreased significantly, you can recover gradually. Tang San turned to the tiger beast and said, your wife is fine now. You can go in and see her. He happily asked if she was really fine now. Duong Tam smiled and replied, yes, but she has been exhausted and is now unconscious. The blonde-haired man joyfully and tearfully expressed his gratitude, saying it is true that her body now contains a completely new type of bloodline power. After saying that, he knelt down and bowed to you, saying, thank you, you are my savior. From now on, my life is yours. Duong Tam modestly smiled and told him, get up quickly, I told you, I don't need servants. I only want your clan to become my allies. So, this method can be applied to all members of my clan? Will we be able to continue practicing in the future? Duong Tam replied that in theory it could be done, but currently only mature tiger beasts could be affected, while young tiger beasts might not withstand such a large blood loss and would need others to supplement with blood. The Tiger Master happily exclaimed that the curse on their clan could finally be lifted and joyfully led Duong Tam to meet the elder. Thank you, big brother, rest assured. What? You say your wife's bloodline conflict has been resolved? How is that possible? Suho explained that this human friend helped resolve it, and Teomu's bloodline conflict has indeed improved. The elder was suspicious of Duong Tam's abilities, claiming even the great demon king couldn't do it. How could someone like you be capable of that? Duong Tam replied, I really can do it, but it's my secret and I can't reveal it. The elder angrily challenged you, saying, aren't you going to say anything? Aren't you afraid I will imprison you here and slowly force you to reveal the method? There's nothing to fear. He still falls short of me. Are you sure there is anyone in your clan who can fight better than him? Hearing that, Master Hokiem Than also fell silent in fear, while the elder was startled and thought, wow, is this human really that powerful? The elder hurriedly said, I was just joking. You are the benefactor of the great cat and also of our clan. If you want my clan to become your ally, just lift the curse for us. Then the former sword saint confidently declared, I am the great cat, and my wife's name is Yao Miao, which made Tang San wonder why she has such a cute name. Then you negotiated with the elder, suggesting that we sign a blood contract to bind each other, and the elder agreed, so both sides could be at ease. The blood contract is the highest level of oath. Even the great demon king cannot break the vow. The elder was very pleased, so Duong Tam would not be able to escape the tricks. After the blood contract was signed, Tien Mu happily declared, I, the elder of the Tiger Clan, absolutely follow the oath. Just speak up, and all the warriors of the Tiger Clan will rise up for you. Don't worry, in a while I will go to the temple. Before I leave, I will take care of the selected Tiger Clan members first. In the following days, Tang San stayed in the Tiger Clan village to fuse their bloodlines. First, the critically ill members of the tribe are brought in by the elder. The number of members in the Tiger Clan is not large, so providing blood is relatively easy. The first time he saw the bloodline fusion process, Tian Miao was deeply shocked and no longer doubted Duong Tam's abilities. Within half a month, Tang San successfully healed all the critically injured members of the clan. He was recognized and loved by all the Ho clan elders. During that time, Duong Tam led Tien Mu and Daimyo to the Golden Toad Mountain. Both were overwhelmed by the vitality emanating from the Golden Toad Mountain. After discussion, Tian Miao decided to send the healed clan members here to rest, avoiding detection by the powerful experts of the two Ho clans, who might realize they have merged their bloodlines. Over the past few days, Duong Tam has also absorbed a considerable amount of bloodline power, and he is very eager to acquire the bloodline power of the Ho clan. After returning to his residence in Chengjiali, with no one around to disturb him, Tang San began to merge the bloodline power of the Hu Beastmaster. In his Dantian, the spiritual deer with the heaven eye of the 6th rank, the peacock transformation of the 8th rank, the golden bean transformation of the 8th rank, the light transformation of the 7th rank, the Tuang Yu transformation of the 8th rank, and the blue silver emperor of the 8th rank are distinguished. Tang San planned to replace the wind tiger transformation with the tiger spirit transformation. As soon as the tiger spirit transformation came into contact with the wind tiger transformation, it immediately devoured it. Contrary to expectations, after devouring the wind tiger transformation, the tiger spirit transformation began to consume the elephant demon transformation. As soon as the elephant demon transformation touched the platinum glow of the tiger spirit transformation, it immediately started to disintegrate. At this point, Duong Tam can be sure that this tiger transformation is definitely a first-level bloodline. This domineering feeling is similar to what the spirit deer Heavenly Eye brought earlier. Seeing the demon statue about to be devoured, Duong Tam quickly moved Lam Gan Huang away. The two first-level bloodlines, the peacock transformation and the spirit Te Heavenly Eyes, tried to suppress the tiger spirit transformation, but it refused to surrender and began to struggle fiercely. After a long period of chaos in the Dantian, the 6 bloodline seals finally stabilized. The bloodline of the Tiger Master after fusion is definitely a first-level bloodline. Losing the 2 bloodline seals didn't decrease my true power, it actually increased. This bloodline has the potential to cultivate into a great beast king. Duong Tam secretly rejoiced. Tomorrow he could help the great cat with the bloodline fusion. He focused on cultivation until dawn without realizing it. Moreover, today we will begin merging the bloodlines for the great cat, but first Duong Tam needs to take a bath. You're all sweaty. Just then, Duok Bok ran in to call Xiaotang, let's go have breakfast. However, just as Dubok happily jumps over to him, a powerful aura radiates from Duong Tam's eyes, frightening Dubok, and that aura gradually erupts. As Dubok cried out in pain, Duong Tam was also taken aback, failing to adapt to the Tiger Master transformation and forgetting to hide his aura. He felt overwhelmed with confusion, and Dubok was both scared and in pain. He started to ask nervously, "Little Tang, what's wrong with you? That's amazing. Did you break through again?" But Duong Tam quickly changed the subject and said, "Let's go have breakfast." After breakfast, Duong Tam went back to the tiger village. Today he was preparing to merge the bloodline with the great cat. He is already at the peak of the 9th rank, at a critical stage to break through to become a god. And the more the bloodline power is compressed, the better the transformation effect. Moreover, Duong Tam has confirmed the bloodline level, so the fusion for Daimyo will be even safer. Seeing Duong Tam arrive, Daimyo was delighted. Tulangong has come. Hearing that Daimyo will be merged today, he was excited. But suddenly Tian Miao interrupted, causing everyone to panic. Tula Angong is about to arrive at the ancestral hall, where experts are as numerous as clouds. This is the time to rely on people. Once Dai Miao completes the fusion, he will be weakened, so let him escort you to the ancestral hall. First and then fuse later. The elder is right, it's better not to fuse first. You need someone to protect you on the way to the main hall. Tang San said, "Don't worry about this. I can defend myself at the other main hall, and whether the great cat can break through to the divine level is even more important to me. Moreover, at the main hall, most of the strong are divine level. Whether the great cat is present or not doesn't matter. So why not stay here and focus on cultivation, trying to break through? The future of the Tiger Clan Master is even more important to me. If Master An has said so, then I will follow his advice." The Heavenly Cat responded. Duong Tam told Daimyo, "Get ready, we will start right away." He quickly replied, "All right." Then Du Tam began merging the bloodline for the Great Cat. Duong Tam, with his extensive experience, ensured nothing went wrong this time. In the end, the Great Cat successfully merged its bloodline. Master Ho Kiem Than, Great Cat, successfully fused the bloodline power. Now he can feel himself capable of becoming a god. At this moment, Duong Tam seizes the opportunity to absorb the pure bloodline power of the Great Cat. After finishing at the Tiger Clan Master's place, Duong Tam returned to the Li family city. He didn't go back to his residence but went to the place where he often met young Master Mei. Because Duong Tam had to leave for the ancestral temple soon and might be away from Li family for a long time, he was worried that Miss Mei wouldn't be able to find him after he left. Besides that, Duong Tam avoided passers-by and secretly set up a small teleportation array here that could send messages over long distances. This intricate formation uses resources and layout similar to traditional arrays, but for the sake of Master Mei, Tang San spared no effort. After setting up the formation, Tang San returned to the academy to continue his rescue. You also told Zhang Haoyan that you were ready to go to the temple, but he was still very worried about their participation in the beast fighting arena at the temple. Do you really have to join the beast fighting arena at the temple? This time I also want to go to the ancestral hall. Let's think of a way. Duantang spoke up. Master, if we have to face it, we should face it. After the trip to the ancestral hall ends, maybe they'll really have a chance. Hearing that, Hao Hien was surprised and said, "This kid has made up his mind. I can't persuade him anymore, so I can only hope they stay safe." He's only 14 and already defeated the Zhuho Sword Saint. Even in the sect, few can match him. When they returned home, Dong and Duong Tam went to see the spirit Taelok Yu King. Everything was ready and they could head to the temple. 3 days later, Duong Tam's group set out with the spirit Taelok Yu trading team. The 5 of them sat in the carriage prepared by the spirit tortoise Demon King, making the most of the journey to diligently practice. Half a month passed quickly and they finally arrived at the most prosperous city, the highest authority on the Todin continent. It is surrounded by towering mountains with the temple located in this valley. Around the temple is a ring of tall mountains, each crowned with a giant statue representing legendary demon kings and celestial kings from history. This ring of mountain peaks is also called the Holy Mountain Ancestral Temple, and because it is surrounded by mountains, there are no walls around the temple. After passing the inspection, the trading team was quickly allowed to enter the temple. It is extremely vast, with tall structures everywhere. Each magnificent palace stands proudly at the center of the temple, each housing a great demon king or celestial emperor. The trading team has also headed straight to the Spirit Beast Auction House. The Grandmaster has instructed you to register for the Beast Taming Tournament within the next 3 days. You are free to move around for the remaining time, but fighting or flying within the temple is forbidden, and entering the territories of the Great Demon King or the Celestial Star King without permission is a serious offense. You are all nobles now. Just wear the noble badge on your chest and no one will bother you. After the match, come find me here, and I will arrange for you to return. Tang San nodded gratefully. All right, thank you. Then he looked around the temple. The whole group could hear the rustling wind and the majestic beauty of the temple. As soon as she put on the noble badge, Bingji couldn't help but wonder where we are going now. The hotel. Master said you would arrive earlier, so we should go find you first. Master, we have arrived at the temple. Have you arrived yet? Where do we meet? Came the voice from the other side. I have arrived at the temple. You go to the White Tiger Hotel in the center of the temple to find me. Okay, we'll be there right away. Thanks to the communication array set up by Tang San, they were able to locate the master. There are very few humans on the way to the White Tiger Hotel, but the races at the Ancestral Temple are much more diverse than the Li family. There are many monster races, and they all share a common trait of having distinct plant-like features that broaden everyone's horizons. As soon as they saw the Bakho Hotel sign, they finally arrived. Entering the White Tiger Hotel lobby, thanks to Zhang Haoxian's divine cultivation level, they were allowed into the VIP area. Come on, I've rented a royal suite, and today the 5 of you can stay here with me. Hao Hien opened the door and said, "Hurry in, this room is very expensive. A day costs 10 yuan. But as soon as they stepped in, the entire group of Tangsan felt a surge of aura. Bingji shouted in panic, "The spiritual energy here is so dense. Even though it's expensive, it's worth it." This is the main living room, and the spiritual energy in the adjacent training room is even more intense. Do you want to try it out for a bit? This is the power of Yuan Tuozi. I won't go out tonight. I will stay here to cultivate. 1 day of cultivation here is worth dozens outside. Master, when do you plan to go to the headquarters? I will leave tomorrow. I plan to keep your identity as the Zuliak team secret from the headquarters. I have discussed this matter with the official in Tuno. You need more time to grow. If the headquarters notice you too early, they will make other arrangements, and it won't be easy to refuse then. Duong Tam then said, "The secret bases for the master specializing in formations must still continue, but Hao Hien is a bit disappointed with the organization. They also want to take advantage of selling our formation tables. This time I plan to investigate the sales channels further so we can sell on our own in the future." Hearing this, Tang San pondered for a moment before speaking. Master, the sales channels shouldn't be rushed. The benefit from the formation tables is very significant. I came here with the Lingte trading team and have been observing them all the way. They work very professionally. The spirit deer and the phoenix have a close relationship and are easier to control in the future, so cooperation could be considered for higher safety. Not to mention the spirit deer king is a shrewd merchant. Is that what you mean? What do you plan to do? The master leaned in close and whispered, making Hao Hien deeply agree. Are you really not taught well by the master? The next day, Hao Xian suggested, if you have come to the ancestral hall, I recommend you visit the palaces of the great demon kings in the coming days. All the demon tribes go there on pilgrimage to feel the aura of the great demon kings. Can I go to the palace of the great demon king? Wasn't it said that trespassers would turn to ash? The palace of the great demon king is only partially open. You can enter if you pay. Dubak should go to the palace of the heavenly lake great demon king, as this will help you better comprehend your bloodline. Hearing this, Duangtam immediately asked, Teacher, there are more than 10 great demon kings and celestial kings. Who exactly are they? I also plan to discuss this with you. There are a total of 16 great demon kings and celestial star king. Currently, only the great demon king and celestial star king have the right to build palaces in the ancestral hall. When they turn to gold, the palace will be handed over to the new emperor who ascends. The ancestral hall has 15 palaces, and the newly promoted celestial phoenix great demon king was injured in the city of Jia, so he has not yet built his own palace. We will start with the demon beast empire of the Yu Kuei clan, which has a total of 9 great demon kings, and I will introduce them in order from highest to lowest rank. The second position, the Lord of Fate, the Titan of the Heavenly Fox, can control the luck and influence the destiny of the entire continent. As long as he exists, the 2 dominant clans will have sky-high fortune and excellent fate, and no one wants to offend him. Guli listened and couldn't help but feel confused, controlling the fate of the entire continent. What if he were to be destroyed? So maybe our chance as humans has come, causing your teammates to suddenly feel worried. Hao Hian then admitted, yes, but the Heavenly Fox clan always has successors. Perhaps because of their ability to control luck, the lifespan of each generation of the great Heavenly Fox King is not long. After the previous generation turned to ash, the new great demon king of the Heavenly Fox appeared immediately, which surprised Tang San. Then Hao Hian continued to introduce the third one, Eternal World Part Heaven, the immortal great demon king over 3,000 years old. It is said that once this lineage breaks through to the divine level, there will be 9 lives, each rebirth stronger than the last. The fourth, the invincible and unparalleled celestial great demon king from the most despised beast clan, is known as the undefeated ruler of the continent. A pair of sharp claws capable of destroying heaven and earth, but this top clan reproduces rarely, so their numbers are very few. The fifth, sky-penetrating white tiger. Great demon king of the white tiger lineage is also the owner of the hotel we are staying at. He has a pair of wings on his back, and both the sky and the ground are his domain. At night, the great demon kings ahead of him may not necessarily be able to defeat him. The seventh, Golden Radiance Hui, a fierce great demon king with the royal bloodline of the Golden Rhinoceros, has the strongest defense among the great demon kings. The eighth, Chongtiu Langvan Sword, Saint Great Demon King of the first line Dandin Crane Demon, has the smallest aggressive nature, but his body strength is not high. Thanks to his superb swordsmanship, he became a great demon king with 3,600 crane swords. The ninth is the Celestial Phoenix Great Demon King, a pure-blooded phoenix who just ascended to the rank of Great Demon King, so his strength is clearly weaker than the other 8 Great Demon Kings. That is detailed information about the 9 Great Demon Kings of the Monster Clan. If you want to make a pilgrimage, you should choose the most suitable Great Demon King talisman. Hearing this, Ko Li couldn't help but be surprised. Both Bang Kai and Tu Tran also felt fear. No one said a word, making Hao Hian think to himself that they all seemed frightened. Usually, the Academy wouldn't introduce these top-tier powerhouses in detail, fearing they might be overwhelmed too early and affect the competition. But then Hao Hian was surprised when Tang San spoke seriously. Then the teacher should also talk about the Celestial Star King. Not bad. Tang San isn't affected. I even feel he's a bit excited, showing real determination. Next, I will talk about the 7 heavenly kings of the Divine Emperor Nation. But the organization's information about the Spirit Beast Clan is not very detailed. The Spirit Beast Clan is more united than the Monster Clan. The relationships between the clans are very close, with clear distinctions between the monster clans due to bloodline conflicts. The Spirit Beast Clan mainly consists of plants, and their bloodlines can merge, hybridize, breed, and mutate. So even though there are only 7 celestial kings, they are not weaker than the demon clans. The first one is born from heaven and nurtured by heaven. The Celestial Sun. Celestial Spirit King is over 2,000 years old but has difficulty passing on his bloodline. He is the strongest among the Spirit Beast clan, second only to the Great Water Spirit King. The second, shaking all things. The Earth Shadow Celestial Spirit King, cultivated from Earth Shadow herb, shares the world of spirit beasts with the Celestial Sun Spirit King, and has the power to control the ground. Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin are the true rulers of the Divine Sun Empire. The third, Point Stone City Spirit Soul, Heavenly King, cultivated from spirit conquest seeds, has extraordinary mental powers and is said to control all things, bring life, and turn stone into emotion. The fourth, part heavenly, Chu, earth. Ngodong Heavenly King, cultivated by Ngodong Mok, has the fire attribute and is paired with the immortal giant Beast King, forming a formidable duo. The fifth, the extraordinary, Lu Li Heavenly King, cultivated by Lu Lithach, is said to possess an incredibly mysterious power that makes it impossible to see through. The sixth, unyielding and invincible, Diamond Celestial King, was cultivated from diamond mineral essence and naturally resistant to all attributes, possessing the strongest defense and being the mortal enemy of the Flame Heaven King who fell in love with the Emperor. The seventh position, the endless water element of the universe, the Heavenly Star King, is an unfathomable deep spring called the Infinite Water, with the greatest attack range controlling rivers, lakes, and seas, and the source of the water element itself. What do you think of all this about the Celestial Star King? Hao-Hian asked excitedly, and Duan-Tam's team was thrilled and shocked. The Celestial Star King is indeed vast and full of various plants with different attributes. This is the true prime essence of the continent we must face in the coming days. Your main task is to go to their palaces, feel their aura and the pressure they bring. Only then can you understand how far apart you are from them. I hope that during your observation and perception, you can comprehend your own abilities. It's undeniable that if humanity wants to become stronger, we must keep pace with them and chase after them. Hearing this, Tang San was determined, and the will of Bingji, Tuitron, Dubak, and Koli all grew stronger. Then Hao-Hian advised, I will go to the headquarters tomorrow to report on the work. This room is only rented for one day. Today you should stay here and train well. Tomorrow, start visiting the palaces in the ancestral temple. The team led by Tang San immediately obeyed. Yes, understood, keep training. The next day, Duong Tam's group set out to visit the palaces of the great demon kings. They decided to start from the lowest rank, so they first went to the palace of the Sword Saint, Great Demon King. The majestic palace before them loomed grandly as they slowly stepped through the gates. Now, at the foot of the Sword Saint Mountain, each person pays 10 low-grade elemental stones to begin their pilgrimage. Many people come here to make a pilgrimage aiming to reach the top of the Sword Saint Mountain. Tang San noticed they climb very slowly, with some even sitting in meditation right on the steps. Ding Tam also wondered what these steps were for. Let's go. As soon as he stepped onto a step, Tung Tam felt a powerful aura and was surprised to see many sharp sword energies appear as he set foot on the stairs. These sword energies target the mind, descending strongly from the mountain. Even Dubak is gradually sensing it, along with Bangki and Tutron, and even Ko Lai is experiencing a rare aura. No wonder the master wants everyone to make a pilgrimage. These sword energies can temper the mind power. Then, Duong Tam's team advanced up the stairs with great strength. Everyone else was subjected to the sword energy except for Tang San, with the lowest pressure on Dubak, whose mental strength is at the 9th rank peak and can withstand stronger sword energy. The one with the deepest insight is Trin Tu Tran, whose bloodline power is the Golden Shi Great Bird, and her sharpness is her attribute of attack. Wu Bang Kai also gained many insights, usually using his ice spear to attack, and the sharp sword energy helped him learn a lot in combat. They are also the slowest to advance, and the higher they go, the stronger the sword energy becomes, along with deeper insights, but fewer people are able to stay behind. Once a divine king, these insights hold little value for Tang San, his understanding not much different from these great demon kings. He continues to climb the mountain solely to refine his mental strength through sword energy. Although Dubak has a strong mental strength, his cultivation level is not high, so he stops and sits down to comprehend halfway up the mountain. Ko Li looks on for a moment, having traveled 3/4 of the way, and then stops to meditate. Bang Kai and Tutron move forward very slowly, having only covered 1/3 of the distance, but the change in their aura clearly reveals their transformation. Without Dongban by his side, Duong Tam speeds up, and there is no one ahead of him. It didn't take long for Dong Tam to reach the top of the mountain, but he sensed something. The energy at the summit was incredibly powerful. This sword energy is no longer easy to resist. All of it is concentrated on the body, requiring the use of the Tiger Diamond to counter it. The Sword Saint's gate opens and sword energy floods out from inside. Without hesitation, Duong Tam immediately used the ultimate skill Suho Kim Kwang to counter the aura from the Sword Saint's gate, which was truly astonishing. Duong Tam slowly walks through the Sword Saint's gate. The sword aura also disappears. Just as he breathes a sigh of relief, he is stunned and exclaims, "What?" The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is so rich that inhaling feels like being bathed in divine energy. Pure heaven and earth spiritual energy flows into the body, making me feel completely purified, as if immersed in a sea of spiritual energy, and the previously depleted bloodline power quickly recovers. Suddenly, a voice asks, "Do you agree to join the Sword Saint Palace and bow to me?" It surprises Dong Tom. The suppression is very strong. Is this the aura of the great demon king? This aura rushes straight into my mind, causing Dong Tom great pain. The voice continues to echo. "Are you willing to join the Sword Saint clan and submit to me? You are willing to join the Sword Saint Binglong and submit to me?" He closed his eyes tightly, enduring as his body was being fiercely burned. The pressure from the divine spirit of Tongsan has disappeared. I have held on. Is this a test? Suddenly you notice a statue. Stand up and walk closer. You look up and think to yourself, this must be the statue of the Sword Saint Great Demon King. The pressure just now came from there. Just looking at the statue made my eyes hurt. An mysterious person appeared and asked, "Why don't you want to submit to me?" He steps out with an imposing stance. I wonder when he appeared. He is a very powerful expert. Although he is not the Sword Saint Great Demon King, he is still a Demon King level powerhouse. Dao Tam explained that because of incompatible attributes, he was cut off. What's the point of incompatible attributes here? "I came here to train," he said slowly. "Your mental strength is strong and has reached the peak. Pure and flawless within the sea of fire, extremely rare. Why are you not willing?" Tongsan straightforwardly said, "Because I haven't found my own path yet, I am still searching. If you find it in the future, you will surely serve the leader of the alliance." He looked at you with interest and said, "You are the most interesting human I have ever met. Humans with such ambition are truly rare. If you want to join the Sword Saint Guild in the future, you can come anytime. The Sword Saint Guild does not discriminate against any race." He gave you the sword order of the guild and said, "If you encounter trouble, you can use the sword order. It will protect you well." He continued, "You have 1 year to find your own path. If after that you don't want to join the Sword Saint sect, you can return the sword order yourself. Do you think this is a way to lure me in?" Then he replied, "Thank you, senior," and with a wave of his hand he dismissed him, immediately knocking him out. The palace was destroyed and Tang San landed safely. He gritted his teeth and thought. As soon as he left the palace, the sword aura reappeared. He looked at the sword order and thought to himself, "I didn't expect to reach the top of the mountain and receive the sword order of the Holy Sword Pavilion. Does the Demon King really need such talented people now? I'll go down first and see how they are doing." When Duong Tom reached Ko Lai's side, Ko Lai couldn't hold on any longer and told him to go down the mountain first. Dak Bok had been supporting himself on the mountain's back for an hour, and Duong Tom kept guarding beside him until Dak Bok couldn't endure anymore and descended. Treen Tu Trang slowly climbed to the middle of the mountain, enduring half an hour longer than Du Bok, but also couldn't hold on and had to descend. The person who stayed the longest was Vu Bang Kai, who reached the spot where Ko Lai had been and only came down after an hour of persistence. By the time everyone descended the mountain, it was already dark and exhausted. They all returned to the White Tiger Hotel. "Master, today we have arrived at the Sword Saint Palace." I immediately asked, "Will the other Demon King's palaces also provide similar items like the Sword Order?" "Getting more of these. Isn't that a good thing?" he exclaimed in shock. "Did you really make it to the top of the mountain? You still have the sword token, good child. I thought you couldn't climb to the top of the mountain anymore." He told you about a powerful Dragon Clan expert who once captured the tokens of 8 Demon King palaces. After joining the palace of the Great Water Demon King, he is now the chief steward there. Duan-san guesses that the more recognition he gains from the Demon King palaces, the more likely he is to be appreciated and valued by the Great Demon King. I'm considering if with the support of 12 kings I could break through a bit earlier. The Demon King's palace seems like a promising path. I hesitate, but my human identity is a big issue. How can I make them overlook my human status and fully support me? My hesitation doesn't mean there's no chance. I need to see how I can handle this. What do you think about this matter? The issue we need to face right now is the Great Beast Arena. In 6 days, it won't be enough to visit all the palaces, as each palace offers a different experience. You notice that the most profound insights come from the Sword Saint and Tron 2, while the other two have much less understanding. You're calculating that with the limited time, it's better for everyone to visit different palaces to maximize efficiency. We need to discuss this with everyone tomorrow morning. By morning, Tangzan discussed with everyone that there wasn't much time left before the Grand Beast Arena, so we can't visit each palace individually. Last night, I came up with a plan for everyone to explore the palaces that suit each person. You assigned yesterday Zhangzi and the senior brother had the most insights at the Sword Saint Palace. Today, they will continue there. Tang Tam pointed out that Tron 2 could go to the Immortal Palace, and Kim Shi the giant eagle could also be a bird, which would be beneficial for her. As for the senior brother, he could go to the Infinite Palace, since he is a celestial transformation, and the infinite celestial king with the water attribute would suit him. Ko Lai nervously asked, "Little Tang, what about me? Isn't there a great beast king or heavenly star king with the time attribute? I think you should go to the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Great Demon King is the strongest, known as unstoppable, so it's best if you go there." As for Dubak, he confidently said, "I have nothing to say. The Heavenly Lake Palace suits me best." Tang San replied, "That's right, you will go with the Heavenly Lake. I will go with you today, but you must remember not to reveal your bloodline power." Dokbok happily agreed and said, "That's my judgment." Everyone responded in unison, "We will follow your arrangement. Rest assured, after eating we will set off." After finishing their meal, the carriage took everyone to their respective destinations. Trin Tu Tran and Vu Bang Kai continued to the Sword Saint. Koli headed to the Crystal Palace, and finally Duong Tam and Dokbok arrived at the Heavenly Lake Palace. He silently thought that the entire Heavenly Lake Holy Mountain was pure white. This place wasn't made of ordinary stone, and the energy of fate here was truly powerful. He guessed that it seemed to be emanating from within the mountain. Suddenly a noise sounded, and Tang San realized, could it be that the structure of the Celestial Lake Sacred Mountain is formed by the condensation of tangible luck into luck stones? He was amazed and thought, with so many luck stones, could it be that all the luck of the Lamtin Tower is here? No wonder the Heavenly Lake Great Demon King is called the ruler of the Destiny Continent. But why did the Void Domain Lord agree to let all the luck of the planet gather here? I suspect that the Heavenly Lake Great Demon King himself is the Void Domain Lord. Then our little group still has to keep going? I feel like I'm being pulled by the power of the Heavenly Lake Palace's luck. My bloodline force is about to break and be exposed. Tang San places his hand on my shoulder, channeling his energy, and says, "Don't panic. Quickly use your mental strength to cover your bloodline force and block the luck energy from outside." Dubak gradually stabilized and said, "Your mental strength is already at the 9th rank, so for now, don't reveal the bloodline power." Duong Tam and Dubak entered Taisan Thien Ho, and the number of people here is more than 10 times that of the Sword Saint Palace. Duong Tam observed that the expressions of the climbers were different from those at the Sword Saint's palace. Everyone's face was filled with joy. You are alert. Their expressions are very strange. Shouldn't they be tense in the face of pressure? Why does everyone seem to be enjoying themselves? You reminded me to stay focused after climbing each step. These stairs could cause your mind to descend into chaos. Dubak, remember what I told you. Both were ready, but as soon as they stepped on, they had to endure an immense force. Duong Tam silently thought that the powerful flow of energy into the body explained why they felt so joyful, both mind and body feeling completely at ease. He is sure that if he doesn't use all his mental strength to resist, he will surely be lost in it and unable to escape. This enormous force of luck is coming from beneath the mountain, not from the summit. Saint Mountain Heavenly Wolf truly is a stone of luck. You realize that normally such concentrated luck would be detrimental to the operation of the entire planet. If the Heavenly Lake truly is the Lord of the Dimension, he should know the dangers involved. Even for the eternal dominance of the two demon clans, Tin Ni shouldn't have taken it so lightly. But you think, could it be that the Great Demon King Thien Ho is not the Dimensional Lord, but rather the Dimensional Lords of the ancient era of the Tudin have controlled the Dimensional Lord, which is why the Dimensional Lord cannot oppose this? But if my guess is correct, and the Dimension Lord is controlled by the Ancestral Hall, can this Dimension Lord help me deceive the Ancestral Hall, intentionally letting me break through? He smiles softly. I can persuade the Dimensional Lord with freedom and power. Although my divine position will be taboo, as long as I handle it carefully, the Dimensional Lord might agree. Maybe I need to adjust my strategy a bit. Duong Tam's wicked smile startled Duok Bak. He pinched Duong Tam's arm in reproach, saying, "You must not fall into despair, or you'll sink even faster than I did when you wake up tomorrow." I'm not fallen into despair. My mental strength isn't that weak. The number of steps increases, the aura grows thicker, and even clouds of dust appear above the two of them. Dubai speaks. "Little Tang, you go ahead. I'm reaching my limit." He replied, "Sit here and reflect well. I will speed up alone, still heading for the mountain peak." Without Dubach, Duong Tam continues to climb faster. Unlike the sharp offensive aura of the Sword Saint, this place only has the power of aura manipulation that causes people to lose their reason. With his peak 9th grade mental strength, Tang San faced no pressure, and as he ascended higher, the aura grew thicker without any offensive pressure appearing. Soon, Dong San reached the back of the mountain, and the clouds above his head began to change. He felt the rain of luck soaking into his body, feeling even more comfortable. This was the limit for mental strength below the 9th realm. He continued to move forward, suddenly alert as the auspicious clouds turned black, surrounding him with dark energy, and all his surrounding luck power vanished. This was true misfortune's force. Suddenly the ground trembled, and Dong Tam realized that this was the true test of the sacred Mountain Zen Lake. He used the energy of luck he had absorbed earlier, combined with the Tiger Diamond Master to counter the force of misfortune. An ordinary person would find this kind of confrontation strange and confusing, but Duong Tam has the Heavenly Lake Eye. This confrontation allows him to gain a deeper understanding of luck and misfortune. The flow of luck has begun to return. Curious, the misfortune disperses, and a rain of energy appears. Could each step lead to a new world? He hesitated to take another step to see what would happen, and sure enough, misfortune appeared again. He was amazed, this time even stronger than before, and suddenly something caught his attention. He observed the black flames surrounding the golden flames of the diamond tiger, with a black layer appearing around the tiger transformation mark within his body. He is pleased this is the characteristic of the transformed tiger beast. Even misfortune can be assimilated. No wonder it is a first-level bloodline power. Therefore, when facing enemies, I cannot just use the strength of the diamond tiger beast, but can also spread misfortune onto my opponent. With this discovery, Tong San happily moved forward. After a long time, as night was approaching, he finally reached the top. Standing before the Heavenly Lake Palace, he silently observed when suddenly a voice interrupted, "Why don't you step inside?" A demon fox appeared, and he judged it to be a level 7 Great Demon King. Duong Tam Vien reasons that his current strength might not be suitable for the Heavenly Lake Palace. Shavai subtly hints that after entering the Great Demon King's sacrificial ceremony, he might be more suitable. I refuse, and that is what worries me. I fear I might lose my resolve and thus lose myself, wasting the rare mutated bloodline I have fought so hard to obtain. She asked with interest, "Your bloodline is very unique. I've never seen such a pure bloodline before. But you are only human, and reaching this point is already your limit. If you want to continue developing, you need to be favored by luck." I refuse. With confidence, I want to join the Heavenly Crane Palace based on my own strength. She then said, what a fascinating human. You are the first human I've felt this interested in, able to control your mind and make me see you differently. So when will you be fully prepared and come back? That Vai handed Dong Tam a piece of jade and said, "This jade stone is a gift for you. When you return, wear it and it will help you succeed smoothly." He said thank you with pride, and the second token was in his hand. Then Duong Tam descended the mountain and found Dokbok had already gone down. "The others have been waiting for you in the carriage for a long time." Dubok admired and said, "Little Tang, you're really impressive. Climbing to the top of the mountain again, but I couldn't go any further and had to come down." Wu Bankai also reported, "Today the two of us reached the mountain slope, only Ko Lai hasn't spoken yet. You asked about senior brother Ko Lai, how is he today?" He hesitated, then seriously said, "I only reached the 3rd step before being pushed down." Guli said, "I only went up to the 3rd step in the glass palace." After hearing this, Dubok was amazed and said, "Why were you defeated already at the 3rd level?" Tang Dao asked, "Tell me exactly what happened." Ko Lai nervously recounted. The first 2 steps were normal, but on the 3rd step I entered a glass space where a person who looked exactly like me appeared. Even with the same abilities, I couldn't defeat him. You encourage him, saying that as long as he can persevere longer, he will become more familiar with his abilities. Tomorrow I will go with you to experience the wondrous power of the Crystal Palace. Hearing that, Ko Li happily replied, "Why would you go with me? That's great." Dubok said with dissatisfaction, "What should I do if Xiaotang goes with Ko Li? I am a little scared." "Aren't you experienced enough today?" Tang San advised. "Tomorrow you should climb halfway up the Mingtuang Mountain where misfortune will appear. Don't rush forward, just train alternately on those 2 steps. Dubok sadly replied, "I understand. Continue talking about the senior brother and the disciple. Tomorrow they will continue to the Sword Saint Pavilion, and the day after tomorrow they will switch to the White Tiger Imperial Hotel." After returning, everyone went back to their rooms to reflect on today's gains. Earlier, Duong Tam was also discovered by the Tianho Pavilion and had his Spirit Te Heavenly Eye sealed. At this moment, he just opened the Spirit-tearing eye to sense the energy of a luck absorbed today. The energy of luck within his body, sensed through the Spirit-tearing eye, all converged towards it. He calmed himself and thought, perhaps within a sacred mountain of the Heavenly Lake, the energy gathered from the entire planet's luck. Yet I've only absorbed a little, and it's already so much. Reflecting on the latter half of the mountain path, luck and misfortune appeared alternately, meaning the more luck I absorb, the more backlash of misfortune I must endure. The higher you go, the stronger the backlash of misfortune becomes. Therefore, the sacred mountain Heavenly Lake holds the luck of the entire Lamtin Tower. You realize that the corresponding misfortune would be extremely terrible. If it backfires, who will bear this misfortune? This could be a way to threaten the dominance of the 2 demon clans. He relaxed and thought, calm down for now. Although this idea is possible, it's not something I can intervene in at the moment. The next morning, everyone continued to the palace where they were still on their pilgrimage. Today, Duong Tam and Ko Lai went to the Crystal Palace. The Holy Mountain crystal is much taller than the Heavenly Lake Holy Mountain. However, the situation is similar to Ko Lai's yesterday, with only the two of them on the pilgrimage, paying the fee and entering the Holy Mountain crystal. When they reached the stairs, Tang San worriedly thought, "The entire Holy Mountain is made of glass." Noticing Ko Lai's unusual behavior, Tang San asked, "What's wrong?" "You seem very nervous," Ko Lai replied. "I spent the whole night thinking about the battle plan, but it doesn't look promising at all. You can relax now. Although he looks exactly like you and has similar abilities, he's not truly you, so it's unlikely he can replicate your skills and memories. I have an idea. You go ahead. I'll stay here and think for a bit, rest assured." "Yes, brother, your thoughts on what I just said are very good." Looking at the stairs, then stepping up, a wave of energy surrounds you. You confidently sense that the first step emits a force that sweeps through your entire body. This is the restoration ability of Sacred Mountain Crystal. I will hide my other powers first, using the golden blue crown to cover my entire body to see if I can restore the power of the golden blue crown. He suspects that the scan is complete and proceeds to the second step, noticing a mental force trying to break into his mind. He considers using his mental power to keep it outside the sea of consciousness, unable to let it inside. The first two steps are about scanning from inside out, so by the third step he must be fighting the replica. You step onto the third staircase to see what the clone looks like. You enter the space and think to yourself that the scene has changed. The surroundings have transformed into a crystal world. The wind howled as an identical person appeared. "I am sure this is the clone." The clone looked at you and started using your skill. Dao Tam observed the clone and was certain that the replica could only use the Lam Ngan Huang. "This confirms my suspicion. The clone cannot fully recover." The Lam Ngan King technique was unleashed, heading straight for you. Tang San was surrounded by a cold air current, creating a vortex to counter the Lam Ngan King technique. When you have gathered enough strength, you unleash the Lam Ngan Ba Vuong Thuong attack. It immediately charges at the clone, and the true body suddenly realizes. It couldn't dodge your attack in time. The clone gritted its teeth and endured, but was tightly constricted by the ice aura. You secretly thought, "It's over now." The main body immediately unleashed the Lam Ngan Tu Lung. He secretly deduces that he only restored my abilities, but my memories and experience in using energy cannot be restored. Looking back on the events, the complex soul techniques related to Lam Ngan Huang are my combat experience from a previous life. Although this life has no soul ring, I can control the Lam Ngan Huang, but he cannot replicate it. The boy looked at the stairs and thought to himself, after the battle, everything would return to the way it was. Duong Tam looked at Her Li. He was also trying to fight his own true form. He secretly smiled and thought I should not disturb him as I continue to climb up. You step onto the next level. On the 4th and 5th levels, Du Tang is swept again, but as before, you prevent it from invading your mind and spirit. The 6th level indeed entered the crystal world, and at the same time, a replica identical to Tang San appeared, with strength comparable to a 3rd level replica. He continued to use the clear silver king spear technique. You suddenly realize, huh? He was able to read the soul technique I used in the previous battle and learn from it during combat. Fortunately, I managed to dodge in time. You rush straight into the attack of your main body. Tang San reaches out his hand and decisively executes the Chu Wang Thuk Fu. Immediately, the opponent's attack was neutralized. Seeing this, he was startled as he was surrounded by your technique. It held him tightly, and at this moment, you quickly rushed forward. In the end, the true form was defeated. It vanished instantly, and I secretly rejoiced that it was over again. This battle, I used the Demon Shadow Confusion technique and the soul skill Chu Vung trapping net to restrain it, and I returned to reality. You seriously consider that I have understood the meaning of the crystal archery test. Just by demonstrating my abilities, I can learn from subsequent battles, and thus my clone will become stronger and stronger, so I must find a way to defeat a more powerful copy of myself. He hesitated, but each step was a battle. How many fights would it take to reach the top of the mountain? Looking at the towering stairs, he felt helpless. This holy mountain of glass has at least 1,000 steps. Do I really have to fight hundreds more? Do they really want to take my life? Having passed 2 tests, Duong Tam now understands the true meaning of the trial in the Crystal Tower. He continues to ascend to the 9th step, and a new battle begins. The costume he wore in the 3rd match learned the skills he had demonstrated in the previous 2 battles, using phantom images to dodge Duong Tam's attacks while employing Chu Vong to trap and control him. Soon, Duong Tam used the ultimate skill, Duong Gon, to control Duong Long and end the battle. The fight was over, and Duong Tam returned to the stone step in the glass tower. But what surprised him was that after 3 battles, he had climbed all the way to the back of the mountain. As he walked, he thought that reaching the back of the mountain seemed like the test would be more difficult. He quietly felt relieved that he didn't have to fight on every step. He carefully thought, not knowing how much more difficult the next battle would be, so he continued step by step. As he stepped onto the next rung, he was sure, just like before, that the first 2 levels would be cleared easily. He kept walking and thought to himself before entering the crystal world again. The battle was about to begin. Suddenly startled, he wondered what to do. 3 clone bodies appeared simultaneously, standing proudly, and Duong Tam grew anxious, thinking that fighting 3 against 1 was just too unfair. One after another, the 3 clones unleashed the techniques he had demonstrated, all targeting Tang San at the same time. He becomes confused as the 3 clones attack simultaneously. This is the first wave of Lam Ngan Huang, basically unavoidable. His pupils flickered with determination, his whole body burning fiercely, and he shouted loudly, showing that he was not to be underestimated. He quickly charged at the 3 clones, saw their overwhelming power, and all 3 just watched. Dong Tam decisively slashed all 3 with one sword, then stood still after defeating them. Duong Tam pondered, yet he was forced to use the Diamond Tiger Spirit. The Diamond Tiger Spirit had been used before at the Holy Sword Palace, so using it here wouldn't be an issue. But in the next battle he would face 3 clone bodies capable of using the Diamond Tiger Spirit. He re-enters the crystal world, calculating that this time there are 3 clone bodies. They cannot be allowed to escape. Before they take shape, I must eliminate one of them as quickly as possible. You jump forward, aiming to attack the reconstructed form in the middle first, using skills to temporarily control the 2 reconstructed forms on the sides. You strike with the Chu Vong Thux Fuwash and Lam Ngan Ba Thuong Wong techniques. You are determined that even if they use the Tiger Diamond armor, you must take down the one in the middle first. A loud explosion rang out as the attack collided, your sharp gaze observing intently, quickly finishing him off with the triple strike of the Thon Kin technique, starting with a light touch and ending with a straight punch. And so it continued, until finally he shattered. Dao Tom seized the opportunity. Great, he had finally taken down one opponent, now onto the one on the left. You swiftly rush to the left opponent, who is already in a fighting stance. He uses the Lam Ngan Ba Thuong Vuong, aiming at you. Your eyes are determined, and your hand gathers energy, gradually transforming into a fireball. He countered with a combined attack of the Diamond Spirit technique, and the Lam Ngan Ba Thuong Vuong. A streak of light flashed through, breaking his protective barrier, and he was defeated. Duong Tam secretly resolves to defeat one more opponent, now only facing someone very easy to handle. Both stand facing each other, with a staff in his hand, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his pupils, his grip tight on the staff as he unleashes his full power with a decisive strike. A blazing light rushes toward him, causing a shockwave explosion. He lands safely, silently marveling that the strongest attack used all his strength and was costly, but luckily, it quickly ended the battle. He continues forward, looking up the stairs and thinking there are only 3 steps left. So, we've reached the top already? The next step is probably the final trial. He organized his thoughts. The first 3 tests each had only 1 clone, the middle 2 had 3 clones each, so does that mean the final test requires fighting with 9 clones? Thinking of this, he cursed silently. Is the crazy sharpshooter really that insane? Clearly they don't want others to reach the top of the mountain. 1 against 9, are they trying to kill me? Tang San pushed aside and said, I need to recover first. Closing his eyes calmly, he thought, the 9 clones include the Diamond Tiger Spirit. If I don't fully unleash my abilities, I probably can't defeat them. He considered that the Diamond Tiger skill had been used at the Holy Sword Pavilion, but if I used other abilities, I would definitely be targeted by the Crystal Archer. The key decision, the most important thing, is that I am still human, possessing multiple bloodline energies and mental strength reaching the 9th stage peak. He suddenly wondered, does the Crystal Great Demon King allow me to continue after discovering this? He thought quickly. I've made my decision. Then happily decided to go down, no longer climbing to the top, just heading down the mountain. Suddenly you realize something. What do you realize? I can't move. Doatam was panicking as a force was pulling me up. I grit my teeth and wonder, does this glass bow also have the power to force? I completely cannot resist this force. Suddenly a voice asked, Kid, you've come this far, why not reach the top? He knew he couldn't do it, so of course he could only retreat. That voice asked, You can't do it. Have you not tried to know you can't? Cowards can never become strong. The voice reminds you that the next battle requires your full effort. Don't think you can just get through it. This challenge is either you win or you die, there's no second chance. He stared in horror. This is the rule of the Crystal Tower. You better pray for luck yourself. He secretly cursed. Damn it, this damn glass archer, if I don't beat the Demon King, I really want to curse now. He suddenly realized that if you don't want to face something, you have to face it. 9 forms of restoration. A murderous glint flashed in your eyes. Damn it, I must suppress them first. If I get surrounded, I'll definitely die. You use the Sand God Bow to recover and unleash a combo of Tiger Diamond and Bloodline Burning. They blocked your attack. You worry that their blood burning will greatly reduce the damage from the arrow, but luckily it's not completely useless. All 9 clones are injured to varying degrees. You target now to defeat the most heavily wounded one. You rush quickly towards the most injured enemy who struggles to defend himself. He opened his eyes wide, watching him struggle with all his might, and was amazed by the burst of power. Daosang, with glowing magic, stood facing his opponent, and upon seeing that strength, he was surprised. The clone directly self-destructed. Truly a reckless act. He turns to look at the other clones and thinks carefully. The 8 other clones surround him from behind. The escape route is blocked, and around him are fierce doppelgangers ready to attack. Alone, Dong Tam stands in the middle of the clones, in a very dire situation. He considers his options, knowing that attacking from all sides leaves no room to retreat. If they self-destruct, I will definitely be seriously injured. It seems I need to reveal another trump card. Then a loud bang rang out. Objects collided and exploded. Duong Tam stared fiercely, then charged forward, attacking one clone and destroying it. But something happened. His eyes widened, his face grimaced, and he looked pained. A massive explosion engulfs him, with blazing yellow light and intense movement behind, as Duong Tam considers self-destruction again, causing a rapid and continuous blast. Duong Tam carefully assessed that these clone bodies would self-destruct once he killed them, but at least he had taken out 2 of them. With a serious, worried, and focused expression, Duong Tam observed the opponents. A line of people moves swiftly through the golden flames, advancing rapidly. A row of cloned warriors prepares to charge forward with incredible speed and pressure. Tong Tam was amazed and alert to their power. He thought, are they all using diamond tiger spirits? Their aura is so strong. What kind of ability is this? I haven't seen anything like this before. Truly worthy of the great Crystal Beast King. Nothing is impossible for it, and it even understands the transformation of the lion beast better than I do. A blazing golden lion appears with fierce eyes and a fierce growl. The fox roars, Duong Tam is stunned, and a giant fox illusion appears. A massive ice attack crashes down, forming a sharp ice spike pressing against Duong Tam. A mysterious blue magic circle appears. Duong Tam stands facing the magic. The command to stay still shows the opponent is trying to seal him. Duong Tam flies into the air surrounded by immense power. Duong Tam flies up to confront the clones. The battle is intense. He raises his hand, unleashing a bright blue energy sphere, ready to strike a powerful blow. Tung uses his techniques to destroy the clones. Lam Ngan Ba Vong Tien, Tien Pu So Chi. He skillfully combines destructive skills with beams of light controlled by him shooting straight down. A series of beams of light pierced through the clones' crowd. With that devastating attack, those 2 clone bodies were destroyed in an instant. Tung Tam observes the situation and assesses that he has successfully destroyed 2 more clones. But soon after, the destroyed clones are reborn, even more powerful. One of the clones sneers and says, interesting. You actually have 4 types of bloodline power, 2 of which are even first-level bloodlines. It's been a long time since I met a human as interesting as you. The bunch of friends under your mountain used water magic, but they are no match for you. Tong Tam was surprised when he saw its form. This is the clone of the great water spirit Beast King. The other guy continued. I came to play with you myself, and now I give you 2 options. First, if you admit defeat, I can let you down the mountain. But your friends' lives must be left here. Second, if you can persist under my hand for 1 minute, I will only use your level of cultivation to fight you. If you withstand it successfully, I will let your friends go. Then San also made a proposal to him. All right, but if I lose, I also ask you to let my friends go. If I can endure and overcome, I hope you won't enslave me or force me to join the Crystal Palace. If I am to be enslaved, I'd rather die now. He continued, if you can survive under my hand for 1 minute, I will release you to your friends. Rest assured, I will not use power beyond your cultivation level, but there was no rival of my level. Back then, if you don't go all out, I won't hold back. Deng Tam thought anxiously, it seems I can no longer hide in this battle, or I will definitely die. The great Demon King has begun to fight. Come on. He launched a barrage of attacks, dozens of ice arrows shooting like the wind. The Lam Ngan Ba Vuong Thien Thuong's directional arrows, guided by him, flew straight toward Duong Tam, then accelerated. Duong Tam carefully calculated that his speed with Kwangji attack was too fast for Lam Ngan Ba Vuong Thien Thuong to react, and he was also using the space-breaking power of the Kong Tuosh Bien. causing the surrounding space to twist, making immediate evasion impossible. No wonder he is known as the #1 Great Demon King, only able to face him head-on. The icy arrows of the Great Demon King approach, but just as the magic circle appears before Duong Tam, the light slows down. He narrows his eyes, alert and beginning to gather power. The beams of light emanating from his hand, Duong Tam wielded his control ability to create a large sword and spun it to form a magic circle. The circle you created is powerful. It absorbs the attacks and techniques of the Demon King. The Great Demon King was surprised and thought, "My Lam Ngan Bavuong is all being drawn in. What kind of power is this?" Dao Tam flew over with enormous fiery wings, his overwhelming presence dominating the battle. The Great Demon King, seeing this, became intrigued and thought, "Gold transformation. The 5th bloodline power. This human is becoming more and more interesting." The Great Demon King stood firm, his body covered in a layer of shining ice, focusing his strength to suppress Duong Tam's power. As Duong Tam flies through the air, he frowns. "This is the bloodline power of the immortal Demon King. My golden bin transformation has been suppressed by the bloodline. The situation is extremely dire. Duong Tam concentrates fully to fight, and at this moment he begins to unleash the power to suppress the Tukuk Madong. The Great Demon King was distracted by your demonic power and stood still for a moment. Dong Tam carefully analyzed that the extreme death demon orb caused the crystal Great Demon King to lose focus, so he secretly used the burning howl to boost his aura, then charged forward with a fierce attack. Tianhu transforms, releasing his aura. Tang Tam raises his hand to grasp the sword and combines it with his magic to attack. You boldly seize the dagger and defeat the opponent, Uncle and Auntie Nut Trush. Duong Tam throws the dagger forward with speed, striking the Great Demon King with its power. His body started to distort and vaporize. Tang San watched seriously, observing the situation. The ice bubbles rise like a powerful release of ice energy, thousands of them merging together to form a complete body. The icy power of the Great Demon King has been reborn. Duong Tam is amazed. What kind of ability is this? Immune to attacks, he uses the same move you just used to fight back. Tukuk Madong. Tang Tam was scared. What? He has learned the Tukuk Madong technique and cannot be controlled by him. The power of the Tukuk Madong is growing stronger and affecting me. Duong Tam cautiously remains alert, his true strength formidable. If he uses the cursed demon spirit to control me, I will surely die. It seems I can only burn my bloodline power to fight him. Tang Tam rushes forward at lightning speed, unleashing a deadly strike as shadowy figures swirl around him. With fierce momentum, he wields his sword and soars into the air to finish off his opponent. Duong Tam flies over with a determined look, holding a source of magical light in his hand, while the Great Demon King calmly counters and begins to strike. Duong Tam stares in shock as a powerful waterfall-like current emerges and surrounds him. So it turns out the Great Demon King created a flowing water zone, with water all around. The streams seem to envelop him, and alone, Tang San stands firm within the water, worried as the surroundings turn into an endless sea. This is the power of the endless divine water of the Heavenly Star King. The deep waters begin to drown Duong Tam. Duong Tam stands facing the Great Demon King. The situation is very tense. He thinks, but water is actually beneficial to me. He doesn't know that in my past life I was the sea god, so this must be the effect of the Heavenly Crane's fate energy. The Great Demon King glares fiercely, holding a magic sword before him, then suddenly swings the sword violently into the ground, unleashing pressure attacks. The spirals of power from the sword's force rush toward Tang San. He looked serious and silently prepared his move, revealing his technique and controlling the Great Demon King's magic. That whirlpool turned into a stream of water right in front of him, leaving the Demon King stunned by that ability. The water, controlled by Duong Tam, surged back, unexpectedly suppressing the Great Demon King, who covered his face with his hands to shield himself. He was stunned. What is happening? This kid has seized control of my water element? Then he erupted with fierce power, burning his bloodline. Dao Tam Quiet charged through the blazing flames like an arrow, heroically soaring into the brilliant light with unstoppable momentum. The Great Demon King sighed in amazement, truly fascinating. Suddenly, within the water, the form of the Great Demon King transformed into a gigantic variant. Tong Tam was surprised as the giant Water Crystal King transformed into a colossal form, making it impossible to control him. And the giant king reached out his huge hand, clutching Tong Tam in his palm. You struggle to resist that control, and then he throws you forcefully away. The Great Demon King begins to use some power. His eyes glow and change. Then his body transforms back to its original, small size. Facing him, Dong Tam was extremely shocked when he saw that scene. He was worried about why the crystal had fallen in love with the little emperor. He spoke, 1 minute is up. Congratulations on passing my test. Dongtam was overjoyed when he heard this. So the time was finally up. I have succeeded. Now around me everything shifts and a large gate appears. The Crystal Palace, I have successfully reached the top of the mountain. He thought to himself, the great Crystal Demon King is indeed formidable. No wonder he's the strongest expert. Even if we are in the same realm, I am no match for him. Choosing to go to the sacred mountain of crystal was definitely a mistake. I didn't expect to attract the attention of the Demon King. I don't know how he plans to deal with me in the future. If not, I can only risk my consciousness. Suddenly, something changed in Duong Tam's body. He stepped back and suddenly felt a strong pressure. A whirlwind of red light appeared before him, with intense power. Someone appeared in a strange and terrifying form. Dong Tam was alert, and someone stepped out of the palace. Could it be the true form of the Crystal Great Demon King? The Great Crystal King appears before Dong Tam in a massive form, and he looks seriously at the Great Demon King with a cautious gaze. The Great Demon King smiled and looked at him, then Duong Tam bowed respectfully. The Great Demon King said, "Your Majesty, he praises you well and has succeeded in reaching the top. The bloodline power you use doesn't seem to be a clone. How do you do it?" The Great Demon King acknowledged your talent and said, "Interestingly, I consider myself capable of anything, but I cannot see through your bloodline. You even have the ability to directly launch mental attacks, which is not bloodline power but a form of mental force application. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting creature like you. You're very good, but your current strength still needs to be cultivated, and many of your bloodline abilities are easily coveted by other races." The Great Demon King handed you an item and said, "Today I give you 2 tokens to keep you safe in the future. But when you prepare to break through to the divine level, you must come to my Crystal Palace. I will personally protect you." Dong Tam felt relieved, handed over the token so there probably won't be any problems. He could relax a bit. The Great Demon King continued, "So how could you have seized my control over the water element?" Dong Tam was startled by the question. "You may have learned the power of the water network of heaven and earth, but you still can't take away my control. Only able to control it to a certain extent, is that all?" He replied, "Yes." The Great Demon King temporarily believed him and continued, "All right, I give you these 2 tokens. These are my crystal glasses. There are 9 in total representing the noble status of the Crystal Palace. If anyone causes trouble for you, just show them this. The glass can restore a type of bloodline power, but it can only be used once, so you must consider carefully. Duong Tam thanks you, Your Highness." The Great Demon King continued, "The remaining item is an egg, a strange existence I have nurtured. And this is also your second test." Dong Tam held the egg in his hand and wondered. "The second test," the Great Demon King explained to you, "is that when it hatches, your task is to protect it and ensure it remains unharmed. Wait until you reach the divine level before returning it. Whatever it asks for, you must satisfy it. If it gets hurt, your test will be considered failed. Your death is your death." Dong Tam was stunned when he heard him say that. Why did they assign me such a task? But right now I have no right to object. Duong Tam sighed in relief and said, "I understand." The Great Demon King smiled contentedly at him and then said, "Good, you may go." Duong Tam silently observes. When he holds the 2 items in his hands, the surrounding space begins to change. Time returned you to the foot of the mountain. Tang San thought, "I'll go back to the foot of the mountain then." He smiled contentedly, thinking that this trip was quite fruitful. For now, he would set aside the egg, and surely not many have obtained the Crystal Archer's token. Now that I have tokens from 3 different palaces, I don't need to go to the palaces of other demon kings. With these 3 tokens, the Great Beast King will definitely not cause trouble for us. Duan-san put away the egg and the token then left, meeting Gu Li waiting for him at the door. Ko Lai excitedly told Duong Tam about her mountain climbing experience. She succeeded in passing 2 obstacles, but failed at the 3rd. Duong Tam told her that after the 3rd trial, they would face 3 clone bodies, because she couldn't explain how she managed to defeat 9 clone bodies. "So, you lied to Ko Li that you lost when facing the 3 replica bodies." After finishing, the 2 of them immediately got on the carriage and continued to pick up the other brothers from the hotel, transitioning to the Glass Palace. The true form of the Crystal Great Demon King said, "Do you really think he's the right candidate? After all, he's just a human. Moreover, don't you think his background and abilities are very special? His abilities are not inherited through bloodline." That person replied, "You also said he is just a human. But this human is truly interesting. The reason he passed my test is because he didn't abandon his friends, risking his life to challenge. The main reason I chose him is because of his character." The Great Demon King was stunned to hear this. "Moreover, don't you think his abilities are very interesting? Voso's abilities are just imitations, not true possession. Moreover, he can only use 3 types of bloodline powers at most, but his are different from imitations, capable of using more than 3 types, which is quite interesting." Perhaps that will be the way forward in the future. The great Demon King smiled and said, "Your choices have never been wrong, and I believe this time is no different." The other person replied, "Of course, let's see how that old fox controls his fate and predicts the future." "How could he have guessed I would do that?" He laughs with great pleasure. The scene shifts to a quiet evening at the hotel. Everyone returns after mountain climbing to rest, and after entering his room, Dong Tam takes out what he has collected today. Dong Tam didn't know what the great Water Demon King intended when he first met and gave him two treasures, especially the egg. Dong Tam couldn't recognize what kind of egg it was, but he had a feeling that this might be his destiny. "How has your pilgrimage mountain climbing been these past few days?" "You called Zhang Haochen over and discussed some arrangements for the future." Duong Tam told Haochen that things are not too bad. "I have obtained 3 tokens. Hao Hien was surprised. "What? 3 talismans are considered not bad." "Hao Hien, kid, it's only been a few days. For an ordinary person to obtain a token is extremely difficult. In just a moment, this little monster has already received the favor of 3 Demon King palaces." Duong Tam suddenly asked him not to talk about this anymore. "How is the situation on the teacher's side?" Hao Hien replied, "Certainly not as good as yours. But now that I am a divine level, I am considered one of the top fighters at the headquarters, and the higher-ups of the organization no longer dare to oppress me. But I don't plan to stay at the headquarters to take a position. After finishing my work here, I still want to return to the family estate. And what about you?" "If necessary, I can stay in Tadin with you," Duong Tam said with a smile. "I also want to return to the family business, but this time I might have to stay in Tadin a bit longer. Besides the battle team staying at the beast fighting arena, there are still many things to do. In the past few days, the Spirit Ice Trade Guild's network has been fully prepared by the Emperor for the future. I want to give them a taste of sweetness, and I plan to give them the Spirit Summoning Array." Duong Tam happily told Hao Hien, "I just need you to cooperate. In the next 2 days I will teach you how to make the Soul Fusion Array, and after learning you will perform a play with me." Hao Hien was excited and agreed. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Over the next few days, Duong Tam also didn't climb the mountain. He stayed in the hotel instructing Zhang Haoxian on how to craft the divine elixir formation. The others continued climbing the mountain to cultivate. Though no one reached the summit, their gains were still quite substantial. Trin Tu Tran nearly died in the flames on the immortal sacred mountain, but his bloodline power was greatly purified. Wu Bangkai learned many ways to manipulate the ice element on the endless holy mountain, with only a quarter of the journey remaining to reach the summit. A few days later, Duong Tam arrived at the Lingtai Trade Guild. "Oh, wow. Tula Jr., I heard you're coming soon, so I waited here early. Is this the master you mentioned? I am Hua Tu Nien, the branch manager of the Lingtai branch of the Spirit Talisman Merchant Guild." Tang San happily introduced. "Hua Sr., this is the master I mentioned to the head of the school. His name is Lao. You can call him Master Lao." Master Lao is actually Zhang Haoxian in disguise. The other person then said, "Please come in, and kindly have Brother Hua lead the way." Hua Tunin sat down and said, "I've heard of Master Lao's reputation for a long time, and today I finally meet the real person." Master Lao coldly said, "Speak about the main issue." And Tunien replied, "Fine. The schoolmaster has entrusted me to communicate with you about the battle array. If you have any requests, we will do our best to accommodate." Master Lao said, "Tula has already informed me of your situation. My request is simple. You will become my distribution channel, but the quantity and timing are not guaranteed. I will deliver the goods and you pay, with prices set by me. 2 will be my contact person, and I usually hold meetings at the main temple. What do you think?" Hearing this, naturally stammered about the matter. Meanwhile, Master Lao handed him an item and said, "No need for you to ask for information. Take this." That item looks like a miniature sword. This is the sword Saint Wan An. Hua Tunhayan raised both hands in thanks and stored it away. With a token from the Holy Sword Pavilion as proof, Hua Tunien no longer doubted Lao Daisu's identity. To dispel all of Hua Tunien's suspicions, Truong Hao Hien demonstrated how to craft a spirit-absorbing formation table on the spot. While talking, Master Lu casually revealed that he is researching a bloodline power formation that requires high-level resources and money. Hearing about the bloodline power formation, Hua Tunien naturally couldn't stay calm and cautiously inquired. Master Lao just explained that the bloodline power formation table can help users instantly acquire the bloodline power stored on it. But he is still researching and can only create low-level bloodline power formations for now. Then he took out the bloodline power formation belonging to the Spirit Beast clan, made for use by Tang San. When Tang San used it, he immediately summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor. Hua Dunyan was surprised to realize that there is a type of formation table that allows users to acquire bloodline power, which is an invaluable treasure for the Spirit T clan, who are not skilled in combat. Master Lu calmly said, This research is not yet complete and consumes a lot of resources, requiring a large amount of high-grade materials and blood essence of a certain level to sustain the study. I cannot decide on this. I will immediately ask for the master's opinion and let you know. Master Lao said, "All right. Then Natural will tell Tang San that this Lam Nguyen King battle table will be given to Tula to join the war team. It can add a trump card, the trade guild must not covet it, the rest will be discussed with you by Tula." After finishing the main matter, Master Lao immediately used the teleportation formation to leave. In truth, the Bloodline power story was just a fabrication to increase bargaining power when dealing with the Spirit Talisman Trading Guild. Duong Tam said to Tu Nian, "Usually Master Lao doesn't like to interact with outsiders, just tell me if there's anything, he will come to find me." Tu Nian politely replied, "Thank you very much, Tula Laude. Tula brother, rest assured. We have always been very committed to the team battles and will definitely protect you and ensure your safe return. But I want to tell you that the rules for team battles in the Beast Arena are different from those in the city, and instead of calling it a team battle, it should be called a marriage duel. The competition takes place at a secret location called the Hell Garden, where each time 100 creatures enter, but only up to 50 return." Tang San looked serious and listened carefully as he was told. Hua Tu Nian continued to explain to Tang San about the secret competition location called the Hell Garden, where many creatures enter each time, but very few manage to come out. He looked worried, but he reassured him that this trip is dangerous, but there are no powerful competitors. He reminded the team that there are rules for entry. Clan members with first-level bloodlines and lower-tier experts are not allowed in. The danger comes from the large number of participants, but there won't be situations where their strength is completely suppressed. Hua Tu Nian mentioned rumors of many opportunities there. As long as you survive, there's a chance to break through to the divine level in the future and remind the younger brother about our guild's plan this time. He told Dong Tom about the actions of the trade guild. There are 4 days left before the Hell Garden opens, so you can prepare well. After hearing the arrangement, you feel relieved. Seeing this, it seems that the Spirit Blade Society has bribed the chief of the Great Beast in Tuding. After the conversation, he returned to the White Tiger Hotel. Duong Tam Khan's acting skills are very good. Truong Hao Hien is also waiting to hear his opinion. To prepare for the team battle, he asked his master to buy some beans and planned to set up a soundproof formation in his room. Zhang Hao Oxian quickly bought what he needed, and he immediately arranged the formation in his room. Seeing that, the master also wanted to learn this. By evening, that person's father returned from the mountain. He informed them about the team's situation, his plan, and the arrangements of the Lin Ti Trading Guild, telling them to rest well for a few days instead of climbing the mountain, and that he planned to craft some hidden weapons and a new formation in his room. Someone has spoken up wanting to use this new formation table. Wu Bankai felt reassured hearing this. If the arrangement of the Merchant Guild is fine, they will be safe. Tang San Bao doesn't need to worry about this. It's something the other participants should consider. Having participated, they cannot return empty-handed, determined that this time they must be true predators. The 4 of them listened to the instructions, their faces showing firm resolve. In the following days, Tang San focused on crafting hidden weapons and formations. The 4 of them began to get used to their new ace. Soon, the day of the Hell Garden opening arrived, and everyone gathered at the Spirit Talisman Trade Hall. Duong Tom's group also arrived fully covered. Hana naturally came out to announce that everyone must wear this outfit to ensure safety. Everyone has ID card, so they must keep it carefully. He is holding ID card number 11, knowing that the 5 people from numbers 11 to 15 need to check their cards at the secret realm and agree to accept the token. So everything will proceed according to the plan the 2 of them discussed. Everything is in place. Everyone boards the special carriage to enter the Hell Garden during the battle. The carriage has no windows and is completely sealed, so no one can find out the entrance to this place. 2 hours later, the carriage arrived at the battlefield. Many people got off and slowly moved inside. They are informed. All the participants step out of the carriage as the entrance is about to open. Tang San's group looked towards the entrance, and the other groups also focused on it. He thought he was right. Everyone dressed the same, making it harder to distinguish individuals. The guard introduces the entrance to the Hell Garden, requiring a number card and entry in order. Participants proceed to the submission point. They were warned that upon exit they also needed to verify their identity. If they couldn't present their ID, they would be killed without mercy. After showing their ID, they were told it had been accepted, and now they could enter. Everyone moved forward together, with Yu leading and others following behind. Duan had entered, reaching out to touch some kind of barrier, probably a small dimension connected to the magic blue crystal. No wonder divine-level experts aren't allowed in. Letting them in would cause chaos here. Use your spiritual power to check what this small dimension looks like. Suddenly, the barrier creates a small vortex. Duong na huloi vaulay nam tren kong trung. Mart kung vo thuk nahan len trong vengats nia. Etham chien diuthish thuvi hua, viendiangus guadep. The 5 members of the group led by Duong Tam stepped onto the glowing, beautiful meadow. Trien Tu Trana felt that this place was too beautiful. Dong Tam told everyone to stay put and wait for the happiness to sound, as Hua Tu Nian had already explained the rules of the Hell Garden. There is only one exit here, and once you enter, you should reach the exit as soon as possible. The Hellflower Garden is made up of 2 colors, warm and cold. Safety is within the warm flowers, but danger lies in the cold flowers. Every so often, a melody echoes through the Hell Garden, signaling the appearance of the exit, but when it plays, the areas of warm and cold flowers shift. There are more cold-colored flowers, fewer warm-colored ones. The number of times the melody sounds is not fixed, but once the cold flowers dominate, the exit will close. Dong Tam observed that the area of warm-colored flowers was still very large, with 2/3 of the Hell Garden filled with warm-colored flowers, emitting a very warm aura that made people feel comfortable. He bent down to touch the flowers and suddenly realized something was unusual. A voice says that a terrible evil thought is invading, as if the willpower is being consumed. The group members noticed he looked different, so they asked him about it. Duong Tam warns everyone that there are deep evil thoughts hidden beneath this Hell Garden, and it's dangerous to let the flesh make direct contact with the ground. Hearing the warning, Bai Bai asks why they don't quickly find a way out. Without waiting for happiness to sound, he said he would use the aura of the Heavenly Fox to find a way out. After saying that, he quickly activated his own aura. Tuong Tam glanced over and saw that the 3-tailed Heavenly Fox had been summoned again. He felt worried because its 3 tails had turned black. This is bad luck, and the cold flower surrounding it is spreading toward us. Seeing the situation worsening, Kulai used the light transformation to slow down, and Vuong Trung also channeled energy from the extreme demon orb. Suddenly, Dubak was startled again. His Heavenly Fox was about to vanish, affected by another power, and the cold aura had also moved closer to them. He cried out in pain, not understanding why his luck had turned into misfortune. Seeing him like that, Tang San warned him to wait. Use the Heavenly Fox transformation. Something's not right here. Then he told them he was about to do a dangerous experiment and everyone should stay away, but just wait there. Duong Tam moved away from the warm flower area, and at about 300 meters, he was far enough. I don't know what will happen if I step into the cold-colored flower area. I also used my luck to unleash a blazing fire. As he stepped 1 foot into the cold-colored flowers, a fierce aura suddenly appeared, and Duong Tam felt his leg being pulled by a powerful force. The bloodline power and life aura within his body are rapidly depleting. The flowers are also growing taller and transforming into something very large that can attack. Looking down at his feet, he decided to use more power to burn it all away. A loud explosion erupted where Duong Tam was standing. At this moment, he soared into the air, looking down at the explosion site, but suddenly felt a chilling cold all over his body. I don't know if this sensation was because he was being suppressed by Lam's misfortune. After diet the cold-colored flowers, he felt very cold all over. Realizing this was bad luck descending, and his Tianhuo transformation ability was triggered, but suddenly he sensed a difference. The spot where the cold-colored flowers had just been stripped from the hole was gradually reappearing and sprouting densely again, like at the beginning. He was shocked to see the cold-colored flowers that had just been destroyed regrow in an instant, suspecting that this hellish flower garden was connected to misfortune. Remembering how the luck he used earlier turned into misfortune, he suddenly wondered what would happen if he directly used misfortune himself and decided to try it, observing how warm-colored flowers quickly turned into cold-colored ones when luck and misfortune were the same. At this moment, Duong Tam's face had become very serious because he sensed a change had occurred. He recalled when he unleashed misfortune, feeling as if he was connected to this space. You can sense objects even thousands of meters away. This space is filled with evil thoughts and misfortune. All these evil thoughts are converging in one direction. He suspects that place might be the source of the evil object. He also wondered what exactly existed there, but for now he had to deal with the Heavenly Lake transformation first, because the cold-colored flowers were about to surround him. Dong Tam realized that using bad luck could connect to this space, which seems to be formed from a single bad luck. Looking ahead, the distant sound of battle music is the bad luck he just sensed. Although he had realized it, he seemed to be hypnotized. Also feeling a headache because the sound could mesmerize others, even his own mental strength would be affected. Feeling very confused, he suddenly turned to look at the blue light pillar in the cold flower area. Duong Tam quickly realizes that the light column is the exit that Hua naturally mentioned. It and Van Sue face opposite directions. The 4 people in the group on this side were informed that the exit had appeared. He also managed to draw the picture of the boy being hypnotized by the sound. He also understood the situation of the girl being supported by the white snake and used a spell to call her back to consciousness. The entire group was affected by this power to avoid being hypnotized. She suddenly regained her composure. Duong Tam Bao used his mental strength to block the sound. Everyone followed the guidance to the exit. The sound of battle rang out as the border of cold-colored flowers began shifting toward the warm-colored flowers. Although the ground was pulling strongly to prevent flying, Vobang Ki created an ice boat, and Trien Tu Tron generated wind to make it slide quickly across the surface. The battle music had no words, but Duong Tam could feel its meaning. Its lyrics conveyed only one message. Hell and heaven are both in the human world. A moment later, the battle music ended. The cold crops stopped spreading, but the beam of light at the exit remained. Duong Tam still paid close attention to the source of misfortune, but he knew clearly that the top priority was still to lead his teammates to the safe exit. Yet suddenly, he had to curse because of the battle music coming through. Then he became tense again. When he realized that the voice was from the Crystal King of the water element, Duong Tam told everyone to stop, but no one understood what was happening, and a voice called out for him to explain that he was only a spiritual soul. Earlier, this was also outside the egg, mainly wanting to see it hatch, reassuring him that once it hatches, the spiritual sense will disappear. He now sees that it senses a chance to hatch there, and now they have to go over there. Duong Tam still couldn't believe that the Great Water Crystal King had a consciousness inside the egg, and with the plan disrupted, he could only follow his orders. He sighed again and said there were many things he hadn't told everyone before. When he arrived at the Crystal Palace, he reached the peak and met the Great Crystal Beast King, who gave him an egg to help it hatch. Dokbak was amazed as he remembered reaching the peak while Yu kept talking. Just now, he sensed the source of the battle music, which gave the egg a chance to hatch, so he needed to get there first. Knowing this was the chance for the egg to hatch, Duong Tam told everyone he had to go on a trip. Vu Bangkai realized his intention was to incubate it until it hatched. He also confirmed he would go alone and told everyone to go to the exit first, but he didn't agree and wanted everyone to go together. Everyone agreed to go together, but Duong Tam still felt uneasy because this trip was too dangerous and he wasn't sure if everyone could make it through. Bangkai hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing, promising to protect everyone and ensure they come out safely. After saying that, everyone heads back in the opposite direction. He is the guide, and Kuo Li uses the time light shift to double the speed of the ice boat. Their group has been traveling for a day, resting every 2 hours. They noticed that the colder area is expanding as they go deeper, even with intermittent warmer patches. Everyone could only forcefully break through the cold-colored zone with the ice boat. Dao San used the tiger-hardened gold to lead the way, rushing through the cold-colored area. The other 4 also felt for the first time how the cold-colored plants absorb life force. Luckily, before entering, everyone had prepared many treasures and divine artifacts to replenish their life force. As everyone passed through the third cold crop zone, the battle music sounded for the second time. Duong Tam hesitated because the warm crop area was shrinking and he wasn't sure whether to continue forward. As if reading his thoughts, the consciousness inside the egg advised him to go. He asked His Highness again, "Can you ensure the safety of the 5 of us?" He is also sure now, but you are still a bit hesitant. Still, he has agreed. The condition is that if they feel unsafe, they will stop to ensure the team's safety. Seeing that the Crystal Great Demon King did not respond, he thought he tacitly admitted it, still unsure whether to continue or not. Everyone continued on. When the battle music played for the 3rd time, Tang San and the others kept passing through the cold flowers every 1,000 meters. Suddenly he felt something was off and ordered the boat to stop. Bangkai asked what was wrong, but he said they couldn't go any further. From what I sense, there are no more warm-colored flowers ahead, and the aura of misfortune here is extremely dense, making it impossible to discern their direction of movement. The 4 teammates continued to listen silently as he spoke. Then Tang San turned to tell everyone to stay here in the warm flowers and that he would go in alone. Bingkai hesitated because it was too dangerous, but he told his senior brother that he couldn't make decisions on his own. Going through the cold flower field alone will be easier, but I promise not to risk my life. If I no longer feel the strength, I will turn back immediately and tell everyone to wait here. The battle music plays again, I will go now. In a worst case, tell them to go ahead, and I will catch up. Hearing the senior brother's warning to be careful, I also said I would set out immediately. After informing everyone, Tang San charged alone into the cold flower field, shrinking the protective area of the Vajra Sutra, which indeed reduced his consumption a lot. For the entire distance, Tang San only moved forward without using space transfer skills, while time accelerated. Using these skills would increase consumption. He used the Mystic Heaven technique with all his might, barely able to sustain the expenditure of Master Ho Kim Kang. The deeper he went, the larger the cold crops became. and he had to keep moving forward while constantly defending against their attacks. After 2 hours, Tang San gradually felt exhausted and begged His Majesty for guidance on what to do next. Having heard your plea, the crystal also moved to create swirling tendrils around him. He realized this was the Lam Ngan Huang growing automatically, enveloping his entire body. In an instant, Tang San was wrapped like an Egyptian mummy. He still didn't understand what the Great Crystal King meant. When standing on the cold-colored flowers, he looked over at the large flowers that could attack. Surprisingly, they remained still. Seeing it like that, he was quite surprised. When the cold-colored plants around no longer attacked, the aura of Lam Ngan Huang and them merged together. This is called assimilation. Tong Tam sighed, not surprising that the all-powerful Great Demon King, Lam Kuang, could envelop Lam Nan Thao and then assimilate the cold flowers, then get angry. Why didn't you use this ability earlier? The power to absorb life force from the ground has also disappeared, so I wonder if I can fly. As soon as he thought of it, a pair of angel wings grew from behind him, and his body gradually rose into the sky. Knowing his ability, he realized he could now fly freely, feeling more at ease because Lam Ngan Huang had covered his wings, making it much easier if he could fly. Tang San flew swiftly ahead, now able to fly faster and without fighting the colored flowers, reclaiming the tiger gold Vajra, which also used less energy. With just a moment's effort, he covered the distance in less than half the time it took before and quickly reached the place of the battle. Seeing the light ahead, he knew he had arrived and then soared straight inside. Inside, there was an icy flower surrounded by a barrier with many cold-colored flowers around it. Duong Tam was amazed to see a huge white flower. This white area is the source of the ripple's fluctuation. You decided to enter? This is definitely the place. Approaching the barrier to return the flower, you reach out and touch the barrier. I didn't expect that its powerful vitality would restore my energy, making all my previous fatigue disappear. Outside is a hell of a flower garden, but inside, this is a paradise. Then he stepped forward, already holding the egg in his hand. It also reacted to the strong life force upon contact, drawing energy into itself. Holding the egg, he sensed it absorbing the surrounding life force and guessed there was no endpoint here. Looking at his hand, he was amazed to find that not only was there life force, but also the luck power of the Heavenly Lake's aura. Dong Tam closed his eyes, sensing that the Heavenly Lake mark within his body was about to evolve, but he regretted not bringing the poison white. Training here was truly progressing rapidly. His consciousness had already directed him upward. Hearing that, he also looked up and flew straight up, feeling the luck grow stronger the higher he went, his whole body feeling extremely comfortable. The Heavenly Lake Chi luck appeared, following Duong Tam's movements, then it transmitted its power to support him. The egg also trembled violently, surprising even the divine sense. After the Silver Yao King's consciousness snorted, everything fell silent. Duong Tam felt that the divine sense on the egg seemed to disappear, still puzzled because the divine sense of the great water spirit king had vanished, which also made him feel relieved. He felt more at ease knowing he was no longer being watched, but he still continued to ascend toward the large flower. At this moment, Tang San stood on his flower, feeling the energy on the lotus platform far stronger than below, flooding into his body like an ocean, causing all the blood marks within him to evolve at an astonishing speed. Your cultivation is at the peak of the 8th stage. Now Duhobian has evolved to the peak of the 8th sword stage. The bloodline marks that haven't reached the 8th stage are nearing evolution to the 8th stage. Bai can enhance all the bloodline marks here, so he placed the egg on the flower when these two met. Duong Tam stood there under great pressure, the flower absorbing the surrounding vitality as the battle music played again. He realizes it comes from this flower, and the egg is absorbing this silent music. The surrounding energy becomes much denser, now truly materializing. It is condensing to create many stones in the air, which is a sign of great fortune. I feel it's similar to when I was on Sacred Mountain Heavenly Lake Pavilion. This must be a sign of great fortune, and I suspect there is a big secret related to this dimension. Then he looked elsewhere and saw that the glass egg had hatched surprisingly quickly. A small hand reached out from the crack. Duong Tam was surprised because it was a human hand, still holding the eggshell, which was shaking more violently, and he watched it closely. Seeing clearly what was inside, he knew it was indeed a human. This is a girl still in shock after giving birth to a human, but logically she should be a descendant of the great Crystal Demon King. There is still a possibility that she was born from the phenomenon, and your grandson was also born from it. But the daughter-in-law is Long Yen King, the son is human, and a human born from an egg is normal. He is a crystal dragon, but inside the egg is a human. At least the mother is still human, but then the child should be a fetus. He suspected that the great Crystal Dragon King might be a female dragon, but he wasn't sure because he had seen with his own eyes that the great Crystal Dragon King was male, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. So he didn't dare to think about it anymore, considering it a secret of the great Crystal Dragon King. You look again at the adorable girl eating eggshells to stave off hunger, thinking you might be seeing a hallucination because she seems much older now. The shells are also almost all eaten. Dongtam sighed in amazement as he saw with the naked eye that the girl had grown, now about 6 years old. His eyes met hers, and she stretched out her hand, asking Baba to carry her. He didn't know what to say, but still held the baby in his arms. The girl looked around as she was dressed in a new shirt. Duongtam knelt down and said, "Now we can only make do for now. I'll find different clothes for her outside." When he saw the girl could already speak, he asked her name, but she was delighted to call him Dad. He felt helpless when he saw it only called him father, and explained that he wasn't its father at all. Seeing that it was born from the seed, he asked if it accepted the name Tin Tin. The little girl was very excited about the name and kept calling Tin Tin. After naming her, while the energy was still abundant, Duongtam continued to absorb it, and Tin Tin also absorbed the energy together. Meanwhile, he was contemplating the mysterious point of the lotus platform, initially intending to take a seed, but Tianhu's luck warned him of danger, so he abandoned the idea in regret. After a while, the music stopped, and the surrounding energy gradually weakened. Duongtam regrets not being able to evolve all the seals to the Bajia stage, but since he's been here so long, it's time to leave. Holding the girl in his arms, he worries that if the previous energy fusion dissipates, it will cause trouble when they return. After speaking, he jumped out of the flower and moved closer to the barrier, but he still wondered if the fusion effect was still active, and wanted to extend a strand of blue-silver grass to test the reaction of the cold-colored flower. Without hesitation, he reached out a probing strand through the barrier. He was reassured that the fusion effect was still present. Then he was surprised. He couldn't believe that outside, the power of the disaster was flowing back against the strength of the Lam Nyan Thao. It was even more shocking to see the luck power inside also start to oppose the hand of power coming in, and although the two energies were fighting each other through me, my body couldn't move. The two energies are clashing fiercely inside your body. You realize you miscalculated and shouldn't have probed, letting the energies collide. You need to rush out. Duongtam is struggling and flailing because he can't control his body. Now his body is connected inside and out. The heavenly spirit lake appears to shield him, its tail also turning half black and half white. He is still struggling to resist the two energies. At this moment, Tin Tin tremblingly calls out for father. Hearing that, he turned to look at the girl. Her body had transformed into a half black and white form. Seeing that her hair and pupils were different, he knew she was bearing the clash of these two energies for him, and couldn't let her go like this, because she would die. Dao Tam was determined to save her, because after all, he was her father. He decides to use his last card, the painful consciousness of Tin Tin, calling out, "Dad." The girl's call creates a loud sound, which breaks the two types of energy, allowing him to move now. Without hesitation, he hugged Tin Tin and shot out like a missile. Once outside, he looked down at the girl and saw a blinding light, still unable to believe that Tin Tin's entire body was glowing. At this moment, Duongtam no longer has a little girl in his hand. He stared in amazement as Tin Tin formed a bloodline seal within his body, but everything was fine. It didn't compete with the other seals, but since it was too close to his consciousness, if he was discovered, it wouldn't be good. A circle in black and white suddenly appeared, surprising him, but he still didn't understand anything. After the spiritual mark of the celestial eye appeared, a yin-yang fish emerged, with power, grasp, and luck all converging in this yin-yang fish. Knowing this was a new ability, he first tried the white color, then became very excited. The surrounding energy of the cold-colored flowers transforms into warm-colored flowers. You realize you have gained domain power unexpectedly. Then, Tang San used the black energy of the yin-yang fish. The area was engulfed in a frenzy of black light, turning everything into cold-colored flowers. The even more incredible thing is still to come. He first unleashes black energy, then simultaneously uses two colors of energy. The flowers in the domain completely turn black, radiating destructive power. Then he tries white, activating both colors at once, and all the flowers turn pure white. Duongtam is very pleased that he can control the flowers in the Hellflower Garden, which is extremely helpful to them. Being able to use this energy outside is amazing. After testing the new ability, I can't afford to delay any longer, so I quickly fly back in the original direction. After flying for 2 hours, he finally saw his teammates waiting at the original spot. Everyone was delighted because he returned to report that the small, warm flower belt was shrinking and to update on his situation. All 3 treasures are going smoothly, and I keep talking as I go, but at this moment the music starts playing again. Bankai notices the battle music playing again, and everyone sees the warm flower belt shrinking, so they decide to retreat. He has spoken to reassure them the cold-colored flower can no longer threaten now. The warm flower scene spreads out, and the four of them are very pleased. Seeing him control the colors of the flowers, someone wonders about this ability. Others say that he has become the master of the Hellflower Garden. Dongba was surprised when Tang San explained that it was a fate connected to the center of the garden, then patted his shoulder. Your hand is channeling energy into the orb. Your friend wonders why there's so much powerful luck energy. Tam called the center extremely powerful in energy and luck, having absorbed some and passed it to him. Then he told everyone about what he had encountered, a secret likely related to the entire continent, and warned them not to reveal it. He hesitated because Bankai Bao stopped talking, and he thought it was better not to force it, so he advised not to tell. Trusting their judgment, he felt reassured, and if he wanted to keep it secret, he would speak when the time was right. Dongba also agreed because they are not yet able to bear this secret. Seeing everyone's consensus, he decided not to tell any more and told the group to head to the exit together. Everyone continued sitting on the ice boat, moving forward with his domain, protecting and restoring it even faster than Xiao Hao. As they advanced, the music played twice more, its frequency increasing, and there was no longer any warm aura around them. Fortunately, thanks to Duong Tom's domain, everyone was no longer worried. Soon, they reached the bright pillar marking the exit. Duong Tom saw that he was very close to the exit and wondered what the situation there was like, thinking that the contestants had already gathered there. The plan of the Ling Te Thuong Society was to buy out a very strong team. Let them handle everything, then have someone else take their place, and just head to the meeting point with them. You told me to stop here so I could check the situation at the exit. In the Hellflower Garden, using the hand restraint power allows me to sense up to a few thousand meters. Duong Tom's energy radiated out as he reached the altar, and seeing the situation there, he guessed correctly that a fight was about to break out. The fight at the exit is fierce and chaotic. The entire area has become dark and gloomy. Tang Tom sees the battle is too messy, with most of the participants still alive, fighting too aggressively, and everyone involved has cultivation levels of at least the 9th stage. He knows there are more than 10 people as skilled as the Sword Saint. Going there now is too dangerous. Then he sat down and told everyone to rest here, not to go in, just watch the lake fight. The group was confused by this, but they listened to him, sat down to rest, and Tang San also shrank his domain to avoid attracting attention. All around is a cold crop circle extending thousands of meters, and he's not afraid someone might sneak through for a surprise attack. Everyone has been meditating and cultivating for a long time when a powerful explosion just occurred where the fighters were battling. Their group also clearly felt the huge explosion, but they didn't know what was happening on that side. Duong Tom still didn't understand what was going on. They were several thousand meters away, yet the energy fluctuations reached here, and its power was comparable to a divine-level strike. Wondering why there is a divine-level expert here, he looked at the streak of light surrounded by sparks and saw that the battle had disappeared with the explosion, not knowing if the fight was over yet. The whole group kept their eyes on the light. Tang San knew the exit was open, but also thought that the recent explosion had reduced their numbers to less than half. Then he led everyone to the exit, which was surrounded by warm-colored flowers, and no one was in sight. He thought they had all escaped, but couldn't see their backup team anywhere. Looking at the ground around him, he saw many corpses and realized the backup team had been wiped out in the explosion. So that means the Merchant Guild's plan has failed, but it's okay. The group survived, and now you have the token from the 3 Great Demon King's palace, so the temple won't dare to do anything. Everyone agreed to go outside and followed Tang San's advice to smear some blood on themselves to disguise their injuries. At this moment, Hua's face was suddenly pale. He learned from the words of the contestants that the plan had been exposed. The bribed team was ambushed by other contestants in the Flower Paradise. Because they couldn't fight back, they self-destructed the endless array with others. The old man cried, praying that the battle team would be fine, because this theft was more important than the alliance. If anything happened, it would be considered over. Someone came to ask about Hua Tuangqui, and I don't know why he looked so grim. Recognizing that Phi Bien, the chief of Thong Thien Thuong Hoi, knew we were against him, I guessed he came to mock me. That old man mentioned the information that the team was caught in the explosion, making Hua Dunyan annoyed and tell him to shut up. Phi Bien even pretended to comfort him, but when he mentioned his own trading guild, the old man suddenly became very angry. 5 figures were lurking near the exit. Dong Tom watched the front, while Hua Tunyan was very happy that they were safe. He greeted them as they came out, and he said the group was delayed by some matter. Seeing how upset he was that they were unharmed, Duong Tom also had to hold him back as he was too agitated, still wanting to hug him for a while, but he told him to get in the car first. Fabian wondered why he cared so much about a team of 5. Seeing something suspicious, everyone followed Hua Tunyan back on the car to investigate their background. On the way, he mentioned that the team had blown themselves up. Fortunately, Duong Tam and the others are safe, and the other issues can be settled by the trade association. The problem is, your group can't participate in any competitions under Lai Kok's name. Next, Dongsan and Hua Tunyan discussed together about the trading of the battle array, with him pretending to use Lao Dashi's name to search for high-level demon blood through the Spiritual Deer Trade Guild. Hua Tunyan took them back to the White Tiger Rest House and promised to cover the group's accommodation costs. Everyone was exhausted and each went back to their rooms to rest and recover. Duong Tam is also meditating to restore his strength, remembering that Tintin is still sleeping soundly, staying close to his consciousness to avoid detection. He thought it was time to find the right opportunity to bring it back to the Great Spirit Crystal. Having left the Flower Garden Hell, he wanted to test the effects of the dual-colored energy before using his powers to experiment. A look of amazement flashed in Duong Tam's eyes as the lights surrounding him. Realizing this was his stroke of luck, he couldn't believe how powerful he had become. He is shocked by the overwhelming power, never expected luck to turn yellow. How fortunate is that? Duong Tam was sure it was the power of the dual extremes realm, but he didn't know how talented he was. Thinking this way, he decided to test it immediately, then felt everything around him in the realm turn gray and black, and he realized it was great to be able to use the dual realm outside the trip to the Flower Garden of Hell. After testing the dual polarity realm, Tang-san continued to cultivate, reflecting on what he gained from this trip to the Flower Garden of Hell. At the same time, Miana of the Crystal Holy Mountain in the Crystal Palace also learned that luck could be restored, and he was one of the fortunate ones blessed by luck. Early Monday morning, Hua Tu-Nian rushed to see Duong Tam, still aiming to obtain Lao Daisu's bloodline formation disc. Therefore, he hopes that the Grand Master can grant them the right to sell the bloodline formation table, even if it is a lower level. Tang-san hesitated and said, Master Lu only wants to release the bloodline formation table after it reaches level 2 and does not want to sell even at a lower level. As long as the trading hall is willing to provide pure bloodline essence, he will accelerate the research. Hua Tunyan said that item is quite hard to find, asked if level 2 is possible, and revealed that the Grand Master has recently been very interested in temporal bloodline abilities. Quan NJC can try controlling the second-level bloodline time. If he ensures the quality of the blood essence, the success rate will be higher than the 1% chance of the Master. He agreed to take the risk and asked you to wait for good news from him. Not long after, Hua Tu-Nian returned, this time holding an additional exquisite icebox. The old man held up the box, saying this time they showed great sincerity, only able to request using the highest authority. Dong Tam was also quite surprised when he heard this. The box opens to reveal 15 drops of pure time essence, all of them at the peak of the 9th realm. He saw this, and his eyes lit up, but he was pulled back and told, the Master must craft a finished product, or they will suffer losses. He assured him to be at ease, nothing he couldn't craft, but he was certain the Master would succeed. Even if he didn't, he would offer an equivalent exchange. With this answer from Duong Tam, Hua naturally felt reassured and took his leave. Successfully obtaining the 15 drops of pure essence, he was extremely delighted. With these drops, he was confident that Lai could smoothly advance to the divine level. Having gained the benefits, I think it's time to help out. No need to feel guilty. Tong Tam contacted Zhang Haojian to help buy materials for crafting the battle array, then began working in the room. Lethan's family thought the young master was diligently practicing magic, and it was time to rest, while the great Swallow King came to his daughter and marveled that the heavenly mechanism in her hands was now shining with its own radiance. He is confident that only she can lead the clan back to glory. She says he's still far behind her father, who, with only 8 levels of cultivation, has already been accepted into the heavenly mechanism and surpassed expectations, earning praise for not disappointing her. King Peacock narrates that the great demon king was once from our clan, and that the title Great Heavenly Emperor Huyen Vu, Heavenly Mechanism, will be her future name. Xiaomei listens silently. He advised that half of the victory should be well prepared, and when breaking through the bottleneck, she will face the test. Passing it will earn her genuine recognition from Heavenly Causality Spirit, and from then on she will become the true owner of Jialai City. Little Mei obediently responded to her father. He told her this time it was over and to leave the closed-door meeting to meet her mother, because the last time she tried to see her, she was stopped. If her mother didn't see her, it might lead to family violence. Young Master. Mai also hasn't seen her mother for a long time and misses her very much, and in her eyes that person is also Duong Tam. After thinking, she blushed because she doesn't know how he's doing now. Over here, Tang Tam is crafting the formation boards. Truong Hao Hien was so stunned he opened his mouth in surprise. Master Zhang Haojian looked at the pile of shimmering gold formations that Tang San had created, suddenly turning pale. I can't do this anymore. Tang Tam, you're too powerful, making so many of these battle formations at once, and you succeeded on your first try. The shining golden formations are neatly stacked on the table. Deng Tam happily told his teacher, the middle formations are for you to take back to the organization. The auction is coming up. You should also ask the organization for some capital. The remaining formations will be auctioned by the Spirit Realm Guild, but we still need to redo a few more. Shanghausen wondered what else there was to do. Tang Tam calmly replied, the next step is the formation table. This will be very complicated. If you're tired, take a rest. Truong Hao Hien insisted, I'm not tired. I want to keep observing. What else do you want to do? I can't miss this, because this formation is quite complicated. Duong Tam began setting up the spirit gathering array in the room, arranging 6 spirit gathering formations at once. After a moment of observation, Zhang Haixian was startled and thought to himself, do 6 spirit gathering arrays form a large spirit gathering array like this? It seems this time it's really something extraordinary. Shang Tam announced, I have finished setting it up. Truong Hao Hien was stunned. The spiritual energy was so dense it was comparable to a high-grade room. Are you ready? I'm about to start crafting now. Master Zhang was so nervous he broke out in a sweat. Time flew by quickly, and before we knew it, the auction had already begun. The auction venue is set up on a field with 3 mountains, with numerous caves of various sizes on the cliffs. The higher up the caves are near the summit, the larger they are, and the status of the bidders who can enter them naturally increases. This time, Dong Tam didn't join the auction with Ling Taichang Society, but secretly bought 2 auction spots with Zhang Haoxian. They are in 2 different mountain caves. Duong Tam is in cave 336. Zhang Haoxian is in cave 338. Both caves are small, with only a telescope to observe the auction items and a crystal ball used for bidding. Duong Tam sat in his cave, using his vision to observe with his aura technique. And after his heavenly lake transformation advanced, he gained a new ability. The spirit observation technique allows you to observe the aura strength of others, and this ability can be used not only on living beings, but also on non-living objects. The auction hall is now shrouded in black and red energies, and Tang San is worried. The auction house's aura strength is black and red. Black represents darkness and gloom. Red signifies slaughter and bloodshed. This place bears some of the negative energy from Heavenly Lake Sacred Mountain, probably one of the locations used to confront luck. Then he quickly connected with his master through a small round device. My teacher has arrived at cave 336. Zhang Haoxian also responded, okay, my teacher is at cave 338. The auction will start soon. If you see anything you need, just go ahead and bid without worry. We have 3,000 bad elements. Suddenly a ringing sound echoed. This is a warning sound from the array formation I set up in GLI City. This formation is placed under the tree where she and I arranged to meet, and it will sound if someone stands there for more than 10 minutes. If that's the case, she's already out of her seal. A silhouette of Miss May appears in Duong Tam's mind. You were so happy when you heard this sound, but then you became confused and afraid that you had told her if she appeared there, she would definitely be looking for you within 3 days. I really want to go back and see her right now. Or maybe I should go back now to the auction house at the school. The announcement for the auction rang out from the 3 mountain ranges. Zhang Haoxian reminded Tang Tam, the auction has started. Don't get distracted anymore. Take a close look at the items being auctioned. After hearing that, he could only sigh and reply, yeah, it's starting. I don't know what good items will come this time. Dong Tam sat in the mountain cave, arms crossed, pondering, with the auction still more important in his mind, calmly preparing for it. I've loved her for 3 days, and with the help of the teleportation array, I'm confident I can return to the Lethan family in a day. My heart burns like fire. Wait for me. You must wait for me. At this moment at the auction center, the host has entered and greeted everyone representing the sect. Welcome everyone to this auction. The auction at the sect's hall is known for being fair and just, and all treasures will go to the highest bidder. The auction is like before, divided into 3 days. Each day will feature the auction of spiritual creatures, rare treasures, and divine artifacts, with today focusing on spiritual creatures. So, without further ado, the auction begins. As the host announces the start, the first item is brought forward. Although the 2 bones of the spirit moon earth dragon are both spiritual creatures at first glance, to Tang San they are rare treasures. The auction lasts 3 days, but Tang San knows well that the divine objects on the last day are basically not prepared for him. A powerhouse at the king level will definitely act on the last day, so his goal is to add Jia Licheng's invitation during the first 2 days. He has to return there on the 3rd day. Although the MC is still continuously bidding on items, 600 prime elements, then 800, 1,000 prime elements. Contrary to the lively chaos outside, Dong Tam watched the auction through binoculars with a helpless feeling. Even the auctioned spiritual items are surprisingly expensive, and he doesn't have much money. so we can only wait for the most suitable item to appear before making a move. Suddenly, the MC announced a special item that caught Dongsan's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is quite special to me. It is a heavy sword. This sword has slain 9 divine-level beasts and a great demon king. It is the treasure of our Hoang Kim clan. The divine trial sword being auctioned was taken out because its previous owner lost it in a match, and our clan leader's clan was defeated. As long as the auction allows, only members of the Sutok or Hotok can bid for the sacrificed divine sword. The starting price is just 1 inferior elemental stone, but there is one condition. The bidder must defeat our clan's great demon king within 10 years, risking life and death in the duel. Only those who can bid and defeat a strong opponent can become the leader of our clan. Duan gazed at the large red sword with sharp lines without blinking, silently thinking that only members of the Tiger and Snake clans could compete for this, probably to encourage the younger generation of both clans. The auction begins now, but ironically no one wants to buy, and the host is stunned. What? But no one is competing. I remember quite a few of my juniors participated in this auction. Then he spoke up to persuade, don't our 2 clans have no brave warriors? Or lack the courage to take this divine sacrificial sword? Tang San remained very calm despite this situation. It's normal that no one is competing, especially since the opponent is the 12th realm Great Demon King. Winning in 10 years is easy to say. Despite repeated invitations, there has been no response. The MC is extremely angry, a bunch of useless people, he thinks to himself, for the honor of our clan. We absolutely cannot let the trial divine sword fall into the hands of outsiders, so we can only step forward to bid for the trial divine sword. Suddenly, an announcement rings out that bidder number 336 has bid 1 inferior element. The protagonist hears this with joy and excitement, but his expression quickly changes. Someone has already bid. All right. But I remember that bidder number 336 is not one of our people. Duong Tam also knew that 1,000 low-grade elements was too cheap. Although he couldn't use them, the Sword Saint could. He smiled contentedly with his level 1 pure bloodline. Winning against opponents within 10 years shouldn't be difficult, and refining his bloodline would prevent him from being suppressed by the 2 Tiger Clan's priests. Teacher Truong Hao Hien, upon seeing Duong Tam auction the item, was panic-stricken and tried to stop him. Little Duong, you're crazy. Only members of the 2 Tiger Clans can bid for that sword. Reckless bidding will cause trouble. Duong Tam reassures his master, don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. I have everything arranged. If I have everything planned out, then we won't say much more, but please don't act recklessly again. Make sure that our inside person is important for us to get in here. If they get caught, it will be a big problem. Don't worry, I know my limits. After waiting for a while and no one else bidding on the item, the MC then reminded everyone, is there no one else to bid? All right. The transaction is successful. The Sacrifice God sword belongs to bidder number 336. However, in 7 days, please come to the Golden Tiger clan to undergo a identity verification. If you pass, this sword will be yours. After hearing that, Tang San felt more at ease and said, the poison will be gone in a day. Wait for me to return to Lai City and bring the Bone Lake Sword Saint. For the next auction, there are no items that catch Tong Tom's attention, and he doesn't have much money left to participate. He needs to prioritize bidding for the essence blood to supply the senior brothers of Tan Giai. By the evening, the item that Tang San wanted to bid on finally appeared. The host was also replaced, this time a beautiful woman. She gently announced that she would host the auction this evening for everyone. The items up for bid tonight are even more precious than those in the morning. 10 drops of Supreme Blood Essence from the Great Bin Kim Shi. Extremely rare, and this time there are 10 drops. Tang San looked excited, as the blood essence from the Great Bin Kim Shi perfectly matches Trin Tron 2's bloodline. I'm excited to tell Zhang Haoshan that I absolutely must win this auction. Okay, I'll decide for myself. The auction begins with the starting bid of 300 prime stones. Tang Tom considers his plan. Now Trin Tran 2's limit is 8th rank, and as long as she wins the auction, she can refine her bloodline. Everyone also bids enthusiastically from 400 to 450, then up to 600 prime stones. Tang Tam confidently bids 1,000 prime stones. The MC quickly repeats that 336 bids 1,000 prime stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The entire arena fell silent, but somewhere a faint shout echoed. 101 prime elements. 1,100 prime stones. The other bidders, intimidated by Duong Tom's imposing presence, no longer dared to compete. Congratulations to contestant 336 for obtaining the Great Bang Kim Shi blood essence, and thus Duong Tom successfully acquired the blood essence of the Great Bang Kim Shi. I'm excited that I now have 1899 low-grade elements to bid with, and after that, only divine-grade material items remain, but none of them are urgently needed by Duong Tom. The final auction is coming up quickly, followed by the third auction item. The staff member brought the sparkling item into the auction hall, and upon seeing the auction item, Duong Tam felt a sense of worry. What is this? The black and red aura that just covered the entire auction hall has faded, and it seems like the auction item is emanating a powerful aura. The item being auctioned from the sacred mountain of the Heavenly Lake is a ring carved from a spirit stone. The central gem, called the Protective Stone by Lord Heavenly Lake, emits a dazzling light throughout the auction hall. Everyone was excited, saying, "The treasure from Heavenly Fox Holy Mountain is indeed powerful. Its aura is really strong." Tang San was also stunned. The Protective Stone. It seems its aura is the golden lotus seed I saw in the Hell Flower Garden. The main character signals that they will now test the effectiveness of the protective gem. Everyone knows that to become a demon king, one must face a heavenly tribulation. Failure means death, but wearing the protective stone to pass the heavenly tribulation means even if you fail, it's okay, as it's like having two chances to ascend. Duantam was extremely shocked to hear this, able to go through the heavenly tribulation again. So powerful, it's like gaining experience to go through the heavenly tribulation again, which increases the chances of success. The starting bid for this precious item is 3,000 prime stones, with each bid not lower than 100 prime stones. Everyone is bidding gradually, 3,500, 5,000, 6,000, then up to 8,000 prime stones, numbers rising steadily. Dongsan was stunned, unable to buy it. The price was skyrocketing. 10,000 prime stones, 11,000 prime stones, 12,000 prime stones, 20,000 prime stones. Inside the cave, only two voices are bidding now. These two must be royal-level characters. No wonder they're auctioning this treasure. Probably both demon kings are asking for this treasure from the Heavenly Lake Palace. Even the great Heavenly Lake Demon King couldn't decide, so it was brought to the auction. The competition outside the auction house remains fierce. 25,000 bad elements. Is it really necessary? If 3,000 bad elements have already arrived, there's no way to give up. My disciple has already sent the peak stage. Tang San felt exhausted. All right, these two kings are already arguing, and it doesn't concern me anyway, so I might as well just watch. The two kings are still fiercely debating, and with 31 bad elements, don't forget that the great demon king Tianhu once said that the final transaction must be paid immediately. Do you have that much cash? Do. Even the 5 elements are giving you this advice. The pressure from both of them is colliding. They're about to fight. The auction house probably won't let them fight each other. Dong Tam is still closely watching the situation. A trembling voice shouted out loud, 50,000. Anyone who bids higher will compete with me. This is the will of the crystal. After hearing this, Dongsan was shocked. This voice belonged to the Crystal King, yet he had come too. However, Tin Tin was still sleeping soundly and did not wake up when he arrived. The Great Spirit of Glass has spoken, and with a threatening tone, of course no one dares to bid against him. This gem belongs to me. Suddenly, the gem on the auction stage emitted a mysterious blue light and then floated in midair before gradually disappearing. Tang San was stunned. The protective barrier was gone, and so was the pressure from the water spirit Great Demon King. Had he already left? It's fine to go, but I'm worried he might come looking for me, and if he takes me along, it'll be troublesome. The MC was a bit stunned by what just happened. Congratulations, Your Majesty, the Crystal Crown. The auction will now proceed with the second item from the bottom. Its provenance is extraordinary, coming from the Sun Child of the Divine Sun Empire, the Celestial Sun, Great Star King, born and nurtured by the heavens. For this auction, His Highness Tianyang Crown deliberately presented a Tianyang flower petal. The pink glow of the petal quickly enveloped the entire arena. The petals of the Heavenly Sun Celestial Star King, the leader of the Star Monster clan, represent the top bloodline power of the clan. Duansan sighed in frustration, wanting it so badly that he would even be satisfied just to touch it. The starting bid for this item is 10,000 low-grade elements, with each increase not less than 1,000 low-grade elements. Duantam was helpless, too expensive, and the auctioneer's voice echoed with bids. 10,000 elemental coins, 15,000 elemental coins. Do you really have to compete with me today? Who wouldn't want the treasure of His Majesty the Crown Prince of Heaven Duong? It has nothing to do with our relationship. Duong Tam sat inside, also speechless. Ha ha, those two royals are causing a commotion again. Let me join in the fun. 20,000 N and yet another king appears. Is Tianyang so broke he's gone crazy? Everything can be sold. The wings are no longer for sale. Your Highness of Diyang, don't even think about breaking the rules, Duan Tam wondered. Diyang Tianjing Emperor, the second-ranked leader in the I clan, I bid 100,000 N. If you bid higher, you can take it. You, Dusan, truly seem inhumane. I'm also powerless to speak. Enough, everyone. Do you really want to turn the Ancestral Hall's auction into a farce? Everyone step back. Duan Tom, who was acting normally, suddenly startled, his heart pounding fiercely, and was swept away by the divine sense. The crystal seal has awakened. Tin Tin is awakened. Tin Tin emits a layer of light surrounding itself, and the previous feeling of excitement disappears. The auction will continue, and no more kings will participate before the final day. On behalf of the temple, I apologize to everyone for everything that happened earlier. Thank you, Your Highness Heavenly Lake. Now the auction continues. At this moment, Tang San finally breathes a sigh of relief. The great demon king Tianhu has also left, and all the kings are probably gone too. The tense feeling earlier was likely caused by the great demon king Tianhu scanning the place with his divine sense, but luckily the little spirit was protecting us. Next is today's final item. This is a miraculous auction item, and according to the unanimous evaluation of the masters, it should actually belong to the domain of divine artifacts. After hearing the MC's introduction, Tang San eagerly returned. The final auction item is always the penultimate one. I don't know if it's what I need, but even if I can't buy it, I can broaden my horizons and maybe even see a masterpiece judged by the masters as an uncopyable work that surpasses this era. Dong Tom was stunned. An era-defining masterpiece doesn't come cheap. I was too hopeful. To make the Divine Beast auction even more shocking, today we will auction this item. The host cheerfully said, "As I introduce it, perhaps you will find it hard to believe. Although it is just a ceremonial item, its significance is extremely great. Now, everyone will see when the cloth covering the item is removed, and Duong Tom could only smile awkwardly. Huh? My game board." The protagonist continues to lead the program. Everyone is probably no stranger to the chessboard, but the complexity of this game surpasses all previous ones. Even the divine sense of a king-level expert cannot fully explore it, because it also has self-destruct capabilities. If overexplored, it will completely destroy itself. Its magical power is not only complex, talking more is useless. Next, I will demonstrate its effects. I'm sure everyone can now see the power of the Lamho Cham of our Lamho tribe. Please pay close attention. Then, the MC gently plucked a strand of hair from her tail, and the crooked hair suddenly became straight and firm. Not stopping there, the beautiful MC releases a burst of maximum power energy into the hair strand. The chessboard still hovers in her hand, time is frozen, and after reaching a certain level, the MC happily stops and the hair strand returns to the ground. Can everyone see clearly? The pin just now stopped because of the time light transformation ability. This battle formation allows the user to activate the bloodline ability of the Time Quang Ngach clan, specifically the peak level Time Quang Bien. We have already asked the Time Quang Ngai clan, and this formation does not originate from their clan. A chessboard that can control time, its rarity speaks for itself, right? Everyone will surely ask why a 9th rank ability is considered divine level. Tong San sighed, because using it doesn't require 9th rank cultivation. Even 1st rank cultivators can use it. Think about how unbelievable this is. No matter the race or cultivation level, anyone can use the 2nd tier bloodline ability, starting at 3,000 elemental stones. As soon as the protagonist finished speaking, the numbers kept rising. 3,500, 4,000, then 5,000 elemental stones. Duong Tom was surprised. The prices are rising so quickly? The competition is still fierce and shows no signs of cooling down. From 8,000 to 10,000 prime stones, the price skyrocketed. Zhang Haoxian was overjoyed. Xiaodong, we're rich, we're rich. Master, stay calm, this is just a one-time thing. It seemed like the item had found its owner, but no, people kept bidding 15,000, 20,000, 26,000, 31,000. Hearing the number 36,000 prime stones, Tang San looked ecstatic. The auctioneer urged repeatedly, 36,000 first time, 36,000 second time, 36,000 third time, sold. Congratulations to bidder number 119 for winning this item. At this point, Tang was overjoyed, but the bid had risen to 36,000 prime stones, meaning he could net 30,000 after costs. He's truly made a fortune. The auctioned item of Tang Tom was won by bidder number 199, with the price rising to 36,000 prime stones. 36,000 prime stones truly made him feel heartache. The forced bidding was because he knew this battle table was supplied by the Ling Ti Trading Guild, so he wanted to explore and research, even willing to pay any price to compete. The auction session ended on the first day of the auction house, and Tang San and Zhang Haoxian both decided not to leave the auction venue, so they stayed in the mountain cave to rest. Duong San pondered silently. Is she still waiting for me? If I don't show up, she must be very disappointed. I want to go see her right now. It's been over a year since we last met. She must be even more beautiful now. The scene shifts to an endless green meadow in Lethan. At the milk tea shop owned by the young master, she was gazing absent-mindedly outside. Her mother noticed her face looked a bit sad. Young Master Mei is still lost in thought. His mother then approached and asked, Why have you been out all day? You mean Tulai? I couldn't find him either, and I also didn't see Duong Tam. Is Tang-san from the academy, or is your mother asking Tuong Tran Truong where he is now? Hopefully nothing has happened to him. Your mother, seeing how anxious you are, also became suspicious. Are you concerned about Duong Tam? Isn't he cleaning in GLI City? He said he left a while ago. Let me ask for you. Thinking that the young master begged his mother, she also helplessly gave in. All right, Truong Tran has already returned to the headquarters to report on work, but no one knows when he will come back. I heard last time that he learned how to craft battle formations from somewhere. Now the headquarters is considering bringing him back. Young Master Mei looked at his mother with wide eyes. How is he doing now? Young Master, it might look tense and not optimistic. I can tell his injuries are very serious, and it's hard for him to recover. Your mother just silently listened and then went to the door. Prince. Ninghi, Ninghiem, Ninghi, Dithiomi. And she said, Mom, even though he's not a good person, he's treated me very well since I was young. He also conceded to me, even knowing our true intentions, and always supported my succession. He truly loved Mother. Maybe so, her mother said coldly. Her mother told you that he might not have many years left to live. Mom, do you want to go see him? He's not a good person. Don't believe what he said. He supports us only for his own purpose, and our goals might just be mutually beneficial. As for love, maybe he really did love you once. All right then, let's not talk about this anymore. Tomorrow, I'll help you ask about Duong Tam. Suddenly, a butterfly flew into Missy's house. She quickly ran to hug her mother. Mom, even if he truly loved you, at least I will always love you. Her mother smiled and said, I love you too. I just hope you never get hurt. Suddenly, there was a noise. My Kongtu's mother immediately became alert and threatened. Who? Lam Himak responded, It's me. What are you here for? I'm just here to visit you too. I still have matters to handle at the clan's headquarters. Once I'm done, I'll come pick you up. If you want to take a corpse, just come and get it. Lam Himak, angry after hearing this, can't bear to leave him, huh? Let me tell you, the last time I fought him, I seriously injured him, and he won't live more than 3 years. My young master's mother bowed her head without answering, but Lam Himak remained resolute. Rest assured, no matter what, I will protect you with all my might. I don't need it. You don't need her. So what about the girl? The girl is his daughter. When I come back next time, the Peacock Love Clan will no longer exist. My Kongtu's mother gritted her teeth and said, Well done. Go ahead. If you're so capable, then kill us all. Kill us all. Even with her head bowed, she was resigned. After hearing that, Lam He looked stunned and turned back to Dong Tam. The second grand auction day had begun, the day to bid for the rare treasures. Although Duong Tam really wanted to go back, he remained rational and patient. Today's auction item was too important, and now that Duong Tam had money, he contacted Hua Tu Nian, who received the auction money on behalf of Master Liu. Both items auctioned today are things that Duong Tam wants, and he bid without hesitation. One is the spirit essence of a divine-grade plant king. Devouring it can enhance his consciousness, but it also carries certain dangers. But Duong Tam knew that this spiritual sense was not only for devouring, and since the people of this continent didn't know about spirit shards, Duong Tam got a good deal for 1,500 elemental coins. The second item is Black O Stone. Duong Tam had previously bought some items at the convenience store near the academy. The gold refined from the Black Ox Stone is an extremely hard metal, but people in this world don't know how to forge black iron. The Black Ox Stone from before was only a few dozen kilograms, but this time it was auctioned for several tons with no competitors, so Duong Tam got a good deal. He bid just 300 low-grade prime stones. He was very happy to have scored 2 good deals and stopped bidding until the third item appeared that caught his interest. A piece of Honghu tribe's Huo Vi Sa Loi, a treasure created from the ashes of a powerful Huo Talk expert, which can prevent practitioners from having inner demons and forever avoid bloodline rejection. Originally a treasure of the Red Watch clan, but in recent years they have been in dire straits and had to put it up for auction. Duong Tam suspected this treasure was not simple, so he bid 3,000 low-grade elemental stones. The sun is setting in the west, the auction is almost over, but everyone knows that the rarer the items become as the event progresses. The main character speaks up to energize the crowd. Everyone needs to boost their spirits now. Next are the last 3 items. Duong Tam has already prepared from the penultimate to the last. Honestly, I wanted the penultimate item from yesterday, the protective charm and the heavenly flower petals. Unfortunately, the Great Demon King raised the price too high with his chaos. Actually, today is a bit different from yesterday. I already have some capital. This is the third item from the bottom. The mysterious item covered by a red cloth makes Dao Tam feel a bit uneasy. Its aura is so strong that just looking at it makes his head feel heavy. The protagonist approaches and lifts the cloth, revealing a large jade green stone before everyone's eyes. Dong Tam looked puzzled. This is the next auction item. A space crystal. The host spoke slowly, as if affected by the mineral's influence. The royal family calls it the slow stone, as it causes everything around it to become sluggish within a certain range. The cause of the slowing remains unknown, and even the Time Quang transformation of the Time Quang clan cannot alter this effect. No need to say more, the starting price is 5,000 low-grade elements, and each bid increase cannot be less than 500. Although the slow stone is extremely miraculous, the competitors there truly cannot think of any practical use for it. This can be turned into a weapon that only makes the user slower. Maybe it's useful in some special situations, but with a starting price of 5,000 bad elements, it's too high, so no one at the auction floor bids. But Dong Tam knows the origin of this still stone. This is not a slow stone, but a time-space marker from the divine realm, yet it appears in this dimension. Time-space markers are used to measure the flow of time in different dimensions. The time-space marker in the divine realm is only as big as a fingernail, but these luminous markers are really large. They are naturally formed from the universe itself, so I must win this auction. No one else should compete with me. No one competed, and Tang San got a good deal, winning the Time-Light mark for 5,000 elemental coins. Next was the second-to-last auction item, the corpse of the Volayan Tam Hai powerhouse from the Sea Dragon clan. Duong Tam was also very interested in this auction item, but it was even more popular than the delaying stone, so the bidding was extremely fierce, and when the price exceeded 10,000, Duong Tam decisively withdrew his hand. The final auction item was a 10-meter-high ice throne from the Nirvana crown, belonging to the Heavenly Ice Great Demon King. When Tang San saw this item, his eyes lit up with surprise as he looked at it more closely, and the auction host explained that the current situation of the Heavenly Ice Great Demon King and the Ice Maiden clan was very dire, so they brought out this treasure for the auction. After hearing this, he smiled softly and thought to himself that when something is missing, it just appears. He couldn't find anything suitable to bid for his senior brother. This time, his senior brother also has something, as his father was originally a member of the Ice Maiden clan, which is a matriarchal tribe, hence the name Ice Maiden. The biggest problem for the Ice Maiden clan is reproduction. King Bang Fong is truly a treasure, and if it weren't for the desperate situation of the Ice Maiden clan, they would never have put it up for auction. At this moment, Tang San sat down and wondered about the price. The starting bid probably won't be low, but I wonder if I have the strength to win it. The auction host also announced that the current leader of the Ice Maiden clan will preside over this auction, and the starting bid for this item is 10,000 low-grade elemental stones. Please welcome the leader of the Ice Maiden clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the clan leader stepped forward. He thought to himself that the current Ice Maiden clan leader was no longer the Great Demon King, nor a third-level ice bloodline, and he didn't know how the previous Great Ice Demon King had appeared. Perhaps this was a secret of the Ice Maiden clan. If he could obtain the Ice King throne, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous help to the senior brother, unmatched by anything else. But with the starting price already at 10,000 Wenzi, he was afraid he truly couldn't afford it. After some thought, Dung Tam came up with an idea. I have it, clan leader. Please don't bid for the throne. I am willing to sponsor your clan to restore peace and also have a solution for your clan's reproduction issues. Duong. The divine-level experts there immediately detected Duong Tam's telepathic message. In an instant, dozens of divine senses shot toward him. However, Duong Tam had already prepared to use telepathy communication long ago. He secretly smirked for a moment, then suddenly raised a green gemstone with a satisfied smile. He raised the crystal glass with the crystal Great Demon King for him. The powerful figures saw the token of the crystal Great Demon King and immediately withdrew their spiritual senses in panic. At this moment, the Ice Maiden clan leader was also surprised and used her spiritual sense to investigate. Seeing the crystal glass in Duong Tam's hand, she quickly believed what he had said and immediately told the auction host that she would no longer participate. The leader of the Ice Female clan absorbed the Ice Wind King seat into her body, causing her aura to surge to the level of a Great Demon King. If you regret the auction, just pay a penalty fee. Although it was the most intense auction of the day, he quietly left with the Ice Maiden clan leader, leaving the entire hall in awkward silence. Duong Tam felt he had dampened everyone's spirits, so he decided to leave. Duong Tam nodded to Truong Hao Hien and then immediately left. At the main hall, he ran into Hua Tun Hien, received a storage ring from her containing 30,000 elemental coins. Hua Tun Hien thanks Master Lao and looks forward to future cooperation. Duong Tam and Jia agree with Master Lao and Hua Tun Hien. The space inside the storage ring that Hua Tun Hien provided is very large, and Duong Tam has stored all the items he collected this time inside it. As Duong Tam was about to enter, someone said, The Lethan Keem auctioneer is conducting an interview with you. Please, wait a moment. Suddenly, a human-shaped lion appeared and invited the auctioneer in. Where is bidder? Number 336. Duong Tam spoke I am. The lion was startled and angry upon seeing that he was human. The guy grits his teeth and shouts, Are you kidding me, human? Can't you hear I said only the tiger and tiger-human clans can bid? Hearing him say that, your eyes narrowed and a golden light radiated around you. Duong Tam used the tiger's indestructible golden body to threaten the lion, causing the beast to be startled and panicked. Duong Tam said, I will bid on behalf of my teammate. He is your true successor. Duong Tam introduced himself. I am a human. He and I both possess the divine fire gold mutation. Level 1 bloodline is enough qualification. Duong Tam holds out two precious treasures, a small yellow sword and a green emerald. They turn out to be a crystal glass and a sword token. Suddenly, he naively listened to Duong Tam's words, saying, If you're not confident, keep this sword order for now. He agreed and said, Give me at least 7 days. Up to 10 days, I will definitely bring him to find you. Then he nervously asked Duong Tam, Where did the mutation come from? He turned back and said, The tiger beast. He was startled and asked, Have they resolved it? Tangxia signaled for silence. Please keep this secret. If you want this secret to be known only to the Golden Lion, you should understand what it means for your sect. They are now at the top bloodline level. After finishing his appointment with the Golden Lion, Dutom left the auction hall, leaving the Golden Lion standing there stunned, his mind tumultuous like a raging sea. The words just now from Duong Tam woke him up. The Tiger Clan has the White Tiger as a supporter, but their Tiger Clan does not have any top-tier experts. At this moment, a tiger beast from the Tiger tribe with a bloodline of the highest level suddenly appeared, determined to fight for the Tiger tribe. Huang Kim-Sutu also immediately acted, intending to return to the tribe to discuss the situation. Duong Tam leaves the auction house, where the Ice Queen is waiting outside for him. She stands there silently, waiting for Duong Tam to come out so they can talk, and finally he does. Duong Tam handed the Ice Maiden clan leader the 5,000 low-grade elemental stones he had prepared long ago, and respectfully said, Sir, clan leader, here are 5,000 low-grade elemental stones. She asked curiously, I am Tula, a human. But now I am no longer an ordinary person, but a noble. I hope I can help the Ice Maiden clan get through this crisis. I have heard a little about their situation. Life in the future will be very difficult. These 5,000 poor elements should be enough to handle the urgent matter at hand. Maybe I have a way to solve the inheritance issue of the Ice Maiden clan. Hearing you say that, she also started to think and then asked why you wanted to help us. You answered that you don't want to see the Ice Maiden clan decline, and also hope that our human race can establish a friendship with the Ice Maiden clan. This is not a place to talk. Let's find somewhere else to discuss. I have urgent matters to attend to and need to return immediately. If possible, could you wait for me a few days? After I finish my work, I will come to find you immediately. She was surprised to hear him say that. You trust me this much? Aren't you worried I might run off with the money? You answer her decisively. If the Ice Maiden clan is not ruthless, they wouldn't have to participate in the Icewind King seed auction. I trust you, and I hope you can trust me too. If it's convenient, just leave me your address. I don't have an address, so just wait for me at the White House Inn where I rented a room. I've already paid, and I'll return within 5 days after I finish my work. Here's the room key. What do you think of it? She agreed immediately. He said he would come back to find you as soon as he finished his work. After making the appointment, the female tribe leader Duong Tam left. At this moment, meeting young Master Mai was the most important thing in his heart. Inside the temple, unable to fly and running too fast, Dao Dao's rags tore. So Duong Tam rented a carriage to leave the temple and boosted his luck. Duong Tam changed into Tula's clothes inside the carriage, paid for the ride, then used the Golden She Great transformation to fly back. At Jiali City, Jiali Academy, young Master Mei was burning with impatience, waiting anxiously for the 3rd day, but Tula still hadn't appeared. That day, the arrival of the Great Fire Phoenix King had unintentionally put enormous pressure on young Master Mei. After the Great Demon King Tin Puang left, her mother cried a lot, and it was very heartbreaking. She talked about the Great Demon King Tin Puang with the Great Demon King Kong Tok. Prince Mi feels a lot of pressure now and doesn't know what to do, wanting to find Tang San and Tula to talk, but both of them are not here. Suddenly she heard a sound. An extremely sharp aura was rapidly approaching from afar. Who is it? She immediately prepared for battle. A bright light appeared in the sky and someone said, Sorry for making you wait. So that's Dosan, young Master Mei asked. Did you rush back from a very far place? He looked at her and now really wanted to hold her in his arms after days apart. The one he longed for day and night finally returned, and he really wanted to embrace her at this moment. He told her that he was a bit late because some matters caused a delay, making her wait for a long time. You've been through a lot, so how did you know I was waiting for you here? I explained that I set up a formation so if someone stays there for a long time, I can sense it. Only you would stay here waiting for me like this. Besides, the second day was the same. I already knew you would come out. You also said you've changed a lot. Is your closed-door training completely over? She replied that it has not yet ended. In the meantime, I went outside to rest for a while. These days, I still need to undergo the clan's trial, and only after passing it will I be done with my seclusion. Tang San offered 2 precious items and said, "You suppress your power to break through during the trial, right? Take these 2 things with you. You'll need them when you face the family's test." Young Master Mei then asked what this was, and he explained that the stone is a luck stone that would bring her good fortune. It comes from the Heavenly Lake Sacred Mountain of the Ancestral Hall. As for that green gem, you should see Yang Ru as a weapon. I have recorded the power of the Huang Yi era holding absolute control over time. Young Master. Mai refused after hearing that because these 2 items are too precious for her to accept. He smiled and said, "Do you still consider me a stranger between us? You can use it first. Consider it as you borrowing from me, and after you're done, return it to me. Why can't you just call me by my name instead of calling me you? I've never seen your face before, yet you keep helping me. I can't repay you." Duong Tam smiled slyly and thought to himself, "If I can't repay you, I'll pay you back with my body. Why hesitate over this? You just need to know that everything I do is for your own good. No matter what you want to do, I will fully support you." "That's enough, miss," the young master of the mansion immediately denied. "Not enough. If friends can't be honest with each other, then what kind of friends are we?" Duong Tam immediately tried to persuade her. "Everyone has their own secrets. I feel the same way. I can't let you see my face because I naturally have something difficult to say. After speaking, you cut your finger, and a drop of bright red blood drips down. If you still can't trust me, before I could finish speaking, Miss Mu was startled and shouted upon seeing the blood. "Is this essence?" He solemnly swore to her that today he would take a blood oath, promising that no matter what circumstances or hardships come, whether he is strong or weak, young or old, he will always protect Miss May. Never do anything harmful to her, stay by her side forever, and never betray her. If he breaks this vow, may heaven and earth destroy him. Wulei descended, causing her to panic and startle. She shook her head to stop Duong Tam and said, "This is a blood body. Please don't do this. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so impulsive." "It's okay, but that might also help you feel at ease. If I don't take off my mask, I definitely have something difficult to say. But when the time is right, I will remove the mask for you." After saying that, Duong Tam handed her these 2 treasures. "Take these 2 items, consider them as my loan, and once you pass the test, return them to me." The young Master Mei Yi reluctantly accepted and thanked you. Duan-san jokingly said that inviting you to a meal would also be a way to thank you. He asked her if she wanted to thank him by having a meal together, but the young master refused. "No, my mother is still waiting for me at home." "Huh? Oh, all right, go home early, it's getting dark." Young Master Mei feels a bit reluctant, rushing back from afar just to see me once. "So, do I still need to wait here for you in the future?" Duan-san replied firmly. "It's always the same. No matter where I am, I will try to get back within 3 days. After saying that, the 2 looked at each other for a long time. Then suddenly the young master, Mai, remembered. "Yes, I still have something to trouble you with. Go ahead and tell me." She asked Dong Tam if he knew someone named Truong. "Do you know Truong? I have a friend named Dong Tam. He is from Tran Truong School. I couldn't find him this time. Could you help me ask around? If you find him, tell him to wait for me at the academy." Dong Tam chuckled. "Those 2, find each other yourself. Did you agree and intentionally ask her what that person is to you?" "Just friends?" the handsome young master replied. "Yeah, we're just friends. So what about me? Aren't I considered a friend of yours too?" She blushed, feeling shy, and replied, That guy smiled softly at that. "So it's time for the 2 of you to say goodbye." She said farewell and told you, "It's really getting late. I have to go home now. Thank you." After she left, he kept watching her until she was no longer in sight. Meeting her today, I realized she's even more beautiful. Xiao Wu, grow up quickly. The main mission regarding the Li family has been completed. Tang Sen casually handles a few trivial matters. Dong Tam arrived at the teleportation array and was transported to Golden Gold Mountain Cave. By the time he returned to Golden Gold Mountain Cave, it was late at night, and his exhausted body was healed by the life aura of the Golden Gold tree. When you arrived, everyone greeted you happily. "Master, you're back." Previously, Duong Tam had arranged for the Tiger Clan disciples to live in the Golden Hollow. Now they have merged together with the young women of the Lake Clan. It was late at night, so Sword Saint Great Cat probably was already asleep. Combined with the exhaustion from the blood oath earlier, Tang San was indeed a bit tired, so he decided to find a cave to rest first and wait until tomorrow to discuss everything. Under the aura of life energy from the golden tree, Dao Tam quickly regained his composure. He took out the blood soul he had bid for at the auction. Duong Tam knew that the spirit shard was not only used for devouring, in fact, it had its own consciousness and wanted to resurrect itself. If a suitable host was found, the spirit shard could reach its full potential. Duong Tam bid for this spirit shard because he knew its origin. It was a spirit shard cultivated from the golden tree. Because the spirit fragment has its own consciousness, Tang San used his mental power to connect with it and showed it the young golden tree. The spirit fragment immediately became excited, and its eagerness to seize and revive made it impossible for it to stay calm. Tang San hoped it could merge into the golden gold tree and help nurture the entire golden mountain cave. The cooperation would be mutually beneficial, and the spirit soul agreed, so Tang San released it. The spirit fragment excitedly burst out of the container and merged into the golden tree, which was just a young sapling without any intelligence, allowing the spirit fragment to easily seize control. The spirit essence entered the golden tree, which had doubled in size at a visibly noticeable rate. If it weren't for the fear that the young tree couldn't withstand it, it would have grown even faster. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth has been completely drained, and the life aura inside the golden mountain cave is now somewhat thick and sticky. At this moment, Dong Tam is thinking that indeed it's powerful. The life aura is much stronger now. The dense life aura envelops him, sweeping away all his fatigue as it floods in. Dong Tam continued practicing under the golden tree until dawn, and the blonde guy, sister-in-law, and clan leader all felt delighted. The blonde-haired guy was moved when he saw you return and said, "Benefactor, you're awake." Duong Tam happily greeted everyone. "Brother Xiao Miao, long time no see. Hello, Sister Dao." Chief, when Tang Tam reunites with the three of them, they reminisce about old times. After reminiscing, Dong Tam then moved on to the main topic, happily telling everyone about the divine test sword he bid for from the ancestral hall and asking for the opinion of the great tiger sword saint, Damyu. Clan leader was startled and said, "Clan leader Huang Kim of the tiger tribe lost the divine trial sword again?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, the condition to obtain the divine trial sword is to avenge him. Although the Tiger Spirit clan is a first-tier bloodline, there are still risks. If they don't want to accept, it's okay. At worst, I won't need that seal anymore, and they won't dare to investigate the Sword Saint Palace." Hearing that, the old chief sighed and said, "I am old now, so I just want to live peacefully. This is truly a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for our Tiger Horse clan, and it's hard to have the life we have now. I really don't want Daimyo to go on such a dangerous mission." Then, Brother Xiao Miao shouted loudly, "I will go. I want to accept the challenge. I understand the chief's feelings, but if we only stay in one corner, our clan will continue to decline. We can't let past misfortunes erode our fighting spirit. Now the Hoang Kim Spirit clan needs support. This is an opportunity. I will go alone this time, and our spirit clan will have a chance to defy the heavens and change our fate. Even if we fail, the clan won't be greatly affected. Tok Truong, please let me go." The old man sighed after hearing him speak, but agreed with his point of view. "You're right. Our Suho tribe cannot lose its spirit, and the future depends on the younger generation to decide. You will now take on the role of tribe leader." Sister-in-law also exclaimed, "I want to go too. No matter what you do, I just want us to face life and death together." The blonde big cat agreed and will also try to bring back a good result for the Suho clan. He said, "I agree. We will go together and do our best to secure the future for the Hu clan. If the decision is made, Damyu and his wife will leave immediately for the ancestral hall, and I will follow behind." After arriving at the Tudin at the inn, Bak Ho is waiting for him. Duong Tam, who can fly, probably won't have trouble catching up with Daimyo. He still has one last thing to do. Duong Tam goes to the mountain cave of the young women of the Red Watcher tribe. "When we arrive, I want you to work with me on this. I need you to cooperate on an experiment. I have 3 Ho Vi Sa Loi of the Red Lotus clan. Then you perform some kind of spell that made those 3 girls feel uncomfortable. They feel hot and uncomfortable, and it seems like they are about to take off their clothes. Wait, don't take off your clothes. I will absorb the lotus seed of the red eye." After that, the atmosphere became strangely silent. The relic of the lake caused unusual reactions in the young women of the Red Tiger tribe, piquing Dong Tom's curiosity, so he decided to examine the girls' bodies to see what changes had occurred. Dong Tom was amazed to discover that the Buddha's relics had refined Hong Nhat's bloodline. The previous reaction was due to the overwhelming effect, which burned a large amount of life force. Fortunately, the aura of the Golden Gold Mountain Cave is abundant enough to be replenished in time, preventing the depletion of life force. With experience, Tang San led Hong Yi to the Golden Gold Tree for bloodline refinement. With the support of the Golden Sun Tree, the purification process was very smooth. The venerable Viscera Sala provided a bloodline purification effect for the Honghu clan, which truly amazed Duong Tam. Moreover, the thinner the bloodline, the better the filtering effect. Hong Thop Luke has the thinnest bloodline, so the filtering effect is the best. Her cultivation level directly increased by 2 major stages as 18 young women took turns refining their bloodlines. After all the refining was complete, a day had passed. After their bloodlines were refined, the young women sitting inside the cave practiced cultivation to strengthen their realms. Once the strength of the young women of the Red Tiger clan was refined, their cultivation levels increased significantly and their speed of progress was much faster than before. That night, Tang San was not idle either. He continued to test the effects of the clear viscera lotus. In the morning, Dong Tam checked the young women of the Red Hat clan and found nothing unusual, then flew swiftly towards the ancestral hall. Zhang Haoxian summarized the auction days afterward, with the princes participating, so he basically had no chance to act. Meanwhile, the people of the Honghu clan came to track down the auctioneer who obtained the Hovi Shaloi, but the Lingte Thuong society had already withdrawn. That evening, Duong Tam asked Truong Hao Hien to gather the remaining teammates for a meeting. After giving these instructions, Duong Tam went to the Bak Ho Inn to his room. You arrived just in time. I don't like beating around the bush, so just say what you mean. Upon entering, you introduced yourself as a Tu-La person, and if the Ice Clan is willing to cooperate, I can help solve the problems of the Ice Maiden clan. Then she said her name was Huang Bingbing. Do you know what problems our Ice female clan is facing right now? Duan Tam replied clearly. One is lack of money, and you don't know how to earn it. The second is difficulties in maintaining the same voice, but I don't know the specific situation of the problem. So you really don't know the specifics. Are you joking with me? If you want to die, I can make it happen for you. He explained again, don't rush. I truly don't know the specific situation. Anyway, I've shown enough sincerity. Have you ever seen someone waste 5,000 elemental stones just for entertainment? She fell silent and couldn't argue, then thought. He seriously said, I have a good impression of the Ice Maiden clan because one of my human teammates also inherited the Ice Spirit transformation. Hearing that, she was startled and said, What are you talking about? How is that possible? How can my Ice Woman clan unite with humans? Say it again. I don't need to lie to you. Indeed, the Ice Spirit transformation exists. After hearing him say that, she felt scared and only believed after seeing it with her own eyes. She said, Take me to see him. I need to see with my own eyes to believe. He replied, He's now training on Sacred Mountain. You'll definitely meet him tonight. Let's talk about the specific situation of the Ice Maiden clan first, so I can judge. After Huang Bingbing calmed down, she began to tell Tang San about the detailed situation of the Ice Maiden clan. The Ice Maiden clan is a matriarchal tribe, with all members being female, and their offspring are produced by splitting off a small part of their consciousness combined with the 10,000-year mysterious ice. After 100 years, the 10,000-year mysterious ice will give birth to a new life. This is why the female Ice clan struggles to maintain their lineage, as their consciousness must be divided into separate spirits, requiring at least divine awareness to succeed. Their habitat must be rich in ancient ice elemental energy, and they cannot stay away from the Northland where the ice element is too abundant for too long. Training again requires the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the spiritual energy of the Great Northern Land is gradually thinning. The number of people who can become divine-level experts is decreasing. She also said that the number of clan members able to split their consciousness is decreasing, causing our clan to become smaller and smaller, so that's why Tang San also knew the reason behind it. She was surprised and asked where the problem was, and he cast a spell to create a soundproof barrier. She was startled. Did you used to have enough spiritual energy in the Northland for your cultivation? It's just that gradually there's less and less over time. She replied that it's true. Have you ever wondered why suddenly the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Northland is no longer enough? The reason is simple. The sect is concentrating spiritual energy, drawing all the chi of Phalim Star towards it. You, on the edge of the continent, are naturally affected too, and this is the key issue you are facing. After hearing that, she became angry and said, So you mean the ancestral temple is stealing our resources, causing our inheritance to be disrupted? He calmly replied, That's theoretically how it is. Huang Bangbang angrily said, How hateful. Does the ancestral hall want to wipe out a small clan like ours? I have to go confront them. After hearing her say that, he sighed and advised her not to get so agitated. But before he could finish, he saw her walk out. Oh my God, is the Ice Queen really this hot-tempered? I told you. I quickly ran to the gate to advise her not to get too worked up. Are you planning to rush into the ancestral hall now? I'm afraid you're about to get caught. She replied that she wanted to go find the Heavenly Star Emperor of the Japanese Divine Empire to report him. After saying that, she began to fight, using magic to duel with him. Get out of my way. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking she must be crazy, and decided not to say anything before striking back. "Is this how hot-tempered the Ice Girl clan is?" she shouted and used her magic to say, "Do you move aside or not? You're surprised and you want to keep going?" He strikes with the tiger's might. She was surprised that he also had cultivation at the 9th stage. What is she thinking? He only has cultivation at the 9th stage, yet he managed to block 2 of my strikes, so he's useless. The Ancestral Hall gathers energy to align with the interests of both the Demon King and the Celestial Star King. They won't change anything for the Ice Female clan. Are you shouting to destroy my clan? Aren't I just trying to help you solve the problem? Bian Bingbing reluctantly said, "Fine, since you're considering my poor 5,000 elemental stones, tell me quickly what your solution is." Dong Tam stood there lost in thought, feeling very troubled. Everyone says the female clan is proud and aloof, but this can't be true. Can you use life energy instead of the spiritual energy from heaven and earth for cultivation? She replied, "It is possible. In fact, reverse life energy would be even better." Dong Tam suddenly had an idea. If it could be replaced, then it would be easy to solve. The Golden Mountain Cave could completely resolve their cultivation issues, allowing the Ice Female clan members to come to the Golden Mountain Cave to cultivate periodically, but since the cave is far from the Northland, only creating a teleportation formation could make it possible. Duongtam takes a time-space marker stone to cultivate super divine weapons, which is enough. Although his cultivation is still low, he can still harness its power, but he needs more time and a few other materials. Duongtam discussed building a large teleportation array with Bing Bing. While this could solve the cultivation issues of the Ice Nymph clan, the problem of inheritance and reproduction still remains unresolved. Bing Bing provided information that now there are fewer than 1,000 members of the Ice Maiden clan, with only over 20 Ice Goddess level members. He spoke nervously about the twin inheritance issue, and mentioned he had a bold idea, but you must promise not to be angry after he reveals it. Bing Bing asked curiously, "What method?" Duongtam carefully asked for her opinion. "This method might offend the Ice Nymph clan, but let me finish speaking first. If you don't agree, just refuse and don't be angry." Bang Bang nodded in approval. "Okay, go ahead." Duongtam nervously repeats, "Please don't be angry, I'm telling the truth." She urges impatiently, "Just say it quickly. We humans are born after only 10 months, which is less than half the time it takes for you. Did I come up with this idea from a teammate nearby? It's the Ice Woman clan and humans working together. In theory, after just 1 year, the number of ice nymphs could double." Bang Bang was furious. "What are you saying? Do you believe I won't punish you?" Duongtam nervously said, "Don't get angry. I was only making a suggestion you don't have to choose. I'm just telling you about this possibility." She outright refuses. "Impossible. Your humans are mortal bodies and our spiritual bodies are ice bodies. How could we possibly combine?" Duongtam began to analyze logically. If it's impossible, then how were my teammates born? Of course, his bloodline power isn't purely like that of the female ice tribe. Bang Bang argued, but your Ice Wind King seat can refine bloodlines, and as long as you cultivate to the divine level, it can be no different from your tribe. He quickly responded, and moreover, the male members of the Ice Female tribe born this way could mate with the female members of the Ice tribe to produce offspring, creating a good cycle, so there would be no need for the 10,000-year mysterious ice. Your words make Bang Bang reflect. Without the need for 10,000 years of mysterious ice, such ice becomes increasingly rare. Although she was extremely unwilling to do so and thought it was a sign of disrespect to the Ice Maiden clan, the plan proposed by Tang San was indeed feasible, and now the Ice Maiden clan was at a critical moment of life and death. Tang San said nothing more and let the clan leader of the Ice Maiden clan consider it herself. Dong Tam knows it won't be easy for her to accept this, so he gives her some time to weigh the pros and cons. Bang Bang suggests, "I need to meet your teammate myself to experience his ice spirit transformation firsthand." He quickly agreed. "No problem, I can do it tonight." What should be said has already been said, the rest is for Bang Bang to think through on her own. Dong Sang goes to his training room to recover what he has spent. By evening, Tang San received a message from Zhang Haoxian and told Huang Bangbing that he would bring Vo Bangkai later, then headed to Zhang Haoxian's room. During these days, his teammates continued climbing Sacred Mountain to cultivate. When they arrived at Truong Hao Hien's room, everyone was present, tired but clearly pushing themselves hard in cultivation. As their cultivation levels increased, Duongtam checked on their progress and also informed them about the auction meeting he and Truong Hao Hien attended a few days ago. The auction of the divine blood from the era of Kwang Ngach and Dai Bang Kim Si made Trin Tu Tran and Ko Li very happy. Although there is divine blood suitable for Vo Bangkai, Duongtam said he would inform him of good news later. With Duongtam's current abilities, he can't obtain the Heavenly Wolf's blood essence, so only the white alone is lost in a world of sorrow. "Little Duong, you're biased, only I don't have good news. Zhang Haoxian mentioned that there will be a talent competition at the Ancestral Temple soon, and the top 10 might receive royal tokens. Although all clans can participate, humans find it very difficult to join. Did you auction the Divine Sword trial for him earlier? He smiled confidently. Suddenly, Truong Hao Hien became excited. Others might not understand, but Hao Hien saw that Duong Tam's actions were rallying the Tiger Spirit clan, and if the Tiger Spirit clan could stand firm in the Golden Spirit clan, it would be a powerful support for humans. Young Master Mai is striving to inherit the Peacock Demon clan, and because of that, the Ho clan can now be considered a first-tier bloodline. If a powerful branch of such a clan supports them, the hope for humanity's rise will be even greater. Hao Hien sincerely praised Duong Tam. Truly my disciple, he has great foresight. If this succeeds, I will report your achievements to the organization. You humbly reply, this is what I should do. As a member of humanity, I have a responsibility. Now there is also a clan that can be recruited. Hao Shan was even more surprised. And which clan is it? Did you remember when the female Ice Clan leader auctioned off the Ice Peak King throne? She is now in my room. This is also good news. I want to tell senior brother. Duong Tam explained the conditions he negotiated with the Ice Female clan, and Vo Bangkai only then realized that her Ice Spirit transformation was inherited from the Ice Female clan. Ever since she remembered her past, Vo Bangkai has been an orphan taken in by the organization, only knowing she has a bloodline mutation but unaware of her true race. Tong Tam asked Bangkai for her opinion. Should the female Ice Clan leader still be in your room waiting to meet the senior brother, or should we go together now? He eagerly replied, okay. How, Hien added, hurry up and go. Don't let the clan leader get impatient. If needed, I can step in at any time. Zutran was extremely shocked by this and immediately stepped forward to stop her. You can't go. I won't let you go anywhere. I don't want you to marry them. Tran shouted loudly, causing both of them to be startled. I do not agree with the senior brother getting engaged. Duong Tam explained, Tran too, you misunderstood. I took the senior brother to prove that humans and the Ice Maiden clan can unite. Don't worry, you can rest assured. Tran asked anxiously. Really, I confirm. Of course it's true, and with so many single people in the organization, it's not the senior brother's turn yet. Tran cheered up again. Then I can rest assured, let's go. Dong Tam led Vo Bangkai to his room. Vo Bangkai still felt very tense when meeting her own clan with the same bloodline power. Bang Bang immediately asked, the teammate you mentioned is him. Bangkai stood frozen for a moment, glaring directly at him. She silently felt her bloodline power fluctuate, a strange, familiar sensation. Is this the feeling of pressure from a higher clan member? He politely greets, I am Wu Bangji, greetings to the clan leader. Bang Bang urged, give me your hand. Bangkai also blankly followed. She gently checks his pulse on the wrist. His bloodline is ordinary, but he trains very well, reaching the 8th rank peak, likely with a previously suppressed bloodline, and his vitality is very strong, surpassing ordinary clan members. If his bloodline were a bit purer, he might have a chance to reach the divine level. Bangkai honestly replied, yes, there are some opportunities, but cultivation depends entirely on oneself. Bang Bang's expression became serious. Reaching the 8th rank peak solely through cultivation already puts him on par with many clan members. Your bloodline purity is not weak, probably the next generation of our clan's elder gods. Do you know who your parents are? He nervously said, I don't know. I also want to ask the clan leader if he can help me find my mother. Bang Bang revealed a shocking secret, asking me to help you find her. Do you know what crime you commit by marrying outside your clan? You must return to your original form and become Han Bing. You have proven what you said, but this is a serious matter. I need to take him back to the Ice Maiden clan for an investigation. Bang Bang explains, I have to take him back because of his existence. Our clan cannot leave him outside. The elder must handle this. If the elder also agrees with your proposal, he might not need to return to Han Bing. But Duan Tam still firmly refused, saying no, and it's also possible he won't agree. Moreover, you didn't tell me before that you would take him away. Bang Bang challenged, I want to take him, and you still want to interfere. Duong Tam also boldly said, you can try to stop me. She was getting angrier and angrier. If only you could stop me, I have to take him away. Suddenly, Duong Tam came up with an idea. How about we have a match, but you can't use the Ice Wind King seat? If you can beat me, you take him away. If not, we proceed with our previous agreement to cooperate. From now on, whether we cooperate or not, I won't let my senior brother be troubled. Bang Bang asked straightforwardly, why should I fight a match with you? It seems you are very confident in yourself. All right, I agree. Repeat carefully, if I lose, you can take the senior brother, but if you hurt him, I will wipe out the Ice Maiden clan in the future. This time, Dong Tam was truly angry, and Huang Bingbing stubbornly insisted on taking Vo Bangkai away. It proves that she basically looks down on people. Without demonstrating her strength, future cooperation between the two sides will be hard to be equal. Private fights are not allowed in the clan, so the three of them left. Tongsan secretly told Wu Bangqi not to mention the dual appointment to Zhang Haoxian and to meet at a relatively flat mountain pass in the north of the sect, where the contest would be held while Wu Bangqi watched from afar. Tongsan carefully warned, "Big senior brother, no matter what you see today, please keep it a secret for me." Bang Kai nodded in agreement. Can the little deity really fight against a divine-level expert? If Little Sugar loses, I must immediately agree to go to the Ice Girl clan and beg the clan leader to spare Little Sugar. Bang Bang confidently said, "If you regret now, there's still time." Tong Tom still insisted, "I can't let you take the senior brother now." Bang Bang began to use her magic power, "So let's see how you will defeat me." He quickly teleported away from Bang Bang's raging tornado and poured all his strength into activating the Dual Extremes realm. At this moment, Bang Bang's gaze was filled with seriousness. In addition, Tong Tom immediately activated his Dual Extreme domain. At that moment, Bing Bing shot forward like a lightning bolt. But she was startled by the fierce gaze of the boy, feeling as if her bloodline power suddenly came to a halt. What is going on here? At the same time, Duong Tom also made his move, rushing into the air so fast that the naked eye couldn't see, suddenly appearing with immense demonic energy, releasing a wave of fiery aura around him as Duong Tom Lao charged directly at Bang Bang. While dodging, she suddenly slipped. This made her confused. What is happening? Why did I suddenly slip? That's not right. Luckily, at this moment, she quickly cast her ice spell, allowing her to block Duong Tom's attack. But the next moment made Bing Bing feel a bit stunned. As Duong Tom prepared for his next attack, she quickly devised a counterattack move. However, Bing Bing suddenly was thrown back and silently wondered why the ancestral bloodline power suddenly halted. It felt as if her fate was being manipulated, and Bing Bing shouted loudly, "Tian Hu, you are from the Tian Hu clan, yet you don't seem to care at all." It is known that Duong Tom did not respond, continuously swinging his hammer without pause. Bang Bang kept being suppressed and couldn't regain control. Even Bang Kai was stunned. The little guy is too formidable, capable of fighting even divine-level experts, so what exactly is he? Meanwhile, Bang Bang is now overwhelmed and frustrated, completely unable to counterattack as he controls the rhythm of the fight. This feeling is so annoying, I have to break his momentum. Suddenly, a huge icy aura radiated from her, and a frost seal appeared on her forehead. This made Dong Tom excited. She was risking her consciousness to dispel her duality domain, so I had to hold back my own to avoid losing my duality domain first. But things are not as easy as you think. The magic around Bing Bing gradually disappears. At that moment, she returned with overwhelming power. But that didn't make Duong Tom step back. However, Bang Bang had taken a step ahead to create a shield. At this moment, Duong Tom's eyes showed seriousness. Then a hammer shattered her stretcher. This surprises Bang Bang. How can his cultivation level break through my ice barrier? She also created countless ice blocks to attack him, but all were useless against Duong Tom's speed. It is said that Duong Tom used the spiritual beast to precisely identify Huang Bang Bang's weakest point in her defense, and continuously launched attacks through her icy needles, making it impossible for her to block the attacks. Even as a divine-level powerhouse, Huang Bingbing was forced to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, she broke through, her body surrounded entirely by ice and snow. Feeling uneasy, Duong Tom suddenly stepped back. At this moment, Bang Bang transformed into someone else. Bang Bang appears surrounded by an ice coffin, but Duong Tom pays little attention to its presence and immediately rushes forward, continuously swinging his hammer to attack. Surprisingly, all his attacks are useless against it. At that moment, he thought to himself that this ice barrier was really tough. She was temporarily holding back her consciousness and not directly fighting her. After a few seconds, Bang Bang launched a counterattack. Now she appeared very smug and simultaneously unleashed her own magic power, creating her own ice domain. The entire area was now covered in snow and ice. Tang San secretly felt excited. This domain was probably her trump card. You suddenly take out a delay stone, now it's your turn. This move also makes Bing Bing realize that this is a delay stone from the auction. Suddenly, he threw the stone towards Bing Bing, and around the stone a strange magical aura radiated. Bang Bang gradually realizes its effect. Oh no, I'm being affected by the delay stone, my movements are slowing down. Doesn't using the delayed stone mean he can't act either? Knowing that Bai Bing Bing's time freeze doesn't affect her slowing down, Dao Tom's forced time acceleration can barely counteract the sluggishness. He quickly teleported to Bang Bang's side, causing her to panic. What? Why isn't he affected by the delayed Ice God's defensive barrier? However, all her techniques were executed slowly. Damn ice armor was also affected and couldn't take shape. When Duong Tam launched his attack, he used instant movement into the hammer, which absorbed the flames of Master Ho Kim Kang, and with that, he delivered a powerful strike directly at Bang Bang. Not knowing if she could survive this move, Bang Bang was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond, as her destructive power immediately spread outwards, the smoke from the battle gradually dissipating. And surprisingly, Bang Bang was still alive and unscathed, revealing that Duong Tam had intentionally missed while confidently declaring, "You lost," and now Bang Bang was speechless, frozen in silence. She saw the situation and immediately accepted her defeat. "You win. I will keep my promise and also promote your proposal." Before her words, Tang San was very pleased and still hoped that the Ice Peak King seat would refine the bloodline for my senior brother. A little later, Bang Kai ran over because he heard a loud noise. "This little Tang actually defeated a divine-level expert. He's too strong. I feel like he's the real senior brother." Tang Tam defeated Huang Bingbing, and she kept her promise to use the Ice Wind King seat to refine the bloodline for Wu Bingji. He sat on the Ice Wind King seat, a cold aura flowing into his limbs and bones. Patterns resembling snowflakes appeared on his back, and Bingbing began to worry. The Ice Wind King seat shows no sign of rejection. Perhaps the bloodline of the Ice Maiden clan is very close to that of humans, making it truly suitable for merging. After a night at dawn, Wu Bangji had completed the refinement. He only felt his bloodline undergoing a miraculous transformation, his body faintly tingling as if something had been activated. After finishing, Huang Bingbing bid farewell and left. Tang San left his contact information with her. Vo Bangkai returned to the White Tiger Inn, while Duong Tam was on his way to Loyli City to find the couple of Hosu. The elite tournament at the temple was about to start, so Hosu needed to register quickly. Suho Kim Duong Tam quickly found the couple. Since they couldn't fly, they traveled at night and are almost at the sect. When Duong Tam talked about the elite competition at the sect, the monk agreed without saying a word, eager to test his current bloodline strength and ready to showcase his martial skills if the opportunity arose. Master Ho, who does not have a noble status, asked Hua Tu Nien for help to get into the sect, and after a busy effort, he successfully entered the sect. Because today is the last day to register, after entering the sect, they headed straight to the large registration square within the sect. Tu Mu was in the carriage, while Duong Tam and Hosu went to register. It is known that registration requires 100 low-grade elements and a bloodline of level 2 or higher. The bloodline strength must be measured by a device that injects the contestant's blood into it. The height of the glass column in the device represents the strength of the contestant's bloodline. Next to the glass column is an inscription. 3 Qi indicates bloodline level 4, 6 Chai level 3, 1 Zhang level 2, and over 1 Zhang 5 is level 1. And then Master Hu also had his blood drawn into the device. The height of the instrument gradually rose. Immediately, it caused the staff to gape in shock. 69 Qi, level 1 bloodline, this strength could rank in the top 10. Knowing that Lord Ho is a level 1 bloodline powerhouse, the staff's attitude also became more respectful. The staff member said that this competition includes singles and doubles matches. So the Hosu looked at Duong Tam and asked, "How about we team up for the doubles? Can I also participate?" But the staff member stopped him. Humans cannot participate in the competition, not even nobles. This annoyed Lord Hugh, who was a first-tier bloodline, and he wondered how he could join. So the staff explained that only an emperor could guarantee it, and even then, only if they had a bloodline of level 2 or higher. Suddenly, Du Tam took out a treasure. Does this count as a guarantee? It immediately alarmed the staff. If you have a token from the Sword Saint sect, then you can definitely participate in the competition, so you just need to pass the bloodline test to join. Dong Tam asked again about the prize, and upon learning there was a generous reward, he agreed to participate in the competition. He used the tiger bloodline to perform the test, and his crystal increased to 1 Zhang 3, which is considered a second-tier bloodline, allowing him to join the contest. He and Master Hu participated in both individual and team competitions, as if each of them entered twice, paying a total registration fee of 200 yuan. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Is this the registration area for the elite tournament of the sect?" This voice immediately caught Dong Tam's attention. This person's appearance gradually comes into view, leaving me stunned. Why am I seeing this person? Why is my heart suddenly pounding so hard? Is this man from the Peacock Demon clan? Are they a divine level or higher Peacock Demon? Who is he? But in that moment, he finally recognized who this person was. It's none other than young Master Mei, excitedly calling her name. Why did she come here instead of saying she would carry her away? She is delighted. "Why are you here? Aren't you the one?" Kung Shan was happily surprised when the two of them just met again. Just as the joy was settling in, Kong Kui appeared out of nowhere with a piercing gaze. "Do you know each other?" At this moment, Kong Tuok approaches and asks, "Do you know each other?" His face showed suspicion, and his presence made Tang San feel a bit surprised. As to father-in-law seeing this young master, Mai introduced him. He is Duong Tam, your friend. Duong Tam is my father. I bow to the clan leader. Kong Qiu's gaze suddenly shifted to another side, stopping at Daimyo with a look of surprise, and the Suhu tribe also recognized that he had a second-level bloodline. Great Miao exclaimed excitedly, "This is the result of Brother Duong Tam's measurement." Hearing this, the elder was stunned. A second-level human bloodline? Apart from Little Mei, this is the first time I've seen a human bloodline reach such a level of strength. Kong Tuok's mood suddenly darkened, and he then instructed his staff, "All right, measure my daughter's bloodline." Young Master Mei looked quite worried now. This Duong Tam guy had always been at the clan hall, so he should head back immediately. Her expression makes Duong Tam worry secretly. Is young Master Mei also wanting to participate in the competition? This must be the test he mentioned then. This is troublesome. On one side is the Great Cat, and on the other is young Master Mei. They are all friends, but I've known the young master longer. This is definitely not about valuing beauty over friendship. Definitely not. And then it was time for the young master to use his blood as a measure of strength. The energy column gradually rose. I looked at it with some curiosity. Why is the energy column increasing so slowly? Seeing that, Tang San stepped forward to comfort her and said, "Don't worry. Our human bloodline increases very slowly but steadily, just like it did earlier." "Are you participating in the individual competition or the team event?" Young Master Mei looked puzzled and said, "I also compete in pairs, but I am alone." Tang San looked excited. "Isn't that also because of me?" This statement immediately shocked her. At first, the measurement beam of young Master Mei increased very slowly, but when the second acceleration appeared, it kept rising and was about to reach 1 Zhang 8, even higher than the Great Miao. Duong Tam thought this must be the effect of the white tiger bloodline in the American young master's body. Her strength makes the peacock very proud. A height of nearly 1 Hong 8 is probably top 8. The staff member stepped forward, and this time's elite tournament was different from before, divided into individual and pair competitions. Young Master Mei asked softly, "Father, can I participate in the pair competition? Who will I compete with?" Duong Tam excitedly asked. "I am originally an assistant to Miss Mei. We can compete together," but then Kong Tu shot me a look like a bullet. "You're only a second-tier bloodline, probably only at the 9th level of cultivation. I'm afraid you'll be a burden to it." At this moment, Tang San took out his treasured sword token, confident. "I can do it." This shocked him. This is a token of the Sword Saint sect, even young master. Mai has to acknowledge it, he is very powerful. Kong Tu was even more surprised than he was, yet he still received the recognition from the Sword Saint sect. He stepped forward to question him, asking if he was from the Li City family. "That's right, the future world belongs to you young people. You handle it yourselves." Hearing this, young Master Mei's father was very pleased, and Tang San couldn't hide his excitement. Seizing this opportunity, you hurriedly begged Big Cat, truly apologizing to him. So the three of you registered, with 2 signing up for individual matches and Duong Tam and Mr. Mai registering for the pair competition. When registering, young Master Mei hid his real name so that Duong Tam wouldn't see it. Duong Tam was very curious about what young Master Mei's real name was. Very soon, you had to say goodbye to her. So let's meet at the exam hall. See you at the exam hall. At that moment, Duong Tam secretly rejoiced, as this sword combined with the 5 demon hearts was back in the world, truly nostalgic. In his previous life, he was Duong Tam, and she was Little Wu, and they worked together to dominate the exam hall, as if he was trying to repeat that once more. Seeing you just staring blankly, Damiao was helpless. "Don't look anymore, they've already gone far away. I sincerely apologize to Damiao just now. I understand how you feel. I'll invite you to dinner as a form of compensation. If you achieve a ranking in the pair competition, I'll let you choose a good item. As brothers, don't talk about these benefits. I will compete for what I want myself." That night, the peacock asked the young master about the morning's matter. "Who is Tu La? Is he someone from the rescue organization?" "That's how it is. He has always helped me in Lai City. If you think he is an important supporter for your future, then do your best to win him over. If you can't be sure that he will truly help, then stay alert. As someone in a high position, every core member must be a trusted confidant. Yes, I've been tired all day. Rest now. I'm heading back." The young master is alone in her room, still dreaming about Kong Kie's advice. Never expected that today I would meet Tu La and even team up with him in the competition. Our previous cooperation was a long time ago. I wonder if we worked well together in the match. The young master thinks, I don't really know Tu La's strength now, only that he seems very powerful. That's right. Who was the fierce beast beside him earlier? Probably his friend, right? Were they originally planning to compete as a pair? But after seeing me, Tula didn't hesitate and chose to team up with me. At this point, the young master hesitated, wondering what he truly thought of me. Meanwhile, Duong Tam was so happy to be able to compete with the young master that he forgot everything else. There's joy, but when it comes to important matters, Duong Tam won't delay. After the competition ends, he is very likely to become a helper for Mai Kong Tu. So he had to go to 2 places before the competition. 2 days before the event, Duong Tam went out early in the morning. His destination is the Heavenly Sun Celestial King, watching the sunrise here. Tong Tam secretly thought that the Heavenly Sun Celestial King, born and raised by the heavens, is the strongest of the Spirit Beast clan, and he must experience the power of his unwavering will at the ancestral temple. Duong Tam has submitted his elemental core and is preparing to climb the mountain. The Spirit Beast clan rarely comes to Heavenly Sun Sacred Mountain, far less than the Sword Saint sect. Duong Tam felt that the temperature inside the mountain was slightly higher than outside, but not as hot as he imagined. However, once he stepped inside, his thoughts completely changed. The first day on the holy mountain of the Celestial Star King certainly wouldn't be that simple. The overwhelming pressure presses down on each step Duong Tam takes, and sure enough, the environment around him changes as the temperature suddenly rises. Furthermore, Duong Tam also discovered that the holy mountain peak had turned into an erupting volcano, with lava flowing down the stairs toward him. Duong Tam quickly activated the Tiger Vajra. So, this is the trial of the Celestial Sun Sacred Mountain. I wonder if the Tiger Vajra can devour this lava power. The amount of lava pouring in is increasing, and as it appears before Duong Tam, he carefully slips past it. The heat of the lava is too intense for the Kim Kang Tiger Spirit to block, and he can no longer use the Kim Kang Tiger Spirit to devour the lava. Continuing would be playing with fire and could get him burned alive. Is the first level already this difficult? It far surpasses the difficulty of the Ice Spirit's Love King, and the Heavenly Dusk Celestial King cannot set up an unsolvable puzzle. It didn't take long for Duong Tam to come up with a plan. There it was, just as he saw the spiritual energy enveloping his small body and this object successfully passing through the layer of lava. As expected, after summoning Lam Ngan Huang, the temperature of the magma clearly dropped. Although Lam Ngan Huang would be burned by the intense heat, it could block the lava, and a sudden sense of fear overwhelmed him. This Heavenly Sun Star King really is capricious. Clearly refusing to let monsters climb their sacred mountain, only plant-type experts have the right to reach the holy mountain. Luckily, I have the Lamb Silver King. After stabilizing, Duong Tam didn't rush up the mountain, but instead sensed the transformation of Lam Ngan Huang. He realized that the fiery power of the Heavenly Sun Sacred Mountain no longer attacked him, but was instead seeping in. The surging heat flows into Duong Tam's body through Lam Ngan Huang, and he can feel his blood and energy boiling inside him. Blood vessels, meridians, limbs, and bones are all undergoing changes under this heat. After devouring everything, Duong Tam unexpectedly learns a secret technique of Yang Fire body tempering. The heat begins to burn Duong Tam, and although the temperature of my Yang Fire body is very high, I can clearly feel my strength increasing. As Duong Tam said, his physical strength has always been his weakness, and this place is just the right spot to address that issue. So Duong began absorbing the blazing energy, dissolving it with Huyen Thien Kong, and letting it seep into his body. Duong Tam no longer continued climbing, stopping at the second step. Until evening, the other climbers had left, but Tang San remained there, persevering until midnight before descending the mountain and ending the Tianyang Mountain trial. After achieving new accomplishments, Tang San realized his body had changed significantly, with his physical strength clearly increased. This place is really not bad. If time permits, I could stay here for 3 days and 3 nights. If I trained for half a year, I could also raise my body to the divine level. Unfortunately, time doesn't wait for me. I still have to compete next, so I can only say it later. After leaving Tianyang Mountain, Tang San returned to the White Tiger Rest House, entered the Mingxiang cultivation room upon arrival, and took the opportunity to sense the transformation of the Lam Ngan Huang. The deeper the blue-silver color, the more it seemed roasted. The volume shrank, but the sharpness increased significantly, accompanied by a fiery sensation. Duong Tam carefully thought, no wonder he is Tianyang Hua Chi Tang Chu Yang. Even the Vajra Tiger Monk is affected, suggesting that Dai Mu should go try. After sensing the transformation, Duong Tam entered a meditative state to recover, as he still needed to go somewhere tomorrow. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Tang San set out, heading towards the Di Yin Sacred Mountain of the Dai Yin Heavenly Spirit King. Looking in the direction he was about to go, Tang San began to consider. The sacred mountain of the underworld is full of gloom, and there are more climbers here than on Heavenly Yang Mountain, all of them wearing black hoods that cover their bodies completely, though I don't know why. Forget it. I'll go up the mountain first. Whatever strange thing is happening, I'll find out once I get there. As soon as he stepped onto the first step, a heavy weight once again pressed down on Duong Tam's shoulders. The cold yin energy has grown stronger. It's too intense. Now the Lam Ngan Huang has a heavenly yang aura. I wonder if it can resist this cold yin energy. Duong Tam immediately uses Lam Ngan Thao, which only lasts 3 seconds. And then a change occurs. It's not good. Each strand is under massive attack, causing Duong Tam to suffer and vomit blood. It's too late. The cold energy, despite everything, is still entering his body along with Lam Ngan Huang. The imprint of Lam Ngan Huang inside the body couldn't withstand and started to crack. As the clash between the two forces met, Duong Tam once again endured a pain that pierced to the bone. The two opposing energies of positive and negative are colliding inside my body. I can't control them at all. If I don't leave now, I might be torn apart. Duong Tam shifted to use time shift to slow down the collision and quickly left. He also didn't continue climbing, immediately turning around and rushing out of the dark spirit sacred mountain area, finally reaching the gate. The black-clad people are starting to pay attention to Duong Tam, and there's that fool dreaming again. If it were so easy to merge the power of the strong yang and strong qi, the Japanese divine empire wouldn't have been ruled by us for so long. Duong Tam couldn't afford to delay, so he transformed into a peacock and returned to the White Tiger rest house, entered the room, and quickly sat in meditation. He never expected that when the two powerful energies of Ji Yang and Ji Kuang met, such a huge reaction would occur. Lakan Lam Ngan Huang and Huyen Thian Kong are both being affected, repeatedly losing in the shockwave of their powers. Even the core of Duong Tam's soul begins to destabilize. This is only a fraction of the power of the two heavenly star kings on Sacred Mountain, and even the gentle energy of Huyen Thian Kong cannot be harmonized. Duong Tam knew that if he kept going like this, he wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. He wondered how to turn things around. Should he give up the Lakan Lam Ngan Huang? This new Lakan is completely unaffected. At this moment, Duong Tam had an idea and decided to try using it to see if it could solve the problem. The bipolar field is activated, and my QI flow has changed, causing the internal conflicts to gradually separate. Although the positive and negative energies still clash, some sudden changes occur, and during the collision they suddenly slip away, intertwining with each other. Even though they will collide again after a spin, there is no longer direct impact and it seems less intense. Quite an interesting game. Dongsong desperately held back his exhausted mental strength, maintaining the duality domain, hoping to use the QI flow to alter the collision between the two powers. Although with the support of the QI flow, the two powers spun more vigorously, causing them to intertwine more and more, gradually balancing each other. A glimmer of hope appeared, finally coming to a stop, and I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Lakan Lam Ngan Huang also stabilized as the collisions gradually lessened, and the crack was slowly healing. The two powers spinning around Lakan Lam Ngan Huang became more and more stable, forming a completely new mark. Duong Tam took a long breath. Luckily, the existence of the bipolar realm could be used in future cultivation to avoid losing oneself in the path of destruction. Let's rest first and recover our strength, then test Lakan's new ability to see how it works. The next morning is the day of the competition, with many contestants and spectators arriving here to participate. Dong Tam drew number 6 from Group 3. He suddenly thought that under the influence of luck, the Mu trial drew number 6, as long as it's not limited to only one contestant per group. Suddenly, Duong Tam sensed an overwhelming power nearby. It was none other than the young master Mei. At last, she had arrived. "Here, take this." The young master took it from Duong Tam. "What is this?" "Put it on your ear and use your mental energy to connect with me. It will make it easier for you to contact me later. Try wearing it." The young master then followed Duong Tam's instructions. "Can you hear me?" "Clear." After checking, he then gave some additional instructions. "With this, we can contact each other more easily in the future. Hurry up and draw your lot." Under the influence of the Celestial Fox transformation, young Master Mai drew the 9th group. The draw order is complete, and the official competition begins, with all participants being 9th Realm Bloodline experts of level 2 or higher. Both Dong Tam and Daimyo took the competition very seriously, knowing that only by understanding their opponents could they have a chance to win. After an hour, it was finally Dong Tam's turn. The referee loudly announced, "Next up is the 3rd group. Please gather here to compete." Duong Tam quickly left amid Daimyo's cheers. "Go for it. Don't worry, I will definitely wait for you in the final, including the young master." When he stepped onto the arena, Duong Tam noticed that his opponent was an elephant. "This is the Golden Fierce Demon Clan, and our team surprisingly has a first-rank Bloodline member." The elephant general began to show off. "Who is number 6? I am number 5. Dong Tam was momentarily startled because he was actually number 6. No way. Could it be that my luck is turning bad? Why did I face him in the first round? Based on his swollen body, the elephant prime minister begins to test each contestant. I am number 5. Who is number 6? Duong Tam wondered. Is there something wrong with my luck? So you actually faced him? Could it be that the fate in the extreme cold domain has an effect? Golden Iron Steed is also a first-tier bloodline, so among this group, I have the lowest chance of winning against him. There's nothing I can do, so Dong Tom has to admit that he is a rival to the Golden Iron Steed. Are you a 6-star? What is your race? Humans? Humans? Only strong people can participate in the competition, so just wait and see what you can do. Contrary to his fierce appearance, there's something different about Dong Tam. This beast is interesting, not like a simple-minded guy, polite too. After the dust settles, the referee will invite them into the arena. It's our turn now, please. Both teams stepped onto the stage. Manhwa's team cheered loudly, saying it was our turn next. It seems the opponent is human. He's really dark. And yet the first match is against the Golden Gold Savage Beast clan. As for the young master, she appears worried about Tang San's match. The opponent is the Golden Horned Horse. Tula is really unlucky. As soon as the command was given, the horse immediately swung its club. These two great tridents are absolutely extraordinary. The energy they release can rival a supreme artifact trident. After the loud shout, Manhwa immediately responded. Duong Tam knew he couldn't risk a direct fight with this guy, so he used speed to dodge the attacks. Where is Manhwa running off to now? Duong Tam runs back and forth on the arena, avoiding the attacks of the Golden Mysterious Mace. The Golden Mysterious Mace cannot catch up to him. This made him extremely angry. Damn it, this guy's speed is really fast, I just can't catch up. So Manhwa switched to attack from a different direction, swinging his two trui together to create a dense wave of sound that was powerful enough to make the audience sway. The loud noise almost deafened me. My ears are about to burst. Dong Tam still kept his distance from the opponent, thinking to himself that this truncheon carried a mental attack as well. Now my mind is blank. No wonder he's a top-tier bloodline. This strike is truly formidable. Manhwa once again approached from above while I was distracted. He closed in from the front, completely locking my aura and leaving me no chance to dodge this attack. Before taking the hit, Duong Tam quickly used the ultimate demon technique to strike Manhwa, unleashing enough power to leap upwards. Manhwa's eyes widened as he realized the mental attack he just used was so strong it could break his own aura lock, and then he countered by thrusting his chest forward. Then, Duong Tam took the opportunity and aimed a punch at Manhwa's stomach. This blow didn't defeat him, but it was enough to create a safe distance for Duong Tam. In the next second, Manhwa's whole body started to go numb. His tribal fans even mocked that this punch was as light as cotton, as if he hadn't eaten. Only Manhwa could feel the power enough to threaten his victory. I only see him start to take it seriously. My heart hurts so much. Was that just one punch from him? In less than 3 seconds, Manhwa's whole body began to go numb. Even Trui couldn't hold on anymore. Manhwa suddenly collapsed in front of all the spectators. The situation changed and all the commotion shifted to the battle. What is this? Did he kneel after just one encounter? That last punch seemed normal. Could it have been a practice fight? Duong Tam smiled softly. His last punch was successful. He had just used 3 bloodline powers in one strike, namely the Peacock Transformation, Tiger Transformation, and the Azure Silver King. First use the Suho Bien to gradually drain the opponent's defensive energy. Then use the teleportation ability of Kong Tuk Bien to channel the 2 streams of Lam Nhan Huang into the opponent's heart. This is a new technique I just devised. Tam Bien Truong. Although the energy transferred isn't much, both streams of power are extremely strong and erupt at the weakest point. The heart, even a fierce beast like Manhwa, can't withstand it. But this palm will disrupt the balance of the 2 energies in Duong Tam's body, which cannot be used many times in a day. First, he will finish this battle quickly, so he charges at Manhwa without mercy. He saw Duong Tam's movements but could do nothing more than block with his hand. In an instant, Duong Tam was right above Manhwa's head. You lightly touch his head. You lost, admit defeat, knowing your ending will not be a complete body. Manhwa immediately admits defeat. The referee then shouts, 6 Team 3 wins, and the entire audience starts arguing, what is going on? This is too unreasonable, it can't be. It must be a fake fight. Dong Tam ignored the gossip, and when Manhwa tried to sit up, I told him, I will treat you now. What kind of ability do you have? I can't reveal that. Wait, I am Mao Wenwu. What is your name? Tula said, then Duong Tam left, leaving Van Vu feeling disappointed. It's over. I was planning to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, but now I've turned into a real pig. Will G family beat me when I go back? It's really over. Duong Tam returned to the big cat's place. then smirked, so quick he had already won. Just in time for me to go on stage. Keep going, and of course, watch carefully. The great cat calmly entered the arena. Our tiger clan has always been called a cursed clan, abandoned by humans. All the clan members are in the cracks trying to survive so that they can live on. I have no choice but to fight one by one in the beast arena to earn money. I hate this curse. I hate this unjust world, and I hate my own uselessness. If it weren't for Tula's appearance, I might still be fighting recklessly to vent my rage. It was he who saved us and changed the fate of our tiger clan. Today, the great cat steps onto the stage once more, this time not fighting for survival, but for glory and the revival of our tiger clan. I want everyone to see the strength of our tiger clan. The philosophy has come straight to the arena, and the audience immediately erupted when they recognized the great cat from the tiger clan. Why is there a tiger clan? He's a shameless outsider, and these cursed beings also have the right to enter the ancestral hall. You are not worthy? The great cat ignores them and instead thinks about his opponent. Kim Thien Mavien, a top-tier bloodline of the monster realm, a second-level bloodline. Upon command, Mavien immediately charged forward, and just as he was about to reach the great beast, he casually looked at his opponent and then lightly lifted his sword. The demon orb, unaware that it is about to be defeated, deliberately swings its staff like a wish-fulfilling rod, but the great cat has been waiting for it all along, raising its sword high into the sky to deliver a dazzling slash of icy blades. From now on, our tiger clan will no longer be the cursed top clan. Everyone was amazed by Daimyo's incredible strength, exclaiming that he could continuously kill the Kim Thien, which proved his level of bloodline power at level 1. Has he already resolved the bloodline conflict within the tiger clan? How is that possible? Daimyo seemed to be confident of victory amidst everyone's amazement. Duong Tam stepped forward and said, "Congratulations on your victory, this staff is good for you." Daimyo smiled happily and asked, "After today's match is over, do you want to watch her match before leaving?" Dong Tam replied, "Okay, if you go ahead," but Daimyo refused and decided to stay to watch the match. Dong Tam and Daimyo continued to stay at the arena to watch the competition, and not long after, it was Mei Gongzi's turn to fight. Miss Gongzi calmly stepped into the arena. Seeing her opponent was the Kim Ho Yu Tak with a second-tier bloodline, and the Kong Tuok Yu Tak was a first-tier bloodline. Duong Tam secretly worried. Dealing with her probably isn't a problem, but Miss Mei just advanced to the 9th realm recently and can't afford to be careless. I need to be ready to step in and save her at any moment. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, the bloodthirsty Kim Ho clan member split into hundreds of identical clones. Duong Tam observes and evaluates the illusionary clones, noting that the 3 innate talents of the Kim Ho Yu tribe are illusion speed and enchantment. But since Miss Mai is also a woman, beauty or charm are useless against her. While the Kim Ho clan warriors charged forward fiercely, Miss Mai remained calm and still, then gathered the energy of plants and trees to unleash a space-cutting attack that left her opponent stunned. In shock, Miss Young Master just standing still is enough to scare off opponents and keep them at bay. But the Kim Ho Yao clan members seem unable to counterattack, trapped and helpless as the surrounding space rapidly shrinks. If this continues, I will die. In the end, unable to endure any longer, she shouted, "I surrender." Jongsai quickly announced, "Number 3, Team 9 wins. That is Miss America." Dong Tam happily smiled to himself, thinking I didn't expect that after a year of seclusion, she has mastered her space power to such an extent. I was worried for nothing now. Seeing that the young master has won easily, Dong Tam told Daimyo, "I'll go ahead now." Dong Tam still felt a little regretful, sighed, thinking that he had left so quickly and still wanted to get in touch with her more. It seemed there was no need to discuss the match pairing anymore. Prince Mei, having won the duel, still looks confused about something. After passing the family trial, his control over his space power has improved to a new level. A few days ago, she discovered the mountain cave where the family trial would take place. Young Master Ni quietly entered the cave alone. She thought this place was perfect for the family trial, wondering to herself what exactly the trial involved, but it was probably related to space power. She took out the magic stone pendant she always carried and remembered Tula's words, that this stone could boost her luck and wearing it might increase her chances of passing the trial. She clenched it tightly in her hand, her eyes full of determination, and she vowed to herself that she would definitely succeed. As the door of power opens, the family trial begins. Young Master Mei focuses ahead and quietly says, "It's starting." The door of space power opens and young Master Mei steps forward. She realizes a circular altar-like area appears beneath her feet, surrounded by an endless space. The light emanating from this altar is the power of space. She boldly steps into the altar area, moving carefully with each step. The deeper she went into the circle, the more careful she became with every move, her eyes focused entirely. Thinking that the young master was observing everything closely as she advanced, she increasingly sensed the differences in the space. The light gradually faded, but made room for darkness. She thought that just now, beams of space power shot into the sky, causing the altar to darken accordingly. The young lady looked up at the sky, feeling the power of each space fragment turning into countless beams of light. She gazed at the shimmering streaks in the sky, curious about their meaning, when suddenly a beam of light appeared within the altar area. Young Master Mei was confused and wondered, is this the content of the test? These space powers will come from different directions and hit me. If hit by the space power, I will be torn apart. A moment later, another beam of light appeared in the sky heading toward her. 2 more beams rushed in. She quickly dodged to the side to avoid being hit by them. Dense beams of light appeared, continuously rushing straight toward her. She tries to dodge and avoid getting hit, thinking to herself that the more space powers are shot at her, the more she needs to use heavenly mechanism dance to sense the changes in space. Miss Young Master activates the transformation technique Tianji Wu. As she transforms, she seems to become a different person, graceful and free, dancing effortlessly with fluid movements. Miss Mu dances through each wave of space power. Miss Mu dodges countless waves of space power. Gradually, Mai Kongtu's mental strength is about to give out. Her face shows clear signs of fatigue and exhaustion. But the attack from the space power still hasn't stopped. The space energy that was avoided merges back into the altar. At this moment, there is still a relatively large black area on the altar. She closed her eyes and focused on executing the celestial mechanism technique. While performing the technique, she only thought that heavenly mechanism dance requires mental perception of space. The attack range was too dense, she basically had no time to rest, and many bright auras had yet to fall. That's right. Tula also gave her a crystal glass, and she used its power additionally. Using it together with heavenly mechanism, Master Yi feels time passing slowly, and now her heart is light and at ease. Master Yi softly says, "It can actually slow down space." That's great. With the Time Quang transformation seal on the glass supporting the handsome young master, he no longer has to worry and can fully avoid the power of space. There is also time for rest and recovery. Although the duration of the Time Quang transformation isn't long, it's enough for Master Mei to regain his strength. Her face became bright and radiant, full of vitality, and during that time, Miss Mai also gained a completely new understanding of Tien Kovu. She can control the space power and alter its trajectory, which is the correct way to use heavenly co-dance. So, the trial became easier, and in the end, the space power energies were drawn into the altar. The altar turned white, and young Master Mai also finished off Tien Kovu. Strangely, when she opened her eyes, a magnificent swan appeared before her, and finally Tianji Wu also appeared, with pure white feathers like early winter snow. The enchanting beauty leaves young Master Mei in awe, and as Tianji Wu fluffs its feathers, the scene becomes even more mystical. The aura begins to envelop the young master, surrounding him and then helping him transform into a different form, that of the golden peacock. This surprises the young master. The peacock golden crown appears, so it seems like a test. At that moment, young Master Mai was attracted by the distant aura. This is the celestial mechanism spirit, different from the one I had before. This must be the form that appears after being acknowledged, right? And it also has a distinctive feature that catches young Master Mei's attention. The people below are kneeling in a pitiful manner, and the tail of the celestial mechanism feather is gradually moving strangely, with some body clinging to young Master Mei from behind. What does the scene inside the hair of the heavenly secret spirit mean? Could it be hinting at something to me? She wondered then. Suddenly, another strange action took place. Yes, the light around the last strand of hair seems a bit different, its color is changing. The young master suddenly felt shocked, and then she realized, but it was hard to believe, impossible to look directly at that strand of hair, an indescribable sense of fear. Tien Kovu has a main ability to grasp the heavenly fate. Could what I just saw really be the heavenly fate? At this moment, young master, Mai couldn't help but wonder if all of this was going to happen in the future. After some time, the memories end and time returns to the present, and Miss Gongzi has returned to her residence from the competition grounds. This time, it was thanks to the 2 treasures given by Tula that she was able to successfully pass the family's trial. Now I can see how strong Tula is from his match against Huangjin Mangma, but it definitely wasn't a fake fight. His gentle strike ended the match instantly, which is too abnormal. Tomorrow I need to fight alongside him, so I'm a bit nervous and I don't know what he's doing right now. At this moment, Duong Tam climbs the mountain again, sending Dai Myo to the Sword Saint Palace on Sacred Mountain, while he himself goes to Heavenly Sun's Sacred Mountain. The 2 energies of yin and yang bring great benefits to Duong Tam, so he is determined not to give up this opportunity. After staying on Thien Duong Holy Mountain for about an hour, Duong Tam immediately went to Diam Holy Mountain. This time, he was extremely careful to absorb the pure yang energy, and each time he did, it triggered a fusion with the pure yang energy. Duong Tam also remained calm, gradually merging, the yin and yang energy vortex growing larger and larger. After 2 trips back and forth, staying until late at night, the yin and yang energies in Duong Tam's body had increased 4-fold compared to before. This climb brought another surprise and joy to Duong Tam, as he discovered that a small part of the energy had transformed into a balanced type of energy. You are also a divine king, and you can recognize this energy at a glance. It is chaotic qi. The scene shifts to the bustling and lively arena. This place is crowded with thousands of spectators, and Duong Tam is quite confident this time. Today's competition is in pairs, and the trio and quintet teams are back in action. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Training with chaotic energy is truly powerful. After a night of cultivation, every aspect of myself has improved. Yesterday, Duong Tam discovered that the 2 yin and yang energies within his body had transformed into chaotic energy, so he used that to cultivate. Before heaven and earth took shape, it was chaos, also known as primordial spiritual energy. This energy, back then, was only encountered by the divine king, and it was a great tonic for life forces at any level. Today, I have to make a good impression on my ear in front of the handsome young master. Just then, Duong Tam smiled when he saw the young master again and said, "Let's go line up for the draw." This time, Duong Tam must protect the beautiful young master well and not give other bugs a chance. Anyone who dares to steal his wife will be made to regret it. The murderous aura around him suddenly made the young master panic. "What's wrong with you? Nothing." You quickly replied, then the young master Mei continued. "So what was your move yesterday with that palm?" I merged several types of abilities to pass energy through his chest cavity, sending energy to find him and defeat enemies to win. Hearing this, Lord Nai was amazed, using teleportation to transfer energy into the opponent's body. Is that also acceptable? Of course, space is not only outside but also exists inside the body. This answer from Duong Tam clarified and resolved my Kongtu's doubts. Meanwhile, Duong Tam asked, "Do you have an interest? I can teach you." So, the young master. Mai eagerly agreed. Then it was Duong Tam's turn to draw lots, and he used Heavenly Crane Chi to influence Mai's draw, and she got number 8 in Team 1. Duong Tam reminded him, "You're near the front. It'll be our turn soon. Do you have a strategy or any thoughts?" After this closed-door cultivation, she has reached the space self-integration stage, progressing so much. Later, she can attack freely, and I will support her. However, Mu Kong Tu couldn't help but be surprised. Could he really see that I had reached the space self-integration stage? A little later, they waited in the battle waiting area. Today, Da Miao wasn't competing, so it didn't come, and soon it was their turn to fight. The referee loudly announced, "Teams 7 and 8, it's your turn to fight." Immediately, Duong Tam and Miss Mai stepped forward to face their respective opponents. At this moment, Tong San and the young master Mi were extremely alert. Facing the 2 opponents, Tong San immediately recognized them as the Chi Chu seed and the Thon Thi seed of the Spirit Beast clan. Both of them are second-level bloodline spirit beasts and not very strong. After absorbing a large amount of yin and yang energy yesterday, the blue lacquered laminar grass mark is no longer enough to balance the 2 energies. At the right moment, the competition allows for greater absorption of powerful bloodline energy, followed by fusion and enhancement. Both of these spirit demons have second-level bloodlines, making them suitable for absorption. Then Duong Tam said to young Master Mai, "These 2 are not strong. Let's fight ourselves. I'll give Chi Chu to you and Thon Thi to me." How about that? The match begins. As soon as the command is shouted, the Chi Chu seed immediately charges forward. It was both alert and observant before suddenly disappearing, secretly rushing to Duong Tam and the young master, but immediately realizing they had noticed, then deploying defensive spells and waiting for Chi Chu to gradually approach. Immediately, Chi Chu fertilization jumps up and reveals his true form to attack. Unfazed, young Master Mei continues to face him. She tries to break through Chi Chu Thu Tin's attack, making him feel a bit bitter. Duong Tam can't help but feel proud. Young Master. Mai can easily deal with Chi Chu Thu Tin, so I don't need to worry. I just need to focus on dealing with this Thon Thi Tin. He is beginning to release his aura, and suddenly Thon Thi Tin feels a chill down his spine. And when he realizes Duong Tam is right behind him, Thon Thi Tin quickly jumps up. Duong Tam immediately chased after him. Sensing the danger, Thon Thi Tin quickly released a powerful aura of demonic energy to block Duong Tam's pursuit. He secretly admired that Thon Thi Tin's spiritual energy was incredibly corrosive, capable of melting steel. Duong Tam remained calm, waiting for the spiritual energy to dissipate, then executed his blink teleportation technique, standing right behind Thon Thi Tin, catching him off guard and confused as he turned around. Thon Thi Tin ignores it and continues releasing his aura. Taking the opportunity, Duong Tam breaks through his Tiger Golden Vajra technique to fight against Thon Thi Tin's aura, but he releases his aura everywhere, covering too large an area, and it might reach young Master Mei, so Duong Tam decides to limit the growth of the aura. Thon Thi Tin couldn't help but feel confused. What is this? Covering all my demonic energy? Duong Tam continued to use the space crack to shatter Thon Thi Tin's aura. When he realized that all the aura had been absorbed by the space crack, Duong Tam immediately appeared right behind him. He launched fierce attacks, and in an instant, Thon Thi Tin was defeated, and Duong Tam felt something unusual. After defeating Thon Thi Tin and absorbing its bloodline power, young Master Mai is also about to finish. When he turns to her, young Master Mai has just defeated Chi Chu Thu Tin. The referee's voice rang out loudly, announcing the end of the match. Team 8 wins. Then Duong Tam gradually approached Chi Chu Thu Tin, whispering, "Don't resist. I'll transfer some of my life aura to you," and gently placed his hand on its body. After absorbing it, Chi Chu Thu Tin can stand up now much better, thank you. It's just a competition. Inside, Duong Tam smiled and thought, "No need to thank me. I just wanted to absorb your bloodline power." These two plant-type bloodlines are both level 2, which makes up for the previous consumption of Lakan Lam Ngan Huang. Young Master, Mai suddenly spoke. "Let's go." Okay. They both slowly stepped down from the arena. But Duong Tam suddenly felt that something was off. The aura emitted by that monster made both of them wary of that mighty power. Seeing them, Duong Tam couldn't help but smile as he recognized Ma An and the Dark Gold Demon King of the Yu Kuai clan, both second-tier bloodlines. They are part of the same group as us, and the quick end to the match shows their strength is extraordinary. The young man is a top-tier 9 grade, but due to his weak life force, he has never before reached the level of becoming a god. The Amkim demon beast he rides is one of the overlords of the Hung clan, and this combination is undoubtedly a fusion of strength and spirit. They deliberately blocked our way. It seems they have no good intentions. Ma'an looked at them and sneered, making Duong Tam a bit angry, and he even challenged them, hoping to meet you in the next round. After finishing, the Dark Gold Demon King roared in anger. The demon spirit comforted it, saying, "Calm down, be good now. They are with our group. Sooner or later we will meet. You can only eat when you're on the arena. Then both of you go separate ways. See you next time." Then Duong Tam asked the young master for his opinion. "There are no more matches today. Whether to watch the fight or go, it's up to you." She replied, "Didn't you say you wanted to teach me some fighting techniques? Let's go now. We're heading to your place." Duong Tam was surprised to hear those. "Come to my place, or what else? Are you suggesting you won't come to my place?" "My father is there." "Fine, of course, there's no problem. You wouldn't have any other intentions, right?" "No, absolutely not. You don't trust my character and you still don't want to take off your mask. How am I supposed to trust you?" Tang San sighed and said, "I have my own troubles. Please understand." Prince Mei pouted and said, "Let's go." Then they arrived at Duong Tam's residence, and both entered the room. The young master asked, "Is this the place? Can we perform it here? Don't worry, it doesn't need to be a large space." She replied, "Let's get started then." First, Duong Tam Bao and the young master, she created a space-time crack and maintained it within the space. "All right, Lord Mei, act immediately, watch carefully." Then Tang San creates a new gap, and the space produces a miraculous resonance, and it seems there is also some other energy present. Both of them focused intensely until a slight movement began, and the space crack suddenly shattered and disappeared, surprising young Master Mei. "The space crack I created vanished as soon as it made contact. How is that possible?" Then Sandao replied, "This is the heavenly mystery origin, perfectly harmonious with heaven and earth, yet also without foundation. It is simply a circle. At that moment I transformed both the spatial stance and time into a circle, so this circle would become pure. What we need to do is make this pure circle even more flawless. The closer it gets to perfection, the more all incompatible existences within the position of the heavenly mystery realm will disappear." After hearing this, Miss Mai became even more confused and suggested, "Then we can do it again." She then created 3 space-time cracks at once. Duong Tam continues to transform space, stance, and time into a circle, but this time it's more extraordinary than before, growing larger each time and making Miss Mei's eyes widen in amazement. The heavenly mystic stones are an explanation of the space that Duong Tam understood when he was still a sea god. In this life, his mental power can now manipulate this dimension. Back then, as a sea god, his most powerful move was the Chaos Storm, capable of freezing everything in its path. Vodin Vongba is formed by many heavenly mystic origin stones. Now, with my Kongtu's understanding of space energy, Duong Tom believes he can teach her. Then, Dong Tom told Miss May, "Try attacking me this time. I will show you how to use it in real combat." "All right, watch out." However, Miss Mai couldn't help but wonder, how did you do that? Two heavenly mystic stones, and I feel like the entire space is covered, with not a single trace left. This is incredible. Although Dong Tam is not as recognized by space as the young Master Mei, no expert in this realm understands space as well as Dong Tam does, so he decided to guide the young Master Mei to feel the wonder of the heavenly Chai mystic element, making him a bit excited. At first, Duong Tam softly instructed, "Turn around and face me. Relax, I will guide you with my energy," then continued to transfer his aura to help Mai Kongtu channel her energy outward. As she begins to feel the aura on her body, the young master realizes that the surrounding space element is exhibiting strange laws, not tearing space apart, but guiding the space element to reorganize itself. This process feels like creating an entirely new world, and this time, young Master Mei is delighted to have succeeded. As I drew the circle, it felt like a door opening before my eyes, leading to a vast, boundless space. This process is incredibly magnificent. Never before has young Master Mei experienced space like this. At this moment, Tang-san is also working hard to help young Master Mei, and he is completely proud of her. Watching your clever beauty, Duan-san silently thought to himself, "I will cherish you even more in this life. What kind of god, king, or divine realm, nothing else matters anymore. I will always be by your side, shielding you from rain and wind, never letting you suffer any harm." Suddenly, the young master of America turned back happily. "I think I understand now. What's wrong with you?" "Sorry, I was thinking of something from the past." Hearing that, the young master was a bit confused, and Tang-san immediately sounded the village drum. "Do you feel it now?" The young master responded, sensing a point but still unable to fully grasp it. It seems that the heaven and earth mystic sphere can manipulate space through adjustments, causing spatial changes, and the spatial elements also favor this transformation, thus supporting the change. If that's the explanation, there's no problem. Do you want to try again? Yes. Then Duong Tam led the young master to draw circles again and again, one after another. Until she was completely immersed in that wonder, Tianchi Huyen Vien drained Duong Tam greatly, guiding Mai Kongtu to proceed, causing even more exhaustion. Although Duong Tam's mental strength was exhausted, her inner satisfaction was overflowing. As soon as Mai Kongtu touched the heavenly Chai mystic pearl, she was suddenly startled by Duong Tam's agonizing scream. "What's wrong with you? Are you out of spiritual power?" At this moment, Duong Tam's body was sweating quite a bit, making Mai Kongtu worry. It seems that using Tianchi Huyen Vien greatly drained his spiritual power, so I only transferred a bit of bloodline strength to Tula. He did this because of me. After the sharp pain, Dong Tam gradually regained consciousness. Young Master Mei asked happily, "Are you awake? Is it better now?" "It's okay. Just a bit of mental energy depletion. Don't move too quickly. If your mental energy is depleted and not handled well, it will harm your cultivation." Hearing this, Tang-san secretly thought, "This is still the first time she has cared about me. Everything I did today was worth it." Young Master. Mai is still sad, blaming me. "I didn't realize you would exhaust yourself like this. Why didn't you stop on your own?" At that moment, she was in her best state of enlightenment. It would be a pity to stop now. How does she feel about it? "I have gained a completely new understanding of space, but I can't use it yet. However, I will definitely be able to in the future." Helping her is enough. Duong Tam smiled and said, "Asmis, my worries. You even taught me a small skill. A skill even my father doesn't know. And although I don't understand why you're helping me and treating me so well, I still thank you." At that moment, Dao Tam thought, "I am your Xiao Wu. If I don't help you, who will I help? You know so much. Should I learn from you or make you my teacher?" "No, I can't. It would make her confused. Why are you so good at being a teacher?" "No way. How can that be? In this world, the master is the senior. So how can I be by her side in the future? Isn't that a mess of seniority? Becoming a master is absolutely not allowed." So Duong Tam suggested, "We are not much different in age. Being your master really isn't suitable. You said you will always help me, and in the future if you want to stay by my side in the Lee City family, you need a proper identity. I think the role of teacher suits me very well. I can persuade my father." Hearing that, Tang-san sighed and enthusiastically suggested, "Forget about being a teacher. Why don't you accept me as your older brother?" After Duong Tam asked the young master about becoming his older brother, she suddenly panicked. "Brother, take the opportunity." "What does my little sister want to call me?" "Forget it, I'm leaving." Hearing Miss Me accept, Tang-san couldn't help but feel happy. "Can you seriously call me Big Brother?" Although Miss Mai hesitated for a moment, she then called him. Duong Tam couldn't help but feel happy as he recalled the past. "You can't forget that girl. Third brother, I'm here." Brother Tam, I am here. I have always been here. Actually, I know you intentionally came home late, right? Sorry, Tamka, please don't cry. I don't want you to cry. I just want to be with you to stay by your side more. Tamsa, I love you very much too. Tamsa, I have to go now. You must live well. Hearing this, a heavy feeling filled Tamka's heart. Shawu continued, Tamka, if there is a next life, I will still be your wife. And then Xiaowu left forever. That is also why when Duongtam heard the young master call him now, he burst into tears of joy. But young master, I couldn't help but be startled. What's wrong? Why are you crying again? I'm fine. I was just too happy. At that moment, seeing the young master also stunned made me remember some things from the past. Duongtam was crying uncontrollably, and the young master couldn't find a way to comfort him, so he stayed by his side. After a long time, Duongtam finally stopped crying. He smiled and apologized, unable to control his emotions. It's okay, if you want to talk, I can be a listener. Duongtam then said, Not the right time yet. There will be a day when I tell you everything, but not now. The young master quickly replied, All right, but Duongtam continued excitedly. Can you call me big brother? And you must not cry anymore. Definitely no crying. After that fun day, it was already evening. Tang Tam lay down on the bed and sighed. Such a joyful day. Although my mental strength is depleted, hearing her call me brother makes everything worthwhile. I'm so happy. I've waited for this day for so long. Little Vu, you must grow up quickly. Duongtam was so excited that only late at night did his emotions fully stabilize. Then he began practicing, integrating the plant bloodline he absorbed that morning into his body. Lakan Lam Ngan Huang absorbs the bloodline power of Chichu fertilized fruit, and indeed becomes stronger, with the yin and yang energies in the body also being controlled. Duongtam decides to temporarily refrain from absorbing the bloodline power of Thion Thi Tin, waiting until he has accumulated more yin and yang energies before making a decision. The next morning, Do Tam appeared with Great Mew and said, I feel like your golden Vara tiger is making even more progress. Great Mew replied, Yes, once the bloodline issue is resolved, I can focus entirely on cultivation. Earlier, while training at the Golden Mountain Cave, I gained a new insight that surprised me and made me speak out loud. I discovered the fundamental cause of the conflict between the bloodline of the sect and the Tiger Clan, which is that the sect possesses an additional powerful ability compared to the Tiger Clan, opposite to devouring, which is also a form of elimination. Hearing this, Duongtam pondered very seriously. Daimyo cheerfully told Duongtam, Try touching it and see if it works. Then he slowly touched the sphere, and unexpectedly the energy radiating out made Duongtam startled and panic. What kind of power is this? So you can have such a strong repulsion force? How are you able to do this? The great cat immediately replied, Reverse devouring is fine. In future battles, I can directly rebound the opponent's strength and maybe even form a domain. What Yuan said is probably a reflection domain, right? What if we combine suppression and devouring? That's right, why didn't I think of that before? Then the rebound power would be even stronger. Practice more first and then say, Don't use it hastily today, Duongtam reminded. Daimyo smiled and replied, All right, you're still the clever one. Just then, Lord Ni called out, Are you here yet? You and Daimyo are almost here. What about me? I'm almost there too. Yesterday after returning home, I trained until midnight. Your method is really effective. Dongtam softly said, That's because you are smart? Our little beauty is also a handsome and intelligent young master. The handsome young master nodded shyly. See you later. Okay, see you later. When he turned back, he saw that Dai Miao had already left, leaving Tang San feeling confused. Huh? What's wrong? Wait for me. Big Cat sighed and said, I can't stand you, young ones. Please understand. Then, at the lively arena, the young Master Mei walked while pondering, probably waiting in the battle preparation area over there. Why can't I find them? Just then, Do-san waved his hand and called out loudly, Young Master Ni, we're here. You didn't stay up too late training yesterday, right? No, don't worry. I was resting and meditating last night. Do you know who your opponent is today? Duongtam quickly replied, I don't know. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Big Cat jokingly said modestly, You might face a formidable enemy, but no matter who the opponent is, they can't stop my progress. I'll watch him later. Be careful. Tang-san nodded in response, while the great cat felt a little lonely. It's a pity that little Meow isn't a noble. Otherwise, she should have been allowed to participate in the competition too. Looking at you all, I start to miss her again. Duongtam then smiled and said, You just separated this morning. We'll meet again after the competition. But then Damyu shouted loudly, The dual goals confuse young master. My then Duongtam suddenly remembered, That's right. How is little Mew's health now? Her current condition is very stable, her cultivation has increased significantly, so she should be able to become a 9th grade powerhouse very soon. That's good. Resolving the bloodline conflict issue. Your Ho tribe is inherently powerful, but I feel sorry that many of our elders would have benefited greatly if they had met you earlier. Don't overthink it. As long as you lead the renowned Shuhu clan to stand firm at the top of the Heavenly Vu Empire, it will be enough to comfort our ancestors. That's what I'll do, and it's also the purpose of my visit this time. Daimyo immediately confirmed that Dong Tam had not been resting, but had been constantly monitoring the competition, as there was no better opportunity to learn more about the characteristics of the Spirit Beast clan and the Yu Kwai clan in this match. His goal was to reach the divine level and gather all 9 level 1 Lakan. There is still 1 spot available, and Tintin also holds a Lak seal, but she has been sleeping peacefully since she fell asleep and has not woken up yet. As the matches progress, today's competition becomes even more intense, and the number of injured participants begins to rise. Some competitors even bet on their injuries to secure victory, but such players often face trouble in the next match. Finally, it was Team 3's turn, and Duong Tam nodded to young Master Mai before heading to the back of the arena to wait. All the spectators are excited. That is the winner of the first round with a truly strong aura. How could that Tula defiet Mao Van Vo? First, Duong Tam observes the participants in this round, including Tinti and another quite strong opponent. Duong Tam's opponent is definitely one of these 2 people. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out, inviting all involved teams, including Tinti, Mao Van Vo, and that arrogant strongman, to compete alongside Duong Tam. The atmosphere at the competition arena is growing increasingly tense, with Tang San appearing very serious before the match while Tinti remains quite relaxed and confident. As soon as the referee shouted to start, Tinti sneered and unleashed her ultimate move. With her powerful energy, young Master Mai immediately recognized it as the Liet Duong Hua Tin Demon, causing Daimyo to panic. She wants to say that the clan of Tianyang Tianxing Emperor is the true leader of the Heavenly Star Emperor in the Divine Emperor Nation, a being with extremely powerful strength. The first round already faced the successor of the Emperor, the strongest defense of the Golden Man Demon clan. This is only the second round of the qualifiers, and they've already encountered the Liet Duong Hoa Tin clan. This stroke of luck can no longer be described as just poor. Now Tin Ti slowly steps forward, heading towards Duong Tam. You also can't help but feel worried. This battle probably can only be settled through direct confrontation. Suddenly, Duong Tam charged forward at lightning speed, but he calmly countered to stop Duong Tam, so you quickly devised another way to attack through him. The audience can't help but feel tense. It was too fast. Everything hit perfectly. No, wait, look closely. Something unusual is happening to Tin Ti. The vines wrapping around his entire body form a protective outer layer. Tang San realizes this is a sacrifice-type skill, still very difficult to deal with. It seems that the figure is not his true body. We need to find its real location. Just then, the Liang flower demon started attacking, and there was no time to search, only to destroy it and hope to survive. Then Dung Tam jumped up, using his ghostly shadow dance technique, but he couldn't dodge in time. Without stopping, Dung Tam continued to unleash the tiger-horned Vajra attack. It surprised the great cat. I only used it once. How does he know? Currently, Duong Tam is in a very tense situation. It seems that without real skills, he can't defeat his opponent. So, Duong Tam decides to rush forward and release the bloodline energy that envelops everything, then slowly raises the hammer toward Liet Duong Hoa Tin Yu, aiming straight at it, causing Tin Thi to be stunned. How is this kid doing this? All his attacks are actually being repelled by him. At this moment, Duong Tam let go of the rope, trying to hold on tightly, but Tin Ti cut the connection first. That feeling is really annoying, Tin Ti shouted, still distracted. Then he unleashed a powerful move that caused a huge explosion. Tintin, are you awake? What's happening in the spirit Sia? That is Tintin's mark, yet it lit up, making Duong Tam worried. He focused his thoughts and realized this was the bloodline state, the core of the opponent. This time it seems Liet Duong Hua Tin Yu has revealed its weakness. Duong Tam is excited. It looks like this situation is in his favor. Earlier, Dong Tam had discovered the core of the flower, revealing the location of the main body. I wonder how you can still escape. He focused on a single point ahead and then threw his weapon to hit the target. Tin Ti started to worry. Does this attack target the main body because he detected it? He needs to switch the main body to another vine. Duong Tam vandang giu chat soi daikit noi voi ke buakwakao, trong ki tin thi dang tim kach thoat tan. But Duong Tam has no intention of letting you go. If you still want to run, he will switch weapons to approach the target more easily. The arrow flies decisively toward the enemy. Tin Thi smirks, thinking that with just these arrows, they still want to shoot at us a second time. Duong Tam mutters a spell. The tiger's roar tightens, unleashing a destructive force that destroys all obstacles in its path. Tin Thi didn't anticipate this. We're in trouble. Too many vines have been destroyed. The shield is about to break. He tried to create vines to absorb the damage, but Duong Tom's arrows easily pierced through them, directly attacking Tin Thi. This time he has completely failed. Everyone gasped in surprise and said together, "Is it over? Did I win?" A quiet atmosphere is settling over the arena, and although some are reluctant, the spirit is forced to submit. "I admit defeat." Tang San respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance. So, Tin Thi still wants to learn from you. Can you tell me what material your hammer is made of?" Even before he could, Duong Tom had already refused. No, it seems Tin Thi is very determined. "I can do whatever you want. Tell me what you need. If you want to sell, I can offer a high price." "Does Duong Tom really not need much money? Can you really afford to buy this? This is considered a divine weapon of mine. If you even sell the heavenly sunflower, how much money can you get?" Zuyang Tin Thi also thinks it's reasonable, so can you give me your contact information? "I will negotiate," Dong Tam happily said. "You can come find me since I have been participating in the competition here recently." Tin Thi reluctantly hands back the hammer. "All right, here it is." But his eyes were full of hope that Duong Tom would sell him out. The referee also chased them away. "All right, you two, stop talking and leave the exam hall quickly." Hearing that, they quietly stepped down. Tin Thi still has one thing she hasn't asked. "Oh right, how did you find out where my positive energy is?" Tong Tom slowly said, "If I said it was luck, would you believe it?" Tin Thi laughed and said, "I don't believe it, but it's possible, though luck alone doesn't seem to explain it either." "I am Tin Thi. What is your name?" Duong Tom replied. "I am Tula Tin Thi. I see someone coming to find you on my left. I'll go ahead now. I'll come back to talk to you next time." Daimyo just arrived and was curious. "Are you very close to the Layet Hoa spirit clan? And the young master is only worried about your safety. Are you okay? Are you injured?" Daosan happily ignored Daimyo's question. "It's okay. I just wanted to see how strong this powerful beast race really is." The young master's eyes darkened. "Brother, your luck is also a bit bad. Why do you keep running into top-tier bloodline experts in every round?" Duong Tom also felt the same way. He didn't know either. "It's okay, as long as both of you have better luck during the exam." Big Cat excitedly patted your shoulder. "Two Law brothers' luck is unmatched, having back-to-back battles against royal clans, something only possible in the finals. I wonder if our third group has any other royal clans." Duong Tom also had nothing to say. "Don't curse so much." An hour later, it was finally the sixth team's turn to fight, and Daimyo had already arrived at the waiting area early. The Demon King watches from above as the Tula Sword Saint steps onto the arena. The two fighters also take their places. The Demon King was a bit surprised. So the opponent is actually him. Compared to the Great Cat, the opponent is much more muscular and is a golden-maimed demon clan member. The atmosphere before the match was already tense. By the time the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match, Kim Man was already in a powerful attacking stance, his eyes fixed on his opponent as if he wanted to devour him alive. Kim Man, with his massive body, charged straight at Daimyo. He didn't dodge at all but unleashed his energy fiercely. The source of power envelops Daimyo. The guy hasn't even done anything yet, but he seems ready to unleash a storm. The fierce tiger emblem appeared right above Daimyo's head, making Kim Man 10 times more terrified. Everyone watching from outside couldn't believe this was happening in the match. The Demon King knows very well that bloodline suppression exists. Although their clans are not afraid of the Tiger Clan or the Tiger Demon Clan, there is still some bloodline suppression during clashes, and mostly they do not interfere with each other. The Tiger Spirit Clan and the Tiger Demon Clan face off against the Golden Maimed Demon Clan, whose bloodline isn't suppressed by the opponent. Already impressive. After all, their golden lineage is only second level, while the Maimed Demon Clan's bloodline is first level. At this moment, Da Miao swung his sword forward, rushing toward his opponent like the wind, so fast and dangerous that Kim Man had to retreat, catching himself with 2 iron balls in his hands as the ground trembled from the clashes. Even the spectators watching couldn't help but feel uncomfortable with the commotion. Duong Tom still doesn't want to miss a single moment of the fight. Daimyo decides to break away from his opponent, creating some distance to prepare for the next strike. Kim Man only now realizes how formidable his weapon is. He hasn't had much time to rest before facing the next danger. It's dangerous. That last attack caused his leg to give way. He can only fight recklessly. Kim Man raises his weapon high to block Daimyo's strike, pouring all his strength into stopping his opponent. Kim Man's leg sank deeper and deeper as a result. The spectators on his team cheered repeatedly, saying it was great, spectacular, this is real fighting. A considerable amount of time has passed, and both of them are gradually exhausted. Throughout that period, Dai Miao has never hesitated, making Kim Mang reconsider. He's really a madman. Daimyo has the advantage because he can move freely. Kim Min, on the other hand, is overwhelmed by constant attacks and has no chance to retreat, forced to stand still and fight to the death. Yet Kim Man's attack still hit its target every time. Daimyo was struck and vomited blood, while Kim Man lost his protective item, hammer. But it was cut in half. This is exactly the opportunity for Great Cat. This time he decides to go all out, channeling all his strength into this final strike, and just his gaze alone is enough to weigh down Kim Man so he can't move. Kim Man raised his head and looked at the Tiger Clan preparing to attack him, growling as he shattered the hard ground beneath him. Behind him, a formation was being created, and Daimyo, not knowing what he was planning, was eager to seize the enemy's life with his sword. Daimyo aimed to attack from above, but Kim Mien used his remaining weapon to block, causing both his sword and the sphere to shatter, resulting in an explosion that shook the entire arena, and Daimyo was thrown backward. Kim Man seems unaffected. Damn it, even the hammer is shattered. Luckily, his sword also broke. With such serious injuries, he probably can't get up anymore. What's that over there? How can he still stand up? That idiot even managed to store energy? Daimyo clenched his fist despite the blood flowing out, his Tiger Clan master's fury surging inside him. Kim Man knew he was doomed. Crazy man, this guy is truly insane. Daimyo, furious, clenched his fist to strike, but at that moment Kim Man growled back and admitted defeat. But it was too late. Daimyo's strike pushed him beyond the point of escape. Kim Man was defeated before he could deny it, still glaring at Daimyo with an unrepentant look. This guy is really a crazy person. Daimyo's body was trembling after the fight, and the referee's voice rang out as he fell, signaling the end of the match with the Hu tribe warrior winning. The audience has never seen a match like this before. This player has truly won, yet he still defeated the Demon Clan's Kim Man. Duong Tam quickly runs onto the arena. Is Daimyo badly injured? I'll heal your wounds. It's crushed, really satisfying. It's been a long time since I fought so smoothly. Don't say that method really works. Although I was hurt in the first clash, I also absorbed his energy, then expelled the overwhelming absorption power, and each time I could borrow his strength. This foolish elephant still thinks that we both suffer a loss, but he's overthinking. Dong Tam also admires him greatly, fully leveraging his own advantages while also being able to find his opponent's weaknesses. In terms of combat experience, Daimyo is almost impossible to scrutinize. Teammates like this deserve respect in the waiting area for battle. Duong Tam answered the young master's inquiry. The Great Cat was lightly injured and has been allowed to rest. The young master's mood has always been uneasy. Is this friend of yours also from GLI City? Duong Tam explained that the Tiger Spirit Clan had always been considered different and cursed by the Demon Spirit Clan and the Wolf Spirit Clan. They have always lived in a small village near Lee City, not far from it. Trust and love, they are our friends now and forever. The young master is feeling better, so you can rest assured. Compared to Duong Tam and Daimyo, her luck is much better. Her opponent is a second-tier bloodline. Faced with her space power, he had no chance to fight back and was defeated. All three of them advanced to the next qualifying round. Duong Tam prepares his next plan. Daimyo and the young master have already returned home, but I need to go to the Earth Yin Holy Mountain. As Duong Tam predicted, when he arrived at the Yin Holy Mountain, he began cultivating alongside the two balanced yin and yang energies, with the yang fire penetrating his body, temporarily balancing and transforming into the yin and yang energies absorbed into the blue-silver royal mark. The previous consumption of the blood mark of the Thontin was also quickly digested, along with the increasing balance of the two yin and yang energies, allowing the continuation of devouring the bloodline mark of Thonthir to maintain the balance of the two energies. Dong Tam pondered that the next match was very likely to encounter even more powerful spirit monsters, making it easier to obtain the Lakan. That night, Dong Tam practiced at the Earth Yin Holy Mountain and the Heavenly Path Holy Mountain, while also devouring the mark of the 10th village. When he returned to his residence, it was already midnight. Min Tuong paused for a moment, and Duong Tam also regained his composure as the sky outside gradually brightened. Today was the day of their match, but Duong Tam only wondered what kind of opponent he would face. Duong Tam arrived at the exam hall first, but didn't wait long before the young master arrived. When they saw each other, they smiled and went to the waiting area together, waiting for their turn. Their match is between the first ancestors, so basically it started with them. The competition field is still as crowded as ever with spectators, just like in the old days, according to the referee. Please send the two competitors into the arena. Duong Tam's opponents are a beast and a demon. Duong Tam feels relieved inside. The timing is perfect. Devouring his bloodline, the intensity of the imprint wants to reach the peak of the 8th stage. No problem. Duong Tam advised his companion, "Let me deal with Kwang Nyech. You handle Dan Ding Hawk Demon. After I finish with that guy, I'll come help you." The official competition begins. The hawk demon's gaze flashes with murderous intent to eliminate the opponent, and he immediately charges forward without hesitation. His flying move was like an arrow. Dongtam secretly admired his speed was truly fast. At this moment, Kwang Gach hasn't done anything yet, and it seems that Duong Tam should join the fight. He teleports in an instant in front of the opponent as if time around him has become more distorted. A sword appears above Duong Tam's head, ready to strike him. He must escape this slowing effect quickly. Tu Kuch Madong, Kwang Gach's technique, has been nullified against Duong Tam. The young master suddenly appeared behind the crane demon without him noticing, and in his hand a green flame erupted, launching a direct attack at the crane demon. Returning to Duong Tam, he has identified the weakness of that guy. Duong Tam raises his arm and touches Kwang Gach's body. I'm truly sorry. At that moment, Kwang Gach disappeared without leaving a trace. Everyone was stunned, yet he had managed to defeat Kwang Gach. Duong Tam didn't want to use this move either, but in order to quickly absorb Kwang Gach's bloodline, he had no choice but to resort to this extreme tactic. The Hakyu watched in fear. No way. Even Kwang Gach couldn't beat him. How could I? After thinking, Hakyu raised the white flag, surrendering. I admit defeat. Too bad the young master hasn't acted yet. I haven't even had a chance to show my skills, and it's already over. Dong Tam chuckled softly. Next time I'll let you shine more. The young master asked curiously. Since it's ending so early, you're heading back first. Are you also going back? Dong Tam nodded. I have to return to continue my cultivation. Then Duong Tam called someone. Is Brother Hua there? The other side answered the phone. Of course I do. Tula brother, you're really too powerful. Why are you and the little princess participating in the team competition together? The new Marshal Tang-san is very excited, and to be honest, don't worry, my teammates all keep their identities secret. Only I reveal mine, and I will stay humble. Brother Hua suggested meeting in person. It's okay. Brother Tula, I don't know if you have time. Let's meet up. I'm now in the stands. You probably haven't gone anywhere yet. After meeting, Hua Hoing couldn't stop praising you. Tula, brother, you're so impressive. In individual competitions, it's hard to find opponents for both of us. Duong Tam shyly scratches his head and does his best, considering it as a way to secure his future. Brother Huai says, so this time, your future is definitely bright. Let's get in the car and talk. Tula, brother, do you have any goals for this competition? Duong Tam simply replied, just do my best. Do you have any suggestions, Huing? Anyway, Brother Hua still wants to share. Brother Tula, do you know that starting from a small group can be extremely beneficial? Dong Tam also needs to learn more and still hopes you can guide him. Next, Brother Hua explained in detail that from level 9 to the divine level, a huge amount of resources must be accumulated, and the resources allocated within each race are limited. Therefore, the top-tier elite competition can be seen as the final decision in resource distribution. Who stands out the most in this competition will gain more resources in the future. Once in the top 16, not only will they receive more resources, but they will also be valued by the royal family. In the end, those who make it into the top 3 mostly become the leaders of their clans. So the elite competition is definitely more important than you think. This is different from the previous Beast Tournament. Now you no longer represent humanity in battle, but are fighting as an individual. Moreover, you have a noble bloodline of at least level 2, and if you can gain the Emperor's recognition in the future, it will be very beneficial for our Li City family. Dongsan thought to himself. So the hope is for Dongsan to be recognized by the Emperor and to boost the Emperor's support for the Peacock clan of Li City. You said, gaining the Emperor's recognition is not easy, and I'm just a human. Can I really be valued by the Emperor? Brother Hua wants to clarify this truth. Now you're no longer an ordinary human. You have won consecutive victories in the Spirit Light competition, even defeating the Liat Duong Hoa Tin clan. The participants from small teams in the elite competition can all become beings at the level of Great Demon King. If you can become someone like this, how could the Emperor not value you? Supporting you to become a king is also not impossible. Duong Tam will definitely try. Brother Hua, you think too much, but in the future, helping the young master this way is truly a good approach. Brother Hua still has something to say. Tula, brother, I suggest you withdraw from the individual competition, mainly the 2-person match, to help the young princess go even further. That is also what Tang-san wants. Rest assured, I will do my best to support the little princess so she can go even further. Hearing that, Brother Hua also felt reassured. After watching the competition these days, I realized the princess is truly outstanding. If she can become a queen in the future, then you could become her supporter to the Emperor. Duong Tam is extremely happy. That is my honor. Dong Tam did not return to his residence but went directly to Tien Duong Holy Mountain to continue practicing. After merging the mark of Thuan Thi Tin, he still had a large space to absorb even more of the 2 yin and yang energies. Now the 2 energies of yin and yang, along with Lam Ngan Huang, have reached the 7th rank, but they are still not stable enough. Lam Ngan Huang must absorb the bloodline mark of Yin and Yang Liangshan simultaneously, then a true mark can be produced. Duang Tam is more determined than ever. This blood mark will definitely be a bloodline that surpasses level 1. It will be the key to his future becoming a god, so he goes there the next day. Duang Tam casually found 5 tickets, so except for Dokbok, his master, teammates, and Xiaomiu could all go to the arena to watch the competition with him. Duang Tam modestly reminded them, don't get too excited. When watching the match, you must behave normally and not use your abilities to compare with the participants. Dubak chuckled awkwardly, so it seems they will be excited. Being excited is better than not being able to watch the competition at all. Dokbak growled softly. Damn it, it's all because Tianhu became too sensitive. Dong Tam reassured him. Don't think too much. After this time when we get back, I'll make you a gift. Then you'll see what it is. Dong Tam went to the waiting area to join the prince. A group of people rushes into the large square of the peak team. Teammates and teachers all go to the stands to watch the competition. The young master worriedly said, I asked around for you and there's a chance you'll face opponents with level 1 or 2 bloodlines, or former rivals. Duang Tam smiled faintly and said, I'm usually unlucky, so I probably won't face 2 strong enemies in the next 2 matches. Hearing that, the young master laughed. You have to try your best. We both aim for the top 16. Duang Tam took that as motivation. He would definitely reach the top 16 and clear the obstacles for you. Does Dai Miao also want this obstacle to include me too? Duang Tam flatly refuses. Of course, that doesn't include you. In an individual competition, if we both make it into the top 16, I will concede no matter who I face among the 2 of you. Big Cat said, Do you treat me well? Duang Tam chuckled. Who said I wouldn't join the team competition with you? Both sides have entered the arena. This person has a distinctive brown skin tone. Before the fight, Duang Tam observed, as this appearance might resemble a human, this person's strength must be of the first bloodline. If we lose this match, there won't be another one. The official match begins and the wall behind Bumong seems to be breaking apart. Duang Tam watched as he acted, realizing that this power was too overwhelming, causing the surrounding space to tremble and crack. This race is probably the invincible 6 electric gods, the behemoth beast, descendants of the invincible great demon king Lai Tian, ranked 4th among monster tribes, possibly surpassing him. Only the 3 great crystal demon kings can do everything. The Lord of Destiny, Heavenly Lake, Great Demon King, and the Eternal Realm, Immortal Great Demon King. Tang San drew his weapon, just as Bimong was ready, lifting his foot off the ground and charging at Tang San like a beast. Bimong's speed is clearly faster than his previous opponents. His hands are full of sharp claws, capable of creating slashing attacks from a distance without the need for swords or other weapons. Tang San quickly repeats his previous move, blinking to teleport, holding his hammer ready and adopting a stance to charge straight at his opponent, who then swings wildly to avoid this surprise attack. Then he moves in front of the hammer to cut the wire that Tang San is controlling. He quickly changes the direction of the wire from a distance, successfully avoiding Bimong's claws, and then reclaims his weapon. All of this guy's attacks are strong. We absolutely can't fight him head-on. To win, we'll need to come up with a new strategy. A pair of wings like a giant banner appeared behind Dong Tam, which was the Golden Bang transformation. And not only that, there was also the Golden Bang Tiger transformation. Bimong was a bit puzzled. Could he be a human with 2 bloodlines? Duang Tam soared into the sky, instantly taking in the scene below. He charged like an arrow toward Bimong, sensing his intent and immediately countered. His move surrounds Duang Tam like a magic formation, but this time Duang Tam can move more freely thanks to his wings. This time he decides to attack with his hands. Bumong is panic-stricken and in danger. He absolutely cannot be hit. He uses blood essence to fight and trample, pushing Duang Tam away. The boy blocks with his hands, his strong defensive skill forcing him to keep draining his energy to find an opening to strike. Duang Tam attacks like a beast craving prey. Everyone is terrified. So fast. Can a human really reach this level? Bimong used his second blood essence move. If he kept going like this, he would run out of energy, so he had to counterattack. He unleashed more claw strikes than before, but that didn't mean Duang Tam couldn't dodge. He has touched his body, and Bimong cannot move even a little. It's time for the battle to end. Bimong falling means he has lost. Everyone whispered and whispered. This young man has won again. Defeating Bimong the Beast, humans have won once more. Can humans really be this strong? Dong Tam stepped down from the arena, hesitating when he saw someone who was the Demon King. Follow me. Duang Tam nodded. All right. The 2 of them arrived at a quieter place, and the Demon King handed Duang Tam a cup of tea. This is a rare delicacy, only available at the Ancestral Hall. Try it. After tasting it, Duang Tam was quite satisfied. not delicious. The Love King seems to be probing. Are you Tula? I can't see through you. You hide it very well. Dong Tam simply replied, everyone has their secrets, right? So what? Are you part of the rescue organization? Dong Tam was also a bit surprised. How do you also know about the rescue organization? Of course I know my wife and daughter are part of the rescue organization. How could I not know? Seeing that, Duong Tam also wanted to learn some information that he hadn't paid attention to regarding their affiliation with the rescue organization. The Demon King nodded and said, that's right. In fact, I am also pleased with her identity. In my opinion, humans may be small in size, but they are a race with incredible sensitivity. Like Xiaomei's mother, she is the most beautiful girl I have ever met. This is also one of the reasons I allowed her to inherit the clan leader position. And she is my daughter, carrying the blood of the Peacock Demon Clan. Ultimately, humans still serve the Peacock Demon Clan. You don't need to worry about leading the team to deal with Lai Koch. Having noble status has upset the clan, but I've taken care of it for you. Do you want to submit to me? Dong Tam couldn't believe what he was hearing. The Demon King tried to persuade him that the family could help him become a god in the future, but saving Thuk was probably impossible, and if discovered, he might even be killed. So, do you agree or not? Duong Tam hesitated for a long time and then said, sorry, I cannot serve you, which made the Demon King a little uncomfortable. Aren't you afraid I will take your life? Dong Tam shook his head. No, you won't. I can't serve you because I already have someone I serve. The Demon King immediately guessed who it was. Are you pledging loyalty to the little beauty? I cut a small line on my finger and pledge my blood to become your supporter from now on, protecting her. Anyone who dares to harm her must pass through my blade, never disobeying her will. My life will forever belong to the young master. If I betray him, my bloodline will be punished. The oath has been engraved into Duong Tam's body, as if to ease the Demon King's burden. Now that I am the clan leader, why are you willing to be loyal to Xiaomei? Dong Tam asked. Because you won't have long to live, the young master is the next clan leader. Moreover, I like her, and also want to protect the young master forever. This blood oath is also my vow to Xiaomei, and it will be forever valid. The bloodline conflict within the Tiger Clan was also resolved by me. They are now my allies and will also be allies of Jiali City and the young master in the future. The Demon King will temporarily accept this. Very well. Based on your current performance, you truly deserve Tu Mei. Today, if you agree to one condition of mine, I will allow you and her to be together. In the future, under Xiaomei's leadership, our Peacock Demon Clan will truly be revitalized and regain its reputation, so you need to support her. Choose talented descendants of the Peacock Demon Clan to inherit the position of clan leader, not your own descendants. Tang San had no objections. I agree with you, City Lord, but I have one more question for you. If Tin Fuang has fallen in love with the Emperor again, how should we respond? How should Xiao Wu handle it? How to defend the Peacock Demon Clan now? I definitely can't deal with a king. This isn't the time for the Demon King to reveal himself. When the time comes, I will respect your blood oath. I will tell you everything, but you must not let Xiaomei know. You'll understand when the time comes. Duan Tam didn't make things difficult and said, I understand. The Demon King respectfully stood up. Welcome to the J2O clan. Duong Tam responded to the handshake. Since the young master was at the White Lake Hotel, Duong Tam chuckled to himself. Does this count as being approved by the future father-in-law? At this moment, the young master called, Tula, where are you going? I'm having so much fun. Oh, I was just taken away by my father earlier. To the prince's surprise, Tang San was beaten up. The prince was very worried. He was taken away by your father. What is he taking him to do? Duong Tam replied softly, My father wants me to swear loyalty to the Peacock Love clan. The young master asked curiously, Have you agreed yet? Of course, Duong Tam wouldn't agree. Not yet. The young master is very worried about your safety. Where are you? I will go find him now. If you don't agree, I think my father will, so I will go there immediately. Dong Tam tries to reassure her, saying, I will be loyal to you. Are you surprised and still not convinced? How about you? Duong Tam smiled and said, That's right. How can a loyal older brother not protect his younger sister? But the young master didn't feel quite right. If Duong Tam had wanted to do this for a long time before, why would it be a problem? I will always protect you by my side. Hearing that, the young master felt more at ease. I understand, I'm sorry. Let's change the subject. Has Damiao already competed? The young master recounted the match, saying it was over. He's really too cunning, pretending his wound isn't healed, then suddenly attacking the opponent to kill him. Duong Tam Thua knows that Big Cat has a different temperament, so we also need to adjust our state accordingly. The match is about to start. Keep going. The young master is still worried about what happened earlier. Yes, I will do it. Then Duong Tam also lost consciousness and disconnected. The young master looked at the earpiece with a heart full of thoughts. Loyal to me. Tula just said he is loyal to me. This is not something he says lightly. What does he really want to do? Suddenly, the voice of the King of Sorrow sounded. Tula has sworn loyalty to me through blood. Do your best in the match. You can trust him now and in the future, a future full of promise. The young master looked around upon hearing that voice. The blood oath of loyalty is the heaviest vow. He actually made a blood oath of loyalty to me, and for me he had to pay such a price. At night, Tangsan begins to cultivate, absorbing the bloodline of the beast's tail he obtained in the morning, with the bloodline mark as hard as a slate, making absorption take longer than other bloodlines. Good morning, everyone. Please enjoy your meal. Before he could finish speaking, he saw their judging eyes looking at him. What's going on? Why does the atmosphere feel a bit off? Su Train was the one to speak first. Little Dong, you've hidden things from me. It's been hard. Why did you have to hide it from us? Dong Tam has no way out. He's doomed. He forgot about Kim Bang's transformation. Tu Tran wants to find out for sure. Tell me quickly, what kind of bloodline do you really have? Be honest, why didn't I see you use the Wind Tiger transformation during the competition? Duong Tam needs help. This story is long and complicated to explain. Hao Hien is the one in charge. I told them this needs to be kept strictly confidential. Let's just call it a mutated bloodline. What is the Kim Bang transformation? Master Ho's transformation also includes Kim Bang's transformation, so you don't need to ask further. If anyone inquires, just say it's 2 types of bloodline seals. Doc Back makes a little deduction. It's the Su-Ho transformation of the Sword Saint Su-Ho. Duong Tam, why do I feel like you can gain that person's love divine transformation just by being with them? Duong Tam is really hard to read. I kept some things from everyone because I truly couldn't tell anyone. I'm really sorry. Bang Kai also understands. Duong Tam doesn't need to say these words. We've always trusted you. Without you, our small team wouldn't have reached today's level. Ko Lai sighed. Yes, it would be great if I could be as strong as you someday. Su Zhuang kept asking, you're still competing in pairs, right? Who are you competing with today? Master Ho Kiem Than? Duong Tam is so mysterious that I won't say more. Today, everyone will see in the competition. Hao Zhen changed the subject and said, all right, after breakfast we should head out. At the competition venue, Tang San has been waiting for the young master for a long time, hasn't he? Let's go inside. The young master's steps slow down. Hey, I'm sorry, my father caused you trouble yesterday and forced you to swear an oath, but that was Duong Tam's decision. Did you think it was something serious? Submitting to me is no problem. I am willing. For now, consider it a compensation for not showing me your true face yet. Hearing that, the young master was moved to tears. Let's keep trying our best today as well. Duong Tam looked confused. Huh? Why are you suddenly so excited? The contestants should quickly enter the competition field. This time, Duong Tam and the prince are still a team of 2. When they saw their opponent, Duong Tam suddenly froze. What? The opponent is actually a combination of the Wind Attribute Dragon Clan and the Immortal Blood Phoenix? Duong Tam feels a bit worried. It seems the Long Clan is ready for a fight. Duong Tam didn't see this as normal. Isn't this combination supposed to appear during the finals? Could it be that the organization of the main clan deliberately doesn't want humans from the smaller clan to get into the inner circle? Seeing that, the young master reassured him. I will do my best. Guanlin started to be cautious. The Phoenix clan and that human absolutely cannot let them get close. The Demon King also kept his eyes on Duong Tam, indicating that the ancestral temple was still targeting the Kongtuk Demon clan. Tula, let me see if you are truly capable of doing what humans cannot do. The 2 teams face each other and are ready for the competition. The contest officially begins. Duong Tam was already laughing. It seems they are very wary of us. Duong Tam uses the Golden Blade transformation, while the young master maintains the Heavenly Mechanism spirit. Both begin executing their pre-planned strategies. The first to rush forward was Duong Tam, while the Long Clan was only now preparing their move. Both held each other's hands tightly, launching a combined attack. That is the wind of the wind and fire element. The celestial mechanism of the young master spreads throughout the exam hall, breaking through the firewall created by the dragon race. The prince's wind surrounds the Long Clan, and the firewall can no longer hold out for much longer. Quan Lam can't believe this. How is that possible? She actually used a space crack to tear apart the storm. She had to use all her strength to push back the storm. But Tang Tam approached the Long Clan very close to the wall, causing them to lose focus from the start, which also opened the way for Tang Tam's attack. The Wind Attribute Long Clan member immediately separated from Quan Lam, deciding to fight him one-on-one. After blocking Duong Tam's attack, he was pushed back by the intense pressure and was unfortunately injured. The young master rushed over to support him. Are you okay? Dong Tam won't give up, you're fine. That Dragon Clan member is pleased, my task is done, but he fell into Duong Tam's trap, taking a hit like his other opponents. The Dragon Clan falls, completely defeated, and the atmosphere falls silent. Everyone was surprised that this human managed to defeat the entire dragon clan. Now, Tang San no longer has the strength to fight. You've cleared the obstacle for me. Now it's your turn. It's time for the young master to deal with the remaining opponent. The Wind clan of the dragon race has exhausted their fighting ability, but the young master gives his opponent a choice. If you admit defeat to save the dragon clan, he won't last 10 minutes. Quan Lam found it hard to give an answer. She was right. Even a strong physique of the dragon clan might not last 10 minutes. But if we take the risk, we might still have a chance to win within 10 minutes. What? That person can still stand up. Facing one opponent, there's a chance to win, but definitely not against two. Quan Lam had no choice but to accept. I surrender to treat him. Duan-san suggests to the young master, hurry and help him over there. You sit down to treat the injuries of the dragon clan. This item can help him recover quickly. Quan Lam still isn't entirely convinced. I hope you can still participate in the individual competition. I'll be waiting for you there. The referee announced the match was over, and staff quickly took the injured down for treatment. Only then did the young master ask, "Are you okay? Do you need me to carry you down?" Of course, Duongtam really needs it, right? All right, but why does the atmosphere feel so gloomy? Turns out it's because the Love King is warning from afar. Dongsan retreated in fear. It's okay, I can go by myself. Both of them left the arena together. The Demon King was already waiting to give the item to Duongtam. You should be fine for tomorrow's competition after resting. Xiaomei, take him home. Outside the main square, Hao Xian anxiously scolded. Why are you risking so much? Sandao said, if your strength isn't enough, you can't win without taking risks. Hao Hian sighed, go on the carriage first. We'll talk when we get back. Tutran looks annoyed. She grabs the collar of Dubok's shirt. What are you causing trouble for? Get on the carriage behind and squeeze in a bit. Could there be such people? Oh, 3 eyes wouldn't be enough. You're really too stupid. Dokbok snapped angrily. Who are you talking about? Ko Lai burst out laughing. Whoever is foolish, just say it. After she leaves, the young master also has something to do. Take care of yourselves. I'm heading back now. She agreed outwardly, but Tang San didn't want his wife to leave. Yeah, you should also go rest now. I kept watching her until the young master left, and Dubok also found her adorable, such a beautiful girl. She's from the Peacock Love Clan. Hao Hian said, she is one of us. She is a level rescue Thuklam, the daughter of the great Phoenix Demon King, the next heir of the clan leader, one of the most valued beings by the organization. Bang Kai was confused and asked, she's human, right? Why? How? Hien shook his head and said at length, our main task is to help her control the Peacock Demon Clan and the Li Chung family. This is the most important major action in the history of the organization. Dubok still seems to be lost in her dreams. I thought Xiaotang liked the beautiful women. Tang San is in the cultivation room, the great Demon King. Du Kong Tuong is probably holding a pill, right? Sure enough, just try eating one first. A cold wind enveloped Dusan's body. It's so cold, I feel like my body is about to freeze, and my mind is slowing down. Just then, something else appeared. It's like the sun trying to burn away a person. Duantam is enduring this discomfort, feeling the intense heat that completely dispels the coldness from before. Your cultivation has just advanced to the 9th stage and is stabilizing quickly, and the wound is healing continuously. The value of this pill is definitely not inferior to a divine weapon. The Peacock Spirit Clan truly has deep roots. 3 rounds of meditation have passed, and the effects of the medicine are gradually stabilizing. Duongtam's wounds are completely sealed, and his bones are continuously healing. In the quiet scene, as he concentrates on regaining his strength, a small girl appears. This girl's name is Tin Tin. After observing Duongtam for a while, she detected a very pleasant scent. Out of curiosity, Tin Tin discovered the pill and looked at it closely. Without thinking, she put the pill into her mouth. Her abilities also advanced to a new level, and before leaving, she turned back to look at Tang San. Tin Tin gently kissed his cheek and happily left without making a sound. Dongtam didn't notice and continued his work. By early the next morning, he had finished healing. In just one night, the wounds were completely healed. Suddenly, Duongtam's eyes lit up. The glass lost seal representing the ape has become much clearer than before. The dragon long lost seal, the monster Behemoth lost seal, and the golden mammoth lost seal absorbed earlier are all stored in the pill record. If I can fully absorb these 2 first-level bloodlines, my strength will definitely skyrocket. The gift my brother-in-law gave me is truly valuable. At this moment, Tang San finally noticed the box. Where is my good stuff? It's not my brother. Where's my pill? Why can't I find it? It can't just grow legs and run away, right? Such a valuable elixir, and I lost it. Did I really lose it? Oh no, I really lost it. Duongtam kept showing that expression until he met the young master. The referee announced that the next contestant who doesn't step into the ring will be considered to have forfeited. Duongtam almost missed the match. Right here, your opponent looks like a spirit. Wasn't he seriously injured yesterday? He's still able to compete today. So annoying. I haven't fully recovered from my injury yesterday. The official match begins, and when Duongtam shows his ability, the spirit is very surprised. He can still use the Golden Blade transformation, so how can I win? Survival is more important. The spirit yields, I accept defeat. This might be Duongtam's fastest match. He's already conceded defeat, and it hasn't even been 6 minutes. The referee announced loudly, "Number 6 of Team 3 wins. Congratulations on reaching the top 16 of the finals. Dongtam's entry into the top 16 is also considered as completing the mission. The next match is against Daimyo. Wait for me in the finals." Duongtam Kovu cheers enthusiastically. Keep going, the next competitor can advance to the tournament. Daimyo looked on silently, surprised that their opponent was someone like this. The Dark Demon Lord. The Dark Demon Lord himself has the bloodline of the wolf race, but he is not a pure wolf demon. We use the powerful bloodline devouring to make ourselves even stronger, so this race has countless enemies. This battle of the Great Cat will surely be extremely tough. The competition has been announced to begin. A Ma split into many identical clones, all heading towards the Great Cat without any weapons, but the pressure from the Great Cat slows them down as danger approaches. He grips the sword with both hands, first striking the head, then the neck, and finally the stomach, causing Ama's clones to completely vanish. He's never faced an opponent like this before. It's interesting, you're very strong, worth me giving my all. This time, it's the sky changing color. Everyone who sees it is terrified. Why has the sky turned red? The Great Cat bites down hard, feeling like it can't breathe. Souls are descending from the sky. Your opponent has created this terrifying thing to show you how the Demon Lord advances and how powerful the Blood Moon Lord truly is. Young Master also saw for the first time what kind of ability this is. Dusang said, "This is the Blood Spirit domain, forged through continuous killing. Once you fall into it, you will be affected by the Blood Spirit curse that influences your mind, and the person who activates the domain will use the curse to make themselves stronger." See, the young master was extremely shocked to see such ruthless power. Could Dai Miao possibly win? Dongsan couldn't say for sure. It also depended on himself. Dai Miao gradually gets pulled into this domain, and these restless spirits will disturb his mind, making it impossible for him to focus on the fight. At that moment, Ama charges forward, attacking from behind Dai Miao. "I like your hot, fresh blood. Merge into my domain and become part of it. That way my domain will grow stronger. This is your honor." How could Dai Miao accept that? He drove his sword deep into the ground to create a protective barrier, acting as a shield, while Ama kept attacking the barrier. Staying so long within the blood essence domain, yet he could still stand firm. How is that possible? The Great Cat is trapped with no way out, and with such a powerful blood essence domain, he's probably taken many lives. So what is the meaning of his slaughter? Even when weakened, he kept fighting and killing his opponent. What was the true meaning of that? This time, Ama decided to use his claws, approaching Dai Miao, whose body had suffered too many injuries. "No, I must win, I must get that reward. If not, my clan won't have the money to buy heavenly treasures, and Toknan will die to protect our people. For the entire Wang Ho clan, for Xiaonu. Even if I have to kill everyone, so what?" The Great Cat has reached its final limit of endurance. The Shadow Demon sneers and says, "It's all for nothing." Once the strength of the Great Cat is pushed to the limit, it will erupt. The Shadow Demon sneers. He has been corroded by the domain, fallen into mental chaos, and when his bloodline runs out and he frantically unleashes his power, he will be devoured by the blood essence domain and meet his end. In the mind of the Great Cat, all it wants now is to kill the enemy. But something strange is happening as more and more souls are flying toward the Great Cat. Ama is panicked. What's going on? He is actually absorbing the energy of the blood essence domain. I can't give him a chance. The look in the Great Cat's eyes is no longer patient or forgiving. His power keeps increasing without end, yet Ama is being pushed back. He's refining his blood essence domain. That's really impressive. The Great Tiger clenched its sword and vowed to avenge you. Justice will be served. Those responsible must face their punishment. You should go now. The souls that Abyss Demon has captured are all targeting him, attacking the Shadow Demon to avenge their stolen lives. Even when he had no chance to speak about losing, his body exploded into pieces, leaving nothing intact. The Great Cat finally returned to normal. The referee was still trembling with fear as he stammered, "The match is over, and the winner advances to the finals." Tongtam approached his friend and, following his instincts, touched the head of the Great Cat. The sensation he felt was coolness, as if the fiery anger within him had been suppressed. "Dan dudetki, giuvunki entri trong nuitam truokto. Tu lim leitat kasati di, tu diu hienchung. Kong tu dich chuyen chungta den nua honggoidi." Then they left the exam hall, and Dai Miao sat down as instructed by Tang San. The young master asked anxiously, Will he be okay? Duong Tam chuckled and said, Don't worry. He sees this as a blessing in disguise, or rather, his fate. Duong Tam Thiet thought to himself that during the recent competition, Daimyo absorbed even more murderous aura than himself and condensed it within his body, yet he still managed to keep his composure and stay focused, so although surrounded by killing intent, he was unaffected. This kind of ability is called the domain of the slaughtering god. Daimyo maintained his firm resolve and suddenly turned to the young master. Isn't it also for protection? Does that make the young master pay attention? How do you know everything? Duong Tam laughed out loud, saying, You can call me the encyclopedia. The next contestant to enter the arena is from our team. This is the prince's match. Duong Tam Kuvu cheered enthusiastically. Come on, safety first. The young master remembered your words and said, Don't worry. He stepped onto the stage with confidence, determined to reach the finals. He still had 2 matches to go, and his opponents would get stronger and stronger, so he had to give his all. The young master has also stepped onto the stage to prepare for the battle of the Ice Phoenix lineage within the Phoenix clan. And this person is even more talented among the younger generation, known as the Ice Angel. The opponent of the young master has realized that the Kongtuok Love clan excels in spatial power and must seize the opportunity first, fully utilizing their control skills, which is affecting everyone within the exam space. It's so cold, the icy aura is so strong, I can't hesitate any longer. The snowstorm is too fierce. Each snowflake is filled with immense power, and no matter where I move, I will be washed away by it. She uses the divine mechanism spirit in her hand to create a shield around herself. When the snowstorms hit it, it's as if no attack is happening at all. Everyone was stunned. Oh, look quickly. Even the angel couldn't have predicted this. What? The young master inside the shield isn't being attacked by the snowstorm at all. Both the Demon King and the angel had the same thought when looking at the young master. The snowstorm disappeared upon hitting the silver shield. Could this also be a kind of teleportation? Daosan feels satisfied. Her talent in this life seems much higher than in the previous one. Since practicing Heavenly Control Mystic Yuan, her control of space has reached a new level. Of course, this is also related to the divine weapon in her hand. It seems she has fully absorbed the inheritance of the Peacock Demon clan. The angel changed her attack strategy. It seems that's the only move left. She summoned her white porcelain wings, which would freeze even space at extremely low temperatures, making her movement sluggish. Although hidden behind the shield, the young master remained vigilant outside. Perhaps she used a counterspell, causing all of the angel's plans to fall apart. No way. This is my innate ability. How could it be erased like this? Her elemental control ability is even stronger than mine. It's dangerous. She's getting closer. I have little energy left. I can only defend now. This time, the young master is truly attacking, focusing all his power on the angel. It was as if she had accumulated power over time to tightly restrain her opponent. The angel remained completely still, the spatial binding too strong to break, making any action impossible. Finally, she decided, I surrender. The audience was stunned to hear these words. The Demon King could hardly imagine that an opponent like that would admit defeat to his daughter. Only Tang San truly believed in the prince's real strength. In Tu Tran's mind now, there are countless questions he wants answered. The match is over, and the Zhen Peacock Demon clan has won. The first person the young master wants to see after the match. Just seeing Duong Tam makes her become strong, no matter the circumstances. Damyu is only now willing to show up. The prince has already finished his match. What was the result? Tang San chuckled. You missed an exciting match, and if you draw her in the next round, you'll find out. Big Cat prefers to rest and recover rather than move around. No, definitely do not. Outside the ancestral square, Big Cat bids farewell to everyone. I'll go ahead. He has his own struggles he can't speak of, and no longer wants to be a third wheel for the two of them. Only then did the young master dare to show his true feelings. Thank you, brother. Hearing this, Tang San felt very happy. What is there to thank me for repledging my loyalty to you? You are my master after all. Still, the young master feels embarrassed. What kind of superior is that? Honestly, how can he casually swear loyalty with his bloodline? If Du-san can't do it, how could her father forgive you? It's okay. This was always your own choice, and I will never betray you. The young master took the opportunity to joke, saying that if you become the city lord in the future, he will be appointed as deputy city lord. Of course, to Duong Tam, the position is not at all important. No need, just let me be your close guard, the young master asked innocently. So, isn't that just frustrating for you? Dong Tam avoided the question. What frustration? Where are you going now? Are you going back to your place? Before I could answer, the Demon King, Dang Dang, with murderous intent, spoke on behalf of the young master. Yeah, let's head back first. Dong Tam really doesn't want to see this person, does he? Why did you come again? Then he took his daughter and left as if Duong Tam was just air passing by, walking too quickly. Then Tang San visited the sacred mountain of heavenly Yang and the sacred mountain of earth Yin to cultivate until midnight. Back at the hotel, he began to consolidate the two energies of Yin and Yang he had gathered. You plan to wait until tomorrow when the 2 rounds of the competition are over, then try to fuse the Fenglong transformation to strengthen your body, so you can better cultivate the two energies of Yin and Yang. The next day, Dubach came to find Xiao Dao. Too powerful, Princess Peacock is truly incredible. How do you know her? Dong Tam can't reveal the secret from his past life. Are you all going to watch the competition today? Bingji was a bit confused. When we returned yesterday, we had already discussed it and decided not to watch the competition, focusing instead on training. Compared to the powerhouses of the clans, we are still far behind. We must seize every moment to improve ourselves. Miss Lee also agrees, saying we are truly lacking, and I will definitely strive to train until I reach the Kuji 2 stage and muster all my courage to say I don't care, you must teach me how to fly. That's really cool. If I had your flying skills, I'd be satisfied. Dong Tam agreed. No problem. After breakfast, everyone set out one after another. The members of the Julaike squad arrived at the sacred mountain, the place I chose for cultivation. Duan Tam went to the arena again. When you arrived, the young master was already there. Did your father say anything to you yesterday? The young master sighed and asked where you learned that move from. Of course, he wouldn't betray me. I said I suddenly managed to do it yesterday. My father wants me to practice more and apply it well so I can develop it into a core ability in the future. Tang Tam chuckled. He also has good judgment. However, young Master Chu's lips mentioned the past, but someone once told me it was just a small trick. Duong Tam hesitated and said it was just a small trick. Nothing special. Just your talent and good application. The young master probed deeper, and that's when I didn't believe it. Actually, I'm very curious, who did you learn from? Dung Tam would never say, I was born knowing. The young master looks annoyed, always so mysterious. Annoying. Dong Tam also couldn't tell her that they had a past life connection because he couldn't explain it clearly, so he could only remain mysterious for now. Our opponent today is very strong, so you have to be careful. Duong Tam's expression is even higher than the clouds. It's okay, with you by my side I can go on. The young master seems serious, but today's opponents are truly strong because they are a fairy hybrid team. The first time Duong Tam heard about the fairy combination, it was a combination of which races and races. The young master explained the combination is called the Dragon Knight, formed by the Fire Dragon race and the Liet Duong Hoa Tin race, and is also known as Long Chi Hoa. This combination is ranked 3rd in this tournament. You should get ready. Dong Tam asked curiously, so who is first then? This probably doesn't need much explanation, young master. The top-ranked team is a combination of the Immortal Fire Phoenix clan and the Woad Tree clan. Duong Tam was amazed, so Puang Te Nyo Dong Mok really do support each other, the young master explained in more detail. That's correct. Puang Te Nyo Dong Mok is a combination known as the successor of the 2 great demon kings. I heard that they once teamed up with the Great Crystal King and fought to a draw. Duan Tam chuckled, not sure whether to say the Great Crystal King is truly powerful or that these two are indeed a formidable combination of 2 great kings. Let's not think about those issues for now. We still need to defeat Long Chi Hoa first. Do you have any ideas? The young master supports your decision and will follow your lead. And Duong Tam is extremely excited. All right, I will follow your lead. This is the Chi Hoa opponent of Duong Tam and the young master. Duong Tam was a bit surprised, but it turned out to be a female dragon. The official competition began. Chi Hoa transformed into a real dragon and then let the accompanying person ride on it. Chi Hoa's wings are covered with thorny flowers. Duong Tam quickly transforms as well. Who are you calling young master? But she doesn't understand anything, does she? What do you mean? Duong Tam said. You still don't know how to transform. I'm carrying you. At this moment, the young master finally realized something. Huh? I thought you knew how to transform too. Dong Tam carried her on his shoulders and then shot up like a missile. They are floating in midair, but Dong Tam's mind is focused on something else. The prince smells so good. She shyly asked, how should we fight? Tang San turned and said, let me borrow your power. After they fly up, you use your space ability to restrain them and knock them down. This makes the young master worried. Would that be okay? The energy is so intense, I'm afraid it won't be able to restrain them. But it was already part of Duong Tam's plan. Trust me, I can do it. Dung Thien Ko Lin, the powerful bloodline energy is flooding into the young master's body, and her appearance is beginning to change, with her wings gradually appearing before his eyes. Now, he resembles a true peacock of the demon race, with Thien Ko Lin by his side. Tang Tam uses the Huyan Thien Gong to activate the peacock transformation, channeling all his energy into the young master's body. Chi Hoa also arrives, exhaling a fierce blast of fire, a move identical to 3 arrows merging into one. Heavenly Mechanic. Ling's energy radiates from the prince's hand, opening portals between spaces. The prince has never experienced this before. Controlling spatial power feels unprecedented, truly amazing, as if the entire universe is under his command. Chihua has no intention of giving up and charges again towards the young master and Duong Tam. Duong Tam can't let Chihua get any closer, so he changes directions and runs even faster. Sir, how should I restrain them next? Your mental energy is running low and can't keep up. Duong Tam secretly suggests why not try luring them simultaneously each time you open a space door. It seems the young master gradually understood your meaning. At the same time, he wanted to say that Tianjiling suddenly erupted even more powerfully. Suddenly, countless space doors appeared, and the one controlling Chihua began ordering their destruction. All the gates were quickly destroyed. It seemed like everything had stopped, but he never expected that the gates still existed. Why are there so many more? Tianjiling shone again. The space where Chihua was standing shattered, and the one riding on her back was completely helpless. It's dangerous, I can't move. Chihua can't move her wings either, she's about to fall. At this point, everyone knows that Chihuahua's group has completely failed, miserably. The competition has also ended. Now outside the main hall square, the young master is a bit curious. Besides spatial power, there is another type of power that supports the space attribute. The energy I transfer into you is what? Duong Tam says it is the power of time and space, the fusion of time and space. Space and time cannot be separated. Only when they are combined can decay be turned into miracles and become the most powerful attribute. The young master just heard something beyond imagination, that the power of time is like Quang Ngach's. Duong Tam didn't think that way. It's not entirely true. Guang Yi is only able to control time itself, but what he passed on to you is the energy after harmonizing time and space. In the future, he will continue to guide you, striving to help you gain more control over time within your space. And what about the question the young master wants to ask you? How do you not control it? Duong Tam said, I don't control, I rely on external objects. I have a rare divine weapon with time and space attributes, and the power just now was also transferred to you through it. The young master praised you highly, and the title of the unstoppable water spirit was given to the Sea King because of him. In your eyes, I am the one who can do anything. Duong Tam chuckled. No, just see me as an encyclopedia. If I believed nothing is impossible, I wouldn't dare. You still have one question. The imprint of Tintin just now seemed a bit unstable. It looks like Tintin and the Ice Spirit Great Queen must be connected, maybe even descendants of the Ice Spirit Great Queen. It's better to keep things related to the #1 Emperor low-key. The young master asked, You don't have exams tomorrow. Will you come to watch my match? Duong Tam had to decline, saying I need to focus on my cultivation and will be in seclusion for 2 days, so I won't be coming tomorrow. Be careful. I'll wait for you at the finals and the young master won't cause you trouble. All right, then you also need to be careful when you cultivate on your own. Don't rush too much. Duong Tam then left. Rest assured, I am confident. At the young master's residence, the Demon King had been waiting for her to return for a long time. How could she have managed to control space today? The young master didn't hide the truth. It was Tula who granted her some bloodline power, which increased her bloodline strength, and then she relied on the heavenly mechanism spirit to do it. The Demon King thought he must have heard wrong. Can he really strengthen her bloodline power? Whatever, the young master is happy. I also don't know how he did it, but the feeling of controlling space is very mysterious. The Demon King sighed, so he has already reached the divine level. This Tula is really not simple. I still can't figure out his true abilities. The young master wants your father to see Duong Tam in a better light. He's even created a bloodline. Doesn't your father believe in him? Before, I always felt that he was very mysterious, but he has never had any ill will towards me and has always helped me. Knowing people and understanding oneself is extremely important to the Demon King. Bloodlines don't mean everything. What I worry about most is that he was deliberately sent by a different royal family to get close to you. The young master immediately retorted, He is human. Yet the Demon King still holds a grudge against Tang San. It's because he's human that I worry so much. What does a human rely on to cultivate to this level? Without a strong expert guiding from behind, is that even possible? Then what level of expert would be able to guide someone like him? I guess that rescue organization didn't produce a person as outstanding as you. When you're around, I try to find out about Tula's background. Until the true background of that person is revealed, you can never be truly at ease. The young master's eyes darken. Yes. At the White Tiger Inn, Duong Tam circulated the Mystical Heaven technique and reached a completely new stage in the 8th rank of the Mystical Heaven technique. Duong Tam begins to activate the dual extreme domain within the Spirit Cold Heaven Eye to assist him in completing the subsequent steps. With a stroke of luck, he dares to push the Lakan Fong Long clan into the Dantian. The emerald green sphere glowed brightly, while the other 2 spheres seemed to be facing some obstacle. Duong Tom's plan to cultivate in seclusion was to make Kim Bang absorb the wind dragon transformation, using it to enhance his own physical strength. But things didn't go as Duong Tom expected. It's not good. The Lakan Fong Long clan is resisting Kim by transforming and assimilating. Tang Tam tries a different approach, using the tiger transformation skill in devouring and purging to stabilize it. The operation of the tiger transformation begins to change, now utilizing the peacock transformation's strength in teleportation. Kim Bang Bien and Suho Bien seem to be approaching each other, closing the distance until they are completely fused together. Duong Tom breathes a sigh of relief as the two Lakshan finally merge. After merging, Kim Bang Bien became larger than before and also underwent strange changes. At the same time, the young master easily defeated his opponent and successfully advanced to the next round. 2 days later, at the Summit Square, the great demon was in a restless state. The draw was about to begin, so why hadn't Tula arrived yet? If he missed the draw, it would mean losing his chance. I never expected that before the competition I could make it to the finals and reach the top 16. I have now proven my potential to the Demon Spirit Clan and the Lake Spirit Clan. I've roughly completed the mission. Over these days, I've basically grasped the domain of the Godslayer. I don't know how far I can go before the finals. I'm really looking forward to today's match. The young master hurried to his place. Big Cat, where is he? Did Tula arrive already? I haven't been able to get in touch with him. Tula said he needed to retreat for 2 days, so he should be fine, right? Even the Great Cat doesn't know how Duong Tom is doing, and I can't reach him either. Maybe I should go look for him myself. The young master wants to go himself, but I should go instead. I am faster. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately went to find Duong Tom. When she reached a door, the young master had come to a halt. There is extremely powerful energy fluctuation in this room. Duong Tom had just finished his closed-door training, and the intense energy still lingers. Did you meet the young master outside? Why are you here? The young master said, the competition is about to start. Why haven't you left yet? Tang San chuckled awkwardly. He didn't expect it to take so long. After merging, Kim Bang Bien should now be called Kim Bang Fong Long Bien, and a miraculous transformation has appeared. The bloodline within Duong Tom's body produces a powerful effect, greatly strengthening his physique, and even within his bloodline, there are now traces of the Fong Long clan's aura. Duong Tom also didn't expect his bloodline, and that of the Feng Long clan, to be so similar, which reminded him of the great water crystal beast king, who valued him and entrusted him with Jiao Tin Tin. There must be some connection between these events. Dai Miao has been waiting for him and hasn't drawn yet. Duong Tom hesitated and asked, Huh? Then, let's go quickly. Is the great cat about to cry and end up not coming with us? The person beside hurriedly urged, Contestants, please draw your lots quickly. At the drawing site, Duong Tom kept staring ahead, observing the white-haired senior on this person's body. The aura on this person is so intense, it's as if he is the center of the entire world. He must be the Heavenly Lake Great Demon King, the master of fate. In front of this powerful figure of destiny, I doubt I can hide my secrets. Young master turned to ask softly, Are you a bit nervous? Duong Tom chuckled. Still okay. I didn't expect the Heavenly Owl to personally oversee the draw. The young master explained that this was to ensure fair competition and prevent any contestants from paying powerful beings of the Heavenly Fox clan to boost their luck. Duong Tom looked on with suspicion, knowing that many strong experts would be watching this final match and wondering how the Great Demon King of the Crystal would perceive him. The first one Heavenly Tiger pays attention to is the Great Cat. Your clan's fate changes because of you. Not bad. With the prince's strength, she pulled out a piece of paper, as if someone's gaze could see through her very soul. Everyone was surprised, wondering what she was trying to do. Are we going to face danger? Tianhu asked. Will Tianji reappear? I still can't see clearly now. The young master looked a bit disappointed. What? Tianhu begins to feel uneasy, wondering if the reappearance will not erase Nirvana. The young master's expression changed after hearing that. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. She quietly stepped back without saying a word. It's your turn, Duong Tom. Tianhu was about to say something. You are recognized by the Crystal Lord. Duong Tom sighs in relief. Yes. Tianhu chuckled. It's been a long time since anyone came through. This is interesting. Everything is settled now. I just escaped a tense and dangerous situation. Luckily, I activated the aura of the water crystal glass myself. The divine sense of the great beast king clearly swept over me. But after sensing the aura of the water crystal glass, it withdrew. I turned and left, needing to find the young master and the great cat. I just met the young master and was very excited. Good news, we are not in the same group. On the contrary, Da Miao looked quite bad. Bad news, I'm the first to go up. Duong Tom sighed. My good brother, hang in there. The referee announces the start of the competition, the final stage, and the first match is about to begin. Please have the two contestants step onto the field. Dai Miao from the Tiger Clan of Jialai City faces off directly against Gu Lan from the Lu Lai Clan of Lu Lai City. Just by looking at their equipment, Dai Miao immediately knew that the opponent was a descendant of Lu Lai Tian Tin, known as the celestial mechanism of 100 transformations. From Lu Li stone, cultivated into a spirit, their innate ability is reflection, capable of bouncing back attacks from extremely bizarre energy types. Their fighting style is ever-changing, which is why they are called the celestial mechanism of 100 variations, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The official match begins. Damu always charges forward as soon as he hears the signal, and his opponent is also someone who enjoys taking risks. Daimyo's power is enveloped in sacred fire, while Kulam possesses a lightning attribute ability. He channels his power into Thon Jiao and then fires it directly at Daimyo. Are you also ready to face your opponent's attack? Has the spear disappeared? That's not it. The spear is just teleporting instantly. Daimyo was hit by the move, and surprisingly, it has a paralyzing effect on this battlefield. Ko Lam immediately runs to the opponent, retrieves his spear, and turns the sharp end backward to absorb the energy he generated himself. Daimyo predicted his move and prepared to face the next challenge, quickly blocking with his sword before the spear came down. The two objects collided, creating a powerful shockwave that pushed them apart, but the battle was far from over. Ko Lam continues to control the Holy Spear, increasing his speed compared to before. Daimyo uses his sword to counter the attack, this time aiming to deceive his opponent. Using his keen senses, Daimyo quickly detected and used the Tiger Claw to counter. Ko Lam felt his plan had failed, but he didn't give up and still tried to injure Daimyo with a punch. Furthermore, Ko Lam's power continued to grow stronger as Daimyo kept swinging his sword and blocking the attacks. The difference is that Ko Lam managed to get close enough, and Daimyo was caught off guard and couldn't dodge, resulting in being knocked back quite a distance. The young master anxiously worried. "Brother, I think Daimyo is about to lose. His equipment is really lacking. If I had known earlier, I should have let my father find him some suitable gear before he joined the fight." Dong Tam was not worried at all. This was the path he had to take. In the final stage, the clans would surely support their own contestants fully. If he can still win under such circumstances, the Demon Spirit Clan and the Fox Spirit Clan will definitely react. "Young master, are you surprised? Do you think Dai Miao can win?" Duong Tam chuckled and said, "Just watch. The great Miao is a 100 battles expert and will never fail easily. As for equipment, he's definitely not on par with his opponent. But the contestant from the Lystone clan has one major problem. His explosive power isn't enough. If he can't defeat Dai Miao with a lightning-fast storm, then Dai Miao still has a chance." Dai Miao and the Kolam Lu Li clan face each other in the arena, initially intending to rely on fierce attacks to defeat him, but although the opponent keeps retreating, his movements remain steady, and the flexibility of the Zhu Ho Kim makes it impossible for him to be injured. He no longer has enough bloodline power to activate his equipment. After using their equipment multiple times, the opponent is nearly out of remaining strength. The next move will reveal the outcome. The Kolam Lu Li clan begins to accumulate their energy. Daimyo chuckled to himself. "It's just accumulating energy, isn't it? Who wouldn't know? Let's see how much energy you can accumulate." Daimyo's gaze fixed intently on Kolam. Seeing this, Kolam frowned and said, "Don't you dare underestimate me again. A spear I put all my energy into creating. Not everyone can block it." Kolam shouted as he threw the dart at Daimyo. "Die!" The sword whirled rapidly in a circular motion. At this moment, Daimyo observes the sword and steps back to gain momentum, swiftly flying past it. Gulan exclaims in shock, "How can he dodge so quickly? Could it be that he has always been hiding his true strength? We must move quickly." A Tiger Master version appears behind Daimyo, causing Kolam to sweat with fear. Suddenly, Daimyo launches an attack on Kolam. With no other choice, Guolan raised both arms to block as the great cat's sword struck directly at his hands, the blow so powerful it sparks. Kolam was thrown back by the force of the green sword and spat blood, while Daimyo coughed repeatedly and also vomited blood. Guolam painfully clutches his wound. Lu Sung's strike was powerful, but the opponent must also be seriously injured. To use such aggressive attacks against our clan's innate abilities, they truly must be desperate. Before he could recover, the great cat continued to attack. Kola was stunned. How could he still fight? "Are you giving up on life?" Dao Tam shouted from below. "The great cat has won. Whenever I am injured, the murderous intent within my body grows stronger. Under the stimulation of this murderous intent, my physical strength and bloodline power are both enhanced, allowing for faster recovery. This is the innate effect of the Godslayer realm. Kolam has no strength left and voluntarily admits defeat. Ah, I give up. Dai Miao rested his sword on his shoulder, almost hitting Tang San. He quickly dodged and said, "The match is over. Daimyo wins." "Chief, look. Daimyo still doesn't understand why the chief is looking at him. Do you approve of the choice I made for you?" The chief replied, "Not bad. Our clan will definitely be grateful in the future." The clan leader introduced himself to Daimyo, saying, "I am the leader of the invincible Golden Lion Beast clan," and in the end, Daimyo managed to stand on his own and earn the recognition from the head of the Beast clan standing before him. Tang-san told the clan leader that Daimyo's injuries were serious and should be treated first to avoid missing the upcoming competition. The clan leader agreed with Tang-san on this. Seeing the clan leader take out the medicine bottle, Dai Miao hesitated, and the clan leader explained, "This is the Wang Jin Dan, our clan's sacred healing pill. Eating it will quickly heal your wounds." Tang-san respectfully asked the clan leader to take Dai Miao back to rest, and I will immediately take him to the resting area for treatment to prevent the injury from worsening. The clan leader hands the medicine to Tang-san. "All right, you take the medicine first. I won't disturb your rest anymore." At the resting area, Dao Tam said to Dai Miao, "This medicine is fine. I've checked it. Take one first." Dai Miao accepted. "Yes, thank you." Before leaving, Duong Tam advised Dai Miao to rest well, saying the next match would probably not be a bare-handed fight for him. Young Master Mei said, "Brother, it's your turn next. Go ahead and compete. I'll watch over Demue." Tang-san replied, "All right, I'm off then." Young Master. Mai encourages Duong Tam to stay strong and be careful. Duong Tam smiles and reassures him. Everyone below the stands is looking forward to the next match. After this one, it will be their turn. By the finals, I'm afraid the secret can no longer be kept. It's better to proactively reveal some of my bloodline powers. Having already competed in the Golden Bifurcation and Tiger Transformation, there are no abilities left unused. I absolutely cannot use the Spirit Eye Heavenly Vision. The Great Heavenly Fox Demon King is surely still watching. Someone reminds Duong Tam that it's almost his turn to go on stage, so he should get ready. Before stepping onto the platform, Duong Tam takes a deep breath and says, "Inhumane demon, you treat humans like dogs, but starting today, I will show all you demons my true strength." Hearing the people below say that it's that human, he has made it to the finals. Angrily, Duong Tam muttered to himself, "I will make mankind in this world stand at the top, equal in status. How come the crystal is favoring this human all of a sudden? Your eyes are not bad. This human managed to reach the top 16 in the individual competition, something we've never seen before. Let me see what you're really capable of." Lam's agent greets Duong Tam. "We meet again." Ding Tiam replied, "We meet again, but the outcome will not change." Quan Lam's expression looked adorable and jokingly said, "How heartless. I am very pleased to meet you in the finals." Quan Lam's eyes fixed intently on Dong Tam, a golden aura appearing on his forehead. "I hope your strength is better than your words." It seems Duong Tam has realized something and straightforwardly said, "This is like the peacock's beak representing the heir of the Peacock Demon King, and this pattern also symbolizes the throne of the Immortal Fire Phoenix, proving that this opponent has been chosen as the heir of the Immortal Fire Phoenix clan." Quan Lam shook his head and sighed, then shouted in front of Duong Tam, "I will definitely avenge my boyfriend." The signal sounded, the match began. Duong Tam spun around, making Quan Lam feel annoyed. Behind Quan Lam, 2 Phoenix Fire Vultures protected him. The 2 Fire Phoenixes spat fire to attack Duong Tam, but Duong Tam was not afraid. Duong Tam unleashes the Phoenix Fire Vulture skill to block the flames. Quan Lam frowns in displeasure. "My Phoenix Fire Vulture is not so easy to block." Duong Tam wondered why this fire wasn't being dispelled by the Tiger Steel Barrier. It seemed as if the flames had a guiding force, affecting everything they touched, with each flame linked to the others, constantly drawing closer, accumulating powerful innate skills. This is a skill you must learn when inheriting the throne. No matter how strong you are, you can't break through it. Tong Tam silently deduced that although the Phoenix Fire's aura was fierce and difficult to deal with, in terms of speed it couldn't compare to the Golden Steel, so as long as he maintained his fastest flight, the fire would only stick to the steel. He decided to seize this moment to eliminate his opponent quickly and resolve the problem as fast as possible. Lam, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be amazed, then charged forward to attack. He's gone mad. But then she steadied herself and calmly said, "Let you see the true Phoenix flame." The immortal fire phoenix above her head rapidly intensified, immediately transforming into a phoenix that enveloped her. Seeing her reveal her weakness, he calculated that bringing the Phoenix Fire Vortex and Phoenix True Fire would trap him willingly. His pupils turned purple as murderous intent surged with the Death Extreme Demon technique. Lamnu's device sensed something, and she panicked, thinking, what is happening? The true phoenix fire is fading too much. At this moment, Duong Tam had closed in on her, and Lam's agent was panicked, only able to defend. He used the ultimate skill, Heavenly Mystic Spiral. She screamed as if she was burning. Tang San reached out his hand and ran into her shoulder. Lam Ruo's device felt the pain and screamed out, her whole body burning like fire. The boy observed, thinking that she could rely on the Fire Phoenix Golden Pearl. Her instinctively releases her life force, causing her entire body to burn fiercely. Tang San begins to change his skills. He quietly calculated, using the power of the peacock's transformation, to transfer the yin and yang energies into her body. Since he is a fellow participant with the little princess of the Peacock clan in the duel, using the peacock's transformation wouldn't be too strange. He jumped back happily, thinking, yes, I did it. I'm back to normal and landed safely. He sighed inwardly. It's so hot. This fire is really strong. Tang Tam watched from afar, but now she is the one enduring the most. Lin's mechanism silently gritted his teeth, as it seemed that in this punch no kind of energy was disrupting his Phoenix true fire. She was still breaking her Nirvana Phoenix apart, feeling anxious and thinking, if this continues, not only can I not keep fighting, but there's also a risk of exploding myself. She suddenly let out a sigh. Tong Tam Ni realized something and was startled to think that her ability to disrupt her aura had disappeared. At this moment, Ko Kwan Lam also took notice as the man appeared and said, that's enough, let's stop here. Duong Tam carefully bowed and paid his respects to the prince, secretly guessing that this person was probably the immortal Fire Phoenix Great Demon King. He said to Ko Kwan Lam, you lost. She closed her eyes and accepted it, and he paid attention to him. This interesting guy, he said with a pleased expression, come play at my palace when you're free. The little guy is interesting, and he radiates the aura of a phoenix. He let out a sigh of relief. Kong Ho is a current-level demon king. Even without sensing with his divine consciousness, he could still feel the oppressive force from him. Suddenly, a voice announced that the match was over, and Tu La had won. Advancing into the top 8, she quietly felt relieved and happy. When she reached young Master Mei, she happily praised Tang San, your brother is impressive. I just got lucky. I didn't realize my mental strength still had an attack skill, so I seized the opportunity first. She reminded him to watch the match. The next winner will be his opponent and among those most chosen for the champion position. You're surprised? Oh, is he the most chosen among the Bimong Suthu? Right now, Bimong Suthu is already standing on the arena. She denies that he is someone else. The opponent standing before Bimong Suthu looks somewhat mysterious. You immediately asked, what race is he? She answered, the Shadow Black Dragon Demon Clan is a genius of the Black Demon Dragon first line, and his name is Mu Dead Dead. Duong Tam quietly realized it was him, the one who once reached the 12th peak of the Holy Mountain and collected all the tokens of the kings, also known as the leader among the young elves across the continent. Baimong Behemoth charged forward, and Mu Dead Dead's expression changed as he created a sphere of darkness. The beast of Bimong swung its hand to counterattack. Both strikes were launched, causing a massive explosion. Energy continued to gather in its hand. Dark currents gradually revealed themselves, beginning to change shape and form deep rifts. Baimong saw this scene and secretly worried the pressure was too strong. It seems he had to use all his strength of the Baimong Ferocious Beast Clan. He used his ultimate move, the Claw of Wind and Storm, and he also launched an attack, causing the surrounding darkness to seem swallowed by shadows. He gritted his teeth, wondering what kind of power this was. It not only destroyed his Trao Nanfong Bao, but also created an enormous actual pressure. Duong Tam suddenly felt cramped, entering the second realm, and he secretly felt pleased. No wonder the new recruits of the Dark Demon King of Inda Army praised him so highly, yet he possesses 2 powerful domains. Ordinary divine-level experts are no match for him, and if he can reach divine level, he will undoubtedly be an extremely talented existence. The Bimong Ku beast roared, I surrender, and won't fight anymore. Mok Dak Dak, hearing this, also withdrew his strength and then focused on Yu, making Yu realize. He wondered to himself, did he just look at me earlier? It seems he already knew I was the one who fought earlier, but there was no hostility in his eyes. Duong Tam felt helpless, but his next opponent was probably him, and the pressure was like a mountain. The handsome young master interrupted, I'm going to compete now. I'm determined. You all are so strong, I must also make it into the top 8. Let's try to meet in the final. Dong Tam, keep going, you can do it. You and Daimyo watch her walk away, then he turns to ask, how was it? Daimyo replied, pretty good. The injuries have recovered a bit more. Resting a little longer shouldn't be a big problem. Tang San noticed, You look like you have something on your mind. Is it still related to the Spirit Beast clan? He hesitated and said, without any grudges, it's impossible. After all, they treated us like that in the beginning, which put our clan at risk of extinction. I have to become stronger. It's just that after becoming stronger, our Ho clan won't be the cursed clan anymore. I suggest that if you don't want to cooperate with them, we don't have to. It's too late now. Having accepted their favor, there's no time to regret. I never expected the pill they gave me to be so valuable. Besides healing, does it have any other effects? Daimyo expressed his feeling. Yes, it has the ability to purify the bloodline, turning it into gold. Just one pill can transform an ordinary beast or fox demon into a golden race. The pill he gave me made my bloodline turn to gold, enhancing what I already had. He agreed and said, this gift is too heavy, so heavy that I can't refuse anymore. After the competition, I will discuss with them and try to get some things for our Hu talk. Daimyo was very grateful and said, everything is thanks to you. You will always be a benefactor to our Hu talk. Whenever you need anything, don't hold back, even if it means risking everything. You are not a benefactor, we are brothers. The scene shifts to the American young master as she gazes intently at someone, wondering who they are. Her eyes reveal that she recognizes the Min Nguyen Hua Tin clan of the Dia Am Tien Tin Huang's main bloodline. The Min Nguyen Hua Tin clan and the Liet Duong Hua Tin clan are two major royal families of the Nhatan Empire. The Min Nguyen Hua Tin clan is mysterious and cold, specializing in close combat. You are considering that in the future, if you want to complete the superlative bloodline plan, the Liet Duong Hoa Tin Tok and Min Ningjuet Hoa Tin Tok are the bloodline powers you need to absorb. At the same time, a loud shout signals the start of the match. Immediately, he teleported away, causing her confusion and disappearance. She then launched an attack and regained her composure. With her current control of space, she doesn't need to worry about her hiding. Although she is very skilled at hiding, as long as there is spatial guidance, I can detect the black smoke that appears in an instant. It surrounds her, and I quietly observe that these dark fogs are definitely the Earthian aura of the Mingyet Tinyu clan. She suddenly tensed up, sensing something approaching her rapidly. She quickly became alert, ready to defend against an attack. This person suddenly paused, thinking, she's also disappeared. It's as if she sensed it. Young master, Mai stands above, emanating the power of the peacock bloodline heir. She glances at the mysterious person from Min Nguyet Hoa Tin Tok. This person continues to hide their presence, so she decisively rushes forward and pierces through the shield she created, now standing right behind the young master. She unleashes her ultimate move. Flowers of jade green are shot out. As it was about to catch her again, she quickly teleported away, suspecting she had disappeared. Gai Ming Yet has already locked onto her aura. As soon as she appears, she will automatically be traced. Suddenly, there were loud explosions, and at this moment, she had landed safely. Gai Min Nguyet resumed her tracking. She is wielding the power of the peacock on her hand. Immediately, she raises a shield to block the thorns. Watching the fight, Dai Miao asked, I don't quite understand now. Who is actually in the lead? Dong Tam explained carefully. Ming Nguyet's talent from the Starflower clan is very strong, and there's also the invisible corrosive aura, which will keep eating away once it accumulates. Little Mei uses her space door teleportation ability to send out the negative energy, continuously draining her opponent's aura as they struggle, both waiting for a chance to land a deadly blow. After hearing this, Dai Mu teased, your relationship is developing day by day, calling her Little Beauty, saying you're concerned but causing trouble, you need to see clearly. Tang San calmly replied, it's because I care that I need to see clearly. He looked at her with boundless trust, while a series of thorns from Min Nguyet were behind young Master Mie, and she remained highly alert. Although I have been constantly using space teleportation, which consumes bloodline energy, the opponent not only releases yin energy in Min Nguyet's attack, but also consumes even more than I do. If she keeps like this, she definitely won't be able to hold out. The Moonflower race also looks confused. Probably the opponent has realized this too. This is not good. I can't keep wasting energy like this. There's no chance of winning. If we go on like this, it will only end in a draw. To win, I have to go into close combat. Thinking this, Min Nguyet quickly gathers the thorns into a small sphere. The small sphere with surrounding aura radiates a faint glow. Relying on Min Nguyet's eye technique, the previously depleted bloodline power will continuously recover. Enough for me to win. Young Master Day quickly saw the opponent's plan. She wants to switch to close combat. It seems she believes her strength lies in close combat. Soon after, both of them charge straight at each other without hesitation. The Min Nguyet Hoa Fairy clan appears arrogant, yet they underestimate me in close combat. At this moment, the sky is divided into two distinct colors, blue and turquoise, symbolizing two different personalities. My lord's opponent attacks with a sphere called Min Nguyet Chinhan. He remains unfazed, calmly creating a protective barrier in front of him. Even your opponent was surprised that the barrier had blocked their attack. What kind of power is this? Yet she still eradicated the Min Nguyet spear without surrendering. The Min Nguyet Hoa Tien clan quickly use sharp spikes to destroy the young master, but don't underestimate the close combat ability of the Min Nguyet Hoa Tien clan. Young Master Mei remains expressionless as a small energy source flows from her hand through each moment. Just as her opponent is about to strike, that energy shields her. The Min Nguyet Hoa Tien clan is stunned. How can she dispel divine weapons after removing her divine weapon? All of Miss America's clothing is covered with a protective layer of silver. The sharp spike from earlier seems to be gradually wearing down against the sturdy outfit, becoming ineffective. But it still blocked my attack. No, this isn't the power of the Peacock Demon Clan. Young Master. Mai still remained calm. She quickly grabbed her opponent's hand and punched him in the chest. I grit my teeth. The power is too great and the pressure is too strong. I can't break free. How can a member of the Peacock Demon Clan have such strength? The Great White Tiger Demon King outside also spoke to explain. This is the White Tiger transformation. The White Tiger Heavenly Kang armor. The White Tiger Heavenly Kang armor, one of the most powerful energies of the Great White Tiger Demon King, combined with the White Tiger 7 slaughters, can unleash 7 times the pure strength of oneself. When the White Tiger Great Demon King unleashes the White Tiger 7 slashes, even the top-ranked Great Demon Kings must respect him and won't risk fighting him. Why can the princess of the Peacock Demon Clan use the power of the White Tiger transformation? At that moment, the Ming Nguyet Hoa Spirit Clan finally admitted that the situation was completely beyond their expectations, and I lost. The people outside were also surprised. The Peacock Demon Clan actually knew about the White Tiger transformation, and when did the White Tiger Great Demon King and the Peacock Demon Clan become so closely connected? Duong Tam looked at Miss Mi with a proud expression. Miss Mi only used her second bloodline because of him. Even without her second bloodline, she was fully capable of defeating her opponent. She is sharing the pressure of having multiple bloodlines with me. Miss Mai turns back to listen to the announcement. The Peacock Spirit Clan's victory secures a spot in the top 8, showcasing her power with 2 major bloodlines converging in one person, which helps reduce the pressure and attention on herself. Among the crowd, a majestic figure appears, none other than Lin He Mo. As soon as he arrived, he recognized that this girl again possessed the bloodline of the White Tiger Great Demon King, since she was a descendant of humanity carrying the bloodline of the White Tiger Great Demon King. No wonder he chose her as the successor. If she grows stronger, I might never get a chance at Jia Lai Thang. He gritted his teeth, unable to wait any longer. After the elite tournament ended, Lai Than had to be eliminated immediately. She must be killed from the cradle, even if it means bearing the crime of the White Tiger Great Demon King. He then turned and walked away without looking back, his figure gradually disappearing. After the match, Miss Ming quickly went to meet Duong Tam and Suho Kiem Than. Duong Tam, worried about her, advised her not to do that, as it would only increase her pressure. The beautiful young master was not worried at all and happily chatted with Duong Tam. If you want to go further, you will eventually have to show it. It's okay. That way we can win faster. If you get injured today, what will happen to our match the day after tomorrow? You're worried about me again, but the day after tomorrow you'll have to face Mung Data. Are you confident? Tu Tam was startled and panicked, not mentioning that we are still friends. I will do my best. After all, if I lose, you will have to face Mong Dak Dak, the great beast. Master Sword Saint Hu looks helpless. Ah, young Master Mei, you continue to be serious, and just now during the match you didn't use any soulless equipment at all. As the chosen successor of the Dark Demon Great Evil King, he must have a divine weapon. Why wouldn't he use it? Sword Saint Ho Sword also agrees. I think he believes his opponent isn't yet worthy of him using a divine weapon. After thinking for a while, I realized that to beat Ming Dadai, I had to consider only the divine power he possessed and open a new path, searching for a special strategy. Suddenly, the sense of victory within me erupted. How should I unleash my abilities? What techniques should I use to defeat this opponent and even injure him? Honestly, I'm very curious about your abilities. How can you use multiple bloodline powers at the same time without them conflicting? If I could use 2 bloodline powers simultaneously, my strength would definitely increase, significantly. How can you do that? Tang Tam explained that your situation is different from mine. The core of his power isn't bloodline strength. Each bloodline ability is just a different expression of the same core. So, do you know how to solve this? Don't worry, you only have 2 bloodline powers, so in theory it should be possible to control them and let me think of a way, but it also needs to be done step by step. It can't be resolved in a moment. Young Master Mei also responded calmly. All right, today's match is over. You can go back now. Rest well. After saying goodbye to Duong Tam, she returned home and received a question from her father, the Great Demon King of the Peacock. Why was the inheritance of the White Tiger Great Demon King exposed today? I feel that the White Tiger Great Demon King has already taken notice of you. Young Master Mei replied frankly, it's nothing much, just feeling that Tianji dance should be revealed later. Today's opponent was also tough, and he worried that fighting too long would affect tomorrow's match. I can already guess what you're thinking. What's done is done, so forget about it. But you must understand, wanting you to use the bloodline power of the Bakho Bian last is to make the Bakho Dai Yu Huang value you even more. So you keep Tianxi Wu until the end, which means that in your heart, you want all the great demon kings to watch the competition and see that the Bakho transformation is not as important as the Kongzuok transformation. My Kongtu also didn't hold back and said outright that it was always like that. Could it be that father doesn't want you to think that way? Of course I hope you do, but it depends on the future circumstances you inherit the position. And having the support of the White Tiger Great Demon King is extremely important. Father, is your health okay? Don't worry about me. For our race and for you, I won't die easily. I still have to finish what I need to do. Can it really not be reversed? I have never been a good father. I burned my original divine light unless a higher level existence than the Demon King can change the situation. I definitely cannot rebel. But this is also part of my plan. I definitely cannot protect Li Cheng. I may never become the Great Demon King, but you can. As long as you can withstand the initial pressure, you can become a great demon king and protect Lethan stably in the future. This is what I most hope to see. Hearing those words from his father, young master, Mai became even more aware of his responsibilities, so even if it meant death, it would be worth it. Young Master Mei is still thinking, then she bravely responds, I will try my best, but no matter what, I hope you can live. That's right, the team match is coming up soon, so you can go find Tula now. The key to pair competitions is for both of you to coordinate well. Although you had cooperated before, it wasn't enough to be in sync. Young Master. Mai realized that Tula only guided him in cultivation, passing on the heavenly mysterious orb and the bloodline body. This competition has made me realize that Tula is someone I can trust more, except for not having seen his real face. Everything else is fine. Maybe he has some hidden struggles in this aspect. Is it because he's ugly and afraid to reveal his face? Either he's lost his face or he's a wanted criminal, I can't tell. But why does he treat me so well? Since I first met him, he's always treated me well, protected me, and I even feel like he would regret nothing if he had to choose for me. Why is that? I'll have my mother keep an eye out. If anything comes of it, it will only confirm that he's trustworthy. The great Phoenix King of the Zither reminds his daughter, I'm going to rest now. You decide what to do next. Young Master Mei follows the instructions. At the White Tiger Hotel, Tang San hears young Master Mei's voice. Brother, are you available now? Sure, as long as you say so, I'm always available. What's wrong? Father said, we need to practice fighting in pairs more often. I think it should be like that. If you want, do we need to discuss it? Seeing that, Tang San felt happy inside. We are in sync. We've been in harmony since the beginning. Then you agreed with the young Master Mei, saying yes? Yes. Let's meet at the White Tiger Hotel in the training room to hone our coordination. Prince Mei asked, puzzled. Aren't you the one who's planning this? Dong Tam looked confused. Since when have you been so lazy? It's not that I'm lazy, I just know I'm not as good as you in this area, so why bother overthinking it? Your abilities are very special, and I don't even know how to coordinate with you. Duong Tam smiled. Actually, you don't need to worry too much about our coordination. If we face a strong enemy in the future, let me coordinate with you. You attack directly, and I support. The two of us working together, merging our abilities, will surely result in the strongest combat power. The young master doubts. Is it that simple? Dong Tam asked again. What if it's not? Young masters, my side, so I came all this way for nothing. Why bother then? Maybe we should try channeling our energy and see if it works. Then both of us sit down to prepare, put your hand here, 4 hands balanced, and let me guide you. Relax yourself completely. Let your body and spiritual strength flow freely so I can guide you, and our bloodlines try to connect with each other. That way, in future cooperation, we can achieve even better results. Young Master Mei worries, is that really possible? Different bloodlines can also communicate, maybe others can't, but I believe I can. Both of Duong Tam's and Miss Gongzi's hands pressed tightly together as Duong Tam activated the Huyan Thian Kong. Young Master Mei gradually felt that the warm power coming from the demon was too intense, but it wasn't bloodline power, just a pure kind of warm energy. The warm energy is seeping into 2 different bloodline energies, and despite being different bloodlines, they are becoming more harmonious, as if forming a close connection. A blue aura emanates, and Lord Mei is surprised. It's the familiar space ripple. the power of the peacock transformation. It is now in contact with my peacock bloodline. At this moment, Tang-san is carrying out the plan he devised himself, so that his abilities and young Master Mei can mutually sense each other, harmonizing so that later when supporting her I can provide energy more smoothly. My original absorption from her, combined with her bloodline, can make the connection between these two even closer. Duong Tamnyin. Mai Kongtu, Noi. Not long ago, we trained together like this, and now we need to use spiritual consciousness to help. The green aura and golden flames enveloped each other, and Dang Tam was stunned. So this is her mental energy, yet she has a spirit consciousness, but it doesn't resemble the one from her previous life. Otherwise, Miss Mai wouldn't have forgotten her past life. This originates from this world, and even though she hasn't reached the divine level yet, she already has a consciousness. It's strange, I see now. This consciousness comes from the miraculous, heavenly co-spirit. It seems that the rank of this heavenly secret spirit is higher than I previously thought. Suddenly the yellow light as if swallowed up, enveloping the green light energy, then the brilliant green light turned into a sparkling diamond. Good. The core of mental energy is forming under pressure because of different cultivation methods. Very few experts on the continent have reached this point, completing it like this. My Kongtu's cultivation level is undoubtedly increasing. As long as she trains diligently and uses the White Tiger transformation and Peacock transformation simultaneously, it won't be a problem anymore. All right, the next step must be done carefully, reversing my Kongtu's mental energy into Min's spiritual sea and imprinting the mark within my own divine spirit. Dongtam used all his strength to carry it out, and in that moment, the drop of energy fell as if fully crystallized and refined. Dongtam is satisfied with this spiritual imprint. It will create an even stronger connection between us and Miss Mai, even more direct than blood ties. But if Miss Mai intends to harm me, this connection could even destroy my consciousness, allowing me to sense any danger that threatens her at any moment and lock down her position to help her immediately. But if it's my wife, then it's fine. The shining sunlight beams down on the sky, and Miss Mu is still not awake. Gradually, she slowly opened her eyes. It was not yet dark. Her whole body felt comfortable and refreshed, and her perception of the world became clearer. In an instant, she realized that there was a crystal in her spiritual sea, and she understood what had happened to her. At this moment, Tang-san is outside, sweat pouring down his face. Miss Mi walks out onto the court, her eyes filled with pity as she looks at him. It seems that the Tula consumed a lot of energy. Just now, when looking at the Tula, why did I feel like I was meeting Duan Tam for the first time? Seeing that Mu Gongzi quickly showed concern, Duan Tam said, "You're awake. We need to seize the time. It's now the second morning, and we still need to participate in the double competition." Hearing this, Miss May was panic-stricken. "It's already the second day. Last night you stayed here all night, didn't come home. We didn't go home all night. What will Mom think?" Although it's training, she shyly covers her face and quickly runs away to brush her teeth and wash her face. Tang-san smiled at her, stretched his limbs, then revealed a sinister grin. "So, the dream is real, right?" "Wait, it's not too early anymore, so let's go to the racetrack," a voice said. Suddenly, Wu Bankai's group and Doc Bok's group were wondering why the princess of the Peacock Demon Clan was walking out of the room early in the morning with Tio Duong. Suddenly, Du Baklan quickly asked, but Wu Bankai covered his mouth with his hand. "What's wrong with you guys?" The guard covered the boy's mouth and explained to Duong Tam that we came to Holy Mountain to train first. You guys can talk first. Hearing that, he chuckled awkwardly, sighed, and agreed. And then each group went their separate ways. Dong Tam and the young master also headed in a different direction. As she was walking, she called out to him with a worried and shy expression, asking, "Could they have misunderstood something?" Tampung happily explained to her that it's okay, they know we're preparing for the competition and training together. In the past, he would also train all night with them. It was very normal. After hearing him say that, she also understood to some extent. "Is that so?" she said. She also asked him, "What did you do to me last night?" He was startled upon hearing this, blushed awkwardly, and explained that he didn't do anything. "I feel like my mental energy has changed. I also explained that I help you seal and compress your mental energy, so your ability to manage your mind will be stronger. My mental energy has become more solid due to the compression, which helps me manage myself and my surroundings better. Next, you must continue training to further strengthen your mental power, filling the sea of your mind and building a solid foundation for becoming a god." She was surprised and asked, "Helping others suppress their mental energy can really be like that? Even I can't do it myself." Duan Tam smiled and replied, "It's just some small tricks, nothing special. You seem worried that if you do that, you won't have any strength left to compete. Are you worried about exhausting yourself too much? Can we still participate in the competition today? If it's really not possible, the two of us will give up on the contest." You smile, reassuring her not to worry too much. I'm fine. He says that since coming to this world, he has never been as good as he is now. Don't worry, I'm fine, and no one can stop us from moving forward. Even though I hear you say that, I still feel uneasy, because I'm afraid you're forcing yourself to say it. Please don't force yourself. Dong Tam also replied, I'm not forcing myself. Everything I say is true, don't worry, I've never lied to you. Look, if he says that, it must mean he's always honest with her, and has definitely always told the truth to Miss Mu. After saying that, he told her, today you two have to draw lots for the competition. Let's go directly to the drawing place. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Duong Tam and Miss Mai had already appeared. Suddenly he ran into someone. It's Mung Data. He's here. His companion seems to be the girl with long purple hair that Dung Tam saw earlier. You are thinking that the girl is probably from the same clan as him. She must be from Mong Dak Dak's clan, with a negative element attribute that is very difficult to combine with other attributes. Its corrosive ability is too strong, and it might accidentally hurt allies, so it works better with similar attributes. Suddenly, the person named Mong Dak Dak looked toward Duong Tam and the young master, but that's not quite right. Many others around were also looking at them. You also realize that it's not just Mong Dak Dak. Many others are looking this way, including the handsome young master. She said to you with a worried face that we are also famous. Everyone is watching us. He turned back and jokingly said to her, so they must be thinking, don't draw us. Do you think maybe in the first round we drew the Dreamy Dream team? She was startled and said, huh? No way? He smiled calmly and said, no problem. Drawing is also good. 2 rounds together, my individual competition will be easier. She stood up and said, I wish you good luck. Suddenly a voice broke the silence, startling everyone. An elderly man stepped forward and said, now we will begin the draw for the 2-person competition. Please line up to draw your lots. Tang San saw the man, and it seemed like he also knew who he was. He said, this one is a sky-clearing and earth-destroying white tiger great demon king. Young Master Demi heard that and felt worried, saying, I know, it must be so. Hearing her say that, I also felt a bit worried and uneasy, so I told everyone to line up for the drawing first. That way I also think that indeed he is the heavenly cleaving white tiger, great demon king. Based on bloodline, it's probably the old master's grandfather of the young master. Suddenly he approached the young master and Tang San. She suddenly fell silent and looked unhappy when he was near her. At this moment, you bowed to him. Your Highness, you just stood there frozen and silent. Suddenly he asked you, where is that girl to come? She was startled and worried when she heard the old man ask that. She timidly, nervously, and fearfully replied that my mother was in Gli City. He asked irritably why your mother didn't come to see him. He asked you, why didn't you come to see me? She bowed in fear and replied to the old man, my mother once said she had no face to meet people. He suddenly asked with a grimace on his face because she was there before. Suddenly the atmosphere fell silent for a long while. Seeing that, he sighed and said, let's have the match first. One by one, everyone drew lots and he moved to another place. The young lady finally relaxed and looked less frightened. She sighed in relief and said, you scared me to death. Hearing her say that, he also said, it's okay. It seems that her grandfather still cares a lot about her mother. If he didn't care, how could there be bite marks on the white tiger's ridge yesterday? And today, he even tried to hide the traces. This kind of lottery duty was probably personally assigned by him. She also confided in you a little. My mother once said that my grandfather was actually very kind to her, but after all, she is still a human being. Because she was ostracized by her grandfather, she developed a rebellious mindset from a young age, and later joined the army. Then she said that after her mother refused to follow her grandfather's arranged marriage and had a sibling, she was afraid to see her grandfather and ran to Lethan with her father. Tongsan thought to himself that if the great demon king Baihu really treated Mugongzi's mother well, it wouldn't be so bad that she wouldn't come back after leaving, or maybe there was another reason behind it. The result is in. One person stepped forward and announced that the draw has been completed. Everyone, listen carefully. The first group, the Tula team and young Master Mei. Duong Tam suddenly said, the first group is us. The announcement to continue fighting the dream-crushing corpse group goes on. Oh my God, is this what you call a coincidence or fate? It's unbelievably coincidental. The 2 people looked confused and said, what? She felt helpless and blamed him for having such terrible luck. Surely not, right? Did I really get this lucky? My bad luck is back again. That troublemaker is also tired and says he doesn't know either. Then he changes his expression and seriously says, don't worry. When the army comes, block it. When the water rises, reinforce the dike. Nothing is impossible to overcome. She asked nervously, so what do we do now? If we lose today's match, that means we won't make it into the top 8. She also thought that tomorrow in the individual match, he would have to face Mung Dak Dak. If they lose today, the chances of winning tomorrow are not high. He also supports saying to follow the plan we discussed yesterday so he can assist you while you attack. She also mentioned that she still has one ability she hasn't used yet, which is the strongest power of our Peacock Demon clan, called Heavenly Mechanism Dance, capable of harnessing the heavenly mechanism to a certain extent during battle, but she only has a basic understanding and hasn't fully mastered it yet. You can rely on the heavenly mechanism spirit to support me as well. Just focus on attacking while he reassures her and promises to assist. You said, "It's okay, I will support you. You just attack freely, I will help you defend and strengthen. During today's fight, don't switch to the white tiger form. Just use the peacock form, and when necessary, I will guide you on how to strike. When he guides you, you must trust him completely, no matter what kind of strength he gives you. Don't resist." She agreed, and then both sides prepared to face each other. The match between these two teams is drawing everyone's attention because they are quite famous in this circle. People are whispering and gossiping below, and the confrontation between the most notable teams is sure to be very exciting. A man steps forward. "Hearing you think your daughter will win easily?" He responds with a confident look. "Of course," that voice replied. "I don't think so. Meng Dadao is the greatest hope of the Dragon Clan. Supporting it are not only the Dark Clan but also the Dragon Clan, as the life of the Great Crystal King is waning. The Dragon Clan needs to nurture someone who can stand equal to the Great Crystal King. In terms of talent, Mengdad is the most capable candidate. She is determined to win this time," so he replied. "Then let's see. My daughter's talent is not inferior either." Lam He Mak was surprised to hear him say that. "Oh, are you not afraid that its exceptional talent will lead to an early death? Are you threatening me?" He sneered and replied, "That's how it is." Lam He Mak also said, "If its talent wasn't so exceptional, I might forgive it out of respect for Takam, but if its talent is too great, do you think I would leave the consequences for later? Do you think it has the bloodline of the White Tiger Great Demon King? Are you really going to attack it? Letting it use the bloodline of the White Tiger King is just threatening me." He replied, "Then just do it and you'll see. The reason I chose him as the heir is to make you understand clearly that even threats won't work. Do you really think you can win?" Lam He Mak threatened him, saying, "You're useless. Even the White Tiger Great Demon King won't interfere in Jayalai City." This is the consensus of the team. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Let's wait and see. Pray that your daughter can win today's competition, or you should pray that she loses. If it loses, maybe I still have a chance to forgive it. The match begins, and the referee reminds everyone to try to avoid casualties during the fight. The match begins, and Mengdadi's team strikes first. Dark Haze Domain. At this moment, Duong Tom is worried that the opposing team might use the Dark Domain. He is concerned, but he didn't expect Mongdokdak's teammate to also be able to unleash the Dark Domain. The dual Dark Aura rapidly erodes space, increasing its power. At this moment, you channel strength and magic into Miss Gongzi, and she can immediately feel a surging source of power spreading through her body, a gentle yet overwhelming force flowing within, causing her bloodline and spiritual strength to spike in an instant. Tang Tu has stepped through before, and now it seems like he's doing so again. Moreover, I can sense the area being corroded by darkness. Along with the cry of the space element, the existence of a vast space can also be felt within a wide area. At this moment, a figure is flickering above her head. In her hand, there is something that looks like a small flower tree, and her body begins to be surrounded by a large blue flame. Now she is holding something that looks like a small, newly grown flower with 3 leaves. Everyone is amazed and impressed. Look quickly, even though they are separate realms, they are side by side. A long, pointed dreamstone is aimed at her, but it gets pulled into a magical green mirror, surprising them all. He didn't expect that she would open her own space within my dark domain. Right now, she is casting a spell to create thousands of spears to attack him. He grimaced for underestimating the enemy too much. He's angry and thinks they dared to go deep into my domain to fight. It seems I need to respond decisively and seriously now, and so thousands of needles she conjured are heading toward him. Although he had a shield, those arrows still pierced through and wounded him. Everyone watching was stunned that both realms had been shattered. He's angry because young Master Mei caused him to be injured. She hurt herself, I was too careless. Immediately, he ordered the girl to follow the Huolong, and suddenly she transformed into a purple dragon to fight alongside him. Outside, Duong Tam watched as he was gathering his strength, and the next strike would contain immense dark power. Young Master. Mai is also casting a spell now, summoning a giant eagle that appears right behind her. Everyone couldn't help but marvel and say, is the Peacock Love Clan in Jialai City so powerful? She also has human bloodline. In just a moment, she made the purple-haired guy gasp in shock because she could defeat his transformed dragon. In an instant, he saw just how much stronger she had become than him, and all of his spells were completely destroyed by her. Everyone is talking excitedly. That wasn't a hallucination, was it? Mongdokdak's attack was so powerful, yet it was reversed. Is it possible that the great Peacock Demon King is surprised that little May has comprehended spatial power to this extent? The Mong family guy is still overwhelmed by the shock, and he can't believe his eyes. How is that possible? That was during the initial time in Lai City, where the great Peacock Demon King had already used this technique multiple times to block attacks, and in the end, both sides suffered. But I never expected her to comprehend it so quickly. At this moment, Miss Mai still couldn't believe in her own strength. She thought that without Tu La's full support to boost her spiritual and bloodline power, she definitely wouldn't be able to use this move. But after truly applying it, she suddenly understood the depth of space power and this miracle in an instant. Thinking about it, she turned back to look at Duongtam and saw him smiling at her. The illusionist immediately sank after a blow to the face and injury. That dragon spirit is calling for his brother, and he's right to answer. Only a formidable opponent like this deserves to be compared with the celestial prodigy that I am. Then he suddenly became furious, unleashing dozens of purple beams before shouting loudly, and then he defeated her. Don't you know how to switch to spirit shift? Then I will turn this space into eternal night with no more stars in the sky. At this moment, the guy is truly furious, but she remains calm and continues analyzing her thoughts. The dark power throughout the entire space is surging wildly. It seems Mongdok has unleashed his second domain. Vinda suddenly appeared on his forehead with something like a red horn, and a sword was materializing in his hand. Duongtam was worried. This wound of his had already slain over 10,000 strong opponents, absorbing their souls to forge it into a weapon, making it much more powerful than ordinary divine weapons, so he must be very careful. His one-horned creature is probably like the great Crystal King beast with a mutated bloodline, called the poisoned Black Dragon King. Hearing you say that, she calmly said, "It's okay. I have my own way." She is gradually moving upward now, and he wonders why she is actively advancing. What she intends to do? She is casting a spell, and he didn't expect her to be able to stabilize my Vida domain. What kind of divine technique is this? This old man also says that the heavenly fox controls fate, and Kong Tuok looks at Tienko, but it really is Tienko Vu. The great Peacock Demon King then thought back to the first great Peacock Demon Emperor. There has never been a Celestial Mechanism Marshal before, but now Celestial Mechanism Marshal has finally returned to the world. She casts her spell at the beast dragon where he stands. He is startled, grits his teeth, and says, "Damn it, my movements are slowing down. I can only counterattack now." Younger sister escapes from the dragon transformation, beware of the blood protection. The Thon sword is approaching her, and it seems she hasn't had time to react. At this moment, from afar, someone shouts loudly in panic. The 3 magic leaves in her hand gradually turn red. She suddenly made contact little by little, causing Tu Thien Ko Lin to become infected. A loud explosion erupted. She is lying on the ground, her chest heaving, with waves of discomfort spreading through her. It is Tu Thien Ko Lin who was infected and corroded, lingering in her heart and impossible to escape. Duongtam shouts from afar, relaxing himself, and she startles as everything around her seems to turn into an endless space. Time also stopped as the core within my spirit sea activated, stabilizing my condition. Fragments of fleeting scenes flashed in my mind in an instant. I can feel the boundless warmth from the 2 figures embracing, but I don't want to hold on. Suddenly, I sense another hand gripping mine. Whose hand is this? So warm and familiar it makes others feel at ease. Then she woke up, touched her hairpin, and clenched her fists as a bright light suddenly appeared. The Mong family's son was surprised and asked, "What is that?" A huge beam of light is about to strike the 2 Mong siblings. Mongdak shouted at his sister to get out of the way, and so he took the hit alone and was struck by her. The young master, after using too much energy, is now falling from above. Quickly, Tang-san caught up with her and said, "The feeling today is really good. I've never felt this way before." He caught her, and his face looked quite worried. The broken sword and the fallen dreamer lay on the ground. "You're wondering how your horn broke when it was so strong. What kind of divine skill is this?" He looked up and saw someone who had just arrived. Tang-san saw this and wondered anxiously, why did he come now? Fairness. "You know they have already destroyed him. He is the heir of the Dragon Clan." The old white-haired man replied, "His skills are inferior. This is a competition. The rules set by the clan. And in the eyes of the Eastern people, what do you want?" The old man, hearing that, was furious and turned toward the dreamer, saying, "He is crippled. Even divine level is difficult. This loss must be accounted for." Then the old man and the dreamer disappeared suddenly. The old man looked down at Tang-san and Miss Gongzi, then sighed and said, "Go quickly." Tang-san then picked her up and left. As I carried her away, I thought about how the divine technique used in the duel was actually the greatest divine weapon from my past life. the Tula sword, which was bestowed upon me when I was the Tula god. But I had become the sea god. In the end, the divine position of the Tula god was taken by Tiovu in my place. Although Princess May lost all memories of her past life after reincarnation, I secretly maintained the connection between her and the divine weapon, allowing me to harness the power of the demon god sword and shatter the dreamscape just before Xiaowu's death. I tried every way to save her life but failed, only able to ensure that Tiovu could reincarnate successfully. I left a divine will of the Tula blood sword in Tiovu's soul core. He looked at her and thought, from the first time I met the American young master, I decided that I would protect her for my whole life. Only protect her. Nothing else matters, except her. King Peacock said then, let's go first. Then the two of them disappeared, returning to their own places. King Peacock said to Tang-san, you take her to the next room to rest, then we will talk. Then the two of them sat down. The Peacock King said, I only had about a 40% certainty before, but after today's battle, with you included, it's more than 70%. I won't have much time left to live. My biggest regret is not becoming the emperor, and I can only rely on Xiaomei to make it happen. Today, I brought you here because I have something to tell you about the future of Little Mei and the Phoenix Demon Clan. Tang-san replied, you tell me. He said that before I left, he had prepared 3 gifts for you. First, you need the support from the higher-ups of Gali City, especially the Golden Prosperity Demon and the Spirit T Prosperity Demon. For internal clan matters, you must coordinate with Xiaomei, clear out any obstacles, but do not resort to excessive violence. Tang Tom replied, understood. No one continued. The second gift concerned Xiaomei's mother. She is the saintess of your rescue organization, and was also the daughter whom the White Tiger Great Demon King once loved deeply. Because of the elopement, she later left the clan, but from today's situation, the Great White Tiger Demon King taking the initiative to protect you might also apply to Decam and Tu Mai. He still admits that if he can gain the support of the Great White Tiger Demon King, Tu Mai's position as the City Lord will be stable by at least 50%. The Great Phoenix Demon King continued, the major challenge they face now is the discussion within the Ancestral Hall, aiming to change the leadership. It must be recognized by the Ancestral Hall, and for clans without a royal bloodline like theirs, it is a fierce contest. And according to the rules, within a year, Xiaomei needs to go there to report her work and discuss whether she can become the master of the family city, which also requires more than half of the great demon kings to agree. Only then can she inherit. At this point, Tang-san spoke up, saying that as long as the great demon kings vote, it's settled, and it has nothing to do with the heavenly spirit king. If they are not from the same nation, the spirit monster clan cannot interfere in the affairs of the demon clan, and 5 of the 9 great demon kings need to support it to ensure the inheritance. Then his face darkened again, worried that today he had injured Meng Dadai and offended the dragon clan, so he probably wouldn't have the support of the Crystal Great Demon King and the Dark Demon clan. Although the Crystal Demon King was old, when he was alive, any decision had to be approved by him. Seeing him so worried, it doesn't necessarily mean he's confused. Since I helped with the proof and have a connection with Tintin, my relationship with him in the future is hard to predict. The Great Peacock Demon King recounted that in ancient times, the Phoenix Demon Clan and the Peacock Demon Clan fought over who would be the king of the 100 birds, so the Immortal Demon King hoped that the position of clan leader of the Peacock Demon Clan would be taken away, telling you not to consider that position. For now, only 3 great demon kings oppose it. Among the remaining 6, the attitude of the Heavenly Fox Great Demon King is very important, as he is the true steward of the Ancestral Hall and also the Lord of Fate. He is confident in the support of the Demon Fox. There is a rumor in the clan. Heavenly Crane holds the fate. The Peacock secretly observes the heavenly mechanism. Now that Little Mei has seen the heavenly mechanism, the Heavenly Crane King knows that having such a wise ally is beneficial for the clan. Duong Tam wondered if through the Heavenly Co one could truly see the future of the Heavenly Co. He said it might also require cultivation above the divine level because of the consumption of spiritual awareness, and overuse could damage the origin. You and Xiaomei need to quickly gain the support of the Great Demon King Tianho and the Great Demon King Bak Ho, so you have a solid foundation for the final discussion. As for the last gift, he told you not to tell her, so you can secure the position of clan leader and get her mother's opinion before considering discussing it with Xiaomei. He asked what the third gift was, wondering in his mind what it could be that made it so mysterious. Suddenly, the Peacock Great Demon King communicated telepathically, catching him off guard. He froze for a moment, then became tense with thought, his face showing a hint of joy. Maybe you already know why I chose Xiaomei to succeed, and since I praised your intelligence, you'll know how to use it. Before I die, I will reveal this card to set the stage for them. Hearing that, Duongtam hesitated for a moment, thinking that a dying demon king still holding such power was truly a schemer. Then he asked why he hadn't revealed this card sooner. Receiving the answer, he felt a sense of pride in his race for devising the plan and no longer wanted to use such tricks, saying that the time he could spend with the two of them was limited, and after the elite tournament at the palace concluded, he would take them back to Lai City. Xiaomei was preparing to inherit everything. He said he would try, as Duongtam hoped to extend the time from 3 months to a year, enough for her to reach the divine level. He said he could see that he really liked Xiaomei, and guessed they had known each other before. He also confirmed that a long time ago, he believed that nothing in the world was more important than protecting her, and as long as he was alive, no existence could hurt her. The great demon king was very reassured by these words. He expressed that these were his true feelings. The next day at the White Tiger Hotel in his room, he reflected on the final gift he mentioned, which was beyond his expectations. But heavenly cores are not just space divine weapons, and he is struggling because he can't get one. Xiao Wu, who secretly looked at heavenly cores, found the Tula blood sword even more powerful than the heavenly core and is thinking of a way to destroy it. Suddenly your ears rang with a call, so you asked Xiaomei if her health was okay. She cheerfully replied that she was doing very well and had no problem participating in today's competition. Hearing her say she had a very long dream last night, he listened carefully. She said she saw many things, woke up crying, but couldn't remember what she dreamed about. Tang San said there's no need to remember, maybe you'll recall it later. She also agreed when you suggested not fighting today and just cheering. Since there's no time to delay, they need to get to the exam hall quickly. Looking at the arena, he told Xiaomei, Meng Dade hasn't recovered yet, so there's no need to fight today. Suddenly she asked what technique they used in yesterday's competition. When she heard the answer, she also wanted to see the power of a divine weapon. But Tang San said not yet because it's not here. They are only borrowing its power to use. Once she's stronger, it will come to her side, and she will be able to see it. Xiaomei said she felt this divine weapon could influence both of their futures. He confirmed that its great power could indeed affect her future, and would help more than the heavenly causal spirit. She was surprised and shy because she knew he had given her that divine energy. Xiaomei said this thing is too precious for him to give to her. Tang San repeated the blood oath of loyalty, and of course his belongings were also hers. Then she said she wouldn't use her bloodline to bind him, but seeing how casually he spoke about it like it was nothing, he just said it didn't matter. After coming into contact with the Tula divine sword, young Master Mei might have some sensitivity to his past life. He doesn't hope she remembers her past life now, let alone choose to rekindle their fate because of it. Seeing her shy, I am sure I must make her love me in this life before regaining my memories. Only then I won't have any regrets. Suddenly she turned to look, knowing that Daimyo has entered the fight. I stand still here observing, wondering what race this opponent is with the hand restraint, then realizing it's Kim Kong Tin, which focuses heavily on defense. Though ranked low among the kings, it's very difficult to deal with. Duongtam thinks that the great Miao has been taking the golden elixir for days, but hasn't evolved yet. Based on the bloodline enhancement, its strength should have increased. The announcement has been made, the match begins, and the two opponents are rushing toward each other. The great cat didn't expect to be so fast. The defensive race has such formidable speed, so he drew his sword and with the power of the Death Realm decisively slashed at the long-armed opponent. The opponent, sensing danger, began to defend by crossing his arms. It seems he's struggling with his attack. The long-armed opponent has fallen back but hasn't fallen down, trembling from being knocked away, sensing the intense killing intent before Daimyo charges again. The two sides continued to fight face to face, with the long-armed opponent helpless and unable to fight back, wondering how a member of the Ho clan could break through the Kim Kong Tin's defense. Watching the battle, Duongtam saw that the golden core pill had made Daimyo stronger. Yesterday, Daimyo remembered the old demon king telling him that no matter how the competition went, their race would support him in breaking through to become a god. Now that he stands at the peak, as long as he gets stronger, the entire demon beast race will depend on him. The Ho clan will no longer be cursed or looked down upon by any other clan, but will become a powerful presence. Kim Kong's opponent was struck by one of his swords, taking significant damage, causing the spear to fly far away and declaring Daimyo the winner. When the match ended, he said he was happy along with Dongtam's congratulations. Dongtam asked if everyone planned to, after hearing the answer, to stay temporarily with the Golden Lion Demon clan. They help him break through to become a god. Then leave the ancestral hall. He thought he would pick up clan members, but seeing that his own clan's life was quite good, he only asked for supplies from the Golden Lion King and brought supplies back with him. Why not bring your clan to join the Golden Lion Beast clan? That would be the best option. Damyo Bao knew that once Kong Tuok's status as a demon clan changed and his attitude towards her shifted, he would inevitably get involved. He said he couldn't leave now, especially as you are about to face enormous pressure, and surely his own Ho clan would go with him. He also responded with thanks after hearing that. The two of them looked at the competition stage. You know that young master, Mai has gone on stage and she is very captivating. Here, Xiaomei has already been standing. She observed the opponent's fully covered figure ahead, feeling a bit worried because it was another dragon race. The dragon young man was now standing in front of Xiaomei. She knew this was a poison dragon clan member. Their strength couldn't reach the top 8, but having defeated Ming Data, they had a chance to fight. The match was announced to begin, and Xiaomei raised her weapon. The leaves in her hand glowed with light. The opponent saw this red glow that had defeated the special dream and realized there was a presence capable of splitting demonic energy into two. Knowing he couldn't hesitate, he immediately summoned the bone toxin, which not only blocked perception but also corroded space itself, making even divine weapons hard to tear apart. But he was surprised to see her still safely moving forward. Her gaze turned serious, and the bone toxin had been separated. He knew that ability of space was not afraid of corrosion. Dong Tam watched the fight and saw that he underestimated the power of the Tula Blood Sword. 15 minutes later, due to the depletion of each level of spatial power, the Poison Dragon clan could only reluctantly accept defeat. As a result, Tang San, Da Miao, and young Master Mei all made it into the top 4. However, during the second day's doubles competition, an unexpected incident occurred. Duong Tam and Miss Young Master faced a powerful and cunning team, and although they won, he was injured. In the next day's individual semifinals, he gave up facing Da Miao due to his severe injuries, directly advancing to the finals as one of the top 2, but he was angry because he had withdrawn. I still want to fight directly. Duong Tam said I was injured and needed rest, and I also had internal injuries from fighting Meng De today, so I need a day to recover. You know that using the Tula Sword God technique, the Divine Sword and mental energy consumes a lot, but it is definitely beneficial for her. You also value friendship over rivalry, so you can't compete with him on the arena. Knowing that Tang San is like this, it's not good. He still asked about your health, even though you're definitely not affected for tomorrow's match, and he told you to prepare well for the final, also praising Xiaomei for her progress. Seeing his brother mock me, the big cat got annoyed and said he already knew. Seeing him off, Tang San continued to his training room to steady his mind after the chaos caused by the Tula Death Sword. By the morning of the second day, he had arrived at the Ancestral Square. Today is the final of the elite tournament. Tang Tam saw him approaching and greeted him. He was surprised that his daughter had made it into the individual finals and the pair competition. You have a natural talent and a calm mind. Suddenly, the great Peacock King asked, "How did your match go today?" Hearing that, you reply, Dai Mu's fighting spirit is stronger, but as teammates, they won't strike secretly. He is more restrained, and in terms of strength, Xiaomei still has the edge. He understood and turned in a different direction as the match was about to begin. Two familiar figures were now opponents. Today's match, the old man with white hair said he would be the referee, telling you both to fight with all your might and reminding you this is a great opportunity. As soon as the starting signal was given, Dai Miao assumed his fighting stance, causing the ground where he stood to crack open into a large hole. Xuan Mai was tense because this was a decisive moment, realizing he was not probing but going all out, so she also unleashed her own move. Seeing that he wanted to settle the outcome quickly, she channeled her inner strength intensely within her body. He also refused to lose, leaping up to attack first. Little Mai was ready to face that sword. Big Cat still uses her clan's familiar technique to charge forward. Young Master Mai's eyes radiate hypnotic allure. The power of the Peacock clan was also activated by her. The two heads collided head-on. He was a bit worried because he knew this was a dark vortex formed by spatial power. Its defense was very tough, hard to break through. Then he kept pouring his strength into the sword, but it couldn't even scratch her defense. Suddenly he was knocked back. Tiumai's protective shield also gradually opened. Dai Mei managed to land safely and opened her eyes feeling confused because she had disappeared and escaped the mental lock. He still guessed it was some kind of teleportation gate. A portal appeared before him. She stepped outside with a serious expression, radiating the aura of the Peacock clan. Daimyo knew she had acted as she predicted, then transformed into the White Tiger, which caused her to be drained from continuous attacks. Now she can no longer launch a fierce attack, so her White Tiger increases its offense and defense, and the outcome is clearly seen. The Great Cat closes his eyes and accepts defeat. The referee looked at the two of them quietly before announcing that the champion of this special tournament was young Master Mei from the Lai Ziti family. The great Peacock Demon King was stunned, and Duan San was very happy for her. also glancing at him shyly. No one in the audience knew they were gazing at each other so passionately. She felt like everything was just a dream. Then she walked over to him. The Peacock Queen said that since it's crowded here, they should go to the White Tiger Hotel first. He told me to go ahead and discuss the plan for tomorrow's doubles final with you two. As he watched his back leave, the two of them stayed behind, both feeling embarrassed, their faces reddening like tomatoes as they looked at each other. Xiaomi expressed her gratitude to him first. Without you, I couldn't have won the championship, but she sees this as her effort. Wait until she and I finish the competition and then quickly go back to Lethan. He knows that Daimyu can't beat Maikong too, so he deliberately let him win, probably also worried about affecting their performance tomorrow. Then she said that her power had reached divine level, with space power nearly at the divine realm, and advised not to rush the breakthrough from body to consciousness, as it was more than just a tribulation transformation. Next, she needed to gain a better understanding of space power and focus her energy on the White Tiger transformation and her protective aura. The Peacock transformation and the Heaven's Thread worked together to bring her many changes. Seeing her slightly blame him for not letting her rest, he said he would explain later, but she wouldn't let him. Then, Duong Tam Trin Trong emphasized a point, advising her to use the heavenly mechanism spirit's ability to peak less or not at all, because he had heard the great Peafowl Demon King mention a few things about that ability, as well as the short lifespan of the previous generation of Peafowl, all related to the heavenly mechanism spirit. Sneaking a peek at the heavenly mechanism is indeed a powerful ability, but the heavenly mechanism cannot reveal that if you peek, it will backfire fatally. Xiaomei was very confused, seeing Tu La so tense, recalling how skillfully she faced Mong Dak Dak. She also agreed with him but couldn't be certain that in the end she would have to use this ability to survive. He promised he would not let anyone threaten her. Xiaomei really wants to see what he looks like because of the good treatment, but the mask keeps them apart. He makes her promise not to use her ability to secretly look at Tianjiling. She also said she wanted him to take it off so she could see. As she was about to remove it, he hesitated, unsure how to explain his age and abilities, and was also worried that their good relationship might be damaged. She saw that he was reluctant, so she thought of another approach and asked if Dong Tam was someone she knew beforehand. He thought she was really clever for having guessed it. Xiao Mei stepped forward, placed her hand on his face. Bitch wanted to remove her mask, but he stopped her, deciding to show it after Mai's match, saying it was better to wait so as not to affect tomorrow's game. She agrees not to use the heavenly mechanism, but in return, you have to keep your promise. After hearing this, Tang-san suggests discussing the strategy for tomorrow. In fact, no one is stronger than the Mengda brothers anymore. The doubles tournament champion cannot escape their control. It wasn't until evening that young Master Mai returned to his place, and Duong Tam also went back to his room, still afraid she would lose her good impression once she found out who he really was. This is a disguise to hide my identity. I was deceiving her. I remember at first she gave the teacup to Duong Tam instead of Tu La, worried she would be angry if she found out the truth. Then he placed his hand on the mask, took it off, and held it in his hand because it had separated the two of them. If their faces are hidden, it will be hard for their relationship to develop further. The next day, when asked how she was resting, she mentioned that she had tried changing 2 types of bloodlines with common points. It's very interesting. I admire how strong he really is. An anonymous person has approached the arena. Duong Tam recognized this person and was surprised, as were the others. He saw their astonishment and simply smiled gently before saying, "Today I will serve as the referee. Please, contestants from both sides, come up to the stage." Looking at him in the stands, Dong Tam didn't expect it to be the great Demon King Tianhu acting as the referee, fearing that in this realm, especially during the secret match, it could be exposed, but he could only go all out. Xiaomei also noticed that he seemed a bit strange. The two teams are facing each other with a man and a woman as opponents on the other side. Duong Tam recognized this as the combination of Dan Din Hak Yu and Liet Duong Hoa Tien. The man is Dan Din Hak Yu, also known as Bitch Troyan of the Sword Saint Great Demon King. The referee continued, "When victory or defeat is about to be decided, the match can end, determining the winner. Do you know if he wants to end it now?" Guessing the controlling artifact, the match command was announced. The defender's side was using their power to summon a turtle shell, wrapping it around the upper body, while the demon crane had entered combat mode. Duong Tam realizes that the woman has transformed into a battle armor, boosting her teammate as the man raises his sword, channeling his clan's energy to perform the 9-yang sword technique. Duong Tam and Xiaomei are still watching how he executes the move. You notice the enhanced armor that has triggered the great power of the Demon Phoenix Peak, and suddenly she steps forward. Once she had finished channeling her internal energy, the opponent also swung their sword, ready to face her attack, but she still stood there. Suddenly, the attack was too fast for the opponent to handle, and then she used the Peacock Clan's technique to perform the Spirit Shift Strike. A significant attack was coming, but luckily she dodged it, agreeing that Tang San Bao risked everything with him. Xiaomei prepares to charge straight at the opponent standing in front of her, both sides holding their weapons ready for a direct confrontation. Then she was stunned, feeling a blazing hot aura with sharp sword intent rushing toward her. But the movement technique allowed her body to spin quickly, enabling her to draw the fiery sword intent from herself. Later, during the fight, both were thrown back. Bichko's protective aura couldn't harm him, so he planned a deadly strike to attract everyone's attention. Observing the current situation, I think the young master knows the opponent is about to explode, so he must be careful. Duong Tam has stepped in to hold her hand and assured her that everything is fine. Seeing him approach, Xiaomei felt embarrassed, thinking that having him so close made her feel more real and her vision clearer, allowing her to sense more aura. I recognize this as my consciousness. The opponent's side launched an attack, a giant holy sword pointing directly at where the two of them stood. She looked at it steadily because with Duong Tam's support, the heavenly mystic realm was activated, creating a barrier that directly confronted the holy sword and shattered it. Tio Mai's protective barrier remained intact, but the sword was about to vanish. Unexpectedly, the enemy was overwhelmed by the concentrated and explosive power of the burning sword intent, leaving him unable to fight. The referee also confirmed the result, declaring Tula and the young master of America as the final champions in the pair competition. The two of them won the match and were praised as the final champions. But Tang San was tense because when the Heavenly Phoenix announced the winner, they called his name first. Seeing his worried expression, he sensed something, and although he didn't use any other power, he relied on his bloodline. Xiaomei was very happy that they won, but she was ignored because of her human bloodline and was shunned. However, she had shown her efforts to make her father less strict and finally proved herself. Now it is time to award the team that reached the finals. The Great Demon King of the Celestial Fox begins distributing prizes to the top 8 competitors of the individual and team competitions. Tang San obtained a large amount of spirit stones and a storage bag, as well as all the tokens of the 16 kings, 9 Great Demon Kings and 7 Celestial Kings, and young Master Mei was the champion of both rounds, earning twice as many tokens from the kings. The Heavenly Fox holds the fate, while the Peacock clan controls the heavenly mechanism. The two clans represent the direction of the Yu-Tin continent, and he is pleased with the revival of the heavenly co-spirit. Looking forward to her leading the Peacock clan to recreate the glorious era and guiding their two demon clans' paths. Xiaomei is very grateful to him and wanted to exchange her token for a chance to influence her fate, but was refused because fate cannot be interfered with, and there are special cases where fate should control everything. He then turned to Duan San and said, "I don't like the feeling of being the one holding your fate, but your fates are intertwined, and whatever happens to one will affect the other. Now the future of the Peak clan depends on her to look at herself. He will not interfere. He thinks it's better to say less when facing this person." Tianhu continued, saying that each person could choose a suitable reward, with the champion selecting first, and Tula and Miss Mai could choose a total of 4 items. Damiao and the others were also shocked to hear they could have 4 items. Then 10 divine weapons were brought up, each concealed, their aura hidden, relying only on sight to observe. Knowing Tula's extensive knowledge, she let Duong Tam help her explore and choose the divine weapons. He examined all the types and finally made a decision. First is the Fairy Wisdom Book, which has the ability to predict the future but is not complete. Next is a sharp existence containing sword intent, clearly belonging to the Danding Hawk Demon. The third is the Holy Radiant Saber, a rare spiritual weapon, and finally a large purple spirit stone, which is mainly used for refining spirit crystals and not very useful otherwise. The Danding Hawk regrets the sharp object, which they wanted to take but was quickly claimed by others. The divine artifact chosen by the Great Cat is the Mind Shield, which not only defends against physical attacks but also protects the mind from internal and external demons. Once the selection was complete, they were informed that the usual ceremony had concluded. This elite tournament concludes. Tang Zan and Xiaomei look towards their two opponents. The person using the divine sword earlier expressed a desire to exchange the divine sword for the elixir, but he was firmly refused. He then recounted how he was guided by the sword saint before the match and was extremely grateful, using the divine sword as a token of gratitude rather than for personal gain. He asked him to pass on to His Majesty, expressing the respect of the Phoenix Demon clan for the great demon king of the sword saint. He didn't know why you were willing to give the sword to the saint, so he asked what your intention was. They have left, hearing that he replied he doesn't need anything, just to pass on the message to His Highness. Then the two of them went to the main square to meet King Kong too. Mr. Bao immediately followed because the competition was over and he wanted to prevent Tin Fong from doing anything, so he needed to leave quickly. Knowing they had to leave, but also needing to seize the opportunity to use divine weapons, he wanted to earn your trust that neither Xiaomei nor himself would be in danger. The Crimson Peacock Great Demon King also agreed, but they had to return to the hotel first. After the three of them returned, two guardian protectors entered the cultivation room and took out the Holy Flame Saber. This treasure of Duong Tambao is the one I like to help you with the most. It directly merges into the Spirit Sea, enhancing the Divine Sword's effect that you use to cut dreams so it can reach you faster. And he also told you to focus your mind. Use your mental power to guide the Holy Flame Sword, then shed a single tear on the body of the sword. But what if Xiaomei is worried she can't cry? She doesn't want Tang San to say something reckless or get seriously hurt because she truly can't cry. You knew she would wonder when you told this story. There was a couple who had been childhood sweethearts since they were young, like siblings. The boy protected the girl every second, every minute. As they grew up, they gradually matured. Their feelings for each other are no longer brother and sister, but romantic love. That girl is actually a 10,000-year-old beast who is cultivated into a human form. To become a true human, she needs to shed her bloodline. Once her strength reaches a certain level, she will fully transform into a person to be with the boy. They have been through many years together, their feelings growing deeper, but they faced a powerful enemy. In a confrontation with the foe, he was surrounded and used his life to protect her so she could survive. But she chose to burn herself, becoming part of his body and turning into his strength. The girl looked at the boy, believing she had been protected for a lifetime. In this final moment, she is willing to give everything to protect him. After hearing the story, Xiaomei truly shed tears. Seeing the tears fall onto the blade, she didn't understand why she was like this. Suddenly, the sword trembled, and before she could wonder what was happening, Tang San also shed tears to explain. Bao en guyin kwai nat. Calm your mind and steady your spirit. Seeing Ti La cry, she didn't understand why. Actually, just now when the sword suddenly erupted, my spiritual sea sensed a blazing heat and a gentle scent. Moreover, using this fiery energy, I also discovered that my core spirit contained a small red sword. When her consciousness connected to the sword, she felt an extremely terrifying presence, but the connection to it was very familiar, likely his super-grade divine weapon. She also saw some related fragments, but the scene was unclear. Then she wondered about the story afterward of the young man and the girl. Tang San was delighted because the tear of emotion was fitting for spiritual attribute divine weapons that accept their masters. Then he used the power contained within the Death Star to continuously expand his consciousness, strengthening himself to face the deadly dangers ahead. The 200 Death Stars were completely consumed in 2 hours. Then the Great Peacock King of Beasts asked Lin Tethuang Society's people to deliver some flying equipment for the formation. This was to enhance the Great Peacock King's teleportation ability, allowing him to teleport to a suitable location in one go. After the item was delivered, he began drawing the formation. The space power contained within it even amazed him. You told the father and son that this is a one-time teleportation formation, and soon they will channel their bloodline power into it. How far it can teleport depends on the strength of the energy poured in. At this moment, he has received the order to start. The three of them are pouring their energy into the formation, causing a beam of light to pierce through the hotel roof. Someone watching from afar was able to observe this. He was very pleased to have found it, then had to act quickly, unable to believe it disappeared in an instant, not knowing how far it had moved because he saw how capable he was. Another old man also saw the distance shift and wondered when the Crimson Peacock had become so capable. The three of them had moved here from a forest at night. The Peacock Great Demon King, exhausted, had to recover before they could start again. Xiaomei suggested using divine intuition to comprehend the changes and understand the divine mechanism. In the darkness, how could you escape the trap of the evil scheme? Seeing the dark demon, Great Demon King, he was disappointed that it wasn't the Great Phoenix Demon King, but still asked why they were blocking their way. He reminded him that Xiaomei had fought against his outstanding successor, so he would definitely come after him. The father and son looked towards Duong Tam, and Kong Tuoch Great Demon King was stunned when he suggested they teleport, while he himself broke through the darkness to let them leave. After speaking, he drew out his divine weapon. Seeing the Sword Saint's token, he still thought they wouldn't receive help, but a divine consciousness reminded him that bullying the weak is not the style of an emperor. As the Sword Saint grew formidable and prepared to fight, the Shadow Demon didn't expect him to want to face him. Without saying much, the Sword Saint leaned towards the two father and son, doing his best to assist their teleportation mission. The three of them knew it was time to leave together. With protection, everyone disappeared in an instant, leaving the dark demon standing there, looking very angry. Sword Saint Pavilion. Someone kept knocking their hand against the chair arm, feeling that anyone who could survive would be an extraordinary talent. A group of people, led by Duong Tam, kept moving and used the Sword Saint's token to resist the pursuit from the Dark Demon Great King until the fourth teleportation, when they exhausted all their tokens in the Peak Tournament. The Great Peacock Demon King knew they had used all the tokens, and as night fell they couldn't run, so they could only risk everything. But Tong Tom also held the Holy Sword token in his hand. He still thinks there is one more chance. He is wondering why there is a fifth token. This is the sword order from when you climbed up to the city wall. After finally gaining the approval of the Sword Saint Great Demon King, and remembering the warning to draw the sword whenever trouble arises, you gave it to the Great Demon King Peacock. Xiaomei stood outside, not hearing what they said, but she realized they were communicating secretly and wondered why they were hiding something from her now. Suddenly, he turned to look at her, startling her, and even more surprisingly, Tang San came over and hugged Xiaomei, telling her to live well. Realizing this voice was not Tu La but very familiar, she didn't have time to think deeply before she saw the Dark Demon Great Evil King rushing over. Holding the token in his hand, he told the two to prepare well. She couldn't believe that Duong Tam was about to go into battle alone, but his father was holding him tightly, about to teleport away, and she knew Tu La wasn't coming with them. He stood silently, hearing her call his name. Xiaomei was crying and refusing to accept that decision, while the father and son had already teleported away, leaving only him here. When Duong Tam saw they had left, he felt very relieved and looked up at Amma as the giant holy sword was summoned once again. But now his eyes were much more serious, and a beam of light appeared as well. Amazement flickered in the demon's eyes as he faintly realized that a colossal divine being was standing before him. He was worried because this aura belonged to a royal deity, not an ordinary one, and wondered who this could be. When he asked who she was, the emperor replied that he was Sea God, then raised his trident to prepare to attack with great power. He created an even larger beam of light, and the dark spirit felt something was wrong, so he decided to summon his strongest divine weapon. In his hand is a mysterious dark sphere. The sea god does not hesitate to point his weapon at him, and he retaliates with an attack, causing a supergiant divine beast to appear within the sphere. Transported away, Xiaomei still cried uncontrollably, ignoring her father and kneeling down in heartbreak over the loss of her connection with Tang San, wondering what had happened to him or if he was already dead. He told his daughter that they couldn't stop to waste Tu La's sacrifice, as an imperial prince was still chasing them, but had been blocked from afar by the Sword Saint Crown Prince. He asked directly because he knew he wanted to chase after the Peacock clan members. The guy also confirmed because his own clan has a sworn enemy with that clan. The Crown Prince said that the Shadow Demon has been hunting them down, sensing it through the summoning of the Sword Order, and fears that engaging in a space battle with that old man might cost them dearly. Seeing this person's reaction, he didn't realize that the Great Shadow Demon King had also arrived, and he thought they had already negotiated beforehand. The two of them felt something was wrong and quickly moved there. When they arrived, they saw Lord Anhamienha was already there. The Sword Saint asked, "Where is the young Tu La?" The Emperor also inquired about your parents and the Phoenix, and they were all answered immediately, probably already scattered to the winds. Then Amha sighed and told them to run. The young man Tio didn't understand why, in the darkness, he personally pursued and let the opponent escape. This old man mentioned that Tu La used a special power to block them, and Soho let the two father and son escape, probably back to Lethan. The Sword Saint. His Highness realized a fierce clash had occurred here, and he thought Tu La might have sacrificed himself to pay back, which also involved a divine weapon explosion. He reluctantly held them back and prevented the Shadow Demon from continuing the pursuit. Then he told his companion to go ahead first. In the dark forest, a green orb is cracking open, and Duong Tam, unconscious, is absorbing it. You breathe a sigh of relief because you succeeded. The time-space marker worked, and you must quickly use the death crystal to restore your consciousness. Sitting down to cultivate, you feel lucky because everything was part of the plan, whether it was to summon the White Tiger Great Beast King or the Sword Saint Great Beast King, even with their help. Knowing this is not what the Kong Tuok father and son want to see, he doesn't want the one he loves to be a freeloader, yet he still manages to reflect the image of Ding Bahai the Divine. This is the trump card to counter the fake emperor who has gained the power of the Death Star to strengthen his connection with Dingma, in order to escape the fate held by the Heavenly Fox who loves the emperor. The only way to make your fate disappear completely is for Tu La to die, so he can end the curse on your destiny. As he was about to die, he exploited the moment when he couldn't vanish and reappeared at a divine point indistinguishable from a god. Together with the true spirit consciousness and the duality of fortune and misfortune, the realm still exists within the death crystal to complete the rebirth. Daosan continuously absorbs energy from the death crystal to restore his consciousness. After several cycles of day and night, he used up all the energy from this item. Feeling close to full recovery, he felt himself stepping back into his past life. Holding the Death Star in his hand, he didn't expect it wouldn't turn into nothingness when the energy was gone, so he had to keep it carefully. He also grew a pair of beautiful wings on his back, and seeing that this place was not suitable for staying long, he decided to return to Huangkim Mountain Cave. Inside Jialai City, Xiaomei still couldn't stop feeling sad, because before Tula died, he hadn't taken off his mask for her to see. Huangjin Mountain Cave. The guardian here was surprised to see a stranger and immediately asked who they were. When he asked who I was, I smiled and introduced myself as Tula, saying I wanted to know about the mountain cave and meet the elder to ask some questions. He recognized me as a benefactor and happily pointed the way. After meeting with the elder, he recounted how the great cat achieved the top position in the individual competition of the elite tournament recognized by the demon clan, and that 2 divine weapons were preparing to stay at the clan to undergo tribulation. He explained that for long-term cooperation, he could achieve many successes in the future and potentially rise above the demon and lake demon clans, and both he and the great cat believe it is worth a try. The elder sighed, realizing he was right, as he had entrusted the Utok to him with great confidence, and now wanted to ask for permission for his clan to stay here to preserve their bloodline. If Duong Tam agreed, since this would always be the home of the Utok, he planned to stay here to treat wounds and strengthen the defenses of Kim Sun Kok, and he saw no problem with that. For the next week, he focused on strengthening the cave's formation to ensure even the great demon king wouldn't notice any flaws. The seals within his body gradually recovered, but his consciousness still hadn't returned to its original state. After taming their bloodlines, the young women of the Lake clan saw their strength increase, with the weakest reaching the 5th stage and the strongest hitting the 7th stage. His cultivation also improved, and without proper tools, it would be impossible. After careful consideration, Dotam decided to refine the Heavenly Fire Gold Star again in the mountain cave, setting up a barrier to conduct the process inside. You are using your spiritual power to break through the heavenly trident, sensing its transformation, and feeling relieved because it does not reject your mental energy. Then you send a bit of your consciousness into it, causing the heavenly trident to tremble. You lift it with your divine power, sensing that it resists control and might burn your consciousness, but your mind has evolved thanks to the golden 3-horned king, making it difficult to digest. Dongtam's divine consciousness stood firm and unmoving, and his mental power was also attempting to destroy the heavenly tri. In the end, Dongtam's consciousness was refined into a 7-colored liquid form with different attributes, perfectly merged, producing strange transformations which he could easily control through divine power, like the extension of a thought. You named it the 7-waste heavenly firestone. Then Dongtam used it along with the black raven stone to craft a bow and 3 arrows, calling it the god-slaying bow. You give the crossbow to the young women of the elf tribe and tell them you will retreat for cultivation. The next step is to improve your physical qualities. Now, there are a total of 7 bloodlines, 9th level cultivation, with 2 slots remaining, so he decides to fuse the marks of the golden maimed demon elephant and the Bai Mong Ku beast to enhance his physical qualities. The 2 marks have been taken out and are approaching each other. As they were about to merge into one, he suddenly felt something was wrong. 2 seals were combining, leaving 4 inside his body. Duong Tam notices his body glowing, tense and confused, never having seen such a mark before. This energy is tearing at his mind and spirit. And LM realizes that a thunder tribulation is gathering in Huangkim Mountain Cave. There is no more hesitation. The trident must be activated. The tree in front of the mountain cave sheds its leaves from the intense shock. The elders and everyone go to check, thinking the sky is about to fall and a tremendous source of power erupts from the cave. The trident is shaking the sky, as the Ho Yu clan sorcerers realize what it's about to do with its power. The aura spreading out is very strong. Everything around becomes silent. The cave where Tang San is closed door training. He is closing his eyes with the mark of the trident on his forehead shining brightly, struggling under the pressure of releasing the trident. Then Tang San exhales. Because it was so dangerous earlier, the first time a major mutation occurred during the fusion of the mark. Fortunately, the super divine weapon suppressed it, merging 2 first-level bloodlines into a super level, and the energy has increased, so you call it the Golden Mound transformation. If you can create more super-level bloodlines when you restore the level of the Divine King, your potential will be even greater than before. Half a month later, Jiali City, the temporary leader of the major clans here, was all extremely shocked. For everything happening outside, Prince Ni seems completely unaware, quietly staying in his room. She still feels very sad and frustrated, then looks down at her hand. Remembering the moment I touched Tang San's face, my hand still couldn't open to see his face. During that time at the pavilion, no matter who I fought, I always protected her with confidence, earning the trust of the two of them, and even swearing a blood oath. He doesn't hesitate to leave the divine weapon representing his core spirit inside himself. I know I haven't trained, but my mental strength is still increasing. She couldn't hold back her tears for not having asked to remove the mask earlier. Hearing a knock at the door, she wiped her tears and invited the person in. The great Peacock Demon King and her daughter have prepared for the moment to step out, encouraging Xiaomei to stay strong if he is still alive. She apologizes to her father for not having any other thoughts right now. Knowing her daughter's feelings, he still advised her to look forward as her tribulation was approaching, and only by breaking through the divine level could she smoothly inherit the throne. But with the current camp, he cannot safely undergo the tribulation. Following the advice, but she remained silent. The father sighed, approached Xiaomei, and then sat beside her. Hearing her father mention revenge for her senior, she suddenly reacted, her spirits lifting again. The great Phoenix King said that to take revenge, she needed power and strength, to be stronger than the Dark River to kill him and avenge Tula. Xiaomei's father is right. I will avenge him. I will go back to the academy to undergo the tribulation because growing up there will make me feel at ease. He set a condition to finish the adjustment within a month. He has returned to the academy where she once waited for Tula, not to study, but because he once said that if she called his name, he would definitely come back in 3 days. She hopes her senior is still alive and that she will wait here for 3 days, convinced that he will do it, because it was a promise between the two of them. On the first day, the second day, and the third day, Xiaomei was disappointed because it was already Tuesday afternoon, and she thought he truly cried and blamed herself. If she had been strong enough, he wouldn't have had to die for her. Only by growing stronger can you seek revenge. She was quite surprised to be chased away to sweep the fallen leaves. Hearing that voice, Xiaomei happily turned to call him, but then felt sad thinking it wasn't Tu, and then told that person not to sweep here, because he was still stubbornly insisting on sweeping. She angrily stood up and reminded that this spot didn't need to be swept. Dong Tam didn't expect Miss Mai to not recognize him. He finally introduced himself as Dong Tam after removing his mask. She reacted with surprise when she learned he had returned after listening to the explanation from his younger brother, who had been waiting for her while meditating as required by the sect. Then he asked if she was doing okay. She said she was waiting for a friend here. Duong Tom suggested giving her something to eat since he had been waiting for 2.5 days, and she had refused. Seeing how sad Xiaomei was, he felt unwilling but still didn't know how to explain his age and his full spiritual power and cultivation. Could he really say he was her previous life's husband? When asked why he hasn't left, he cheerfully said there was nothing wrong, and he was just staying here. When criticized for being lazy about school chores, he replied that he had already finished sweeping everything, so it was fine. Hearing that, her sister also agreed as the sun was gradually setting. Duansan felt very sad seeing the one he loved so devastated, still hesitating whether to tell her the truth, but afraid she wouldn't accept it. Then he was startled to see Xiaomei crying, prompting him to reconsider his plan. Hesitation no longer mattered, and he decisively threw down the broom, certain that now he had to do something. He walked up to his sister, and Xiaomei still asked him what he was doing. She was surprised to hear the voice of Tula telling her not to listen to him just yet. The boy gently looked at the girl, who still couldn't believe when hearing the explanation. Tula is actually Duong Tom, so he's not dead. He's always been by your side, and he sincerely says he doesn't want you to be sad. Wanting to prove his identity immediately, he sees the senior using a familiar technique, recognizes it as the Heavenly Chai Mystic, but still insists he has died because his blood oath has vanished, believing he's been deceived. Duong Tom said he has truly died. The vow no longer has a purpose and therefore no longer exists. With the Death Stone in the Consciousness Protection competition, it helped preserve his body in another space, allowing him to fake his death successfully. Xiaomei still couldn't believe that Tang San and Tula were the same. She found it easier to accept that Tula was a mysterious cultivator, rather than the younger Tang San with many skills, and then she was moved to say she couldn't bear to see her sad. She is still wondering why you don't hesitate to treat her well. Hearing that, you fall silent for a moment before calling out. Does Tio Mai believe in reincarnation and fate from a past life? Duong Tam began to recount in a past life she was his wife, blaming him for not protecting her well, which led her to leave and be reborn into this world as Mai, the young master. To find you, I followed the path of reincarnation, forgetting, but I remember our past, and my goal is to find and protect my wife, so that one day I can return to the world we came from." Recalling the moment I found her at the milk tea shop, I was overwhelmed with happiness, so no matter what my identity is, I will stay by your side and do whatever it takes to protect this girl. After hearing the story, Xiaomei was stunned and confused, unable to believe in reincarnation, but then felt grateful because this was the reason Tu La was so kind to her. At this moment, she hesitantly asked, "Are you my husband from a previous life?" He immediately confirmed and told her that his heart was truly a bit confused. Tang San also apologized for not explaining earlier because it was too hard to believe, but always assured her that no matter what identity he had, he would stay by her side to protect her. Then Xiaomei asked why, when asked to break through on the sea so he could protect her more easily. He revealed that in his past life, he was the sea god. Hearing that, she was also surprised by this identity. Duong Tam recalled the time when his father fought the great Phoenix Demon King, and when the shadowy figure claiming to be the sea god was secretly hunting him, hesitating before suggesting that I should take some time to think carefully. He agreed and told her not to let emotions influence her, or it would affect her tribulation. Young Master Sim. Mai has left, leaving only me, Duong Tam, but I still don't know if telling her is the right choice, feeling that just making her not sad is enough. Since he can't increase his cultivation anymore, he must train his divine sense, and he will still protect her no matter the outcome, but he needs to rebuild all the goodwill. A few days later, the great Peacock Demon King asked his daughter, "How is the adjustment going?" She also said it was much better now. He is proud of his daughter because she has a bright future and wondered about General Feng Fan. But since that person hasn't fallen yet, she no longer feels sad. She felt shy recalling Tu La as Tang San, her previous incarnation, and the complicated matters she still hadn't fully understood. My father said the succession date has been set, and reaching the divine level is very difficult, so I asked about the tribulation place. I decided to stay on the sea even though it was beyond the clan's plans because there's nothing to hide there, and causing chaos is not easy. Suddenly, he recalled the fight with Tin Fuang when a projection of Hython appeared, fearing that the one on the sea might come and cause trouble. Xiaomei listened nervously, and since it was hard to explain, she said she would think it over. At the academy, she hesitated whether to invite Lord Tang to discuss the tribulation, but she was startled when she heard his voice and was a bit surprised to see him wearing a mask. He suggested wearing a mask to pose as Tu La to make it easier to accept, but she said it wasn't necessary, just needed some time to get used to her senior's state. Hearing that, he took off the mask and asked what she wanted. Because he talked about the tribulation on the sea with his father, he was worried that the sea god would appear. He was very happy to be trusted and willing to go to the sea for the tribulation, but beforehand he planned to harm himself. He suggested a solution, fabricating a story that she had been familiar with the sea god since she was young, and that going there would allow him to watch over her carefully and pretend to be the sea god's envoy, which was also a way to gain his trust. Little May believed this was Tu La based on this conversation, and even difficult problems could be easily solved. She announced that the Tribulation Assembly would be held 5 days later, and before the clan leader's appointment, she would be declared the successor of the Peacock clan's third branch, with the guarantee that she would have the envoy of the sea god by her side. Hearing these promises of safety, young master Mai felt even more reassured and agreed. Tang Tom felt reassured having his wife by his side and wanted her to try using the special properties of the sacred flame blade to enhance the sword intent of the Tula divine sword. I reminded her that the Thunder Tribulation is not just a test, but also a chance for transformation, a crucial step from human to future deity. Hearing this, she was told to turn left without needing to fear being cut down. He explained that it wasn't about undergoing the lightning tribulation, just channeling its power into the body to stimulate the bloodline. After discussing, she told him to meet her father in 3 days. Now, he had to leave first. He agreed and then teased Sister Mei. She was a bit annoyed, but still agreed to meet in 3 days. Dong Tam still stood there, happy that his wife had accepted the help and was beginning to accept her true identity, but he still felt deep down that he was about to undergo a tribulation. Since the super bloodline stopped forming naturally, luckily my divine sense was strong enough to suppress my aura and avoid attracting the thunder tribulation. 3 days later, the two of them met the great Phoenix King. You introduced yourself as Tang San. When she said you were the envoy of the sea god, he looked at you hesitantly for a moment. Seeing that he has the power of a small sun, he remembered his daughter saying that the envoy recognized by the sea god would not be disturbed during the tribulation at sea. Observing his young strength, he thought this plan was feasible, and then invited him to sit down. The three of them sat down to talk, and he wanted you to prove you are the envoy. Duong Tam happily replied, on behalf of his will. then made the seal of the third eye appear on his forehead. Realizing this aura has been encountered before, he asked where Prince Lethan was. You lied that he was in seclusion and couldn't come out, but you said that young Master Mai in the future would guard Lethan, and the people of the Lamhai tribe would be friends there. Since she helped Hai Shen when she was young, he has always cared about her growth, which is why he helped the Kongtuok clan last time. You want him to be at ease, with no ulterior motives, just forming an alliance with the Lethan family. In Xiaomei's mind, she was confused because she had never seen anyone make up stories like that. King Peacock asked about future trade matters. Tongsun saw that he was indeed the city lord, always thinking like a merchant. But this can be discussed later. He asked about the daughter who was about to inherit the title as the start of a good relationship, ensuring she will be protected by the fire god during her sea tribulation to avoid any risks. King Peacock agreed and told His Highness that he could come to the mainland to see him if he needed help. Hearing that, he asked him to help find some. Lava and iron, once I get approval to find this rare and expensive item, I will ensure Prince Mei's safety during his tribulation. After King Peacock asked some questions about the sea god, he decided that his daughter's tribulation would occur in 3 days. Tongsun stayed at the Peacock Spirit Clan's ancestral hall, practicing alone and waiting for the day of her tribulation. At night, someone named Fong still has the lights on. Xiaomei sits quietly on her bed, lost in thought. It seems she's suffering from longing. Even though she's begun to accept her role as the senior, she's still hesitant. Hearing him talk about their past life fate, she recalls the fragments of memories when she possessed the Tula divine sword. Through many celestial methods, I gradually realize that what he says is true. Lethan tells his wife, "As long as you're with me, there's nothing to fear." Learning that they were husband and wife in a past life, she remembers the feeling of being with Tula as an older brother. But with Dongsun it feels very different, making her suspicious due to their past life connection. The more she thinks about it, the more embarrassed she becomes, unsure how to face her husband from a previous life. Once lying down, she waved her hands around nervously, hesitating whether to ask her senior about her past life. Duangtam was still focused on his cultivation. He remembers that Xiaomei's expression today was a bit strange, guessing she is still conflicted about her identity. Not wanting her to be hurt by Tula's death, he only expressed helplessness about the plan failing to catch up with the changes. But it was still good to protect her. Time will prove everything. Love that follows the natural course is best. Should I ask him about Xiaomei Chen touching me on the bed? Song kept turning the pillow to the other side, unsure of what to do because of her confusion. But then she realized that knowing everything might not necessarily be a good thing. Dongtam is also reminiscing about the past life, while she remains hesitant, but he has decided to wait and talk about it later if the opportunity arises. 3 days later, on a certain island, King Peacock saw that the tribulation location was quite far from Lethan, and Duangtam Bao was necessary because her inner strength was strong and she carried 2 bloodlines, making the tribulation more intense than usual for the demon race. He suddenly took off his coat and threw it on the ground, and she agreed immediately because he suggested sitting down to drink, to calm herself and adjust her strength in preparation for the tribulation. King Peacock suspected they knew each other before, without him knowing. Xiaomei sat down to adjust everything in her body, hearing the instructions in her mind. Later, I won't borrow any power from the heavenly secret spirit. I would rather use the sword intent of the Tula divine sword than use that. She carefully warned about the future, saying my celestial mechanism is the Tula divine sword. She nodded in agreement, and strange symbols began to appear on her head, while a phoenix avatar manifested behind her. Her father saw that during his own tribulation, instead of forming a true body around her to lessen the lightning, a space shield was created, channeling excess energy into the phoenix behind her back. Xiaomei felt her consciousness strengthen, reaching out in all directions. Within her mind's sea, a crimson glow stands tall, the true core of all her consciousness. She recognizes it as a long sword emitting red light, an imposing divine sword, and she guesses it is the Tula divine sword, also known as the Judgment Sword. In that moment, she immediately activated it, and the true body of the peacock let out a painful cry. King Peacock was confused about what was happening because this red light caused a sharp pain in his consciousness. Sensing his worry, Dongtam reassured him that it was fine because she possessed a powerful divine weapon, and her aura and divine weapon had merged through the tribulation. He still doubted the divine weapon of his own fate, knowing it wasn't the divine weapon of the Celestial Secret Clan, but then suddenly seemed to understand something, which was the red light when the young beauty cut through the dreamlike mist as dark clouds gathered over the island, followed by a terrifying blue lightning strike, then turning into a golden column of light. Tongtam said it is the 6 Harmonies, 8 Wilderness Gold Blade Tribulation. He knows that Thunder Tribulations are divided into 9 levels, and the one she is facing is at the 8th level. The father was a bit worried and wanted to ask the sea god for help, but he was reassured. It looked strong, but was definitely a surviving lightning tribulation. Young Master Mai had prepared for the lightning strike, and it had already struck her directly in the head. Little May saw the overwhelming power of the lightning tribulation and had to use the white tiger transformation to protect her body, then employed the spirit shift to dispel it. Outside, the two people were anxiously watching her. You can relax because the girl is unharmed. If it were your father, he would be seriously injured, and another lightning tribulation would strike, but it seems she was prepared in advance. The true body of a white tiger appears, and Tang-san recognizes it as the white tiger transformation. The thunder tribulation strikes, causing minor damage to Mekong-Tu's consciousness and body. The white tiger transformation jumped in to support, protecting both her body and her consciousness. You realize she's using it to fight the lightning tribulation that the spiritual transmission can't dispel. Xiaomei was very worried as she tried to absorb the lightning tribulation, but this power was too overwhelming, destroying even the space elements. But the two current bolts of lightning truly stimulated her spirit sea, causing her mental strength to continuously surge along with her consciousness. Another lightning tribulation strikes down fiercely, and she is still protected by the shield. The Crimson Peacock doesn't know how many more lightning tribulations there will be. After enduring 3 lightning strikes using the Crimson Peacock transformation and the White Tiger transformation, she appears to be gradually stabilizing. Duonghu Saokiaptu Song, Kimbang Trone Soi Noihon. Currently, her tribulation is progressing smoothly, but she shouldn't be overly joyful yet. The combined 8 trigrams metal tribulation is at level 8, just beginning, and its power will only increase later, with another lightning tribulation appearing that is even more formidable. The Great Peacock Beast King and Tang-san see the speed and intensity rising, and its attacks cause chaos around everything. Little May was struck and spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling that its power was 3 times stronger, but she barely managed to hold back her fear for what's to come. Before she could regain her composure, it struck again. He is very worried about the consciousness. A protective barrier has been placed above young Master Mai. The sacred flame saber revealed its true form. Xiaomei looked up and saw that the sacred flame saber had manifested, and her father was very astonished by the powerful divine weapon, which could block part of the thunder tribulation's force. She also feels less worried now. Having gained some time, the Loi Keep behind can handle itself and has already gained experience in adjusting its state. The thunder tribulation has awakened her consciousness and potential, so she thought the lightning would no longer appear, then turned to look at Tang-san, startling him, but still encouraged him to give his all because she was there. Xiaomei focused on her main task, then soared into the sky where the lightning tribulation was descending. She stretched her arms and emitted the aura of a peacock clan. Xiaotian Kovu has been used, and now the thunder tribulation strikes again. Watching from below, Duong Tam marvels at the beautiful technique, realizing she can now better utilize her space powers to counter the lightning tribulation. In this way, Xiaomei managed to withstand 3 more strikes, and under the influence of the celestial mechanism dance, she became increasingly adept at coping with the lightning tribulation. The 8 thunder formations merge continuously, all resisting on their own. This is the true Phoenix transformation, now capable of reaching the bloodline level of an emperor. While enduring the lightning tribulation, she felt this one was different from before. Its murderous aura was not dispelled by space power and kept clashing within her body. To destroy this evolved body, the only thing she could do now was to use the battle transfer to guide the murderous aura out of her body. Tang-san below still feels that the golden ape is very friendly towards the murderous aura of this golden killing tribulation. Lacan naturally guides the murderous aura to begin evolving. You absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. The pure energy in the lightning tribulation continuously purifies the body of the handsome young master. The 16th bolt of lightning crashes down with a roar, causing her steps to falter slightly. Beach's body is about to give out from too many lightning tribulations. Hearing the timer count down to 10, she turned to look at Duong Tam. The count has reached 9, and she realizes he used a special method to shield her from the lightning tribulation. Seeing the number of remaining threads counting down to 8, she felt the need to quickly dispel the energy within her body and restore her condition. There are 7 strands left. Xiaomei sees this brief moment of calm as an opportunity to digest the accumulated lightning tribulation power and restore herself to her best condition. Another 3 seconds pass in the countdown, the white tiger transforms back into a protective form for her, and her gaze has changed. When the countdown reaches 1, a powerful lightning tribulation descends directly. Xiaomei's consciousness chose this move. The guardian sensed the danger and roared as the thunder tribulation and white tiger clashed. It endured a very powerful thunder tribulation, but still protected young master. My well, Duong Tam was very happy that she could handle this thunder tribulation. He took out the item he had refined on the cup, only able to use it this time thanks to the Seven Seas heavenly fire to boost the power of the time-space barrier. But he still sighed because he hadn't relaxed yet and had to prepare for her next thunder tribulation. The creatures on the island have all fled because of the lightning tribulation. But through Hai Shen's guidance, I can still sense the spiritual fluctuations of the Hai clan. Leading these things, a large amount of mental energy is poured into the body to strengthen my consciousness. It's also quite astonishing, but not dangerous. After passing the 24th thunder tribulation, with 10 seconds of adjustment, the beautiful young master's body kept transforming, and her cultivation level increased as she mastered the spirit transference technique. She sensed that this thunder tribulation carried an extremely terrifying aura and felt her breathing becoming difficult. You warned her that this time it is a destructive heavenly tribulation with a destructive aura. Leading the absorption of the power he transmitted, Dang Tam took out the power from the ivory tree. The shadow of the sea god appeared again, and the power was transferred to her. Xiaomi is now protected by the sea god. The father and son, the peacock family, are amazed to see the lightning tribulation unable to strike immediately, wondering what kind of power this is. Duong Tam told them it was the blessing of the sea god. Prince Mei looked up at the protective shield as the powerful thunder tribulation struck down, but she was still protected. I never expected this blue shield to perfectly counter what the divine transfer couldn't, and this power is nourishing her body, healing her wounds, and absorbing the lightning tribulation into her body. Rest assured that the power of lightning has been purified. This is using the strength of the entire ocean to counter the devastating destructive force. Little May also feels warmth from being protected, and forgets she is in the middle of a tribulation. Each thunder tribulation caused her consciousness to constantly transform, while in her mind she also saw some illusory scenes. She remembered a girl telling her lover to rest his head, and he happily agreed. Young Master Ni guessed that he was Duong Tam, but he was still not sure if the girl was himself. Suddenly, she opened her eyes with a tearful emotion. Beneath tears of happiness, knowing this was their past life that he had spoken of, Duong Tam also affectionately looked at his beloved. Returning to the cycle of reincarnation, the gathering lightning bolts grew much larger. Little May was very worried about this final catastrophe, unsure if she could resist it. Dong Tam, nearby, moved to her side, still confused when she saw him but was guided to take out the Tula blood sword, which would help. Young master. Mai immediately followed the request. Duong Tam also held her hand, drawing out more strength, and the girl was quite surprised. The great peacock demon king saw the heavenly mystic pearl and suspected it was Tula, so the next thunder tribulation was approaching. The two young people were fighting together to withstand the lightning of the violent tribulation. Although aware of the terrifying power that could tear her apart, she still tried to reach the divine level and worried about him since she couldn't escape. Moving into the sea of consciousness, she didn't know where she was. But upon sensing the energy within her body, she was surprised to realize she was undergoing a tribulation. Young Master Mei wakes up in his bed, still muttering that he's about to become a god after undergoing the tribulation. He calms down and realizes this is his room, and that he has successfully passed the tribulation. Her mother ran over and embraced her, feeling very relieved that her daughter was safe, and her worries eased somewhat, and she happily comforted her mother for successfully passing the tribulation. A day later, at the Peacock Love Clan's residence, Tang San visited young Master Mei. That's great, you must have recovered a lot, and now you can seriously observe how you've changed. Looking at Tang San, Master Mo thinks that Tang San is really fine. He's very strong, able to withstand such a fierce pull. The young master described his changes, and in that sky, a long sword emitting a proud red glow floated there. My spiritual sea has transformed completely, becoming vast and boundless like a starry sky. This must be the Tula blood sword. The blood sword devours the sacred flame blade, causing the sword intent to surge. I am increasingly looking forward to meeting it soon. As for the heavenly mechanism spirit, it is very obedient in a corner of my mind sea, and my physical strength has also become much stronger. The two bloodlines that were once clearly separate now seem to be gradually merging, but ultimately the dominant position still belongs to your human bloodline. I believe this is closely related to your choice to fuse with the blood of the Tula sword intent, making it your innate divine weapon. Young Master Mei remembered that Dang Tam had endured a lightning tribulation and asked with concern, "Are you sure your body is okay?" Duong Tam smiled and said, "Don't worry. If it weren't for the Golden Mound transformation, I really couldn't be sure. The various powers of the Six Harmonies' 8 Wilderness Gold Tribulation were devoured and strengthened by the Golden Mound transformation, allowing me to withstand the Thunder Tribulation and even nearly transform into a divine level. I can use my current consciousness based on the Tula Blood Sword to help you." Suddenly, Miss Ming opened her eyes in surprise, as Duong Tom's spiritual sea was vast like this, truly comparable to a divine level. The Tula blood sword shot out, and she exclaimed that the sword's intent was actually emanating on its own. The spiritual sea of Dong Tom is surging under the guidance of the sword intent, using it as a temporary core to accelerate the recovery of his mental power. Dong Tom explains that this is because the Tula blood sword has always been his divine weapon. Tula Huyat Kiem has never abandoned me. It entered my mind like returning home. It has made my consciousness much clearer, and my mental sea is gaining strength with the core gradually forming. Seeing that, Duan Tom said to young Master Mei, "Look, a mental core is forming under the influence of the blood demon sword, continuously transforming mental power." Young Master Mei offered to help Duan Tam. "Please help him. It can save a lot of time in the transformation." With the help of young Master Mei, the sword intent of the blood sword of the underworld was transformed into Duan Tom's consciousness, strengthening his mental power. By early Monday morning, Duan Tom's core consciousness had nearly returned to its original state, and young Master Mei withdrew his awareness. Prince Mei's caring gaze looked at Tang San. He was still unconscious, but his condition seemed much better. When Prince Mei heard his mother calling Xiao Mei, young Master Mei suddenly remembered that today was the day of the inheritance ceremony, so he invited his mother in. His mother reminded him that the ceremony was about to begin. The young master politely told his mother, "All right, I'm ready now." Before leaving, he turned back to say a few words to Tang San. "Rest well, I need to attend the inheritance ceremony of the Peacock Demon Clan leader. After the ritual, I will come back to visit you." Then she gently placed her hand on Dong Tom's head and stroked it, saying, "You know what? You look very obedient now, my Encyclopedia Britannica." As soon as the young master left, Tang San woke up, sat up quickly, half-opened his eyes, and blushed at the words, "very obedient," which didn't suit him. The young master hurried to the inheritance ceremony where the cold-tailed great demon king asked coldly, "Are you ready?" The young master politely replied, "Yes, it's done." She felt disappointed that Dao Tom didn't come, and Kong Tuosh turned away. "All right, let's go." Kong Chua led her onto the stage, and everyone below shouted in unison, "Welcome the city lord." First, Kong Qiu would like to thank everyone for attending the ceremony. Then, we will proceed to the main content of the inheritance ceremony. 30 years ago, I took over the Zhirikui Yao clan, dedicating myself wholeheartedly and never neglecting my duties. Our clan has no emperor. Although it is peaceful, we face many difficulties. As the clan leader and city lord, I bear a heavy responsibility. But in the end, I am still old. In the last battle, I borrowed the power of the ancestral spirit to defeat the enemy, but I also damaged my original essence. Hearing that, everyone discussed. What? Why is it like this? Today, I will pass on the chieftain position to someone more suitable. I declare that from today onwards, the chieftain position will be passed on. Before he could declare it, someone outside interrupted him. "Hold on." Kong Tuok and Mai Kong Tu immediately turned back, while everyone else was stunned, not knowing what was happening. The Vuong Fi expressed her opinion, stating that changing the clan leader for any race was a serious matter. This matter requires the elders' discussion before officially announcing the candidate, but it seems Your Majesty bypassed this process. Can the new clan leader do without the support of the elders? Young Master. Mai still doesn't understand why the princess suddenly objects, and Kong Tuk continues, "Princess, I have already informed the Elder Council of my decision. As the head elder, how can you doubt my choice?" The princess sighed and said, "That's right. Our clan has many outstanding descendants. Isn't there anyone who can become the successor? How can a clan leader without pure bloodline command the people? How can it lead the evil tribe?" Tuok immediately said, "Yes, there is indeed human bloodline in Xiaomei, and moreover it also carries the blood of the White Tiger Great Demon King. Everyone here already knows the news. Not long ago it won first place in both the team and individual events at the elite competition. With such extraordinary talent, how could it not lead the Phoenix Spirit race to prosperity?" Not understanding her meaning, the princess consort showed her displeasure. For a race, whether the bloodline is pure or not is the most important thing. Without a pure bloodline, how can our inheritance remain pure? Please consider carefully, clan leader, Kong Tuok said calmly. Can you tell me who can succeed as the clan leader while the external troubles are not yet resolved and we are fighting among ourselves? The princess looked at the peacock with a fierce and deadly gaze. If that is the case, according to our clan's rules, if there are other opinions about the successor to the clan leader, the Elder Council can propose to hold the 100 Birds Dust competition to determine whether the candidate is qualified to inherit the position. The conversation grew more intense. Do you really want to do this? Do you know that proposing the 100 Birds Dust competition means insulting the authority of the clan leader? If it fails, the elder's proposal will be revoked and they will face on all consequences. The princess angrily said, "Did you ever consider the heartbreak of this mother when you vetoed my son's succession? Without my support, what virtue or talent did you have to sit on the position of clan leader?" Because of a woman, you have caused our clan to fall into a situation where even the heir lacks pure bloodline. Do you still have the face to meet our ancestors? If Bak Diotrio Duong proves I am wrong, I am willing to give up my position as elder and accept punishment. If I am correct, then the position of clan leader must be a different choice. All right, I accept. I accept. Bak Diotrio Duong. Within 3 days, I will accept any clan member of any cultivation level who challenges me, until no one remains. In the end, the tense conversation has finally come to an end. Bu Tuok helplessly said, "If Little Mai agrees, then it's settled. Please move to the Family Thunder platform." Everyone gathers fully at the Family Thunder platform. Young Master Mei steps onto the arena, the peacock crown on her forehead appearing. "Come on, who is the first to challenge her?" Young Master Mei looked at everyone and said, "Begin." Seeing the peacock crown on young Master Mei's forehead, everyone exclaimed, "The peacock crown! Could she already be the queen of beasts? How can I challenge her like this?" The princess thought. Could it be that the clan leader chose her as the successor? It seems she truly has the qualifications and strength. Wang Len said, "It looks like I am still the most suitable to be the first challenger. I originally wanted to wait for you to go through many challenges before inviting you to the arena, but I feel this isn't fair to either of us. I hope to be the first challenger and also the last." "Who are you supposed to be?" "I am your cousin Wang Len. Damn it, I was born with extraordinary talent, crowned at 12, and you had the chance to become the next clan leader. I have always regarded this as my duty, diligently cultivating, but because I am not of the royal family, I am ranked lower in the line of succession. As a result, this young girl has passed the territorial examination in just 2 years, and the great demon king of the celestial cores and phoenixes truly wishes to pass the throne to the next generation. This mixed blood is the young Master Mei. Young Master Mei is polite. Wang Len, show your hand." Reminding himself that this is his last chance to take advantage of Chao Yang, he cannot let his rivals act first and gain the upper hand. The position of clan leader must be mine. Suddenly, Wang Len, are you confused? What's going on? This area clearly contains a large amount of space elements, yet I can't manipulate them. All the elements are directed towards Miss, and she doesn't seem to use much energy to control them. Seeing that, Wang Len was stunned. How could she single-handedly control the space elements of the entire area? Young Master Mei pointed his index finger forward, and all the elements followed the direction he indicated. Wang Len was surprised. What kind of elemental transfer technique was this? She even learned divine techniques like this. How is that possible? No, I haven't even used my moves yet. I can't just be eliminated like this. Before he could make his next move, Wang Lian was thrown into the air by the young master, witnessing her fall in a tragic manner. People whispered, amazed that she was defeated in an instant. If even she couldn't fight back, then we definitely stand no chance. Young Master Mei sighed. Is this all there is? Weak but still challenging, I thought he was stronger than this. Who is next? Suddenly, a voice from afar echoes. Enough, young master. Mai feels familiar. Could this voice be Kong Tuk and young Master Mai observing? Kong Tuok immediately said, "It's him, Wang Than. You know, if you hadn't revealed the girl at the main hall, I would have had to wait longer. But you brought it to the ancestral hall and took the 2 championships. You should know what you're about to face. Last time you could rely on the power of the Sword Saint Great Demon King to stop me. But this time I want to see what strength you still have to resist me." Young Master Mei was confused and worried. The Great Fire Phoenix Demon King. "Don't worry, I'm here." The battle grew more intense. Lin Hai Mak spoke up, "The Phoenix is truly the king of all birds. I, Lord Zhu, except for Wang Than's father and son. As long as others submit, they will still be part of Jiali City and remain the people of Jiali City, and the Phoenix clan will also continue to exist." Hearing that, the great King Peacock angrily blushed and said, "Nonsense. Back then, when our ancestors were still alive, there was no such thing about your Phoenix Demon clan. At that time, the world only knew that the Heavenly Fox controlled the fate." Peacock looks at the heavens. "Where are your Phoenix clan now?" King Kong Tortoise, the great Beast King, turned around and said, "You are an enemy, and no matter what, you cannot bow your head." And although he didn't want to admit it, the arrival of Tin Fong proved one thing. Little Mai has indeed grown to the point where she can threaten him, and he can no longer wait. Lam He Mak scolded Wang Than. "At this point, do you still want to run away? Choose to be a coward." At this moment, the Peacock King only watched silently. Wang Than retorted, "Cowardly one, you are the truly cowardly one." Seeing Takam appear, Lam He Mak softly called out, "Cam." Takam then said, "You said you loved me so much back then, willing to give your life for me, but when a chance to become a king was right in front of you, you didn't hesitate to abandon me. Today, for your benefit, you want to kill my daughter. Come on, kill me too and end everything at once." Lam He Mak hurriedly explained, "I know Cam for us. The Than Huang is the most important thing. no matter who they are. I swear, I will only love you for my whole life as long as you are willing to come back to me. I will love you wholeheartedly. In the future, we will also have our own children, Takam interrupted. Do you think I will beg? Lamhimak, I've seen through you long ago. You are so selfish, only caring about your own interests. That's why I don't want to, and I never will agree. Come on, kill me, trample on my mother's and child's bodies, and go on your way. Kamtuk advised. Takam, don't get excited, don't get excited. Even if it's not for yourself, you have to think of your child. Don't forget you initially agreed with me. Takam agreed. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Seeing the situation over there was tense. Tu Mai was worried and wanted to go, but Duong Tam stopped her, saying, Don't go. Let the past affairs be resolved by themselves. Rest assured, the Kong Tuosh love tribe will be fine, and the Lethan family will be safe. Did you find out something? Dong Tam kindly said, Your father told me a few things, but I agreed with him that I can't tell you. It's for the best for you. Only when you become the emperor in the future can I tell you. Tiu. Mai is more curious. What could it be? Dong Tam sighed silently and said nothing more. On the other side, the peacock suddenly lunged at Su Lam He Mak, who dodged the attack while saying, You're trying to threaten me with 2 cam, so I won't dare to kill you. The peacock frowned. You underestimate me too much. Do I need to rely on a woman to prolong my life? If I choose to do so, I already did it the last time you came, so why wait until now? The peacock's crown is shattered and flawed, and Kong Tuk does not deny it. Yes, I am about to die, and I can no longer harm you. Is there something about some truths related to Takam and Tumai that you need to know? What did Lam Himak shout? This is the end of my video. Above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Don't forget to leave me a like, subscribe, and click the bell to get more interesting videos.